to get something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Total Baby. Not Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Racing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition with the entire morning crew together to start off your week. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did everyone survive the storms?
Yeah, I was very, very disappointed. We got nothing. Barely a breeze. All the pool furniture is in the same spot. The umbrella, same spot, didn't blow over. Nothing blew over. So we got nothing. We got a big bag of nothing. last night.
We were all in the group text. Peyton checked out the earliest, even though it looked like Rockwall. It was right there on that line, according to Pete Delkus. But Pete Delkus was getting disappointed. He was running out of things to say as they kept going out to Denton and they kept going out to McKinney. And they're like, 5-mile-per-hour winds. 15-mile-per-hour winds. But 80 is there. We got pockets of 80. We got great fruit-sized hail that was supposed to come as well. Bobby, when did you decide to finally check out?
I mean, when it got on top of us in Flower Mound and I hadn't even noticed wind or heard any, then I was like, all right, I'm turning the wire on. And so then we turned on the wire. And that was probably 10:30, something like that.
Why didn't you go to sleep?
Because I was watching the wire. Kristen just got back home. We hadn't caught up on the wire in a little while.
Dumb. Peyton?
I got here before you did. I was right here in the studio.
We'll see how you act. We'll see how you act over the next 4 hours with your aids.
Whoa. Jeez.
Breaking news.
AIDS, Pepe.
Wow.
So, yeah, I decided to take the melatonin around 9 o'clock last night. So I was out by 9:45. I was like, let me just try and see if I can sleep through this. Because I've done it before, sleep through storms, but... yeah, around 11, I think maybe it was closer to 11:30, I woke up and thunder, lightning, rain, everything. Mackenzie was still up. She was, checking the weather on her phone, everything. So she was still up, but I was asleep. I woke up for about 30 minutes, but it was hitting hard.
Are you taking the melatonin consistently?
No, I do once. I used to. When I first started working morning drive, it was every day. Every day, 5 days a week.
You ever get the melatonin like hangover in the morning, like just groggy and dragging?
No, because I usually sleep like right through. It's like the best night's sleep I've ever had, because I'll sleep for a full 5.5, 6 hours, depending on whenever I take it. But yeah, I've never had the hangover, but I only take it once, maybe twice a week now.
Yeah, I got a lot of lightning in the east, and then just heard a little bit this morning. I'm like touching the ground as I'm taking the trash out a day early, and I was just happy to get free sprinklers for the night.
Free sprinklers. It happens. We needed it. We needed the free sprinkler day. We're going to get it every day this week, though, aren't we?
But overall, unless there was a fan text or 3 that I'm missing, this thing did not hit the way everyone. Mm-hmm. I mean, the warnings for this were Armageddon.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, it blew through. I think when it first crossed the Red River and it like came into some of the northern counties, it blew through there pretty hard. Like Sanger got hit pretty hard, I know, and that's a little bit north of where we're at. But it's like it reached the Metroplex, and I don't know what weakened it, but it came through. We didn't have any of the wind gusts. It wasn't bowing out the way that they kept predicting. It was heavy rain, and there was some loud thunder and things like that. But it wasn't brutal at all.
You checked on the birds. The birds are okay. The nest.
Birds are gone. The birds have grown up, and they have flown away. And I didn't know this. They damaged their own nest.
They do?
Yeah, they
it's like they're LA birds.
Yeah, right. I haven't. I know what that means. I don't really know because I haven't paid attention to it, but I've heard about it. Yeah, so we look up there and
Trump's calling in bird aid for you.
Bird aid.
The federal birds.
We're getting rid of all aid, okay? All aid.
All aids.
But we look up there and the nest is gone. It's like disheveled. Like they've completely torn it up.
Dang.
And I'm like, boy, these are like psychotic birds. Like no one is using this thing. So then we decided to move like we wanted to. We wanted to move that and put it on the other one. And we hung the other one up, and the next day it fell.
I think you're showing your optimistic worldview in general, because my thought would be if I see a shredded bird's nest and no more birds, I'd say something came in and killed them, is what I would think.
Yeah, because we see they just moved to the tree. They just moved to the tree in the back.
So hopefully,
they're right there.
Yeah,
hopefully everyone is all right and not too much damage out there in DFW until the next one. 877-881-1053. Let us know on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. There was thunder, though, in OKC.
Caruso right with him. Halliburton fires three-pointer. Bang! I owe him that one, so I had to do it early. Is that the earliest bang in the history of the NBA Finals?
Mike Breen was paying attention to the internet, or someone got to him because fans were furious and ticked off. Why didn't you use the bang in game one? You don't like our team.
No bang. He got no bang. You get a rare double bang.
He said he uses it for threes.
Yeah, okay. I understand that. He does. Luka got the double bang against the Clippers in the bubble. But this is the NBA Finals game winner. And it appears that he heard the whispers, and that ESPN also heard the whispers because they superimposed the finals logo on the floor.
Were people upset that he didn't give Halliburton the bang?
Yeah.
So then why did he say I owe him one? Was that from Halliburton?
Yeah, that was a Halliburton
Or was
shot.
that an
Yeah.
OKC score?
Yeah, that was Halliburton.
Okay. All right. It said OKC on
And
there.
Breen's explanation for the lack of bang in game one, he got asked about it by Sports Illustrated. He said, "We were so happy with such a fun game and a great comeback, and now there's obviously juice to the series. And I like the Halliburton call, and I find out later that I'm getting destroyed because I didn't say bang."
Yep.
So he was caught up in the moment. He was distracted.
What are they superimposing?
So, if you notice, people are killing the presentation of this. They didn't play the anthem in game one. They didn't do the lineups. They didn't show the lineups. They didn't broadcast them. ESPN didn't broadcast them in either in the game one. And there was no finals logo. So,
Had to keep Bob Myers on TV.
so remember how they used to have the giant Larry O'Brien trophy in the middle of the floor?
Yeah.
They haven't done that in last couple years. They didn't do it last year. But there's no people are saying you have no idea that this is an NBA Finals game because there's nowhere on the floor does it have the trophy. So last night they superimposed the trophy onto the floor. And you can see they're changing it every now and then with different advertisements.
If you look here, a Thunder fan waving their flag, the trophy superimposed over it, so it looked ridiculous.
It's like an old Nintendo game.
It's so stupid. It's again the NBA just not understanding optics for their presentation.
Well, look, OKC cruises 123-107, the predictable game 2 bounce back for the home team that loses the first. And it's not like Indiana came out and quit. There just was not enough firepower. Halliburton acted like he didn't think his scoring was important again until the fourth quarter. He's getting a lot of garbage time points. He scores 12 in the fourth, ends up with 17. But this is about Shea with 34 and Alex Caruso off the bench with 20. Aaron Wiggins, again, the depth. Go down the box score. Go down the box score. Aaron Wiggins is third to last on there, and he hits 5 threes as the Thunder cruise.
Yeah, and last night was one of those games where, I mean, early on I thought first quarter Chet Holmgren was big for them. He came out, set a tone for them that was really big. It's just as you watch that game last night, in game one, they never got away from that little window of 9 to 13 like we talked about. They kept kind of matching each other. This one kept blowing up, and then it'd come back down a little. But this one definitely felt like this is OKC in a lot more control than this is OKC. He's saying we're not going down 2-0.
That's it. I mean, this is the gimme game. This is the gimme game of any series, and they took, and they were the better team in game one. Outside of the comeback, this is exactly how game one went too. Only this one, they were able to get away from that 9 to 13, 14 point. I mean, they were able to get this thing up to 20. So it was just this was a more complete performance by the better team.
Yeah, this felt like more. I mean, when it get up to 52 to 29, they went on that 11-0 run when it had gotten to 12 points right before the second quarter ended. And when you saw that, you saw them expand the lead. It's like, all right, this is a different energy tonight. Pacers are probably a little more flat. Siakam didn't look as good, obviously. But yeah, I think this was ultimately just Oklahoma City saying, we're imposing our will tonight. We're not dropping this, and let's regroup and get to Indiana.
All 5 scorers in the starting lineup got their double digits for Indiana, but it was a pretty boring game, pretty flat as OKC handles in order to split the series at home.
Yeah, and I think still I feel good about where Indiana is. I mean, it's tough to feel great about it on the surface of just they've gotten handled for basically 7 out of 8 quarters.
Yeah,
but to me, I still think
for basically 0.3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana
3 minutes.
Indiana led. Or Indiana winning that game in game one is just like we mentioned. It's kind of the format that they followed, the way that they operate. And getting back to Indiana, that's really all you wanted. You just wanted a split. They lost to one Eastern Conference team at home all year, Oklahoma City, and now they just lost to Indiana. And so I mean that's
one at home.
They lost one game at home to an Eastern Conference team. So that's already been that's supposed to be a slam dunk for them. Oklahoma City wins at home against the East, and so the fact that Indiana even split there, to me, is a big win, and Indiana's been a really great atmosphere here in the playoffs.
Shea with his 9th straight home game of 30 or more points. That's tied for the longest streak in NBA history with Wilt. He's so damn good. He's so good.
He is. We give him crap for the free throw baiting, the foul baiting, but I mean he really is. And he's a throwback. He's not just sitting outside the 3-point line.
Who does he remind you of?
I don't know.
I mean, obviously
I'm terrible. At
the
these.
free throw merchant thing that had like come up and been compared. That got some people early on throwing around Wade just because like, oh, you're Wade. But he's not the facilitator.
Wade's a better
is.
athlete.
Wade's a better athlete. Shay's a better scorer.
A better shooter.
Yeah, Wade's just better. I don't know. I don't have a good comparison for him. I mean, he's really, really good though. Like, I mean, it's not anything that seems super.
The
in your
lazy
face.
comp is, whenever you talk about mid-range, you talk about Rip Hamilton, it's not even in the same stratosphere because Rip couldn't dribble like this and just ease his way inside. Let us know, because he's not explosively quick either. He's just smooth and lanky. And let us know what you all see at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. There's a Kawhi-ness there in terms of, like, Shea has better handles, but Kawhi was more athletic with the mid-range pulling up. But I don't know who it is.
So I'm looking around. I'm trying to see who the internet has compared him to. Sports Illustrated had something in 23 that talked about people were comparing Shea to Drexler. But Drexler to me was...
He was more athletic.
Drexler was more flashy, like highlight reel guy.
Yeah. I might take... I had visions of Ruben, our producer, in my mind with Shea versus Luka, because I feel like it's just an more automatic 30 every single time with Shea Alexander.
Tracy McGrady mixed with Tim Hardaway is one that you got. Like, so aspects of the great. I think that's the thing, though. He is unique. He's very unique, and his style of play it's a throwback, but there's not really a direct comp for what he does and how he plays.
The Texas Rangers getting that series win on the road.
He waits. Williams' pitch, and Carter swings. It's a high fly ball to right field. Cole going back at the track of the wall. He looks up, and that one is out of here. Scuffling no more. Evan Carter with a 2-run home run, and the Rangers strike first in the top of the second on Evan Carter's second home run of the year.
Sandman with the call on this radio station. 3 hits for Evan Carter, a triple shy of the cycle. Jake Berger with 3 hits. He had the Monster Insurance home run, and the Rangers win 4-2 and take 2 of 3 against the Nats.
And look, after the first game of the series where Corbin had one of the toughest luck losses you're ever going to see from the rebound from that.
2 hits Friday night.
Yeah.
That game was over in an hour and 50 minutes. Carter Freeman not even getting his money's worth, although he may have wanted to go out and check out the rest of D.C. as he traveled for the road trip.
That's a quick one. That's one that the team hates that. They want no part of that. You lose all the concessions. You lose 40 minutes of concessions right there.
Yeah.
You're just bitter at that point if you're the owner.
Yeah, and it was bad. I mean, that was the thing. Friday night, I'm like getting ready. I was going to go meet up with somebody, and I was like, all right, well, we can watch the end of the Rangers game and stuff like that. I pulled into the parking lot at 7:25, 7:30, and it's like I'm listening on the radio as the game ends. I'm like, this went so... You just looked up while you're getting ready. It's like, it feels like it's been 45 minutes and we're in the 6th inning.
It was deGrom on Saturday with the high strikeout total, and then we talked about what happened yesterday. It was a bullpen day. So Lats with the bullpen start. They allow 2 runs the entire way, and Marcus Semien has woken.
And they've scored 3 runs or more in 4 of their last 5 games. Ooh. Oh, baby. Oh. I hate bullpen days. They're so every team has to do them though. It's just very difficult, I don't find it difficult. It's not difficult to watch it. It's just difficult to kind of like gauge what the game is, cuz like, are you supposed to take this as like, are we giving up today? Or is this like, hey, you're going to try to piece this thing together? Because you obviously have the off day, so you can use a lot more guys.
Lats was awesome, like for the most part. I was really surprised he went as deep as he did, because what was that? He threw 65 pitches or something like that. He threw a lot.
So he went through the first 3, and then they bring him back out for the 4th, and he allows the home run, gets an out, get a walk, and they pull him. And it was just like, okay, because they had the off day, obviously, today. I was like, all right, are they going to stretch him beyond where he's ever been this year?
Jim Nill explains the firing of Pete DeBoer. Who are the stars going to get to replace him? And are we witnessing one of the greatest Stanley Cup finals of all time? All that next, as we're just getting started with the week. Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3033. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Out one the zone is Marchand. Pass ahead. Well, now Marchand, a breakaway. Hits in Marchand. Can he tie the series? And he scores! Brad Marchand in overtime. And the Panthers win game 2. 5-4. The series is tied at a game apiece.
Panthers radio with the call. Game 3 tonight. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And it is hard to get 2 better games to start off a series than this.
It really is, and it's hard to feel bad about what happened with the Edmonton series because Stars are just not on the level of these two teams. At least the way they've played the first 2 games. These 2 teams are playing such a level of hockey that it's so fun to watch. What happened on Friday night? That was just a ridiculously good game. And
it sounded like you stopped down whatever you were doing. You remembered where you were for this one, the way you were raving about it.
It was awesome, man. Like you want to go down through this game and it had everything. It had a game tying goal with 17 seconds. It had a breakaway that was stopped by the goalie, and then it had another one for the actual game winner. I mean, it had a little chippiness to it, but not too much where they were going to get crazy stupid penalties in a playoff game.
No one's foot was getting slashed.
No one's foot was getting. This was a great game, and the series has been really fun. Like Florida probably should have won game 1. They had them, but they didn't, and now it's tied at 1, and we'll see what happens if we go back to Florida.
Jim Nill with the press conference on Friday after the news broke during our crosstalk at 9:40 right here on The Fan that Pete DeBoer was being relieved of his duties. Stars general manager with the opening statement.
In the end, it's my responsibility to make a decision that's the right decision for the organization moving forward. And after a year-end review, talking to players, exit interviews, medicals, everything we go through, we got together as an organization. I got together with Pete, talked to everybody, and I just think it's just time right now to make that next step.
Did Pete's comments about Jake Ottinger after the game and the season-ending press conference lead to the termination? Refreshing honesty here from Nill.
The events that took place, that's a component of it. But there's other things that take place also. It's one part of it. But there's other things that take place during the season. As I mentioned, my job is to analyze everything during the year, where things at, even the prior years. But it was a component of it. But it wasn't the final decision.
It was a component of it. He gave his own individual thoughts. This really tells you how bad Pete handled this, because Jim Nill, like myself, did not necessarily disagree with Ottinger being pulled.
What was your reaction when he pulled Ottinger?
Yeah, I'm glad that's brought up. I get no problem with the pull at all. If you're coaching, we've just let 2 goals in. You got to change momentum in that. So to change the goalie, I get no problem with that at all.
Did you have an issue with his comments after the game and even the day after?
I think everybody did. I think even Pete is a little bit remorseful of it, a little bit. So I don't think he handled that the way he wanted to. But you remember, you're under duress, the pressure of everything going on in that.
That was the part where he was very candid. I think everybody did, and I think even Pete has regret.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day that I don't think if he doesn't make those comments, right? If they just lose the series and they just lose the series in the same exact way, he pulled the goalie and everything, he just makes the comments differently, I don't think we're having the conversation. I don't think he's fired. I don't think he's fired. Now, Jim Nill's great. He's the best GM in town. He's never seen a coach he doesn't want to fire. I mean, that's his 6th firing since 2013.
Kevin Hagelin's point, like, how many coaches are you going to get to pick?
Yeah, I mean, and look, the Stars have been a really solid organization, and hockey coaches don't have a whole lot of staying power anyway. They are probably them in NBA are like the shortest lifespan. So I don't know what they're going to do in terms of where they're going to go because a lot of the guys are already taken.
What did you make of Nill's comments?
And he went on a little bit further after that and acknowledged Ottinger specifically had an issue with it.
Well, let's hear about Jake's feelings and how ticked off he was.
He's got a lot of pride. And I don't think he understood if he was going to get pulled and stuff too. Those things happen. But it was just the piling on that he wasn't comfortable with, which I can't blame him.
I think hearing that and then hearing when Jim Nill says, I think Pete was a little remorseful for it and then followed up with a little. It's like, oh, not enough. Okay, so you walked into the meeting. He was slight level of contrition, like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said. And it's like, you don't get it, though. You don't get what you just did and how damaging this was. And so I think it sounds to me like Nill felt like it wasn't enough. If he would have come in there and been genuinely remorseful, it might have changed things. But he walked in there and said, all right, maybe I was a little too harsh, but overall I wasn't wrong. And that it's like, all right, well, now we've got a problem with you and the goalie. One of you can't come back, and it's got to be you.
Where are you going to go now for the replacement, Jim Nill?
Starting that process now. Have a vision. We're going to be very wide, open-minded. The other coaches, everything's fine with them. I plan on them being part of this. They've done a great job. They have a year left, and they did a good job also. Done a lot of winning. I'm going to look at everything. I'm going to look internally. I'm going to look externally. It's different when you have a voice as an assistant coach, whereas you have a voice as a head coach. So I can be open-minded to all of this.
They do have a good staff. Like that's one thing that people talked about during the playoffs is how good the Star staff was, beyond Pete. So like one of the names that's going to pop up is the Texas Stars coach, Neil Graham. A lot of people are saying they want Pavelski as an assistant, making him one. And then, you're going to have your dreams of, hey, let's try to find a way to get John Cooper from Tampa. He's under contract. You're going to have to, how we trade players, picks, whatever for coaches. That we've seen teams do that. But the problem is that they're late in the game. If you go look right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams have already hired new coaches this year.
Wow.
So we are talking about like the pick of the litter. You're at the bottom of it. That doesn't mean you can't get somebody really, really good. And this team is really solid anyway from a talent perspective. But you're looking at, not having your pick.
I wonder, too, if there's a little bit of a thought process that if they were willing to make this move this late and be limited in whatever options they have. Now, obviously, they had to make it late because they got deep into the playoffs. But if they're willing to make that switch over something like chemistry, it makes me wonder if they look at it and just say, we just need somebody to help them play free. We're talented enough. We just need somebody who's not going to beat them down.
A Jason Kidd.
Yeah, just all we need. We don't need like the superstar head coach. We just need somebody who's going to come in here and let them be them, and that'll be all we need.
All right, you're going to have to help me with these names, Choppy, because I don't know how to pronounce them, but sportsbetting.ag does not have the minor league coach on here for some reason. I'm not seeing him.
Okay.
And I don't know why. Maybe they don't have as good a handle on the NHL in Vegas. Manny Malhotra? Malhotra?
Sure.
He's the favorite at 3-1. Whoever that is the favorite at 3-1. Then Jay Leach, Dave Hackstall, Dan Bilsma, Michael Pekka, Mike Vellucci, Jay Woodcroft, Todd Nelson, Anderson Sorensen, David Quinn, Jay Pandolfo, Mike Van Ryn, John Tortorella, Kirk McDonald. So a bunch of names. I have no idea who these people
Torts
are.
is he's the best quote in the world. I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to measure. I don't know that him and Jim Nill get along. I don't know how that works.
You can bring him in here and change the culture. You could call it torts reform, though.
Manny's the head coach of the Abbotsford Canucks of the American Hockey League. This feels like it's going to be an internal or a minor league promotion.
Or a minor league promotion. Maybe college. Maybe they go college route, too. I think they got Monty. Wasn't Monty at University of Denver when he came here?
Mm-hmm. By the way, specifically to Monty, you bringing up Monty reminds me that, and this is something we talked about with Hagelin. When Kevin's talking about how many more hires do you get to make, Jim Nill and everything else, like
he made the right hire with Monty.
It is important. Like Monty had stuff going on behind the scenes, obviously, that were issues, and then you had Rick Bowness who chose to walk away. Bowness wasn't fired. Bowness quit, and then you got DeBoer here, and as soon as DeBoer started looking like a culture problem, he had to move on. I don't think Jim Nill is held responsible at all for some of the turnover that they've had here.
The Monty thing that got out of his control. I don't remember the bonus decision to hire Bonus and to promote him. We talked about that in the moment. We thought that, all right, you were going to get rid of him. You were not going to make him the full-time coach. And then he makes this crazy run in the bubble, and all of a sudden you feel compelled to give the 2-year deal or 3-year deal. It's like, all right, if you were going to fire him, what changed in 4 weeks?
Let's give props to a first championship won in school history in this sport.
Ground ball, backhanded by Good over to first. And you can light up the UT Tower burnt orange. Texas is finally bringing the championship home to Austin.
So many Tolos watching the College Softball World Series. That is the final call on ESPN.
Did Peyton, was he happy? Or was he sad? Was there anger and fighting in the house?
Well, it wouldn't have been the house. It would have been at the casino hotel. Well, I think I just rolled another point on the craps table when softball Texas won. So, I was happy both ways.
What were you wearing? Any of this team's school
I was
colors?
not. I had the Texas shirt going, and there were a lot of Longhorns fans there around the bar watching the game as well. A lot of fans there, but no, I did not. I went neutral.
All right.
What did I tell you? Kennedy, super fraud. That's what she is. Massive fraud.
She's got
in
another $1 million deal.
In the big moments, well, overpaid. All right, that's all I'm learning about that.
They literally rode her to the Natty.
And then what happened? You went up against a real softball team and you crumbled. That's what happens. And so I'm sorry she ran into the Longhorns buzzsaw, just giving up grand slams, getting torched early in that game. This is what happens. And she should have blown the second game. She should have been 0-3. But, it's great. Texas ends up collecting it, and we exposed a fraud in the process.
Bobby Belt is ticked off that a former Dallas Cowboy was even available to do this. The horrible story that took place right here on 75 with a former Dallas Cowboy over the weekend. We'll bring you that story. By the way, we have ticket giveaways twice a show for the entire week. Luke Bryan tickets, 720 Expressway. We'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour as well. The tragedy involving the former Cowboy after this.
That's a lower B product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
What is RJ hearing about Jason Kidd leaving the Metroplex for the Big Apple? We'll get into that at 7 o'clock. We have a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway at 7:20 here on DFW Sports Station. But Bobby Belt showing a lot of restraint on social media over the weekend as the story came in on former Dallas Cowboys, someone Bobby has talked about a ton on the show, Kelvin Joseph. A 27-year-old woman riding a motorcycle died Saturday morning on 75. Shut down the northbound lanes for more than 3 hours. Richardson police said officers responded to the crash just before 5 a.m. The motorcyclist was pronounced dead at the scene, and Kelvin Joseph called the police. He called the Plano Police Department and said he had been involved in a crash. When I first heard that, I was like, oh, okay, nice. Upstanding, not like the Chiefs wide receiver who just got out on the street and walked away from people who are hurt. Well, they then contacted Kelvin and determined he was traveling northbound in a BMW sedan when he was involved. They observed signs of intoxication while speaking to him. He was arrested and charged with DWI and collision involving personal injury or death. What I don't understand is how the bond was set at $25,000 for collision involving death. That's it? $25,000, someone has lost their life, and it's $25K for you to go ahead and get out. $1,000 for driving while intoxicated. He was released from jail yesterday morning. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, so I had said over the weekend, like you just kind of referenced, there's a lot I wanted to say that I just wasn't going to or probably shouldn't. And I think a lot of people took that to mean, at least in my replies, took that to mean that I had a lot of like jokes or something that I wanted to make. And in reality, it was just like, this is a tragic situation. I probably will say something that's too aggressive about Kelvin Joseph right now. But the fact of the matter is that,
by the way, in today's society, it's always better to actually say it than type it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, tone, inflection.
They're not really your words when you type them because of how they get twisted up. Now, the aggregators can take a radio clip and can take a video clip and screw you that way as well, but it's actually better to say it, I think, than type it.
Yeah, and he's been a problem. He's been a problem at LSU. He's been a problem at Kentucky. He was a problem here in Dallas. He was obviously never charged with anything, but he was directly involved in the scuffle. And then we don't know what happened after that, but he was directly involved in the scuffle that led to Cameron Ray getting shot and killed just up the street from here. And then we have this issue crop up. He has been a problem everywhere he's gone. He has every sort of prophecy that a coach or somebody informed of Kelvin Joseph has given you about him. He's hit it every single step of the way. There's never been any sort of a surprise about like, oh, he turned this around or he did this differently. And the fact that after the death of Cameron Ray, the NFL allowed him to walk through the doors of 6 different facilities and draw paychecks from 6 different teams.
6?
Yeah, he was passed
Colts,
around.
Right? Colts
he
most
was
recent.
Chiefs, Colts, Seahawks. I think he was there with the Vikings for a little bit, Dolphins. But the fact that he was allowed to do that and allowed to get the opportunities he did, he shouldn't have ever been drafted. And after the death of Cameron Ray, he should have never played again. And now he's here. He continued to draw checks and live in the area, and now we get this result.
A couple of people chiming in the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. It says, one says, bond is $250,000, $25,000 to get out. So it's like the 10%. I have no idea. And then another one from the 214. That charge doesn't mean he was the one at fault. Just that he didn't stay at the scene. That's why the bond is at that number.
Okay.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, because it would surprise me. I know it's a morality thing of doing the right thing. If you were at fault and you, so I had a friend who he didn't hit anyone, but he was drinking and he ran into a telephone pole, left the scene, and people were like, "Hey, we lost power here. Let's contact the authorities." The authorities go out. They conduct a missing body search with a helicopter because they got a car here. He gets picked up, leaves because he's like, "I will deal with the authorities after the alcohol leaves my system."
Right.
Wrong.
I've got a friend that did the same thing. Like, car ended up in a ditch, and she just walks home.
Yeah.
And then goes back the next day. I just, the car.
You're not going to get busted for drinking.
Right. Car off the road, and what are you going to do? I just went home.
So that's why I was surprised. Maybe Kelvin's not at fault. I don't know. I'll trust the fan text based upon the charges, but when you take into account his background, the history, it's hard for me to think any other way. But I was surprised. Why would you call the authorities if you were drunk and say that you were involved? So that's him. Maybe following the footsteps of Pac-Man. Good gosh. It's never Pac-Man's fault. He was arrested in Kentucky early Saturday morning, charged with alcohol intoxication in a public place, disorderly conduct, and assault of a police officer. His agent coming out and saying the police are messed up. It's never Pac-Man's fault. This has plagued our justice system. So there's Pac-Man. How many times has Pac-Man Jones been arrested? That's what I want to know. Just how many times has he been put in a police car and taken to the station? I don't even care what happened after that. Just arrested. Over under. If I set the over under at 8.5, Bobby.
Over, because I was thinking it's probably happened 10 times. It feels like over the course of his career, especially if you go back to where was he? He was West Virginia. If you go back to even college days, I feel like it definitely happened about 10 times.
Are you able to count? Or are you tallying?
I'm trying to get like the actual list.
Yeah,
but everything stops at like 2019.
And then, speaking of former Cowboys, did you see the story over Jake McQuaid?
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
Jake McQuaid, who is a staunch Catholic. Jake McQuaid, the former Cowboys long snapper. He apparently had been asked to leave a Catholic church after he had confronted individuals there about a sex abuse and child abuse issue. But he had gone to mass at an Ohio Catholic church and snapped at Jason Williams, this is according to the LA Times, the chancellor of the Cincinnati Archdiocese, demanding answers about rumors that two priests had viewed inappropriate material on a parish computer. Shortly thereafter, McQuaid was removed from the sanctuary.
Jake said he saw the computer. He saw it as well. No. So he knew what he saw, and he's like, you need to answer these questions. And they're like, this is not the time, Mr. McQuaid. You got to be escorted out.
If he saw it, I'd have no problem with him disrupting things and him telling him this is a problem. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Zero issue if that's what he wants to do. And if they want to say this isn't the time or the place and we need to have you escorted out, well, I think that's a bad look for them.
It probably would have been a worse look if they actually talked it out.
If they what?
I said it probably would have been a worse look if they actually decided to talk it out there.
Yeah.
Because then all the dirt would have come out.
Would have been worse look for those two, probably. I don't think it's a worse look overall for their accountability.
Oh, no. The church would have looked, the congregation would have looked like, hey, we got to find a new place to go.
Speaking of the National Football League, this guy, so that's the police blotter update for former Cowboys.
But by the way,
over the weekend.
When you mentioned Jake McQuaid, I could not get out of my head. I kept confusing him with Pat McQuiston.
Why?
Just
Mick. I guess.
Mick Hugh, red hair.
The little ginger skullet that he had.
I just kept confused. I'm like, God. I was like, wait a second. He played 25 years ago.
You said you had Pac-Man arrests up until 2019. AI says he's been arrested at least 4 times since 2021. So go ahead and add those together, and then we'll average out from 2019 to 2021 for Pac-Man. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. All right, a current NFL player who was on many Cowboys fans' wish lists was Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is expected to sign in Texas today, but with the armpit. So heading on over to the Texans if all goes well with his physical. So Nick Chubb expected to be off the board.
It's kind of an aging backfield. Him and Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I mean, Chubb is, because I was just looking this up, Chubb's what? He's going to be 30 in December. And, I mean, it is a guy who has not looked the same since he got hurt. That was what that, out of all the ones where it's like, oh, why don't you go after this guy? Why don't you consider this? This is the one that I never understood why anybody wanted to go out there and get him.
Mixon,
based on how he had played.
And Mixon will be 29 in July, so right at the start of camp.
But to me, Chubb is, yeah, if this would have been 5 years ago, 4 years ago, sure, yeah, absolutely. Go after Chubb. Spend top of the market for him. That knee, once it got shredded, he was not the same player anymore.
The money is in for Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh with the deal officially getting done.
$13.65 million for Aaron Rodgers on a 1 year deal. 1 year, $13.65. That's going to have obviously some escalators. Could be worth upwards of 19.5 if he hits all the incentives. But there he is with his Steelers hat on and a smile. You don't see him smile all that often. But when he does, there it is. He's going to wear number 8 because number 12 is taken.
Big Tommy Maddox guy.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to wear Bradshaw's number after Terry went after him for delaying the entire offseason.
Yeah, they say the number's not officially retired. They just don't give it out. So it's like one of those... You know, it's in the closet.
That's what Dallas does with Staubach or different people like that, where they just don't hand out the number anymore. But man, that's the amount of hate that Rodgers is getting thrown on him from both sides after Schefter reported. Oh yeah, Rodgers was the third option. It was Stafford. Then when Stafford. Oh, and then they preferred Justin Fields over him. So Justin Fields ends up signing with the Jets. Literally opening day, Rodgers is going to be standing there and looking at two teams that are like, man, we really wish we had Justin Fields. He's so much better than this Aaron Rodgers guy.
Yeah, wanted Justin Fields over him.
Yeah, now how much of that is money, right? Maybe they thought Rodgers was going to cost $40 million. You know, maybe they thought at the time, we'll take Rodgers. We don't want to pay him that much. So Fields at 6, 12, whatever, we'd rather do that than pay him X, whatever. Now that he's at $13 million, like if you're just going to pay them the same amount, nobody, I don't think, would take Fields over Rodgers.
When you're making your parlays in week 1, structured around like 3 overs on Aaron Rodgers. I don't care what they are. Because I bet you anything, that'll be, if he doesn't play well, I bet the peak performance we get from him is week 1 against the Jets as just the secondary option to Justin Fields for everybody.
And this, I don't know if this is Mike Tomlin. I don't know if this is the Steelers. I don't know if this is part of the agreement. He ain't going to Egypt. He's going to be at minicamp on Tuesday. He's already said that. He'll be at the minicamp.
RJ just really upset and sad over this sporting event.
Journalism makes a decisive move with a quarter of a mile to go, and he takes command of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down. It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby as they come to the 8th bull, and here comes Sovereignty. Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
That was this weekend, if anybody knew or cared. It proves yet again we need to just change the schedule because Sovereignty won the Kentucky Derby. And then he's like, no, we're not going to race in the Preakness. We're gonna skip that, and then we're going to go right to the Belmont. Oh, then he wins that one.
So all common sense is telling you he would have won the Triple Crown.
Yes. Now, could you say...
That was a call on Fox, by the way. Yeah. I didn't know Fox got it versus NBC. But I guess they do switch around. I guess I'm used to the Belmont on ABC. But anyway, that's broadcasting nerd stuff.
I think NBC has the Derby for sure. But, I mean, look, this is... Could you say that, yeah, maybe he would have been too tired, maybe he wouldn't have won all 3? That's what makes the whole thing difficult. That's the whole point of this. Is that, but the New York Racing Association will not move their date. They want whatever this is, the first weekend in June. They always want the Belmont to be on the first weekend in June.
They're the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, they are. They're the Rose Bowl.
Look, the horse racing needs another drought. They need another Triple Crown drought so that it brings the juice back to just like, I actually care about who's going to win it.
Aren't they incentivized to win the Triple Crown, like bonus-wise or something?
Well, you would get
obviously the fame,
your
the
stud
acclaim.
fee would go up big time, right?
Yeah.
So, like America Pharaoh was a Triple Crown winner. I think California Chrome came close. You had Smarty Jones came close. All these horses are like legendary horses, and you've got to get your stud fee. And I get it. Like that's why they took him out. They didn't want him to run because it was too quick of a turnaround. I mean, can we not figure out a way that a horse breaks his leg, we don't have to shoot it anymore? Like, this is 2025.
Yeah.
Can we not figure out a way? Just IV him some food.
Just glue it like my headphones after Peyton last week. All right, the NBA Finals are split, and what is RJ hearing about Jason Kidd to the Knicks? All that, plus our first Luke Bryan ticket giveaway of the week after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
doesn't sound right.
What's it, cell phone sport?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station, as we are all tied up in the NBA Finals.
The Oklahoma City Thunder clapped back at the Pacers after receiving a massive gut punch. A game in which they led throughout until there were 0.3 of a second to play in Game 1. They show that rebounding prowess, unbeaten following losses. That remains intact as the Thunder win Game 2 big, 123-107 over the Indiana Pacers.
Is he paid by the word?
What man?
I mean, my gosh. Just calm it down. You don't need that many. You talk so fast. You don't need that many words.
I will say he does seem though to be a little guarded. Like I don't know if maybe he got a little too arrogant in Game 1, but his call there was not as, oh yes, the Thunder, we told you all, they're so great. It was not nearly that strong.
Thunder will win the game, and they
Matt Pinto, Thunder Radio. Pretty boring game. Shea does his thing. Tyrese Halliburton asleep offensively, scoring-wise, until the fourth quarter. We're all tied at 1. Not really interested in the game. I thought it was a snoozer. So now we have to wait till Wednesday night for Game 3 in Indiana. Tell me who's favored and by how much.
All right, so are they just doing every third night now? Because they did this game. This game was Thursday, Sunday.
Game 4 will be Friday.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I guess.
Pacer or Thunder 5.5.
On the dot. Moneyball from Bobby Bell. Hey, Bobby Bell, Moneyball.
The game actually went off, I think, at 11.5 at tip last night. At 11.5 points.
And the game, I go downstairs to monitor the storms. Amanda's like, is the game over? And I was like, I guess it is. It started at 7:15. I was like 12:10 into it when I noticed that they had started. I was planning on 7:30.
Yeah.
You know, the BS pregame shows and all that. No, they actually started much earlier than I thought. So that was good. And I was downstairs with Delkus and you boys on the group chat till about 10:40, 10:45. More interesting in the game was Big Don Nelson. Don Nelson, the former Maverick, is honored before the game for a Lifetime Achievement Award. And Don, apparently for the first time in 7 years, left Maui. He left. He left his island that he owns.
You get island fever? Is that the thing? Like you get like trapped? You can't. You don't go into it's the whole island fever thing.
Well, Don Nelson went up there with a message. Now you got Carlisle sitting right next to him to present the award, and Don wanted everybody to know how he feels about the current Mavericks organization.
And Luca too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luca's shoes. His new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market. and I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
Did you hear Carlisle's laugh? There's old Rick right next to it. Hit it again, Pepe, with Rick Carlisle after Don Nelson said I'm protesting. Got in that little gut punch to the side from Big Don.
Those two have just got to be like just laughing because I mean they ran his son out, and then obviously Rick left. I think in part because of the changeover that was happening. No, obviously Luka too, but just the changeover that was going on within the organization. Man, I don't want any part of this. So they have to be just sitting there, just laughing at what's going on, the mess that we have created here.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's something that stretches obviously beyond just Cuban. Like for Don Nelson, that's some sort of like that is a distaste for Dallas's operation in general at this point. And it makes sense that he'd be very pro Luka because that was one of Donnie's like apples of his eye that he had like really gone after. And so but man, that's an aggressive sideswipe to just go like, by the way, Dallas, you suck.
Tim McMahon on the Hoop Collective with Brian Windhorst and Tim Bontemps with the latest on what he's hearing about Jason Kidd in New York.
I said I would not dismiss that possibility, and certainly it is yet to be dismissed.
Mark Stein, I believe, what did he exactly report?
Stein reported that the Knicks are expected to request permission. Shams and I reported that I think the phrasing was they're doing active due diligence on J. Kidd as well as some other candidates.
Good phrasing.
But like this thing is definitely trending toward.
Can I just stop for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Jason Kidd has another job.
Yeah.
And stopped Jason Kidd in the past. He
hasn't stopped Jason Kidd in the past. So McMahon was dancing around this. It wasn't even worth playing the entire clip. He said him and Bontemps are getting conflicting information. He wanted to say something, but he didn't fully go there. Stein is also adding that the Mavericks are expected to deny the permission.
They are expected. They have no intention, from what I've heard, of giving them permission. Now, here's my one problem with this. And then there's a Jason Kidd rumor out there that I think needs to be cleared up. So he was supposed to play in this golf tournament. All right, he didn't. He didn't play in it. And everyone's speculating locally. Everyone's speculating that he skipped out in the golf tournament. This means he's leaving.
Busy doing radio station Zooms.
Right, there you go. He backed out of the golf tournament a week before Tibbs got fired. This had nothing to do with it. I mean, it could have been any kind of schedule. I mean, I think his kid still plays baseball. His kid could have had a baseball tournament that they added to the schedule. Any number of reasons. So, don't read into Jason Kidd missing the golf tournament as anything. That is a coincidence. He skipped out on it. He announced that he was not going to play in it a week prior. But my question is, why haven't the Mavericks already
publicly shut it down?
Houston did that. Houston already did that with Udoka. Why have the Mavericks not even come out and gotten in front of this and said, hey, y'all can do all the due diligence you want. We are not giving you permission because I've heard that if he gets the permission, he's going to go. He's going to take the job.
You heard that.
That's what I heard. He's going to take the job if he gets the permission to do it. He would do it. He would absolutely leave.
Well, maybe the Mavs let it out through Stein. But number two, and more importantly, the way I feel if Jason Kidd left, I'm open to listening to offers for him. The biggest worry I have with Kidd not being here is what he's done with the relationships. Who's going to manage Kyrie? He had AD in Los Angeles as well as an assistant. That's my big worry. From a schematic, X's and O's, all the other stuff, okay, fine. I think they can replace Jason Kidd. I'm worried about the management of the personalities, and McMahon and Shams gave us some trade ammo. Would this make you think more about it as a Mavs fan?
And by the way, real quick, if they do, does this have anything to do, you think, with them not giving the permission about him and where he stood on the Luka trade?
What do you mean?
If he wasn't on board with the Luka trade.
That they're going to be mean to him?
That they might be more apt to, let him interview. I don't know.
New York depleted their future draft assets with the Mikal Bridges deal. Cover your ears, Luka fans. 5 first-round picks. 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. New York has a top 8 protected 2026 pick from the Wizards and 8 second-round picks, including number 50 in June's draft. They can also offer first-round swap rights in 26, 30, 31, and 32. So that's the trade ammo that they have, Bobby. Would you be willing to listen? And maybe that's a reason the Mavs have not totally shut this down.
Yeah, I mean,
because New York's in a pressure spot like the Dallas Stars are.
I would always listen on any coach in any sport that you want to offer a trade on. I would listen to and see if that's something that would be able to work. But I mean, specifically, Kidd did if you want to talk about the job Kidd has done here, I think it specifically needs to be looked at too, how he did February on. That he did a really great job of making them competitive when there were nights they had like 7 guys to play.
It's crazy.
And got them to play hard when a lot of those guys probably didn't feel like playing very hard naturally.
And I actually think what he did post Luka deal publicly, they should give him a bonus for that. Because we could not tell in all the interviews and all the tone judgment that we try to do in this job, he did not knock the front office.
That was a masterful job.
It was a masterful job. He helped them. He didn't save them. Nobody saved them. It was a disaster overall. He helped them PR-wise big time.
Yeah, he did. He could have blown the whole thing up.
Yep.
But he didn't, and that was a tremendous job on his part of towing the company line and making it absolutely like a united front. And he didn't come across as if he was for the trade, and he didn't come across as he was against it. It just was a very much it is what it is kind of thing, and I'm going to coach the team I have.
By the way, in the idea of why haven't the Mavericks shot this down yet if they don't want him to leave, this is not an organization that has shown in the last 6 months that they're very good about getting out in front of anything. And so it wouldn't surprise me if this is just a flat out, again, mismanagement of how to handle public PR.
Well, a Shams versus Woj rivalry has reemerged here as Peyton Russell beat Alec Medford by 1 minute with the breaking news coming out of the National Football League. Thank you, Alec, for hooking us up with the info. And Choppy actually, I think, beat both of them. Jair Alexander is getting released by the Green Bay Packers. They're just outright releasing him. Wow. Here's one of these corners that was in a discussion a couple of years ago as the emerging guy to take over as the best in the league, and now he's getting cut. They agreed to explore a potential trade this spring while a restructured deal was discussed. In the end, they move on with a clean break.
Yeah, he is, I feel like, the stereotypical volatility at cornerback, where it's like
Is he George Pickens at corner?
No, I mean, look, so he definitely has had culture problems. He's gotten hurt a number of times. Like, if you just go look, I was curious how many games it had been. 21, he played 4 games. 22, he played 16. And then each of the last 2 years, he's played 7 games each. So he also has gotten suspended in there by the team when he had the issue with the coin toss where he just was like, screw y'all, I'm going to do what I want.
He said some really knucklehead things, but I said the same about George.
But he's been very, very good at times. And then there are other times where he looks like a black hole out there. And so that's why, I mean, in terms of the volatility, up and down, just no consistency. That's Jair Alexander.
Check his PFF grades over the years. It was a 75 last season, which is still good. And then you talk about the age, he's 28. So he's still good there as well.
Yeah, he is. And then obviously they post June Wondam. It's like,
I'd take him if he was willing to go ahead and try to get some revenge in the NFC. I would take him.
People are already saying he's an obvious Steeler. The Rodgers connection, but it's like they didn't even play on the same side of the ball. Why would that?
He's from Philly.
Yeah.
It's Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Pennsylvania.
I would just the other thing you got to really think about with Alexander, if anybody was going to pursue him, is the age isn't a problem like you just mentioned, but you are talking about a more slightly built corner who has gotten hurt a lot in 4 years. Like the worry about him would be, all right, this is a small guy breaking down in the physical NFL game, which is exactly what a lot of teams fear. But I mean, yeah, look, if it's
I'm not signing him for top of corner money. I'm just hoping he takes the deal.
I would rather have Alexander right now than I would Diggs. Like, I mean, not that that's an option out there for Dallas, but I would much rather, if I was going to say just in a vacuum, which one of these players would I want? I'd want Alexander over him because Diggs has just not shown the type of ability post knee injury that I would want to see from him.
Jair Alexander is free and available, with the breaking news coming in that the Green Bay Packers are parting ways. 877-881-1053 if you're in on that possibility. Franco injury attorney text line. Jalen Ramsey, making a deal for him or Jair, Choppy?
I would do Jair because there's no compensation to give up.
Well, last week you were talking about a 5th or a 6th, which is basically no compensation.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, if it is that low,
Ramsey for a 5th or Jair, and what you think that will cost given Ramsey's current deal as well?
Would rather have Ramsey, just to me, because I at least know with some sort of consistency generally who Jalen Ramsey is.
But you're going to have to give, obviously, a new contract, right?
On Jalen, he's going to ask for one. I don't know. Aiden back there, thumbs up, thumbs down on Jair Alexander. Thumbs up. Okay, he likes Jair Alexander, so this is sad for him.
Let's see. Ramsey's got.
We gotta get this guy another hat.
Yeah,
he loves that little. He loves that Packers beanie, dude.
We gotta give him another hat.
So Ramsey's got a cap hit of $16 million this year, potential out after the season. Then Ramsey's cap hits go 25, 27, 36 over the next 3 years.
All right, who are the Dallas Stars going to hire? Jake Riepma, our Stars insider, in studio to give you that espresso hit, that double espresso hit in the morning after what Jim Neal had to say about the firing of Pete DeBoer. Riepma in studio, commercial-free expressway with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
He's got a lot of pride. And I don't think he understood if he was going to get pulled and stuff too. Those things happen. But it was just the I guess the piling on that he wasn't comfortable with, which I can't blame him.
Jim Nill on Jake Ottinger and Pete DeBoer's comments after the game and at the season-ending press conference, 9:40 on Friday. The breaking news on 105.3 The Fan that Pete DeBoer was fired. Jake Reitman was hitting me up during it and afterwards.
Let's talk hockey.
And our Stars Insider joining us in studio. We just can't get rid of you on 105.3 The Fan with Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you need a little jolt to your Monday morning to start the week, what did you think of the news when it broke? Were you surprised?
Surprised a bit, which, by the way, I appreciate you saying you can't get rid of me. I'm like the station cockroach, man. I was just hanging out here all weekend as well. You know, I just don't want to leave. But
there's someone else here we refer to as the cockroach. I'll tell you in the commercial.
All right, looking forward to that. Yeah, more. Tell me more about the history of Between These Walls. What's going on at 105.3 The Fan? But I was surprised because the coaching carousel timing, to no fault of the Stars by any means, because they're still playing.
Yeah.
But you think of all of the changes that were being made, and 8 or 9 teams making head coaching changes, and who's left? And make no mistake about it.
I think it brings up a great sports argument that we have about quarterbacks. Do you get rid of the person if you don't have the immediate solution, or do you stick with the quarterback because you don't want to be stuck without? If you're the Dallas Stars and everyone's off the market and you don't have a clear replacement, do you stick with Pete DeBoer for another year while under contract because of that? Or you just say, we know this is not it. We're the Kansas City Chiefs, Alex Smith, he can only get us so far, and we move on.
Look,
it's like making that move without the replacement.
Yeah, his previous 2 stops, pretty sure he was fired mid-season. I know he was in San Jose, and I think he was in Jersey too. Vegas, I can't remember, but that is one of the options they could have taken. One route is that you just play it out one more year,
right? Because there's kind of the heads and tails side of to look at it with the 1 year remaining on the contract. Okay, is he a sitting duck and guys, you don't want to enter a contract year with nobody playing for you, or is it a buckle up? exactly. Or is it all hands on deck? We've been there 3 straight years. If it doesn't happen this year, 1 year, a natural parting of the ways. That's kind of the way my mind thought of it, especially given the timing of not being a lot of candidates out there, which also begs the question that maybe the plan all along was internal.
How do you rank the coaching importance in hockey compared to the other sports? Give me most to least.
Most NFL, in my opinion. I'll go second most. This is tough because it's a fun sports debate, right? There's not a perfect answer, but I'll go baseball, then hockey. NBA is the least important.
Baseball second.
Yeah, I mean you got.
I was thinking baseball was last.
The bullpen decisions, and there's managing a clubhouse, and there's so many different components to the baseball decisions. I mean, I hate to even bring this guy up because he still kind of gets on my nerves from time to time, but AJ Hinch, to what he's done for, I mean, of course, with the Astros, the cheating scandal, say what you will, but
he's ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Well, he's killing it.
He's killing it.
I mean, there's no reason the Tigers should be the best team in Major League Baseball. Call it what it is. I think a baseball manager can win you games, bullpen decisions, when to go, matchup splits, that sort of thing, reverse splits. There's so many different elements that a baseball manager can have an impact on the game. With hockey, I think it's getting all of the, similar to basketball, getting every single guy to play for you. And I think NBA's at the very bottom. They're just babysitters out there, man.
Okay, so hockey third.
Isn't the babysitting aspect though like so
moved
crucial?
Up in importance?
Yeah, because I mean, that is really a stars league where the basketball players can dictate everything. That it's really easy to lose control of your building.
Right. No, that's fair. I guess when you said to me importance, like which coach can X's and O's and have an impact on the
back,
game.
say I'm stupid. Don't just go, that's a good point. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why. You thought it. Tell me I'm wrong.
Monty Williams is being paid by like 4 different NBA teams right now. Like that to me, when I think NBA coach, that's who I think of.
Jake Rima in studio here on 105.3 The Fan. So what else did you think of with Jim Nill? All those notes are not for us, are they?
Oh, of course. Yeah, this is my stars wish list.
RJ, and is that coffee you spilled?
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear your wish list.
No, I'm embarrassed. My handwriting's terrible.
Toss it to him. You're too short. You're both too short for that.
Yeah, my ADHD happens when I get writing. And
no.
I circled the ones I really like.
All right, do you think if they lose 2-1 in the final game but still losing 5, DeBoer's still here? And Ottinger is in that game. They lose 2-1.
Yeah, I do think DeBoer is still here. I like anything, reserve the right to change my opinion if more information becomes available. But just that, in a vacuum, sure. I think the way, and I said this over the weekend, it all snowballed so fast in the sense that you have entering the series against Edmonton after, I can vividly remember walking back from the AAC after they beat Winnipeg. Oh, yeah. And just thinking like, Stars got this. Let's go. Rematch. Here we go. And then how fast it changes, I think, is a testament to playoff sports. But with, nice. We completed the handoff there. But with the way it just snowballed and the almost all of a sudden, like when things are magnified and murmurs all of a sudden sounded more like, I can't play for this coach anymore. And I think that it was amplified in a short amount of time, and it happened fast.
Break down his wish list, Choppy.
A lot. Look, there's only, because we're so late in the game, the names are pretty much steady with everybody's list. You're going to have your Laviolettes and your Graham, who's with the Texas Stars, and a lot of people are saying they want Pavelski and the staff at some point.
I heard you guys talking about Tortorella. I would love that because I want to be at the AAC and him screaming at me for a stupid question I asked.
He will stupid question you. Oh, he will do that.
Dumb MF.
Will he rub players the wrong way?
Yeah, he is. If players don't want to play for Pete DeBoer, they're not going to want to play for Tortorella.
All right, give us a reasonable wish list and who's at the top.
All right, I got a realistic list. Neil Graham makes the most sense. Todd Nelson is.
And Neil Graham is
the head coach of the Texas Stars, whose season just came to an end, which was kind of interesting. You know, you've got that curveball kind of playing out as how long could the Texas Stars season continue to play, because they were down 3-1. I think they made it 3-2. But Todd Nelson is another minor league coach for the Hershey Bears, and he was an assistant with the Stars back in 2018 to 2022, so has some history there. And then some college coaches. Why? I mean, this late in the game, throw some curveballs, something wild. Now, both these college coaches are under contract, and I don't anticipate them leaving. But David Carl was the head coach for the University of Denver. The Chicago Blackhawks tried to go after him. They tried to throw him the bag. Is that what the kids say? Throw him the bag? Yeah. But he just got paid big time.
Gavin Spittle texted in his name. University of Denver, if they can convince him to leave, has turned down multiple NHL gigs. How about translating college to pros and hockey? Is it just big adjustment?
No, I think it's a natural progression, just like you see in football. I think if a guy can coach hockey, he can coach hockey at the NHL, he can coach at the hockey or at the college level. And then Pat Ferschweiler is the head coach for Western Michigan, who just won a national championship. But they just paid him, and they just made this huge investment in hockey at Western Michigan. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Vegas has Jake Reedman in studio here, commercial-free Expressway. Vegas has Manny Malhotra. Spittle said he was an NHL assistant and played for the Stars 02 to 04. You know about him?
Yeah, I have him on my minor league coaches list because what's interesting is Manny Malhotra just went up against Neil Graham in the AHL playoffs, and his team, the Canucks, beat the Texas Stars. So if you want to put an AHL comparison at it, Manny's got the extra edge there. I mean, come on. Manny beat out Neil Graham, and we're going to hire Neil Graham? How can we do that? The proof's right there.
Man, I'm going to where did you say Neil Graham was on that bet list? Well, he wasn't even on there, right?
No, I don't know why. Why isn't he on there?
Yeah, I heard your list and I was scratching my head because there's a couple other names. Steve Ott is an assistant for the St. Louis Blues, and he's a classic. If you think about,
he played here too.
Exactly. But he's a guy that has been an assistant long enough where you're just thinking, all right, when's it his turn to become a head coach?
Who's on the unreasonable list? Choppy's number one by far is
John Cooper's. You got to get him out of Tampa. That's the number one.
That would be cool.
But you're not. It's impossible. Like they're not going to give him up. I can't imagine.
No, the Gerard Gallant conversation is interesting because he was the coach of the year with Vegas in 2018. Now he played for the Red Wings when Jim Nill was an assistant coach. This is way back, or assistant general manager. I'm sorry, way back in the 90s. But he coached Team Canada, and you know how I feel about that. I don't want a guy coaching Team Canada and then coming to coach here. USA.
Yeah, 2 strikes. He has 2 strikes. I don't want anybody that coached Vegas.
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Exactly.
Just they're the rival.
Okay. And then John Tortorella is on the wish list just because it would be hilarious. Alain Nasruddin is an assistant coach that I think will also have an opportunity to be a realistic interview candidate. And then Jay Woodcroft, who I heard a lot of people talking about, I think he just got a raw end of a deal in Edmonton. They fired him after 13 games in the, I believe that was the 2023 season.
Weren't they like 1-11 though?
They weren't good. They were good, Chapman. They were 4-9. 4-9.
I'm sorry. They had Connor McDavid and Leon. They were 4-9.
Well, they had lost 4 of their first 13 games, and that's on goaltending. Somebody told me that's on goaltending. It's not the head coach's fault.
Who's the culture guy on your list? Who's it? Because to me, like what Jim Nill said the other day was, I don't give a damn about how good a coach you are. I need somebody who can manage this talent.
Right. Depends on how you define culture, because with Neil Graham, he was gentle. He's a player's coach, and he worked in the development of Thomas Harley and Jake Ottinger and Liam Bichel and all those guys.
You got to find a site where Neil Graham's listed low so we can bet it.
Okay, so I did find one. He is the favorite at bookies.com.
Okay. Bookies.
Yeah. Plus 350.
Or that's booking.
Okay. Yeah. Leave the gambling. Oh, no, you're a gambler too.
Yeah, way too much.
All right. What else?
As far as potential.
Culture
guy. Yeah. So Neil Graham makes a lot of sense. And then Nasruddin as an assistant. And then Steve Spott, also an assistant, but he was kind of a DeBoer guy. And so if you're thinking of that continuity, I don't anticipate Steve Spott.
Well, there is continuity with the rest of the staff being kept here.
Right, yeah. That's
Jim Nill said he's
keeping them.
Yeah.
That's why Neil Graham just it makes the most sense. I mean, he's managed in that organization. He's just continued to make that incremental climb.
So the one thing here, though, is like, because I'm hearing the speculation with the Knicks hire, right? People are saying they're too close to a title to go with a first-time head coach.
Yeah.
Can you not say the same here? And I know that like Neil Graham's not a first-time head coach. He's first time NHL head.
Right. I absolutely agree with you. You asked me culture guy. My wish list is Peter Laviolette because I think that's exactly it. This team is so close. They need somebody that can get you over the hump. And albeit it was 2006, but Laviolette's a guy that's won a Stanley Cup. Tortorella's won a Stanley Cup. Gallant's won a Stanley Cup. That's my mindset as well, is who can be a guy that takes you over the hump. Because they can get to the Western Conference Finals. They can't get over the hump. Who's going to get you over the hump? I like an experienced coach with a ring to his name.
But I don't like a 60-year-old with this much hair, though. That's too much hair. I can't trust
to the point about the basketball front, about being that close and going first time, like, Cleveland was close. They fired David Blatt, and they just threw Teron Lewin as a first-time head coach in the middle of the season. They won with it.
Steve Kerr?
I think, and I think it's a lot more like that for the Stars, I feel like, where it's more just like, we need somebody who's going to come in here and
not rock the boat.
I don't need somebody to come in here and just be a genius. I need somebody to come in here and manage personalities and let talent be talent.
That's exactly. I think that's a very, very fair point in the thought. But at the same time, like, what did we all say this team lacked? They lacked physicality. They lacked a mean streak. They lacked that toughness. And I don't know if somebody that has all this experience is going to say the hard things to force guys to be tough, to force guys to be gritty.
Who'd they lose to the last 2 years, though? Because we were told Colorado's too physical form, Winnipeg's too physical form. Edmonton's not as physical. Edmonton will play your brand of hockey, and you got beat up by them. Like, I still feel like at the end of the day, it's about underperforming.
So Jay Woodcroft could have the inside edge how to beat Edmonton and coach there.
Yeah.
Jake Rietma.
I've said that a lot.
In studio, commercial-free, Expressway on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, sir.
Hey, always a pleasure.
Oh, first two games of the Cup final.
Oh, electric. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. I mean, I cannot wait for it tonight because, you talk about the meme of the guy smoking the cigarette because he's so tired after watching these games. That's how I feel. I mean, you can't ask for anything better.
Thank you, Jacob. We appreciate it. You're appreciated. All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Then I want to hear about everybody's weekend, including the Storms last night.
Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It's a good song.
Good song. He's good. I feel dirty saying that. I do feel dirty saying that. Like, everybody either they make fun of his voice. It's too manufactured, but his songs are catchy, man.
We'll have another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. 8:20, Bobby Belt with a new Music Monday. Let's see how long that segment sticks around. Let's see how your weekend went.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Give us the best. Give us the worst. Here on DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. What was the best part? What was the worst part? And did you have to deal with the Storms, or did you find them to be overblown, overhyped, and overrated yesterday evening? RJ Choppy, start us off.
The best. I got two bests. The first best is we got a new couch and a new rug for the living room over the weekend.
You're very excited about this.
Yes.
Now,
my original rug that I had in the house, we got it in 2017. So it's 8 years. These things that they mat down. I've switched it. I've flipped it. So it the part that was under the couch is now in the front, so you can't see it. I've done that a couple times, and finally it was just 8 years in.
You were apprehensive and nervous though about the couch selection process.
The process is tough because
every man goes through this.
For the most part.
I said man, so I'm not applying it to you, smart ass.
I think for the most part, the guy is I don't care what it looks like, I need to melt into it. And for the most part, the girl is it needs to be both.
Yep.
It needs to be comfortable,
but more looks over the
more
feel.
Looks. But more looks. Fortunately, Sarah's she wants I think she's equal footing. It has to be super comfortable. So she found this one couch and she's like, go to the store, sit on it. I was like, all right, I'm going to go. I sit on this thing. And this is just amazing. It's fantastic. It's deep. Got to have a deep couch.
Yeah.
All right. And then and we wanted leather because we got the dog.
A scratch now.
It is, but we bought the.
It was real leather?
It is. We bought the protection.
Ooh.
And they said even if the dog scratches it.
So leather for the deep fit.
Yeah.
Protection for the deep fit.
Protection, yeah. So even if the dog scratches it or like you scratch it, like you cut it with
I messed up my joke.
whatever, they'll replace it or fix it, whatever they can do. So we got that. We got the new rug. Put the rug down. The couch comes in on Tuesday.
How many stores and how many couches did you go sit on?
One.
Because this took me about 30.
One.
You bastard.
One store. She looked online.
She did the homework. She did the scouting.
She did all the scouting. She looked online. She went into a couple stores, like 2 or 3. And then she goes, I think this is the couch. And I was like, okay, I'll go sit on it. And then I sat down. I was like, this is perfect.
Good.
So we got that. That was bestest.
And then ask the fan text what you were surprised by when it comes to the old couch. Let's see what they said.
Oh. So I was like, she was like, we got to figure out what to do with the old couch. And I was like, well, we're going to move it upstairs or whatever. I was like, they'll just have them take it. This is how long it's been since I bought a couch. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was like, yeah, when I was a kid, my parents bought a new couch. The people who delivered the couch took the old couch with them. And she's like, no, that's not. And I said, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just expect basic customer service here.
Yeah.
And then I asked you two guys, and you said, no, they don't take the couch away.
They're not taking the couch
And I'm
away.
like, what world do we live in?
I think you found out the new world that you live in when you took all of her clothes to the consignment shop and they reject you like Matumbo, like happens with Amanda's clothes. And they're like, oh, this isn't stylish enough for us to resell or give away for free.
Yeah, so now
Different
it's
world.
like, got to figure out what to do with these things. I give them away or throw them away.
I think some people still offer it, but it's very narrow. It's not common.
So what are you going to do with it?
So we have those media recliners upstairs, those chairs. They're bonded lead. They're peeling off like crazy. We are just going to give those to whoever wants them. We're not going to ask for money. Just take them.
Yeah.
Get rid of them. Bulk trash this week. So we're
There
going to
you
move
go.
that couch upstairs.
There you go.
So we're going to move the couch upstairs and then the recliners outside or wherever.
What's your couch? And what are your parameters or needs?
So Kristen that's the one thing she's been starting to get antsy about recently has been the couch. She's like insistent. She wants something that she wants it to do the L shape out or whatever. Cause she's like, I want us to be able to be able to be next to each other. And she's like, and I can still lay out or we can do different things.
So cute.
So I like our couch now. We've had it for forever. It's
What's
like
the
10
material?
years now. It's a cloth couch, but it's comfortable. And that's the thing is that I don't want to jeopardize I know as soon as we swap it out, I'm going to be like, I don't like this one as much, like the feel of it. And so that's why I get a little stubborn on it.
Does
But
it look raggedy? Worn?
No, I mean, it's older, but it's not, it hasn't worn out or anything
You
yet.
want it 10 years. You
Yeah.
want that.
Yeah,
you
that's
want
good.
that break in.
That's a good number.
And it's it's super comfortable. The girls haven't gone nuts on it yet, jumping up and down, destroying everything. But
I got to call it the couch business, the furniture business, because I have done so much of this over the past 2 or 3 years. Pepe, you may be involved in this with the new home. Well. These couches suck.
Mm-hmm.
These couches nowadays suck. I don't know who decided, whatever phase we're in of style, where the back doesn't fit right. It's like a lean back. They're all low to the ground. You got to feel like you need a walker to go ahead and get up. The cloth is too hot. The leather is too expensive. They think because you can move it a little bit that, wow, that's going to blow me away in order for me to drop $4,000 on it. No, man. Let's get back to comfort. Let's make comfort the number one thing.
Comfort over style, baby.
In the couch world. And, you can make them stylish too. But I find that the current group of couches, while out shopping for the past 2 or 3 years, is awful. Terrible.
a couch, I won't say specifically, even though we've kind of referenced it already. We were all sitting on a couch recently, the three of us. When we were sitting on that couch in someone's office, I could not find any way to get myself comfortable. I was like, if I sit too far back, my legs are kind of dangling off. If I scoot up for it, I was very uncomfortable that entire time in terms of just with myself trying to figure out how do I position myself not to look like an idiot sitting on this
What's
thing.
your couch situation?
So we have one, it's a 3-seater in the living room. Mackenzie bought that one last year, so I have yet to go on couch shopping. She bought the couch last year in our rental home, and then her parents gave us one couch, my parents gave us another one, but we have 3 in our house right now. One in the dining room, one in the living room, and then in my man cave for now, it's the L-shaped one.
Baby.
Well, you're not going shopping then.
Nope.
You got a new
Not
one
yet.
last year. What was the worst of the weekend?
Costco. Went there yesterday morning.
Did you use it for your passport?
No. It's a good reference. So
what's that story?
So the TSA people are trying to get through TSA with their Costco card. They're like, that's not going to work. That's not your ID.
It's got a picture and your first and last name on it.
You know what? Perhaps I should have used that at the Roman Coliseum. Could you imagine if I turned my Costco card
and asked,
around?
"Where's the hot dogs?"
Yeah, I really should have done that.
Yes.
But we went there literally to get steaks and Topo Chico, and we walked $350 later.
Yep.
We are walking out. It is impossible to go there and leave.
What aisles got you? What did you make the unexpected turn down? Or was it all in the grocery?
No, we got clothes. The clothes aisle.
Yep.
What did we get?
Some Kirkland brand.
Yeah, we got some Gatorades or Powerade, whatever. We got salmon. We got those wild chips. Have you heard of these things?
No.
It's like these are potato chips made just out of chicken. So it's not. So they're supposed to be healthy.
Some protein.
Yeah, and then jerky. The jerky aisle really gets me.
Really?
The jerky aisle really gets. Sunscreen, acai bowls. What else do we get? A 10-pack of freezer packets, because you can never have enough.
Freezer packets?
Yeah, you freeze these things, they turn into ice packs.
Oh, okay.
I had to get a 10-pack of them.
All right.
Right, because they're there.
Well, next time, just get it delivered. Go on Instacart, put in your membership number, and get it delivered if you don't want to spend. But it's fun to. I love the Costco meat section. I tell a man to just come get me in 10 minutes. Come back and get me.
It's whenever we go in there, it's the electronics. Like, I'll just go, I'm going to walk down the TV. I'll just walking down it. And then usually I see something there. I'm like, I've never seen this gadget before. This looks useful.
We got our computers there.
Yeah.
I bought so much stuff there that I basically never ended up using.
Is it a different selection of electronics there?
There's just so much stuff that usually you get down there, and as you're walking down, you're like, this is an interesting gadget. I've never seen this before. I'm going to buy it. It looks like it'd be useful. And then it's not, and I don't use it at all. And so that's what usually gets me when we go in there. So Kristen tries to, if I being forced to go with her, she will move me around that aisle.
Best and worst of the weekend here on 105.3 The Fan. Franklin Franco text line 877-881-1053.
Friday was good. Like I mentioned, I went
Bachelor Bobby weekend.
up until Saturday afternoon. I had got drinks with a buddy at Marty B's. That was a good time. I ran into a listener there. His name is Heath, who said he listens all the time to the morning show. He was great. I had another buddy called me on Friday afternoon. So he had a pipe burst in his house, and he called me and he's like,
"Hey, you went to fix it?"
Hey, no, his he had a plumber there to fix it, and he called me and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing right now?" I was like, "Nothing. Why? What's up?" And he's like, I was talking with my plumber about some stuff, and we ended up talking about the fan, and he listens to y'all all the time. You want to say what's up to him? I was like, sure. So I said hi to Junior. So Tolo Jr. says he's tuned in all the time to the morning show. I told him he'd get his "You're Appreciated" hat tip right here. This was really a bad weekend, though, overall. There was one thing that really stood out, and I won't say where this was specifically, because I don't know.
And while we're on Tolo acknowledgments, Choppy did say he was cited and embarrassed at the same time. All you guys had different Tolo shout outs over the weekend.
Couple of mics. One Friday, one Saturday. On Friday, we were out. We went out to late dinner after a baseball, and this Tolo came up and said, "Hey," he has his phone in his hand. And he's like, "Is this your only outfit?" And he shows a photo of me wearing the same thing on our trip to Italy. And I was like, okay, it's like a month and a half ago. I got a little grace period here.
Yeah.
But, it might have been my only outfit. Another Tolo Mike, who's a big listener, he lives in Keller. His wife hates us, though. It's not, makes him turn the radio off. She wants music.
Wow.
And I was like, no. Now she's a listener now. So now she's...
you talked to her.
Yeah, now she's hooked.
I do like, we've been called the most toxic show by Gavin Dawson. I do like that will occasionally extend sometimes to the listeners. Like when I was in Allen a couple weeks ago and somebody at the gas station was like, "Bobby," and came over like, "Can I get a picture?" I was like, "Yeah." And he had seen me at the gas pump and he goes, "I'd recognize that awful neck beard anywhere." I was like, "Okay, well, thanks. Appreciate that." The worst of the weekend was Kristen did get back Saturday afternoon. That's not the worst of it. But when she got back Saturday afternoon, she got back from Central Texas. They were in Johnson City at her aunt and uncle's ranch. And when they were getting back, it was like 4. So I was like, "Do you want to do early dinner? We'll go take the girls. We'll go to one of their favorite spots." So we go for dinner to this establishment that I won't identify. And as we're sitting there, I was like, it's warm in here. And I know I typically get...
Super famous place. Really, really good, too.
And and we love it. And I was like, it's warm in here. This is weird. And as it turns out, the AC was out in about a quarter of the dining room. And when the server came over there and was talking to us, they're like, oh yeah, it's just had some problems for a while. It's just, it's not really been working. I'm like, why are you still seating people here? Like, I understand that it's tough, the margins in restaurants and different things like that. I totally understand that. But now it's like, I'll still go to this restaurant. I'm not going to this location anymore. Like, they planted us over there. Somebody made a comment. Everybody who came by, the person who brought us food, the manager, everybody stepped over there and then, ooh, it's warm over here. It's like, yeah, it is. Thanks for plopping us down right here and not like giving any advances. There were other spots that had been open.
Oh.
That they could have dropped us in that had air conditioning.
And you were probably in a sweatshirt.
Yeah, I did. I was in a sweatshirt. It was rolled up like this though.
Yeah,
but
makes all the
in
difference.
general, it was just like they had fans on in there. They didn't turn them on. So they had fans on. They didn't turn them on. We had to ask them to turn them on. They were talking about this has been an issue with their AC for. It's like, fix it and stop seating people over there in the meantime, because all that did was just ruin the meal to me. I just sat there the whole time annoyed. Like, it's hot here.
Was there a lot of different dining rooms they could have put you in?
Yeah, there was apparently a space over towards the side where they could have seated us that didn't have AC.
Did you say, I want to sit over there?
We'd sat down. We didn't realize it was warm until like 5 minutes later. And then Kristen was like, well, let's get up. Let's move. And at that point, I was being myself and irritated and dug in. I was like, no, I just want to eat and I want to get out of here. We put in the order. We've already set. They brought stuff out. I'm not moving.
You gotta say, pick all this up and move us over there.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm gonna do now is I'm picking up and moving out of that restaurant and not giving them any more money. And we eat there pretty often.
Not going back, period.
Not to that location. That location's not getting the business anymore. Because to me, that's just basic customer service. Don't sit me down there and let me find out it's really hot here if you know it is. Like do something.
That place has really cold beers too. You should have just gotten really cold beer.
Just do something. Do something to cool it off. It was as hot as that wonderful bread they typically bring to you. Is a hint.
Best of the weekend.
That threw me off.
The best of the weekend was just. It was good to
write down what you think and show it to me.
It was good to have the girls home. That I'm realizing more and more
that you like your children.
No, not just that. I'm realizing more and more that I'm dependent on my identity as a father. In terms of, and this is probably a thing I should have worked out in therapy, Sean, that I didn't get the opportunity to, because Jared Sandler chased me away from it. But Choppy's trying to reach what this restaurant is. But when they get home, they're naturally, so I found out this is the first trip they've come back home where I felt more clingy in their return than they did to me.
Oh.
Where they're getting older and they're just like, Daddy, and it's like they're happy to see me or whatever else. But it's also like, all right, I'm gonna go watch TV. I'm gonna go do that. It's like, why? Just come hang out here. Like, I wanted to go eat. I wanted to go sit down and eat with them. I wanted them to just hang out in the living room. We all sit together on our non-L-shaped couch. I want to do that, and they were just like, okay, can I go play now?
Yeah.
I was like, all right, fine. And so it was a little depressing. It was good to have him back, but at the same time, it had a little bit of a depressing twinge to it.
Pepe, best and worst of the weekend for you.
We'll start with the best because the worst is just very depressing for me right now. But the best is Friday. I went back to the casino. Look, I got knocked out in Boston a few months ago when I went. Lost a few $100. Got knocked out again in Vegas 2 weeks ago.
Lost 500.
Down almost a G just from both of those trips. So now I'm like,
did you go with the fiance?
I did. We had a free hotel room thanks to Choctaw, so went there, spent the night, and which is the best up there when you get a hotel room. But
it changes your entire cost structure.
Oh, it does. Oh, absolutely. Because because
it does. I mean, your margins
the way
are completely
you said it sounded
now.
like Shark Tank. Your margins, your cost structure.
Yeah, and so I walked away up $314. We're slowly progressing, boys. We lost twice in a row. We don't lose 3 times in a row.
If you had to pay for the hotel, you walk away even.
Basically, yeah. I had food credit too as well. Free play, it was a free trip. Paid for gas in 10 minutes up there. Then the worst hit, and that was Friday as well, but the mosquitoes have approached my house, and they have taken over. Look, I'm at fault. I left some boxes out back by the garage door, and they got wet and did not throw them away. So there was the puddle there. That's where they were swarming to. I was like, where are these things coming from? They were in the front yard, backyard, everywhere. I mean, there were tens of thousands there. But so I went through a whole bottle of Repel. I think that's what I can use there. But I sprayed those suckers down, because that was around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and by about 8 or 9, they were mostly done, from what I could tell. But I hope the wind and the rain from last night knocked them away.
Yeah, Pepe was mass texting in panic. Does anyone else have the bad mosquito problems and you were trying to help them out?
I've seen these things. They look like, they kind of look like a...
Daddy long legs?
No, they look like a cup, like a koozie.
Oh,
almost.
Okay.
I think it's called thermocell or something like that. It's supposed to create this dome around you. I have no idea if it actually works.
None of them work. Okay, you're not going to stop mosquitoes.
No. Very difficult.
I have every gadget, burning the, whatever the smell is that's supposed to get them, the candles. I've hung coins.
In a bag?
In a bag. All of it. So, what the heck is the smell? Citronella. That's it. Citronella. No, nothing works.
Yeah, so I thought about putting the bug zapper out. I didn't with the storm last night, but I was like, man, these things, because they're all like, they're not just like, around like the doors and stuff, because we have a doggy door, so the dogs go in and out, but every time they go out, it opens up for a little bit and they fly in. So it's like I got mosquitoes in the house. I've been killing them left and right, so I'm hoping they're gone today.
Let's mic up Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. What does he really like at practice? And has Micah called to tell you good night? Inside the Star in the home of the Cowboys.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Peyton, Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys. 105.3
There
The
goes
Fan.
my perfect game.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys here on DFW Sports Station, also your home of the Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour, and Bobby, who is turning into our Cowboy historian, talking about a passing that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, this is sad news. I didn't see this on Friday with everything else going on in the world of sports that we were doing. I had missed the note that Tom Rafferty had passed away. Now, Tom Rafferty was the Cowboys' starting guard when he first got here. He'd replaced Blaine Nye. He was a fourth-round pick in the 70s out of Penn State. And after a couple years of guard, he made what was supposed to be the temporary switch to center, and then ended up being a mainstay there for several years. Basically had run up from 1976 in the offensive line all the way until Mark Stepnoski took over in 1989. But a unique career, one of the few people in existence who would have blocked for Roger Staubach, Danny White, and Troy Aikman. And you want to talk about just scrappy, grit, tough, blue-collar, smart football player. This is a guy who played center, offensive line, even for the day when offensive line were smaller. He was 6'3", 250. He was a small offensive lineman.
That's tiny.
And he managed to stick around the NFL for 13 years and is a real Iron Man for a lot of that time for the Cowboys. And he had passed away at the end of last week at the age of 70. He had been in the hospital, I guess, since May, according to his daughter. But one of the mainstays on the Cowboys Super Bowl teams in the 70s, and a guy who I think for an organization that has such a legacy of the Great Wall of Dallas, and look at all the 90s offensive lines and the 2010s, and look how great, Rayfield Wright was. Tom Rafferty never made a Pro Bowl. He never made an All-Pro team, but he definitely deserves a spot in those mentions for being just everything you wanted in terms of grit and IQ and everything else. A guy that any championship team would really love to have on their roster. So that was sad news to see Tom Rafferty passing away last week.
DallasCowboys.com mic'd up Brian Schottenheimer for practice. And I want to get everybody's first impressions of Shotty running around in Frisco.
Feels good out here. Let's go, baby. Let's have a hell of a day. Keep showing up. Yeah, get that left one, not the right one. Get that left one. Get that left one, dog. Hey, where were you at? Where'd you go, Swin?
Leighton Vander Esch's boat. Something Robert.
Here? Out here?
Ray Roberts Lake.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I see you right there. Hey. I see you right there. It's like twins. Not. There you go, good. Here we go, real quick. Let's go, here we go. Defense, outstanding job, right? You guys had some plays out there, right? You're going to break it up. I love it, okay? Really good day. Now, can we come out here again and do it tomorrow, okay? I bet we can. I know we can, okay?
Family on 3. So there's a little taste of Brian Schottenheimer at the Ford Center.
Something Roberts.
Something Roberts. Hey, Jake Ferguson's from Wisconsin. He's not from here originally. But that was, Something Roberts. I would have figured. I think Cowboys players have typically been Lake Louisville guys. So Ray Roberts may have not been as familiar. But
Ray Roberts is just the mirror image of Louisville, just further north.
Yeah,
just a V. It's just like the shape of the lake.
I was going to say a little more. I might say that Louisville's a little more trouble potentially.
More peaceful, but it looks the same.
Yeah. What about his style out there?
So, again, this will sound to some people, make them go a little sideways. But honestly, what you see there, when you watch the video, it looks like the way Garrett used to run through the stretch lines and how he used to just go up to every player. That was never McCarthy, and that's fine.
Yep.
There's no criticism to it. It's not a right or wrong way. It's just a personality style. But it's like a little more upbeat, personable version of Garrett. But he does want the same, let's connect with everybody. Let's go down the line. I want to see everybody. Not just I want to see everybody. I want to know, what did you do this weekend, Jake Ferguson? I want to know what y'all are up to and what's going on in your lives. And so it makes all things. I had no idea, because he's kind of further down the practice field when we're out there. I had no idea his preferred celebration noise though was yee or whatever he did.
Yeah.
He threw out like 4 of those. There was like
Tyrese Halliburton.
I did not expect that we were going to get like almost like a Michael Jackson ad lib as Brian Schottenheimer's preferred celebration.
The great Brandon Laurie, blogging the boys, hit me up and said, "Hey, I wanted to make sure you saw some extra stuff." And Brandon's just one of these. I think I don't think I've met him. Apologize if I have, but he is one of these great content people out there that is all over the Cowboys and clipping every single thing. So I want to give him a special shout out. But he sent me this video of, was it Greek line dancing? It's Schottenheimer getting Dak, Milton, Greer, Steve Shimko, and their families learning traditional line dancing. So that was a interesting video to watch. And then Brandon also had Joe Milton doing the Here We Go cadence.
Oh, baby.
So the early reports of the demise of Here We Go going bye-bye, not yet.
Nope, not yet. He is, they're keeping it around for now, it sounds like. So, I mean, it could be like
if it's preferred by the quarterback, if they're comfortable with it.
Yeah, so, and I mean, a lot of times, so we've talked about the cadence recently. Like, a lot of times, the whole point of the cadence is just basically code to tell guys when they need to go and different things like that. And so if that's one that they've just found, like, phonetically and the rhythm to it fits, and it fits Dak, well, then everybody else behind it's just got to learn it. And that's one of the things that Schottenheimer's emphasized is you need to the biggest thing is just, we've got the cadence for Dak, and then everybody else needs to make sure they sound like him. That's got to be the biggest thing.
Micah Parsons a little late to the game with this TikTok trend that we played a couple weeks ago.
He's like 2 or 3 weeks late.
Yeah. Assuming no one else got on social media.
He was overseas.
And saw this. That's right. He wasn't in Frisco. No, he actually was at times. Bobby set this up. And did you only get the Schottenheimer one?
I only grabbed the Schottenheimer one because it was a little spotty. I don't know. I didn't think they were that great of reactions, but he had called different people, Kevontae Turpin, Tyler Smith, got the reaction you said. Couple of people because
explain what the bit is.
So the bit is you call your buddies and you tell them
guy to guy.
I just want to tell you good night, and literally that's the only reason you're calling.
Hey man, I just want to tell you, it's the way people are saying it too. Like, hey Chop, Chop, I just want to tell you good night, man.
Like you'd call your significant other when you're out of town.
Y'all, we're gonna die with the storms. Like, hey, well you already sleep, so
he was already respond.
Out. Bob. I just want to tell you night.
So half of the people had seen this trend already. And so they're like, you doing TikTok? Is that what you're doing? CeeDee Lamb commented in it when I'm glad I didn't answer. And Mike was like, I called twice too.
Who else did he call? He called Osa.
Osa, Kevontae Turpin, Tyler Smith. I'm trying to remember who the other one.
Diggs.
Yeah, Diggs. He called Diggs as well. Well,
Diggs knew what he was up to, I think.
The last one that he called, and we asked this question when we covered this topic a couple weeks ago, who would actually just not even think of it as a bit, would just go, oh, that's so great. Well, the one guy I could have predicted would have reacted like that would have been Brian Schottenheimer, because that's what he wants. He wants guys to connect. And so Micah Parsons called and told Shotty goodnight, and this is how
things spilled over a little bit. It got a little too real as Schottenheimer started talking about Micah's contract negotiation.
What up, buddy? What up, Coach?
What you doing, man? You all right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say goodnight.
Okay. I love that, bro. What's going on? Y'all good?
Hell yeah. I mean, I just feel like, as player to coach, just checking in on you, mental, say goodnight, hope fans well, see you Monday, excited about next week. Just a good night.
Well, good, man. Well, hey, look, I know this is weird for everybody, man, but look, you're handling everything the right way, bro, and this thing's going to get worked out. And, again, I'm thrilled to see where we take this thing, man. We're building something special, and you're going to be a huge part of it, bro.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Shotty. Take a shotty from me when you got a chance, man.
Hey, I'm drinking a shotty right now, man. Get ready and turn in for the night, brother.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I appreciate the call, man, for real. And I look forward to seeing you Monday, and it's going to be a great week.
Hell yeah. See you soon, Coach.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Schottenheimer just took it naturally.
He's
absolutely not on TikTok.
He's not.
Absolutely not on. I
don't listen to sports radio either.
Nope. He wants to be.
I'll tell that in a second.
He wants to be like the stuff that people say, like, imagine being like this close that you would actually call somebody, you'd have this kind of relationship. That's what he wants them to have. And so when he calls that, I'm just checking on your mentals, that sounds exactly like something Schottenheimer would ask them to do. And yeah, it's a little, there's about 4 seconds in there that's a little like, okay.
Yeah.
That could have gone sideways a little bit because he said it's weird for everyone. We have not heard him describe this situation as weird yet, but he did also say, you're handling it the right way. Okay, so coming in and out, all right, fine. But I think quickly he just pivoted to, we got a big plan. We're all going to be successful. It's going to get done. It sounded more just optimistic in general, the way that he was approaching it. But this is that's shoddy. That's authentic shoddy.
And at the end, he said he was enjoying a shoddy. A shoddy, in case you did not know, was some vodka, some lemon, and maybe a little bit of water. As I told you on Friday, we went to meet with Schottenheimer for about 90 minutes at his office a couple of weeks ago. And Bobby came up with a good idea. He said, hey, I got an extra bottle of Tito's. Should we take it to him as a joke? I said, yeah, I have some lemons at the house. I'll bring the lemons, the cheap part of it. Bobby, you bring the vodka. So we walk into the office, and Bobby gets a nice little gift bag and everything, hands it over to Schottenheimer. He takes out this huge handle of Tito's. I thought it was... What are the sizes, Choppy?
Probably 750.
Sure.
You got to remember, I said I had an extra bottle.
Yeah.
That's where you erred. You should know, what kind of bottle would Bobby have on hand?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it was a free one from Sandler, like the smaller bottle. Yeah. So I went home, and I'm looking at the lemons and the limes. And like 3 lemons I had were like, they were a little too soft. And I didn't want to give him one that wasn't going to be, the perfect ripeness. So I grabbed the one that I felt had the best,
flavor to it. Firmness, flavor, everything.
The best firmness, and I stuck it in Bobby's bag. Mm-hmm. So Schottenheimer pulls out the vodka, and we're like, there's something else in there, like we're giving a Christmas present. There's another thing in there, and it's like taking him a little bit too long to get this lemon out. And finally, he brings out this lemon and looks at it with absolute disgust.
Yeah, it was. It was a lemon that looked like it was the size of a lime, a big lime, a bigger lime.
Yeah.
And he looked at it, he's like, what the hell am I going to do with this thing?
What am I going to do with this thing? And I became the butt of the joke for the next 90 minutes and afterwards, as Brian Schottenheimer is just making fun of me nonstop for bringing the Sharif hand size lemon, and only one lemon. I didn't want to give him a bad lemon, and I thought it was just the small bottle of vodka, so one lemon, and he was really giving it to me that I brought such a small lemon, and by the way, only one, making me feel and look cheap.
He said, I believe the first thing he said, when he picked it up, he said, you guys spend all your money on liquor? Did you have to go beg for this lemon? And so he said, did you go into the store?
It's one of those lemons you get at the counter,
he's like,
lemon or lime.
He's like, did you go into the store and say, can you give me the smallest lemon you have in your store?
Yeah,
I need the smallest one possible. It was good natured, but man, he was definitely like, all right, you're gonna hear about this. Yeah. You're gonna get this one. Yeah, exactly.
Oxnard.
During the season, I would imagine this is going to continue to be something about, well, I know you guys like to give me half lemons or whatever. He's gonna make this a troll point moving forward.
Well, I'll just respond back with something he said where he said, I should be the one giving you gifts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he did give us some sandwiches.
They were wonderful.
They were good sandwiches.
Very good.
Sandwiches and some nice kettle chips and
the chips
and a cookie.
Yes, and a cookie.
Gave us some extra time too. He did give us some extra time. So it was a good chat. But yeah, Sean definitely is going to be the one that is targeted by Shoddy early in these interviews.
All right, is Jacob deGrom back, and where's Wyatt? RJ Choppy with some Diamond Cavs after a nice series in D.C. on the home of the Rangers next.
After.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Swing here and a high fly ball deep out into left field. Wood going back on this to the track at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. Jake Berger with his 9th home run of the year. He gives Texas a little more in the way of a margin. It's 4-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Matt Hicks with the call on your official home of Texas Rangers baseball. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, and this is Diamond Cavs. Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, going to join us at 9 o'clock to talk about the Dallas Stars and any Rick Carlisle regret. The Mac Attack live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, along with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. We want to start hooking you up in that 9 o'clock, and we want you to win it since you're listening right now. Evan Carter and Jake Berger helped the Rangers overcome an 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position as they take 2 of 3 in D.C. 4-2 was the final yesterday. And Bobby, what are you looking at with this offense?
Yeah, I think when you look at the way that they've produced over the last 8-9 days, something like that, when we're talking about trying to figure out if this is a team that you sell or you buy or how you want to invest in this, I think you're at least starting to see small trends that they're figuring things out. So Marcus Semien has been raking for the last 10 days.
The GOAT, according to you.
Yes. I don't know what this is.
You want a Bobby Belt stat? Bobby Belt homework, time on his hands. This is it.
Bassick had said the other night, he was like, man, he's catching fire. This is around the time he caught fire in 22 as well. Like, it's weird, like almost to the date. And so I was like, all right, well, let me go look and see what that date looks like. And man, over the last 4 years, May 30th to June 7th, that small little window, there is something in the air for him when that turns the season. During that time, he is hitting 379. His OPS is 1164. In 32 games, he's hit 11 doubles, 10 homers, stolen 6 bases, and he has a 1-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio.
The man loves America.
If you project it out over 162 games, just the way he hits in that window over the last 4 years, if you project that out to 162 games, it's like 53 home runs, almost 100 walks. Like it's weird the way he hits in this little window. And it goes back to like pre-Texas too. It goes back all the way to like 2018 that he hits like
now. He just needs to figure out how to hit in early part of May and April.
Why does he love America?
That's like the date of like Memorial Day and D-Day. Like it's just you know he's honoring. He's honoring.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, I mean he's honoring the men and women that changed this country.
Jake Berger had his 3rd multi-hit game in the last week on Sunday. He had the big home run. Evan Carter 3 hits and a home run. You felt like, all right, maybe he's coming out of this. For the month of June, Josh Smith's OPS is 900, even if he's still figuring out first base. Sam Haggerty in his utility role. He's like 8 for his last 22. He's been solid. And Seager can't be in the slump for forever. So he's 0 for his last 25. It is the longest streak by far in his career without a hit. And that's got to break out at some point.
Single-handedly murdering me on underdog. Murdering. I'm just betting a hit. Yesterday, I was like, what the hell? I'll bet he gets a double. You know, maybe a home run. But I'm just looking for a single. 0 for what'd you say in this last 25? 0 for his last
25.
Good grief. And where's Wyatt Langford?
So Wyatt,
real quick, 0 for 25. That is a slump. It's almost impossible to recover from. Like for your overall yearly numbers.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like your numbers are so skewed by that slump. Like if you're normally a 300 hitter and you have an 0 for 25 slump, like that is going to be very difficult for you to recover from to get back to that 300 mark.
Especially in limited at bats since he's hurt all the time.
That is positive on offense. The negative side of this is
guess his average right now.
225.
I was going to say 229.
239.
Okay, higher than I thought.
Okay. After what you did last segment with your intro, buzzing people quick.
That's the positive on offense. The negative is Wyatt Langford. I mean, other than Corey Seager, it's Wyatt Langford right now, who's in a deep slump, and a lot of it is largely due to him getting cooked on off-speed pitches. Evan Grant had written that if you look at his approach against things like changeups and splitters and different things like that, he is 0 for 22 against changeups and splitters with 14 strikeouts this year. Last year, he hit 250 against them and had 6 extra base hits, so he's slugging 510. So this is like he's regressing in that area. Bochy sat him yesterday, and with the day off on Monday, then he was like, all right, let's get you 2 days. He said, I talk about this all the time. It just gives him a chance to clear his head a little bit. He plays with a lot of emotion, and he gets frustrated because he's competitive, but he still goes out there and plays great defense and plays the game hard and plays the right way. But it makes me a little concerned. Like, are they saying he's getting frustrated by this to the point where it's like, now we got to clear your head a little bit because you're almost too emotional and you're really pressing now?
In his last one, he is 24 for his last 130. In the month of May, he hit 189. In June, he's hitting 167.
Wow.
In those 130 at-bats, how many extra base hits does he have?
In 130?
In his last 130 at-bats, how many extra base hits does he have?
5?
4.
8.
Oh, double what I thought. Perfect.
I mean, 8 in 130 at-bats.
With that speed.
I mean, he's not even...
They can't get anything going at the same time.
No.
So now Simeon's going a little bit. You know, the guy I trust the most at the plate right now, there's one at bat. It didn't work out yesterday with runners in scoring position again. Do you have an answer? I have mine.
I mean,
one guy.
At this very second, it's Simeon.
Yeah. For me, it's Josh Smith.
Yeah.
I'm just like, all right, I feel like he's not going to strike out. He did strike out yesterday. But just in general, I'm relying on Josh Smith in big-time moments. You get Josh Smith, you get Berger, you get Simeon a little bit. All of a sudden, complete disappearance from Langford and Seager.
How many times has Josh Smith swung out of his helmet, by the way? Mike made a comment about it yesterday, and I had been watching, but I swear it's once a game he swings and his hat comes off. Like, somebody's got to do something about his
Bartolo did that. Like Bartolo.
You might like
something about the bat. Could be. Yeah, and look, I don't want to mess with a man's juju if he's performing
Wants to show
well.
off that hair, as he told us here on the show.
It's some beautiful hair.
So that's Bobby talking about certain offensive players coming back. What about the man on Saturday?
Well, look, I mean, there's 2 guys, 2 pitchers I want to highlight here. One, Corbin on Friday was a gem. If he did that in a playoff game, they're giving him a statue that they should have one for Derek Holland for that game that he had, the World Series.
Oh, they should have a statue.
Yeah, it's a very rare 8-inning complete game that you get. It's a terrible thing. An 8-inning complete game is terrible because you lost on the road and you pitched a gem. And that's what usually happens. That's what he did. 2 hits, 5 total base runners for the offense. The offense had 2 hits and 5 total base runners and no hits in the final 3 innings. But on Saturday, old deGrom rolls out there, and it is pretty obvious what their plan is with him right now. This is 3 straight starts where he threw exactly 81 pitches. It's pretty obvious their plan is that he's going to get to that 80 mark. He went out. This time he got through 7. Previous times he had gone 5 and a change and then 6. But 81 pitches, 3 straight starts. And I don't know what to make of a strikeout total because a couple of weeks ago, was it Toronto? Didn't have a single one. And then this game he had like 8. But he had 4 in the sandwich one. But it's the Nats, so I don't know what to make of it,
They're not bad.
They're not bad. They're not a bad team. They're not like these elite hitters. They're not bad.
Their pitching's what's really killed Washington. I don't know. That's
like they're 5 games under. We're 4 games under, 5.5 back in the West. We can't be
dismissive. I know, yeah. But, right, it's an odd quirk that he's had 81 pitches in 3 straight games.
And it's like it makes me wonder, like looking back through his other logs, how much he would like how many pitches he threw in other ones. Before this streak of 381s in a row, he was coming off his highest pitch total of the year at 103. And if you look behind that, he had all but one of his last 10 starts where he had gone past 81. So it makes me wonder if again, they like to conceal things. He's been bugged by that finger. He had 0 strikeouts the very first start after 103 pitch out. It does make me wonder, are they managing something at all here?
Rangers off today before visiting Minnesota tomorrow. They're second place in the Central, and they're 5 games over 500. You will hear all of your Rangers baseball on this radio station. It's a New Music Monday.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
You know, we've had some really poor contributions in recent weeks, and I don't love a couple of these. There's one song here finally that I think is like really, really good. So we actually are going to get like a banger here.
I don't blame you for that. I blame the artist.
No, it's just been weak. It's been weak
I do
releases.
blame Bobby because I was like, is there enough music coming out every single week to justify
But
this?
there definitely is that music coming out. Because think about these artists we played. They're all big stars.
Yes.
It's just they've been like, and this is Song of the Summertime. Like we should be getting something that's huge around this time. And so a big-time contributor or a big-time threat for Song of the Summer in the last couple years has been Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter is one of the big ones. Little disappointed with her Friday release, Man-Child. And it's...
Is there a music video to this?
I haven't seen one yet. This is just the whole...
Isn't Sabrina the one doing all those moves?
She's aggressive.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I mean, the thing with this is like, to me, is that when you... She's changing from... She's always been very aggressive, kind of like edgy production. This is way too like I mean...
cutesy.
Yeah, where have all the Cowboys gone? Like, out on the open range.
That song.
The best song released this week by far, Teddy Swims? Teddy Swims is becoming a huge star, great vocals. He has a song called God Went Crazy, which does not mean God went crazy. It means when he made you, boy, God went crazy making you.
Yeah, I made for you. I prayed for you. There's a light in your eyes, every color in the sky. Don't come close to you. Yeah, I made for you. I prayed for you.
Not bad.
I think he's fantastic. And this I can vibe to all day long. I think this one's fantastic. And then another disappointing turn over the last year, I feel like, for Ed Sheeran. I was not a big Ed Sheeran fan early on, but the more he came along, really strong songwriter. He's shown an ability to work with all different sorts of formats. This is kind of his, I feel like anyway, those moments where you get like Shakira where she does Waka Waka, that song or whatever she did. Like this is one of these where it's like, this feels campy a little bit. This is Sapphire by Ed Sheeran.
I think I like this.
Yeah, I like Ed.
Hayden's moving a little bit.
Ed doesn't put out bad songs.
It feels campy, man. It just feels a little...
the beat's good.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
Beat's okay. I just feel like this is like...
You nod your head while
like
drinking some summer drinks.
Absolutely.
This just feels a little more... I guess this feels a little more copy and paste or like cookie cutter and kind of just, we're going to fill this certain role than Ed Sheeran stuff usually is.
I think it goes backwards. Sheeran had the best one, then the middle one,
Teddy Swims,
and then Sabrina. But didn't you submit a song of the summer?
This is a couple of weeks back. I found this. Remember our boy Chet Hanks, Tom's kid.
Yeah, who I'm finding a lot more likable.
Really?
Yeah, I saw him on some stupid reality show.
Okay, so a couple of years ago, he had White Boy Summer. That was his song that he came out with. It was a hip hop song. Now he has made his way.
Oh God, you're submitting Chet Hanks song in
to
summer.
country music.
Oh,
and I just clicked on the link. He has taken it down off of his social media. It looks like.
So we have the only copy. So we have the original.
We hope we have the only copy. I don't see it in here.
Oh.
You guys didn't communicate this?
Yeah, I did.
During your big build-up right there?
You told me 2 minutes ago.
I said, you remember that song I said a couple weeks ago? And he goes, yeah. And I said, Chet Hanks. So, okay. I don't know. I can't remember the song.
Did you actually send it? Or was this like when you said you sent the file on Friday?
It's possible.
Is it great?
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, okay. I thought it was pretty good.
Why would he take it down?
I don't know. That's a great question.
You did send it.
This is not.
All right. Well, that's the only song I have from you. That's all I got.
Yeah. Wait, you don't know what this song is?
No, I didn't know that song.
You don't know that one?
Turn it up. He clearly doesn't know it. He's playing it thinking that you sent it as the song of the summer. This is the highlight of Monday.
You don't know this song? You don't know what this is?
I don't think I know this.
Aiden, do you know what this is? Reba. Do you know what this is?
Reba doesn't know! Are you kidding me? Knows. What is going on?
Come on, give it to him.
What is this?
This is Hulk Hogan, baby.
This is Hulk Hogan's theme song. What is wrong with you idiots?
What is wrong with you? Did the Cowboys get the wrong guy?
Rest in
That's
peace.
next. Is Hulk Hogan dead?
No, the guy who wrote the song is dead. Rick Derringer.
He died.
Below the belt next.
Oh, but first, yeah.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
RJ Choppy has been vindicated. Look, we'll get to below the belt here in just a second. But this is a dispute, and I felt like you hyped it up as the song of the summer, and Peyton managed to find your song.
All right,
during the break.
Yeah, let's hear it.
And I wanted to give you a chance to re-tee up your Chet Hanks.
So remember, like I said, a couple years ago, he had White Boy Summer.
And you're getting caught up from Martin saying, come on, guys, Lil Wayne dropped new music. No review, Bobby?
I mean, Martin, I didn't want to trash what it was an awful album. It was really bad. Like, I mean, nobody I know who's been listening to it enjoys it. It's bad.
And both of you agreeing it's bad?
Yep.
Aiden says
Alec,
no?
Aiden, everyone says no.
Man, Aiden went thumbs down. I still think they did that stuff. Thumbs down.
I do thumbs down emoji all the time.
Emojis, yes. So anyway, Chet has decided to make his way to the country music genre, and I found an article that said this is the song of the summer. Okay, let's see about this one. Are we going song of the summer? Chet Hanks.
No. Not that it's a bad song. The song of the summer's got to be more upbeat.
Yeah, it does have to be more upbeat.
This isn't upbeat enough. This is good. It's fine.
It's not bad. I was expecting way less.
Yeah,
from Chet Hanks.
Yeah, but it has to be more upbeat.
I legitimately anticipated laughing, and I'm not laughing. It's fine. This has become like a thing too late. Like the Yellowstone characters, like what's the Casey? Casey in Yellowstone. He started releasing. Yeah, he started releasing country music.
Really? Beyonce. I told you anyone can do country music. It's you just write the same 4 words.
It's pretty
good.
Get
a bottle of liquor and a truck, and God and your mom's biscuits. And a flag.
Yeah, throw a few things in there.
Throw it in AI.
That's why I never wrote country music, is because I don't have my mom's biscuits to eat anymore. She's not here to make them anymore. Now,
who's eating your mom's biscuits?
Nobody. I mean, there's no one else left to.
Oh, man.
All right, so my question, I was looking at something. There's some news at the end of last week.
Maybe your dad.
Maybe my dad is.
Could be. They got that little heavenly half-sibling for us up there. So the Cowboys...
What if you guys go up there one day and you find out you're related now?
Yeah. Oh no.
I wonder whose genes would be stronger. Like who the little heavenly, the angel baby would look more like
Choppy.
near you.
Look at his boys. Look at his boy's eyes. The choppy face.
Yeah,
the choppy face is prevalent.
Yeah, that's probably the direction we go. All right, at the end of last week, Rashad Bateman signed a contract extension with the Baltimore Orioles, with the Baltimore Ravens, and what was really surprising about this was the fact that he's somebody who I think is generally thought of as a player on the rise, somebody who is starting to come into his own, mature a little bit, and should be a really good option as a number 2 receiver for most teams. His extension was 3 years, $36 million. The Ravens are paying him $12 million a year. That is 28th among all receivers. It puts him right next to Darius Slayton and Alan Lazard on the list of highest paid receivers. If George Pickens has a decent season with the Cowboys, he is not signing for $12 million.
No.
You're talking about a guy who would probably sign closer to 18 to 20, I would guess probably more.
Yeah.
Is what you're looking at. And it got me thinking. The report out there from Jordan Schultz was that Dallas didn't want to pony up for how much it was going to cost for Bateman on draft capital, is what Jordan Schultz had said. So they went with Pickens. They viewed him as similar enough that the lesser draft capital was more in line with what they wanted to do.
And the Pickens cost was?
He was a 4th, right? A 4th or a 3rd?
I think he was a 3rd.
I can't remember now. Let me look it up.
Be our Cowboys insider.
There's been a lot of trades
Focus.
for receivers. I know there's a 4th rounder for Lance and everything else. So, he was traded for a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick, and then they got a 6th back.
Okay, so my point in asking that, besides exposing you and proving I watch more football, is if that's a 3rd and a 5th, they want to give up the draft. What is Bateman going to cost? Like, no one thinks of Rashad Bateman as a better receiver than George Pickens.
I would guess Bateman was, and I think there's some people do, but I think Bateman was going to be probably closer to a 2nd, is what it would have been.
Okay.
Here's the question. Bateman is also unproblematic. Bateman is thought of as, this is secure. Bateman clearly is willing to sign for $12 million a year.
Because he was a rumored Cowboy interest.
Yeah, and so if you look at a round higher, you would have given up a round higher of draft capital in exchange for less problematic and probably $6, $8, $10 million cheaper on an extension. Should the Cowboys have just said, we'll pony up the higher draft capital because in the long run, this is cheaper for our financials?
No, absolutely not. Rashad Bateman right now is just a dude. His first 4 years, 46 with the MVP.
I was about to say, playing, it's like when we talk about Terry McLaurin's numbers, you got to put it in the context of he didn't have a quarterback.
46 for 515 and a touchdown. Then he had 15 in 17 games catches. 32 catches in 16 games for 367 and 1. And then in 17 games last year, he had 45 for 756 and 9 touchdowns. The touchdown is a great number. No, absolutely not. I would like to also know who thinks Rashad Bateman is better than George Pickens. I want this to be, you want a contract headache on your hands. Okay? You want George Pickens to have that good of a year to where in next offseason, this morning show is debating how much to give him or whether you need to pay him again. I want that good problem to come.
I think
you do. The problem is that obviously, can you when can you no longer afford all these?
Right, but then I'll get
these wonderful toys,
and then I'll get a 3rd round comp pick.
Or
then I'll get a 3rd.
Yes, and I
versus
think,
having Rashad and giving up my 2nd. These are pedestrian at best numbers.
I think what you got to look at, or how most people would view it through this lens, is this is somebody who's clearly, though, ascending, I think, to most people around the league. And when they look the fact that last year, as one of the primary focus targets and different things like that, the fact that he was able to consistently beat defenses, he averaged 17 yards a catch, he was a red zone threat. I think a lot of people looked at him and said, in the right offense and with his growth potential right now, that's somebody who will grow into being
Mark this down. Mark this down and put it on the wall. And if you want to bet me, you can bet me. George Pickens is going to have a better season and better numbers than Rashad Bateman.
I don't think there's a doubt about that. I mean, they're going to Cowboys throw the ball more.
Oh, well, they got the 2-time MVP and the guy that people would take over Dak Prescott. All I'm saying is this isn't going to be a discussion at the end of the year, in my opinion. So there you go. Hot take it.
Do you tend to look at it then just as, let's even operate under the assumption Pickens is better. Let's just say that's 100%. Everybody will agree Pickens is better than Bateman. Let's operate under that reality. If that's the case, though, would you just say, for yourself in team building, you're going to say, I just want the best. I want the best that I can get, rather than I want the best that I can get for my money. Because $12 million on Bateman might be better than Pickens at 20. Because you're talking about half the cost, basically.
Rashad Bateman is going to have to show to me that he's as good or better than George Pickens. Look, man, the Cowboys get made fun of and they miss and they have their problems with their 2nd-round gambles. I get it. That's how I am in life. Give me the thing that could explode in the positive, even though it could explode in the negative.
Yeah.
Just don't give me the pedestrian, boring, conservative. Give me the excitement. Give me the excitement with the ceiling. That's what Pickens is, and that's what I think George Pickens is going to be, even if you end up losing him versus just the mindset to me is boring in the wrong way of, well, let's just get this guy is good and he's solid. And now if he ends up being, give me a comp for 10 years, I'll backtrack.
On Pickens or Bateman?
Bateman.
Let's say he ends up being, you could say he ends up being a guy like Randall Cobb.
No. Give me George Pickens and all the question marks. If he ends up being, who's the Rams receiver Aikman loves so much? Old guy still playing.
Cooper Kupp.
No. I wouldn't have known Cooper Kupp. He's a veteran.
Robert Woods?
Robert Woods. What are these Robert Woods, Randall Cobb?
Man, I think Randall Cobb's a better player than Robert Woods.
Fine,
but yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Randall Cobb.
I mean, I would, yeah.
Randall Cobb's fine.
Randall Cobb at half the cost of whatever Pickens might be, though, is like, then you're talking, like, for instance, Chop, I would guess, I don't know, but under this circumstance, I would guess you would say with finances and how you've said before, you don't always have to get better. You don't always have to be so determined to just get better and like have the best. I would guess you would at least be more willing to lean to the side or listen to the side of we should have just gotten Bateman because it's $8 million cheaper potential.
And Bateman's 12 a year.
12, and he's older.
Not
he's 25.
Like, he's like 9 months older. It's not like
it's not like you're not looking at a whole.
And he is an unproblematic personality historically.
Man, but the second round pick is
second
that's
rounder.
a problem. I mean, you've got to get again. I don't know. I can't. It's hard to judge Bateman because of their system.
Yep.
Like they just never have wide receivers play at elite levels. It's the way their system runs. So,
did you love Bateman coming out?
No, I mean I wasn't as high on him coming out in the draft a couple years ago. I didn't have him in the first round. He went back into the first. I think he's turned into a better player than I had anticipated. I would probably take Pickens as well. I'm just saying, is there $8 million difference in Pickens? I don't know,
Right.
and especially when you consider all the other factors in a team that wants to build culture. Now, I think so far Pickens has not shown any problems. Like I don't want to make it sound like Pickens is some massive.
Yeah, but this is nothing. This is all honeymoon period.
Right.
This means very little.
Right. In terms of just, there's not anything that could have gone sideways yet. T.O. was great here for the first 3 months too, and then things started already bubbling up and being a problem. I think the thing that you have to look at too is something that Shotty's talked about and something we've mentioned here, which is just the idea of Pickens is a good opportunity to test what you're building and just say like a safe way to test it. Because if you bring him in here and go, this did not fit, our culture was not ready for him yet, and this wasn't going to be a fit, it couldn't change things, then you can walk away, like you said, Sean, and you can get a comp pick that's 3rd or 4th round and basically compensates you back. You get a return policy, essentially, and you got a whole year of him contributing. I think Pickens is going to be great. If you look at their numbers, Pickens and Lamb against single coverage last year, they are basically the same in terms of efficiency. It's that against double coverage, Pickens has just been completely taken away typically.
Below
the belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. More football with the Red Zone every day at 9:20 on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go inside the firing of Pete DeBoer and try to find his replacement. Did Jim Nail and the Stars make a mistake or do what was necessary? Mac Engel joins us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He's been living at the AAC on the ice. The Mac Attack joins us next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now blowing the zone is Marchand. A pass ahead with no motion. A breakaway hits in Marchand. Can he tie the series? And he scores! Brad Marchand in overtime. And the Panthers win game 2. 5-4. The series is tied at a game apiece.
We have an epic Stanley Cup final developing. The call on Panthers radio, and you think it's a little sobering reminder like we get with the Cowboys as the playoffs go longer?
You watch these two teams, and it's like, man, they are playing they're on a different level than the rest of the league, quite frankly. It's a treat to see, but it's sobering that we're not there.
Game 3 tonight with the finals tied at 1 game apiece, but let's talk about the firing of Pete DeBoer and the replacement with Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, who we saw at the AAC. He was living there for the Stars' entire playoff run, and the Mac Attack is joining us on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube, where you can see the hair and the chin that you were just complimenting.
Man, it never ceases to amaze. He's got great hair, and he's got the chin that you would like. It's almost like it's Jay Leno without.
It's not as ugly.
Yeah.
It's so bad, dude. I hate it. I don't know how you guys, if you look, whenever there's no bigger fight or battle with ourselves than the mirror. And every time I look at it, I'm like, how does it get bigger? You know what I mean? It's so damn long and angular. And I think I could probably cut things with it. And I appreciate that, RJ and Sean. Thank you very much. But there are days I'm like, you'd think my parents, like my mom had sex with a bald eagle. Look how
it's amazing. It's like the in Family Guy. Who's the guy in the wheelchair in Family Guy with the big giant chin?
Oh, Joe. Yeah, it's Joe. Y'all were looking at the chin and the hair. Where did you get a Cincinnati Bengals Super Bowl champions pennant?
Thank you. You are the man. I'm so glad you recognize this. Okay, there is nothing more that I have looked for than the championship gear that doesn't exist.
Would you go to Haiti?
Nope, I wanted to. So I looked forever. So I was born in Cincinnati. The Bengals were my very first team that I in love with. And so whenever, they obviously printed, everybody knows that the NFL and all these leagues print championship gear in case the other team wins, and then they immediately ship it off to some third world country. I found a T-shirt that says Cincinnati Bengals Super Bowl championship T-shirt. Awesome. And I found that pennant that you're looking at, Bobby. So glad that you found that. I found that pennant, I think, on Will, and it says Super Bowl champion. Obviously, they never. in 3 trips. And this is the one against San Francisco, I think, in 1988. So, and I've got a T-shirt over there too, the one from the Rams game. So these are prized possessions of mine. I got them at Goodwill. Clearly, some employee stole it and then gave it away to Goodwill, and I got them for $20, and I love them.
You just need to get like 5 different teams that never won and figure out how many people call it out when you do these interviews. Mac Attack, were you surprised? Did you think Pete DeBoer was getting fired?
No, but it's the surprise that isn't a shock, because I think anymore these days, these guys are diapers, and it's too bad, but no league treats their head coach worse than the NHL. None. Baseball, football, basketball. Tom Thibodeau got 5 years in New York, got him to the East Finals. Great job, you're fired. DeBoer, I mean, this is crazy, right? It should be crazy, but only in the NHL, Sean, where you'd say, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, he got fired. 3 years. 3 years. 3 Western Conference Finals trips. You're fired. That's insane. So it's crazy, but in the National Hockey League, it fits.
Why do you think they did it?
Players quit on them. I had a player, I was writing about it when they did it. You know, they did the Friday morning news dump as opposed to Friday afternoon when they announced it. And I texted a couple guys who work in the organization. I said, what happened? And both of them said players. Players. One said players rule. The other guy said players all the way. So during the exit interviews, which is common, every team does that, general manager Jim Nill just got the sense they were sick of him. And the signs were beginning to show on this relationship strain back in February. You could kind of hear it. And at some point, they're like, yeah, we're done with this guy. And you have to do it. You don't have any choice. It's 25 guys. It's really more like 8 or 10 in this case that have power and leverage, where the general manager has to go to the owner and say, look, this is what we got to do. And it's hard for the owner because he's got to eat the rest of that contract if DeBoer doesn't get another job. And I would imagine he will, maybe not right away, but that's what this was. This was a player-led decision all the way, because there's no way Jim Nill wanted to do this.
So do you think if the Ottinger thing doesn't happen, he still loses his job?
Yeah, I do. And it's weird. I don't know y'all's reaction the next day. I was there when he said it, and when I heard it in real time, I was like, yeah, it makes sense. And then afterwards, I could hear members of the Canadian press were like, oh my God, I cannot believe he just said that about Jake Ottinger.
Yeah.
And it really didn't faze me that much. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's right. I mean, and you don't have any other button to push in that case. You're down. First of all, you've had your butt handed to you in games 2, 3, 4, 5, and now, early in game 5. You've changed lineups, you've changed pairs, you've done everything you can but do this. You're down 2-0, 30 seconds into the game, practically. Like, okay, let's go. I gotta use the timeout. I gotta do something to wake these guys up. What is that? Well, I'll pull my all-star goalie. The thing to me that was the biggest red flag, Sean, was 2 days later when they're meeting with the media, and both of them say, yeah, we haven't talked to each other yet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not good. And that was the first sign to me, this could go with one of these guys leaving, and it's not going to be the goalie.
Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star Telegram, joins here 105 through the Fan. This is Nils' 6th firing in a dozen years. Like, that's obviously, I think that's one every 2 years for you math whizzes out there.
Yeah. When we do the math,
is
run
that
through an app.
Yeah, look, is that the norm around the sport? I know you said they're like diaper. That seems excessive.
It's crazy. And I remember when they fired Jim Montgomery, and the one they really went out on a limb on was to hire Jim Montgomery, because Jim was from college. He was a very successful coach at Denver University, and they went to college to hire a guy. And if you remember, RJ, it was working. A season and a half with Jim, it was working. And then they had to fire him because of unprofessional behavior off the ice that they had warned him about repeatedly. And then they put in Rick Bowness, an older guy, as an interim, and he takes them all the way to the Cup Finals in the bubble in Edmonton. And they're like, okay, well, now we got to name this guy the head coach. So you had extenuating circumstances involved there. So Bowness retires. That had run its course. He retires. And then I asked Jim Nill, did you guys deliberate over hiring Pete DeBoer a little bit longer because you wanted to make sure that you weren't here again in 3 years? And he said, yes. And they had sat there and they had made sure that this one they were going to get it right. Well, he lasted 3 years and he got to the West Finals 3 straight years. RJ, do you really think they got it wrong?
No,
not at all.
Neither do I. And the problem, and you nailed it on the walk up before you had me on, which was this game of the NHL Finals right now. Dallas isn't better. They're just not. I mean, Edmonton handed it to them. That wasn't a series. They kicked their ass. Florida right now, there's just a gap. And I was just sure. Well, certainly this time they're going to get through. But I mean, look at the lineup. They got Ratman, and they got this goalie, and then they got Miro Heiskanen back. I'm like, this is going to be it. They weren't even close. And as close as they are, to get to the West Finals 3 straight years, that's incredible.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. And now you're looking at the best teams, you're like, we're not even that close. So that's the most discouraging aspect to this to me.
Mac Angle from the Fort Worth Star Telegram joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Mac, you mentioned basically this is a players firing, in your opinion, that the players were driving this. There are different instances of that. So if we look at other sports, Josh McDaniels getting fired essentially by players with the Raiders. Everybody agreed that's warranted. The players were right. There was a certain culture that was being set. Then you look at other examples like maybe Adrian Griffin in the NBA, where it's like you made a push you shouldn't have. That was players ultimately whining a little bit. Which of these feels more accurate to you with the Stars? That this is the players correctly addressing there's a tone problem here, or if they're being a little whiny, I guess, for lack of a better term?
I think they're whining. That's a really good question, because you see different examples of this. And locally, the one that I can think of, RJ, you can help me out on this. The Cowboys players quit on Wade Phillips. Those are whining. They just quit on him. And to go way, way back, the Dallas Stars players quit on Ken Hitchcock in 2002-1. I can't remember the year. They quit on him. They definitely quit on him to get him fired. I remember I had a player telling me that we got Hitch fired. Okay. So in those other cases where you could say, what is this, a culture problem? Is this this? With Wade, it was a culture problem. He just didn't have it in him to be on top of his team. He was too nice of a man. This, to me, Bobby, I've been around a lot of hockey coaches. Pete's a very good one. I don't think you could look at his record and say, well, this guy stinks. They're hockey coaches, and they are on these guys all the time. The good ones are. If you look at the good ones in this, Scotty Bowman, I would say John Tortorella has been pretty good. They've got a quick fuse, and they are on these guys like that. And you get tired of them. So you're going to find somebody else. And I'm looking at this list of potential candidates. I don't know who the answer is. I don't know. RJ, do you think really any answer exists out there that's going to make this team better or on the same level as where Florida is today or the Oilers?
No, I mean, that's the thing. Like, whoever they get, they're not getting a better coach than Pete. Like, Laviolette and Torts, they have better resumes because they got a cup, but I don't know that they're a better coach. And short of finding a way to get Sam Bennett and trading for Brady Tkachuk, I don't know that this team is going to be on the same level as Florida or Edmonton next year.
No, I don't think they are. And here's the thing that really bums me out as a Stars fan, follower, or whatever. They went to the West Finals 3 straight years. Do you know what the odds are of them reaching the West Finals next year? I mean, that's incredible that they went to the West Finals 3 straight years. Now you're asking them, so you're like, okay, we're not getting that far again. Not because they're not good, just because the odds of getting through. Yeah, they're terrible. Now, maybe they do, and Pete mentioned this a couple of days ago before he was fired. And Sean, you grew up there. The Washington Capitals knocked on that door for a long time with Ovechkin, and then they finally got through. And maybe Dallas is in that window where they're going to be really good, and they're going to knock on that window, and there's going to be some years they get closer than others, and then maybe they finally get through. I think they're going to get there eventually, but there's no way it's going to be next season. I don't care who the coach is.
Is there a name jumping out to you?
I wrote down some names. I think the one that I keep hearing is Neil Graham. He is the Texas Stars head coach. That's their top affiliated team down in Austin. And that's somebody that they would know well. He would be familiar with a lot of the players. There's some other ones too. There's one that jumped off the page at me that I've read some lists. Steve Ott. He's a Blues assistant coach. He was a player here for a long time, a former first-round pick. I knew him was. He's a good guy. That maybe Mitch Love is a assistant with the Washington Capitals, and then RJ mentioned it. John Tortorella. There's Derek Lalonde, who was with the Red Wings. Jay Woodcroft, who was with the Oilers. Another one that came off, I was surprised, was Yuri Lettinen. Yuri was a great player here. I mean, just a phenomenal player here, and he's had some success in being a general manager with the team, the Finnish national team, and he's done some scouting. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I think it comes back down to, like, what are your expectations? And if your expectations are we're going to be good, we're going to be competitive, then one of these guys I'm sure will be fine. The other one that really interested me is a guy named Rickard Gronberg, and he's had a lot of success in Finland and in Sweden, and maybe Jim Nill decides to go off the map a little bit like he did with Jim Montgomery and do something a little bit different. But I got to be honest, I think whomever they get, your hope is that they were as good as Pete DeBoer, because I doubt he's going to be better.
Mac Engel was our connection to Rick Carlisle when Rick would come on the show, and I always bumped Mac up a few extra notches because I was terrified of Rick, and Mac somehow got along or had this relationship with him. Your thoughts on Rick in the finals, and should we be having Dallas Maverick coaching regret, or it was just time?
It was time. It was more time than I thought. I thought it was kind of time, and then I heard some things later, and certainly our friend Tim McMahon did some reporting that showed it was really time. I liked Rick a lot, but he could say some things sometimes that really you just can't. I mean, he can say it, but it will really just wear on people. And I think from what I understand, I'm from Indiana. I have some friends of mine who cover that team. I think he has mellowed somewhat. I would listen to sometimes the way he would talk to people and members of the media. I'm like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
And the one thing, it was grating, and he liked writers. I never did understand that, but he was old school. He was old school. I'm really happy for him. I'm really happy for Indiana, for that matter. But I think in terms of regret, no, you should have none. He had a great run here. I remember when I was on with you guys, however many years ago it was, I had written this column. I said I thought he was the best coach in the NBA, and I got murdered for it. All those San Antonio people came out with pitchforks. I still maintain that because look at the different teams he has won with. Whereas Greg Popovich, and no disrespect to the success he had in San Antonio, he won with basically the same group of guys.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. But Rick, to me, always kind of stood out and separated himself. One, he had to manage Mark Cuban. That's not easy. And then two, he could win with different styles and different talent levels of basketball players. If you look at his teams in Detroit, Indiana the first time, certainly in Dallas, and now here in Indiana, that's amazing. And I don't know if they're going to beat Oklahoma City. I doubt it. But if they do, I think he needs a little bit more of a bump up in terms of that power poll of greatest coaches of all time, because the guy's great. And he's a pain in the ass. But I do think if any Mavericks fan is looking at this and saying, well, let's get rid of Jason Kidd, let's trade him for a couple of second-round picks to the Knicks, we should have brought back, we should have kept Rick. No, it was time. That whole time, that whole era of Mavericks basketball had run its course. It was great, but I think he's in the place where he needs to be, and I think the Mavericks are in a place where they need to be with their head coach.
Fantastic, brother. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Till next time.
See you guys. Thank you.
Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star Telegram. He's got the podcast. He's got the Twitter account. He's got the column. And he's right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets. And a big name corner just became available. Do you want him on the Cowboys? Red Zone after this.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is the Red Zone. Every day, your football fix here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and our insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The news this morning that broke, Jair Alexander cut by the Green Bay Packers, and there's a cold-blooded quote going around, Bobby, that you says is not accurate.
Yeah, it's a little bit of they took one part of a quote and another part of a quote, and they married it together to make it sound like it was a full quote. The headline you're seeing right now is that Mark Murphy, the president of the Packers, had said about Jair Alexander, he's a great player, but we're used to being without him. It's like, oh, damn, that's like, yeah, I love him, but he's never available, so he can go on his way. That sounds really cold. The full quote, according to Dave Schroeder from WBAY, is he has been a great player for us, obviously elite talent, unfortunately just injured a lot. Unfortunately, that's a big part of the game. And then as he went on, he made reference to we've been used to playing without Alexander on the football field. When you marry them together, that sounds much harsher than just as you're explaining how you're going to adapt moving forward. You say, we've done this before. So a little bit out of context, but yeah, I guess technically he did say he's a great player and we've been used to being without him.
All right, you're Stephen Jones. You call up, or the agent calls you, and you say, yeah, we'll bring you in for what terms?
I mean, it's 1 year. And then
1 year for sure.
Yeah, it's 1 year, and I don't know, probably looking at the way the market was this year, you say 7, 8, and you have incentives to get up to 10.
Give me his PFF over the last 5 years. Last year, it was a 75, which is good.
They like him more than a lot of other people have.
PFF or the Cowboys?
PFF has been, that's one of the players that they've generally been a little more like bullish on. I would say he's probably, he had 1 year that I know was ridiculous where he's like 92 or something. That was, I think, second year in the league or something. So I would guess he's probably been somewhere between 70 and 75, roughly.
How about you look it up?
Oh, I thought you had it. You were making us guess.
I don't have it. I don't
tell.
subscribe.
I don't either. Cap number 25, 27 the next 2 years.
All right.
Which is what it would be. Obviously, you can get him at anything now.
So Jair Alexander last year, according to PFF, he was 75.2. In 2023, he was 70.2. In 2022, he was 80.3. In 2021, he was 77. And then 2020, the COVID year, was when he was 90.5.
Woo! Look, I mean,
28.
He's a good player. That's not old.
Yeah, my worry about him is more so his brain, his mouth. He's done some weird things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he
a bigger...
He's the one that shuts down Jefferson, right? Every year?
That's been one of his reputation marks that he has, but he's also the one who like messes up coin tosses and can be a difficult personality. And then he goes,
don't put him out there for the coin toss,
bro.
Bigger personality concern, him or Ramsey?
Wow. Different probably for me. I'd say Ramsey, because Ramsey just has a history of getting unhappy everywhere he is.
Tolo Frank, Jair got cut. Dallas needs to step up and bid, make Bland expendable, and sign Pickens, as we're likely going to have to choose between one of them. Maybe even find a trade partner for Diggs or Bland. Bobby, you are not going to co-sign getting rid of DaRon Bland.
No, I think DaRon Bland is really, really good and is going to continue to grow into being one of the better corners in the NFL. I would think that the decision there is more going to be for them about, do we do something about the Diggs contract, like you just were referencing there. But to me, I think Bland is absolutely a guy that they have to lock in long term, because that's your stability at cornerback. If you were to move on from Bland right now, especially for somebody like Jair Alexander, who is hurt a lot and is a little temperamental, that's not a risk I want to take at all.
Kelvin Joseph was a risk that Bobby did not want to take. The headline I see here is 3 former Cowboy players arrested within 72 hours. I forgot about Greg Hardy. Then you got Pac-Man Jones, and then Kelvin Joseph with what happened on 75, resulting in a fatal crash. He apparently called the police. They thought that alcohol was involved. $25,000 bond set for collision involving death. $1,000 for driving while intoxicated. So the Kelvin Joseph story is just beginning.
It is. And then, I didn't see a timeline on how long after the incident was he picked up and turned himself in, or whatever you want to call it. Because that would obviously change a lot of the dynamic of the alcohol and, what was in his system at the time.
He got charged with driving while intoxicated.
Yeah.
Said a misdemeanor. And then collision. I'm surprised the bond worked out the way it did. I know you said someone said it's really $250,000, but 25 to.
It's like you have to put up, I think, 10%.
This is according to WFA. Richardson police officers responded to the crash just before 5 a.m. Saturday morning, and they said that at approximately 5:39, so 40 minutes later, is when Kelvin Joseph called.
Like, the way this is reading is that Kelvin hit the motorcyclist. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
is that maybe that's not the case?
It's possible. It's possible he could have swerved, caused the motorcyclist to swerve.
Yeah,
and so it may not have been any contact.
Yeah, because he called the police, which I found surprising. At least if he had the alcohol in his system, maybe he's like, it's better now just to go ahead. There's cameras everywhere. Do the right thing. Maybe it was a moral thing. But this is Kelvin Joseph in the news again for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I've never known in his public history for him to make moral decisions. That's not typically been his MO. He shouldn't have been in a position. He shouldn't have had a career that allowed him to be where he is today in terms of an apartment or somewhere else, probably along 75. He shouldn't being in that area, having the BMW, everything else. It's just that he should never have been drafted. And I don't just mean by Dallas. I mean, he should have been undrafted and then given an opportunity early to let's see if you can grow from any of this. And as soon as he showed, like he did consistently every stop he's been, that he couldn't, that should have been the end. Instead, he draws paychecks from 6 different organizations over the course of a couple of years and is continued to give opportunity after opportunity. And now there's 2 people who have been dead in the vicinity of problems with him, not directly correlated to it, but if he somehow skirts this, there's no guarantee there's not a third.
The way it is. I mean, that's, people are. I see people on social media say, why is he being listed as former Cowboy? Like, why do you put the Cowboys name in there? You know, it's like,
You know why.
You know why. You know why.
I mean, that's where he spent most of his career. Like, I mean, that's where he played most of his football. So, like, I mean, if years from
But
now,
even if it wasn't, it still would be.
It still would be on there.
Probably. But I mean, if for instance, Kelvin Joseph had cleaned up his act and spent the last 5 years in Kansas City, most people are saying Kansas City corner Kelvin Joseph, I would assume.
Because it's the Chiefs, they're popular too.
Yeah, that's true.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco, injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Did this shut down 75?
Yeah.
For 3 hours?
3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long. Everything was way backed up on 75. There's tech stop footage of just a mile-long run of cars.
The NBA Finals are tied at 1 game apiece. We're keeping our eye on Jason Kidd around here. Conflicting reports. Mark Stein says the Mavs are probably not going to grant the Knicks permission to speak with Jay Kidd. Choppy, what were you hearing over the weekend?
Same thing. They're probably not gonna grant it. But why haven't they? Why haven't they made that announcement yet? I did hear that if he was granted the permission, that it's likely that he would leave and go there. But one other thing that I think is it needs to be said. There are some people commenting about the fact that he did not play in this local golf tournament they were supposed to play in last week. And that they're trying to correlate, he didn't play in it, that means he's getting ready to leave. What I was told is that he removed himself from the tournament about a week prior, before Tibbs got fired, before anything happened. It's just a coincidence that the golf tournament, that he was a no-show for it, and happened with the Nick rumor.
Former Dallas Maverick Markieff Morris was asked what Jason Kidd would do for the Knicks this morning on Get Up.
Does he take the Knicks to a title?
Yes, for sure. I think he'd take a Knicks to a title. But look, if I'm Jay Kidd, the way that Dallas is set up right now, we're more in a win-now position than the Knicks. Obviously, the Knicks had a great year, but if you get Kyrie Irving back, you got the number 1 pick with Anthony Davis, with P.J. Washington and those guys. You're ready right now to win the championship. And like Marcus said, Jay Kidd, he played for the Knicks, but he's a laid-back guy. He's a Texas guy. He's a great coach, a great father, a great guy. I just think like he has all his tools in Dallas, his house is in Dallas. He's been there a couple years, and he's just ready.
Wow. So Markieff agreeing with me. I know you guys disagreed a little bit last week over the situations and the setups with the Mavericks roster and the Knicks. And then you weigh Nico and Dumont versus Dolan and their power structure.
Oh, because especially now that this comes out that a lot of the Tibbs firing was Dolan spearheaded. Like Dolan was the one that came out and spearheaded the firing of Tom Thibodeau.
Let me hear Stephen A. on this. Which job is more appealing right now live?
It was the National Player of the Year. In history, only Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Zion Williamson were National Players of the Year as freshmen. Let's remember that. The brother can play. Let's give love where it's due. They had a 1.8% chance to get the number 1 overall pick. They lucked up and got that, which took some of the shrapnel, the momentous criticism coming down upon Nico Harrison.
We don't have 10 minutes to play.
What was that pronunciation?
Shrapnel.
Go ahead, continue.
I have no idea what I was saying.
Knicks or Mavs better job?
Look, I mean, here's the thing. The Mavs, you could say they're set up better with Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg.
And I was comparing their front offices.
Yeah. And Kyrie. But we don't know what Kyrie is. He's not signed, right? He's also not signed. We don't know what he's going to be anymore. The thing with the Knicks is that they are in the East. And next year, there is no Jason Tatum. We have no idea what Milwaukee's going to be next year. Where's Giannis going to be? Dame's not going to play next year. So the Eastern Conference, like, the Knicks would be considered a massive failure. They would consider it a massive failure if they don't win the East next year because of that. Now, front office-wise, I want no part of James Dolan. Now, is Rose better than what?
Worldwide?
Yeah, Worldwide West.
Brunson's dead.
We have seen what's gone on here. We've seen the good and we've seen the bad. And the bad is pretty awful with this front office.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Harrison has disqualified himself from ever being considered like legitimate to me. Like, you're talking about the whole trade and then the fallout and the way that they handled it says, like, there's no guarantee he's not going to continue to destroy anything. He's shown such poor judgment that I would never trust working with him again.
And you heard that if granted, Jason would want the Knicks job?
He would. That's what I heard. And if that's the case,
reliable. You feel good about it.
very. Yes. Here's the thing.
Did they say why he would want it?
No, I didn't ask. I'm not a follow-up guy.
You probably forgot the question you asked.
Yeah, I'm surprised I got the question. That tells me, though, that he may not have been completely on board with the deal. The Luka trade.
Okay.
If that's the case.
You hearing that, or you're
I'm speculating. That's me.
speculating.
That's me. Yeah,
That's RJ Choppy. Okay. Let's cross-talk with the fellas. Did they get hit with the storms last night? The KNC Masterpiece joining us next. But look, all types...
Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece to keep your Monday morning rolling here on 105.3 The Fan.
How's your Monday been?
Been good.
That's great to hear.
Why are you being fake or condescending right here?
Oh, that's just what my voice sounds like. Do you know how many times in my life I've gotten in trouble for somebody thinking what I was saying was fake or condescending?
With spittle, too.
Because that's the way I talk.
I was about to say something during the break to him because when I was talking about Pete DeBoer's playoff record, and I just thought it was interesting. He goes, "That is interesting." I was like, "He doesn't really." I know, but I heard it. I was like, "He doesn't think that's interesting."
I did think it was interesting.
Some joke lined up.
I think that in the building, I can't speak for G-Bag as much. I listen to you guys more on the way home. I think what happens in my personal life when it's bad does not translate on the air. I think I'm pretty consistent.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Whether it's bad off the air or not.
But even if it's good, does it like amp up your game
Yeah,
or still?
it does amp up, I think. Now, how would you guys assess yourselves in terms of that?
See, and I don't I think that's an amazing quality because I definitely think I take a dip if things are bad.
Really?
In regular
Well, assess
life.
each other. I feel like I can tell with Corey sometimes. Wait, let me assess the rest of the guys here on the show.
Oh.
Peyton's pretty consistent. He's good with that. Sometimes I can tell with Choppy. Bobby's probably
I knew
the
this.
biggest
He
tell.
went like this, and then he jumped over me to go to Choppy because I knew he was coming back around and be like, I can always. He was gonna side text Kristen a couple weeks ago and just be like, "What's his problem?" He seems surly today.
Bobby by far is one, then Choppy, then myself. I think I can tell with Corey. I think sometimes if something's not going on, and he'll talk about it publicly on the air.
That is difficult to do, and that is an impressive skill. Because I feel like I
can't really tell with you. Corey, can you tell with him?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a certain curtness that he has whenever things aren't going well. But whenever things have been going really well lately. Like he's been really happy lately. Yeah, new medicine's kicked in and he's been very happy.
And G-Bag, how would you assess them in terms of real life to on air?
Ooh.
Can't tell anything?
I can't tell anything with Dawson. Dawson is the same every single time.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Eric, if Eric's bugged, you can tell a little bit because he's usually a certain level of excitement or personality. You can tell. The one I can tell all the time on that show is Zach. When Zach is not in the mood, you can pick up on it really easy. Brian, similarly, I don't feel like as much on the show, but I definitely feel like walking around here. If you're talking to him, I can feel it.
Broadus is always not in the mood.
Yeah.
He just walks around not being in the mood.
Seems grumpy.
He lives in it.
All right, how much storm coverage did you stay up for last night, if at all, while you're sitting there paying attention to your neck of the woods and whether you were going to get destroyed?
Yeah, definitely some. It luckily, and I can't imagine how many people were affected by it, but luckily it wasn't too bad. It was like there were higher winds and a lot of rain, but nothing particularly destructive where we were. So,
when did you go to sleep?
Probably normal time, like 11:30-ish. So.
Oh, that's normal.
Well, I mean, like you have to obviously get up.
Yeah, but I don't think I would stay until 11:30 if I didn't have to wake up at that hour.
Yeah.
Do you nap on the weekend? What time are you in bed on the weekends? Like, let's say you're not going out.
Bro, not 11. I have to.
Oh,
I have a 1-year-old.
That's true.
How do you?
I didn't catch up on Money in the Bank. I didn't get to watch it.
Okay, hang on a second. So Friday, Saturday night, Saturday night, you'll go to sleep normally at what time?
Yeah, Friday and Saturday night, like 1.
Okay, and where's little one in terms of wake up overnight and in the morning, or is that, as Corey would say, woman's work?
No, I mean, although like my wife is significantly better at
that's
the call.
You're so much better than me, dear.
No,
you're so
but-
awesome at waking them up
That's a
at
smart
4
way to do it.
and
That's a
changing,
smart way to
feeding
make
them
her
at
think
5.
it's her
You're
idea.
so much better than me.
Usually like 7, and so it kind of depends.
7.
But then Jess does some like tutoring and teaching stuff where I'll just take over for him and stuff, so it kind of balances out.
Okay, but you're getting 6 hours of sleep Friday, Saturday morning usually. You're waking up at 7?
Sometimes if he takes a nap, I'll take a nap. But then there are definitely times when Jess is like, I got it. You can sleep.
Okay. And Corey, your storm coverage?
So I tried to go to bed at like 9:30 last night. I was trying to get to bed because we had a rough weekend. Birthday parties and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Well, that's what happened.
No, I can't tell.
Was last night, my kid comes in at like 9:45, kicks the door open. My middle son. Dad, tornado sirens are going off right now. What do we do? We all got to hide. And I was like, we don't have to hide. It's fine. Like we're okay. Keep an eye on it, but we're good.
What does that mean?
We don't hide.
No. We don't. We watch the sky. We'll go outside. If we hear the sirens, we all go outside to look.
Yeah.
Gotta film it, man, for the gram. Got to do it.
And then he's running back and forth. Dad, do we need to bring the floats in? And I was like, sure, bring the floats in. Oh, what about the plants? And he just kept freaking out about stuff. And we put a bell on the door, and our dog will walk up and like boop it. So that when he needs to go outside, if we don't have the door, the doggy door open, Adrian's trained him, dude.
Wow.
And he'll just bing. And so my kid kept opening and shutting the door, and that bell, I could hear it right through my walls. I could hear the bing, and I was up all night. And then about 4:15, 4:45, something like that, my dog was like, I gotta pee, and Adrian acted asleep.
So,
like
tell
Kevin
when
does.
she's asleep versus fake.
Every other day, she gets up with him.
Did you tell her you're the best at taking a dog out to pee?
I was just like, well, kind of like I did with the kids. I just told her, I was like, there's nothing I can do for those kids.
My wife is also a morning person. Like she wakes up at 6 and was like, "Hello, it's time to start the day." And
what's your diaper changing ratio? What was it for both? Well, just for
Brandon.
Yeah, not Brandon.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a lot better for this one. Maybe 1 for every 4 she does, something like that. Man. But part of that has just been like, she stayed at home with the kiddo and everything like that, and I think that played a big part in it. But yeah, no, I definitely got lucky or got destroyed depending on your.
But our patio had. Stuff was blown all over it.
Oh, it was?
Night. Yeah, so it got beat up in the alley last night, too. So
what's coming up on the show?
Guys, at noon o'clock today, describe the Cowboys' nightmare 2025 season in one sentence or less.
Nightmare in
0-17.
No.
I
don't think that's a nightmare at all.
That's not a nightmare at all.
8 and
that's
9's
Arch Manning.
Much worse than that.
Yeah.
0-17 is Arch Manning.
Does Arch say I'm coming out early?
I think
if the Cowboys have the number 1 overall
pick? I think he's going to come out for certain teams. I think he comes out
okay.
If the Saints have the number 1 pick, I think he comes out.
Cowboys?
Yeah. Archie already said he wants him to go there. So
Is 6 and 11, 8 and 9, 8 and 9's worse?
8 and 9's worse.
8 and 9 is worse than 0-17.
No, I didn't say 0 and 17.
Yes,
6 and 11. Like, would you rather it be right middle of the road, or you're worrying more with 6 wins?
But
you get the better draft pick, but it's not like a top 3 pick. You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I'd rather just. Look, if they're gonna not win, if they're not gonna go to the playoffs, I would 3 wins. Give me 3.
Not on the table.
It's not. So it has to be 6 or 11.
The question was 6 or 11 or 8 or 9. 8 or 9.
8 or 9 is actually an interesting conversation.
Anyone's taking 3 wins.
6 and 11.
But what if it's win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1, like that kind of thing? Or is it lose a bunch early and then win late, or win a bunch and then just nosedive at the end of it? Which one of those is the worst scenario?
Losing a bunch early and then winning late is always bad.
Yeah.
Because that gives false hope that we cleaned it up.
Did you hear the all-time musical crime that was committed on this show today? What these guys did not know?
Did they force a YouTube out?
This one right here. This one right here in the blue, not matching. And that one in there.
And Reetma. Both in there. Did not know this song.
Oh, this should be our national anthem.
It should be.
Yeah. Should it?
And this guy died last week. Not Hogan. Rick Derringer.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe they all didn't know it.
For Bobby, too, especially. Bobby's a pretty knowledgeable
I know music. I don't know.
You don't know Lil Wayne?
I don't know fake music. I know Lil Wayne. I know how trash that album was.
It's fake music. It's obviously real music.
Literally guitars.
We can get into how Lil Wayne's like the most overrated artist of all time, too, if you like. Because like the Carter 3 as a classic album is one of the most ridiculous takes that's out there. So
take that, Tolo Wade.
No, this is just I never followed wrestling or anything else. How would I know this?
Ever?
I mean, when I followed it was for like 2 years in like 2000, 2001. And that was way past Hogan.
But, I mean, I couldn't say it's way past Hogan. I mean, he just
he came back to the company a year later. But
Yeah,
I
but
get,
like the
I get his
NWO
point.
was like,
I get
you know,
his
still-
point.
Way past Hogan in the sense of somebody who didn't have cable and literally only had SmackDown and watched for that little narrow time as 12 years old.
It's just
This is the theme song for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, it just seems it's so pop culture that you would have not missed.
Give me
it.
the top 3 most recognizable wrestling songs in history.
Stone Cold?
Yeah. Is this one? This is one.
I think this is one of them. Man, that
Stone
is-
Cold 2?
I could see that because
Ultimate
the glass
Warrior?
break.
I love the Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior.
Macho?
See, I think it's Macho Man because everyone's
Because everybody
like,
knows Pomp
why
and
does he?
Circumcision.
Why does he come out to the graduation song? Like, I think
Flair's is pretty
I don't know Flair.
recognizable.
That's from 2001: A Space
is it?
Odyssey.
Dun, dun.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you know what? You've reshaped my idea because now I think Macho and Flair have to be in there because that's
What about
from
The Rock?
other. And
The
but
Rock
see,
says-
I love the Hitmans.
and those are big ones, but at least the two he mentioned, like that's the graduation song, and then it's from 2001: A Space Odyssey. So those are recognizable, like outside.
I know
of
Cena. Cena's the
wrestling.
one that I would probably most know is like that.
yeah.
That
He
that
wrote.
I know.
He wrote and recorded that.
All right,
song
so
himself.
1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna say.
Let me take Macho and Flair out because those are like mainstream. Everybody knows.
Then I'd go Hogan, Stone Cold. I think the Undertaker because you saw it like at UFCs and stuff with the bong where wrestlers come out to the bong like the gong.
Yeah.
And fighters have come out.
And they
Like,
calls the pops, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they call it?
that's right.
Kurt Angle from just because it's everybody recognizes the Kurt Angle one. I think.
Why?
Not Bobby.
Just because it's like I don't know, it just feels like Captain America-y.
I know. I'm sure we missed some that people are gonna be mad about. But
Yeah,
the
what about
Ultimate
the one where
Warrior.
you do like this all the time with your hands? It plays on her song every day or a show every day.
Oh, Daniel
Oh,
Bryan.
Limp Bizkit.
I don't know. Yeah. we
What
just
about
do this
Triple
all the time.
H?
Yeah.
No.
Oh
What
yeah,
about
because that's
Stephanie
my
McMahon?
Motorhead.
Motorhead did it.
What about Jim?
All right, you know
What
what?
about Benoit?
Corey's sarcasm is taking over the crosstalk.
Latino Heat. Latino Heat.
We're back tomorrow morning. The KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
I hope that 10 years from now, or maybe 5, that when Alec has hosted his own show somewhere nationally in America, that we'll be able to replay Why You Call Me Corey, Oh Man Majors.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like in like 5 or 10 years, people are going to be like, the hell is he talking? I just know that he's been saying that for the last 5 years. I have no clue what he's talking about. And one day we'll have to go back to the audio and relive that sometime. And you know what? At some point, I think that's a good thing for all of us as we get to that point. You know,
Yeah.
go back and relive the best moments.
I just want to talk.
There it is.
I just want to talk about the story about how you needed to be even more enthusiastic.
More
even though you felt
enthusiasm.
like you're at your highest level of enthusiasm. They're like, no, it could be better.
Yeah, I'd try harder. All right, then here you go.
A lot of people, going back to our conversation in the cross, wanted us to mention Shawn Michaels' theme song. I assume you want the one sung by Shawn Michaels and not the original sung by sensational Queen Sherry.
Can Shawn Michaels sing?
No.
Okay, all right.
But
so it's
it
not
is
a
a
good
very
song?
catchy tune.
I think El Vagabundo should sing all the songs.
What a deep cut.
He's the one.
I don't know how many people have any idea who the hell that is, but I do. So thank you very much, Corey Majors.
Thank you.
All right. Are you guys doing okay after the storms? Alec, how did the Pride of Mansfield hold up?
Yeah, it was really loud. It was just like, it was all bark and no bite for me, luckily. It kept me up, though, because I was trying to go to bed around like 11, and that's when it really started hitting us. And yeah, it just kept me up because the lightning was dancing all around my house.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm right next to a window, so I was kind of terrified because of that and the wind. But anytime lightning strikes, my whole room turns purple. You know, so because the window is facing right out to the street. So yeah, it's hard to sleep, but hey, we're A-okay. The car survived. I'm happy.
My first thought was that's a cool setting for his lighting in his room. You know, that it turns purple when the lightning strikes, but that's just natural is what I'm learning here.
Well, I hope everybody out there is doing okay. And if you're not, you want to share your story, you just need somewhere to relax, have some fun for the day. Hopefully we can provide that as well.
Pull up a chair.
What happens then?
You sit down in it.
Take a load off.
And then take a load off.
Ah, okay.
On a Monday.
Go ahead and give me cut number 1. Let's talk about them Texas Rangers.
He waits. Williams' pitch, and Carter swings. It's a high fly ball to right field. Cole going back at the track of the wall. He looks up, and that one is out of here. Scuffling no more. Evan Carter with a 2-run home run, and the Rangers strike first in the top of the second on Evan Carter's second home run of the year.
The Rangers win the series against the Nationals. Obviously, the last couple of days broke the 4-game losing streak. Do you want to talk about the game in particular, or do you want to talk about the game before that?
Let's start with the game before it, Kevin.
Okay.
How are we doing? Are we doing okay in baseball again?
We're doing okay in baseball again, in part because of this man. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, because what I want to know for y'all is deGrom back to the Dominator.
2 outs, nobody on. 2-0 Rangers in the bottom of the 7th. The windup in deGrom's pitch, swing and a miss. He gets low on an elevated fastball.
All right. Jacob deGrom has been doing really impressively.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. He has now allowed 2 or fewer runs in 10 straight starts with an ERA of 1.81 in that run, which still wouldn't even be the best on the team, which just shows you.
Because Patrick Corbin was so dominant on
Actually,
Friday.
Patrick Corbin has been doing better than anticipated. And I don't know if it'll be today, maybe tomorrow. There's something we're going to have to look at a former Patrick Corbin team. Are the Rangers mirroring that team? But 7 innings pitched, 2 hits, 8 strikeouts, no walks. And if you look at the month-by-month splits once you got into like past his first start, month of April, 3.21 ERA. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, all right. Month of May, 2.08 ERA. Holy crap. Well, here we go. The month of June, 0.69. Now, I realize he's only had 2 starts in that time, but 13 innings, 1 earned run for Jacob deGrom. Are you seeing him turning back into the deGrominator?
Oh my gosh, dude! Just go back to when was the last time he gave up 3 runs?
Not this season. At the beginning of April.
April 11th.
Okay.
April 11th was the last time he gave up 3 earned runs. You did a good job, dude. I'm proud of you because that was the beginning of April. But yeah, since then, 1-2-0, 1-2-0, 2-2-1-0. Like, that's amazing.
Sounds like he just wasn't very good at coding for a second.
Because the twos. That's special to be able to have those kinds of outings that consistently, go that many innings. But that's what you expect, right? Like, that's him. And that's what you paid for initially.
You're right.
And now you're finally, for the first time, seeing the benefit from it.
Can I tell you, you're right about all the things you said, but I guess this was not what I expected.
When you signed him?
Yeah. No, when I signed him, yes.
Okay.
But when it immediately got off to, there were some injury concerns, I was like, well, we gave it a shot. We got who everybody thinks is the best pitcher in baseball. I mean, think about this. He's already started more games this year than he had in the previous 2 years combined.
Yes.
And so,
no, when we got him, the first thing we thought was when he's healthy.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
Yeah.
When he's healthy, he's the most dominant. And we understood there's probably going to be some time where he's not healthy. And then he wasn't. And like you said, for the first 2 seasons of it, we didn't see the benefit at all.
And I think, unfortunately, I came into this season, just like everybody else, like hoping for the best, but deep down being like,
it might not happen.
Yeah.
And we might not ever see it again. That was my biggest concern.
That's fair.
We might not ever see it again. But right now, and this is the thing, this is, y'all ever get into a relationship and you don't want to fully commit to it because you know what that person is.
Oh.
You know what they are. You just don't believe it's too good to be true. And so you're kind of just treating it as, it's part of life. That's how I am with deGrom. This season, I will not be like, oh my gosh, because I'm always going to be like something. But I will enjoy it while it lasts.
Because you don't want to be the person, it's like, they'll change for me.
Right, exactly.
Like,
he's not going to change for me.
Yeah, what we have is different. Maybe for a while. But then eventually it'll go back to, this is what
he's special.
Was afraid was going to happen.
He's
to
the
begin
special
with.
one.
Yeah.
He's the best looking girl. She's really cool. She likes sports. She's good at talking sports, but also gives you your space to be around the guys.
All right.
That's him.
Corey, then I got to make an admission to you.
But then
I'm starting to think Jacob deGrom's going to change for me. I'm starting to think that he's going to go back to the way he was when things were good.
Oh, the talent will be there. I have to protect myself from whenever you hear elbow soreness or forearm. That's the thing that I'm protecting my own heart.
Yeah.
But like I said, every time he steps on the mound, I got to enjoy it. And I have so far, man. It's been like watching a technician magician at the same time. Somebody who's just really good at what they do, but also tricks you with their pitches.
I want to see what you think is more impressive. This Bochy quote or this Bochy action. Let's go to the quote first. He's talking about Jacob deGrom. I don't get tired of watching him. I'm a fan. I love watching him and what he can do with not just the stuff, but the command, the pitchability. It's a rare deal, and that's why his numbers are what they are for his career. All right. So that's option one. What's more impressive, that quote or...
Think about how many pitchers he's seen.
Oh, my gosh. It's freaking amazing. Let's go to cut number 4. Or is it Bruce Bochy at the front of the dugout still showing he's got them hot hand-eye coordination skills with this foul ball?
Hoach making a play in the dugout. Whoa, horse. Wow.
With the throwing hand.
With the throwing hand, too.
Did you see that play, and were you more impressed by him snagging the foul ball or what he said about Jacob deGrom?
Probably the foul ball thing. He's still got the hands, all right? We don't want to ask him to get down in the catcher's position and try and knock that one in the dirt, right? Like that. But the hands are there. The hands are giant, too, right? Did you notice how big that thing looked? Can you imagine if he shook Sean Cherie's hand and they had that moment? His hand would get lost in Boch's hand. But yeah, it was. that would hurt you, right? You're probably going, that's going to hurt me.
Yes.
But you watched him. He watched it all the way into his paw. Just bam with that big old mitt, and then just toss it aside like it was nothing.
I go to Robert Hassel, the outfielder from the Nationals, and he goes, hey, I think we had a good plan against him, deGrom, that is, to stay on the fastball. But then he said this, I think we were all prepared, but he got us today, and he was hitting his spots. That's what he does.
Yeah. What's the old Cliff Lee line of everybody wants to ask me about how to throw a curveball and how I throw my changeup when they can't command their fastball.
Yeah.
Learn how to do that first, and then you can throw the other stuff. And a lot of days, that's what Mike Maddox is like. Just go out there and do that first, and we'll develop our plan from there. But he's already got the plan in place. But if you can't command your fastball, that's it. And so when he starts hitting his spots like that and he's found his groove, I'm still amazed. And Mike and I discussed this too. I'm still amazed at how tall of a pitcher as he is and how long he is, how well he works down at the bottom of the strike zone. And what did Boach call it? The third string. He works that one so well down there. And I'm just amazed at how well he does that. And once he's able to do that, hitters are just like, it's just too difficult because it looks like a ball because it's low, and then it's right there on the black, and umpires are giving it to him because it's there. It's good.
Now, assuming it's not against Colorado where you needed to sweep, are you still impressed when you come away from any particular series with a win? Because obviously you're coming off a Tampa Bay series where you got swept. You won the series against St. Louis, but that's what I always think of when it comes to having a march to a respectable record. Like, if you told me you could sweep Minnesota, Chicago, Kansas City, that'd be great. But if you also told me you come out winning every single one of those series, I know it takes longer to get there, but that feels like a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I feel like they are heading in that right direction right now. And then I look at the standings, and again, like you said, we're right there, kind of still close enough.
Yeah,
not too far away, within striking distance, because as you said, the division stinks, and it makes me think, Kevin, this is where I get in trouble. And if I was Chris Young, I would get in trouble. And I think Chris Young will probably be like, you know what? It's not trouble, man. That's just trying to build a winner. Now I'm sitting there looking at it going, we're in striking distance. We could win this division. All I need to do is add a piece. All I need to do is add a spark to this batting lineup. And so that's me, Kevin, where I'm just like, go make some moves. Go. I believe this team can actually go do it. I think they do. I think they have enough. The pitching is good enough that if you can add some bats to this thing, you might have another World Series contender.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to throw this out there. Hopefully not too many people were negatively affected from the 469. Power was out for us in Anna for like an hour and a half. And obviously I want to know more of those stories. Hopefully we can help you. I know everybody likes to say, take a load off and enjoy your day. Our power went out for like maybe 45 seconds, and some of the thunder woke up Noah. But I mean, other than like higher than normal winds and heavy rain, we weren't really particularly negatively impacted. So I hope our folks listening are doing okay out
Carter
there.
came in saying there's going to be 100-mile-an-hour winds, and I was like, I mean, that is concerning. And so that did kind of, when I heard the wind, and we have a wind chime right outside of our window.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't help. I should have told him to bring that sucker in.
Coming up next, it's the end of the NCAA as we know it, and I feel fine. Next, right here on The Fan.
North Texas boy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ground ball, backhanded by Good, over to first. And you can light up the UT Tower burnt orange. Texas is finally bringing the championship home to Austin.
Now, this segment is going to be a lot about the end of the NCAA as we know it, but...
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Now I feel fine.
I gotcha.
6 o'clock TV hour.
Yeah.
I can't probably.
He doesn't even know the words.
He doesn't.
Remember,
You're
they
right.
gave him a sheet on the Unplugged because he was like, I don't remember the words.
Yeah.
So they gave him the... And there's one part where he evidently on the part where he goes, right? And they go, right. Where he was like, he was literally asking, was that right? Was that the right lyrics?
And they thought they were being clever and be like, right.
Right.
And he goes, no, you jackass.
No, I really didn't
wanna
know.
So we'll get to that in a second. But I have to admit, more than in the history of my life, I was locked into a college softball game on Friday night.
Really?
As Texas Tech... Well, their pitcher, she had just reached her capacity. Unfortunately, she got run out of the game. Texas dominated. They win the game, win the series, win the College World Series. Did you guys partake in any of this game? I know Friday night, obviously, it can be more difficult.
This was tough.
Okay.
This was tough for me because I kind of had some family obligations to take care of as we were getting prepared for Lucy's birthday on Saturday.
Okay.
But I did go see some highlights of it all, and it did look like Texas just was like, all right, we got this.
It felt like it was over after the first 2 innings.
Yeah, very comfortable. But for the most part, the rest of the World Series I was keeping track of. Because it was exciting. There were some very talented players in this this softball college World Series.
So congratulations to the University of Texas to win the College World Series for softball. And then we've got the College World Series coming up for baseball. I believe at the end of the week is when it starts. Only one more bid up for grabs. But another huge story in the NCAA this weekend was what kind of feels like the end of the NCAA.
Which you've been calling for years.
For sure.
And then as I think it was once the look at them on MLB Network showing deGrom, and it's lighter. Al Leiter, he's going through Jacob deGrom's pitching motion. He's like, hey, I just listened to KNC. Now it's time to talk about Jake deGrom. But yeah, Kevin.
You'll know they're really copying us if their next segment is about the fall of the NCAA. And then I'll be like, hold on a minute.
It was the moment when OU's players got busted for eating too much pasta and had to pay 89 cents back. And I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yes.
This is the most ridiculous. And that's when I really started paying attention to how stupid the NCAA is in their own favor.
Oh, for sure. And the way they were like, hey, we do everything to protect the student athletes. And I was like,
horse hockey.
So you didn't expand the NCAA tournament at all to get that $13 billion TV deal?
Exactly.
Like, no. Everything we do is for the student athlete. Okay, so they expanded playoff in the college football. Don't worry about that. So the House versus the NCAA settlement was officially ratified on Friday. And I know you might be like, I don't want to read all of the legal mumbo jumbo. Cut to it. No problem. Is expected to formally take effect on July 1st. So only a few weeks away.
That's my birthday.
That's why they did it like that.
I think they did too.
They didn't say that
also,
in the documents, but I felt it.
Usually NFL free agency starts around then, and then like the NBA has something going on there too. So I think usually what they're doing is trying to hide it. They're like, hey, let's just cover it up.
Well, let's get through some of the boring stuff, but check it out. Starting in 2025, colleges will start revenue sharing with athletes. Athletic departments will be allowed to use their own funds to pay players. And it's expected that the salary cap for this, although they're really trying not to call it a salary cap yet, but essentially the salary cap for this is $20 million. And that's to cover all athlete compensation, not just those in sports that generate revenue.
Call it the pay roof.
Okay.
You got the pay wall. Why not the pay roof?
All right.
Or the pay ceiling?
So the pay, which do you prefer? Because I know the roof is the ceiling. Or the ceiling is a roof?
Pay roof sounds like a town in like somewhere else.
Okay.
We went to pay roof this
week. Based on that, the pay ceiling for this is expected to be about $20 million a year, because that's probably all that these schools make off of athletics. And again, it's all about the student athlete. Okay, it's actually only 22% of all the profits that they generate across the athletic departments, but don't worry about that.
Hold on, actually, let's think about this for a second. 22% is a significant number.
That's true.
Like
better than zero.
And I know you're being sarcastic about it's all about the student athletes, except for the 88% or whatever, 78% that we got left over. Thank you. But that is a pretty significant amount. Do you think that they went through the budgets and said, this is all we actually can share?
So this is just a starting point. The thought is in the next decade, it could raise from about $20.5 million to $33 million.
Okay.
All right. And then there is some belief that can push schools either in the next decade or after that to about 50% of athletic revenue in a lot of the departments, which is what you see in like some other sports where, and you're
so this is the college's funds that they can spend.
Correct.
Can you still get an NIL deal?
Now, what a great question. We'll get to that in just one second.
Okay.
They have created, to enforce this, they have created the College Sports Commission, the CSC, which will hire a CEO soon. All right. And I believe the CEO, I think that's what came out on Friday. And I think they've already picked up one of the executives from baseball. Brian Seeley has been hired away from baseball, and he's going to be the CEO. And so his job is described as building out the organization's investigative enforcement teams and oversee all that's going on, because this is going to create a brand new set of problems that were very much like the old problems, right? So in the old days, you weren't allowed to give college athletes money or gifts or anything like that. And obviously because of that, nobody ever did it, especially not Texas A&M. But they did, and you'd have thought we would have won more. With how much money we were giving away, you'd have thought we would have won more. But so it's going to start all over, and they're going to be like, hey, you can't essentially circumvent the salary ceiling.
Well, and Kevin, the reason A&M didn't win more is because you start with here's the $35,000. $35 more whenever the season's done and you've broken records. Y'all just gave them $70,000 up front.
Sure.
That was where you messed up.
It is basic, it's basic black market dealing. You get half up front, half when the job is done.
And don't try and call the cops.
Yeah, if you've ever seen a movie or a TV show, that's basically how it goes. Now, somebody brought this up. My understanding is that that's what the university can pay, but private parties can still pay more, or they can get additional funds representing a business. True, but what the CSC is supposedly going to do, and you could tell me how effective you think this is going to be, is they are going to determine if these are legitimate business representative deals.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is
I think this is important.
And you've seen a couple of different schools, remember? And like some different companies were like, hey, every offensive lineman you get in, we're going to give $35,000. Like we've seen that locally, we've seen that nationally, and you've seen different variations like that. But starting this summer, any endorsement deal between a booster and an athlete will have to be vetted through the CSC to make sure it is, quote, for a valid business purpose.
I agree with this. I agree that you should make sure that these businesses that say they're going to pay actually do. Like I think that's an important thing. Can you actually afford this?
Yeah.
Are there other underlying things here? Yes. I think on the surface it is. We've seen a couple situations where somebody was told they'd be paid, they did not get paid, and now we have problems. How do we solve that?
I think my interest or my concern, and I want to go further into this with you guys, is like, let's say SMU or Texas Tech, they were getting a furniture store to give $35,000 to every, offensive lineman that came in, even if they're going to be a backup. Hey, that's great. And I'm super stoked for those kids, but
they had to couch the situation.
Okay, I see what you're doing. That is very nice. Are they going to be able to back that up? Are you going to be able to show me, like, how does that backup offensive lineman who never plays, how does that actually bring the value? Versus, like, Cooper Flagg, I could see how you endorse whatever product, and they're like, hey, he might be the most recognizable person out there. That's why we're getting him all the money, and they're like, no problem.
Yeah, you brought this up the other day. I can't remember exactly who it was. Somebody did something, though, and we were like, damn, that's got to be a lot of advertising money right there. This is genius.
Yeah.
That's got to be a lot of advertising.
Yes.
And when it comes to this, if you're a business that maybe doesn't have that money, but you like, look, I'm going to be around for years. This is part of my marketing fund. I wonder how that, no, I'm going to make money off this. Do they look at it that way? This is marketing for me just as much as it is that. I feel like they do, because I'm going to use Arch Manning as a way to sell boats at Lake Travis. You know, and if somebody's like, man, I'm going to sell 1,000 boats this year.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's part of their funding, and they're looking at it. Maybe I don't have the money now as a donor, but it's going to come as business goes along. This process of applying for these things is going to be arduous for a lot of people, but at the same time worth it for their businesses, I think.
Do you think it's going to go back to the point where, and y'all can correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think this is what maybe the courts thought would happen 4 years ago when they first ruled that you could start getting NIL money. I think they thought, mistakenly so obviously, that this was all going to be only for the best athletes, like the most select, elite, high-level athletes, and then boosters obviously got involved, and they're like, okay, well, we can manipulate this for the depth of our team and everything like that. I do kind of wonder.
How many years has it been?
It's been 4 years.
Since this all kind of started?
Yep.
Wow.
Since the court ruling that paved the way for this, and now you get another court ruling that kind of changes the entire dynamic, because now the schools will literally be paying some of the athletes. But I'm curious if this will push the tide back in favor of, well, we got to get this kid, and he wants $9 million, and our whole budget is $20.5 million. So that's a lot of other kids are going to lose some of the money that they had been getting.
Just saw that happen with Tennessee before this ruling, right?
Right.
Hey, look, our budget is this, and he wants to double the deal that he had. We're not paying that. Negotiations. Now, this is another thing, Kevin, is every university equipped with a negotiator for these kinds of deals. And this opens up a lot of other jobs, obviously, because think about that. The NFL, the NHL, the NBA, they have people on every single staff that are responsible for negotiating contracts.
Yeah.
And so do you have multiple people to do this for every university out there that wants to be involved? And do they have the same kinds of it's not like all those budgets are flat for everybody. This isn't a flat budget for everybody.
Okay.
There is a ceiling, but not flat.
I'm really glad that you said that, because just because the cap is set at 20.5 doesn't mean people are going to be paying that amount of money. Here's the other thing. I was reading a bunch of articles about this over the weekend, and a lot of people seem to think about 70% or $15 million of this is going to go to football at power conference schools. But do you think this will widen the divide at some schools? Let's say maybe you're Kentucky, UConn, maybe even Duke or whatever, and you're like, hey, while Alabama is pushing all of their money, and they've been a very good basketball school as of late, while they're pushing all of their money to football, why don't we push all of our money to basketball? And I win this recruiting war and this one and this one and this one. And I wonder if that will kind of like change some schools, Alec, from, hey, we were mostly a basketball school, but now we're going to become like an all-the-way basketball school, you know?
All the way.
I feel like that has to be a plan of action for some schools, right? Because there are going to be, no matter what money's involved, there are going to be the true blue bloods that have the legacy. You know, they're going to have the rapport and they're going to have the pitching in terms of recruiting just to say, hey, like for Alabama, they can just say, hey, we're Alabama. You know, we got money, but we're Alabama. So they're going to be able to go head-to-head with anybody because they have that championship pedigree. Other schools might just say, hey, you know, it feels like college basketball is one of the most unpredictable sports in the collegiate level. So they say, hey, if we just go ahead and dump all of our assets here, we have a real chance. In football, we could have 5-star recruits everywhere and still get bounced in our first playoff game because this team is just better coached than us. Basketball, baseball even, you could say, hey, we've got a real chance to be an upset here.
And I do kind of wonder if like all of this is going to get us back to where we were to begin with, where now like 20 million per school up to, or 20.5 will go to these different players, but the same recruiting tactics that pretty much have always been in place will just be back in place. And you're like, oh, the CSC is now investigating blah, blah, blah. And you're like, no, I swear he helped us sell, 16,000 wind chimes. It was a boon for our business. And like, I wonder if we're taking all this time just to get right back to where we started and just taking some more money out of the schools and the NCAA's pockets along the way. By the way, lost in all of this, unless you're one of the athletes, and then you probably care a lot, the settlement that sets up all this new stuff, that they're also going to have to pay $2.8 billion as part of this settlement for trying to stop people from being able to cash in on their name and likeness for so long.
Yeah, man, I think going down the next lane of that is, how much did the schools and the education part of it benefit prior? And is this taking a chunk from them now? Like, were you able to build better labs and better facilities because you had this, or did you just line the 80s pockets more and some of those people, and the school never really benefited from it?
See, that's a great question, because there are multiple studies out there in the world that show when your college athletics are doing better, and especially if you're at an elite level, the applications to your school will explode.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Why do the Pirates hate Paul Skeens? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preacher?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
adopt.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-1 game. 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 call on an inside fastball. Kepler caught looking, and now Skeens has struck out 3 of the last 4.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we talked a lot about wrestling in the break.
I learned what gorilla is.
Yes!
And iguanas.
And are you excited about Mr. Iguana? 877-881-1053. Those questions and probably, hopefully, others we will be asking. And don't forget, everything that you do, I want you to do it to be available in the noon o'clock hour when we will give away tickets to go see Bryan Adams at the American Airlines Center.
School?
Not your high school, the
see
singer.
my high school at American Airlines Center?
I mean, maybe. I think for legal purposes, I'm probably supposed to say no.
Okay.
But right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Corey, let me ask you this.
Did Mike text us and say he misses us over the weekend? Absolutely.
Oh.
Yes, the answer is yes.
I was not going to share that.
Oh, I will.
Paul Skeens, this month, which is only 2 starts.
Yeah.
15 and 2/3 innings pitched, 2 walks, 15 strikeouts. He's given up 1 earned run. That's an ERA of .57.
All right.
He's 0-1. So why did the
How many starts?
2.
All right.
Why did the Pirates hate Paul Skeens? By the way, in the month of May, he had 6 starts with a 1.91 ERA. He went 1-3. So the question remains, why did the Pirates hate Paul Skeens?
I don't think they hate him. I just think that they're not a good baseball team. And so they're kind of doing what the Rangers have been doing to most of their pitching staff this year, where they're just like, hey, we know that you went out there and gave us most innings where nothing happened, but we can't score runs.
So the Paul Skeens routine, if it was like that Tom Cruise, I want to say Emily Blunt movie maybe, where he does the same thing over and over. Clearly, they just ripped it off from Groundhog Day.
That had a different name?
Yes.
And it changed the name. Day After Tomorrow?
That's a different move. Edge of Tomorrow. But then they changed it because they didn't do great at the box office. Pitch deep into a game, allow a single run, if that, walk away without a win. Paul Skeens for the season has a robust 1.88 ERA. His whip is .84, which is insane. He's 4-6.
That is, it's very Mike Troutnian, right?
Don't shake your head, Alec. I like the way he said that.
Where you're really, really good, and the rest of the team just is not. And so you're not going to be in the... Now, they're worse than the Angels have been his entire career. Like, they are worse right now than the Angels were most of the time. But this is bad, dude. He got drafted by a bad team that's still taking time to grow. I think that they're years away still, maybe 3 years away, but they still have a lot of work to do to build that team up.
From the 817, he won yesterday with 4 exclamation points. He did not. The Pirates eventually won the game when they decided to score a run in the bottom of the 8th. But remember, in the top of the 8th, Paul Skeens did not complete that inning. He only got 2 of those outs. So they brought in Ashcraft, and he got the win. So Paul Skeens, in fact, did not get the win. From the 972, sounds like he'd be a perfect fit with the Rangers. That's a great point.
His strikeout per 9 is down this year.
Oh, what is it at?
It was 11.5 last year. 9.1 this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is a pretty good of a
You
ways
thought
down.
you were like,
I did.
oh no, it's down by 0.1. No, this is actually...
You could see how I would think this was the classic Corey setup of 11.5 to 11.4.
Yeah, he had 23 games last year and 133 innings and 170 strikeouts. Now, obviously this year, longer, you feel like he's pitching longer, and he's probably, he's probably gotten to the point now where everybody's like, oh, we've seen him. And so it's going to be a little bit different than it was, obviously, when in college, whenever we watched that.
Now, let's go from that to Roman Anthony. We had talked about him being the top prospect, perhaps in all of baseball, certainly for the Red Sox. Did you see that he hit the longest home run in any level of professional baseball this season over the weekend for Triple-A Worcester? Don't love the way I said that.
Worcester.
Worcestershire. I'm sorry, I should have said it in my Boston accent. Worcester. So he hit it 497 feet. That surpasses Mike Trout, who previously had the longest home run of the season, but longest home run of any baseball player at any level of professional baseball this year, 497 feet.
This is the dude that had to hide in the laundry basket to be like moved in and out of the stadium because
that's
of
right.
Autograph seeking.
Yes, that's right.
This is this guy's that good, huh?
He is very, very good.
Man, and the Red Sox have him, and now they're stinking this year, so they can get another one of these kind of guys.
It's funny that you say that. I think their record is almost identical to the Rangers, maybe
but
half
they were
a game
expected
better.
to be the top contenders, Kevin. With expectations and the way you're doing, Rangers were expected to be top contenders too. So yeah, we're all stinking right now.
Corbin Burns. We talked about this last week, how it did not look like it was moving in the right trajectory. He is, in fact, going to have Tommy John surgery. So you look at it just where we are in the season, and you can't help but wonder. Obviously, he'll be out the rest of this year, but does that mean he's going to miss the vast majority, if not all, of the 2026 season as well? Let's go from that to Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso hit 2 home runs to pass David Wright for second most home runs in Mets history. Which player do you think has the most home runs in Mets history?
You said he passed David.
David Wright was second.
Strawberry?
Darryl Strawberry.
It was him or Gary Carter. And
is next up on the list. Darryl Strawberry has 9 more home runs than Pete Alonso.
What?
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, so he can do it.
And he did so in 1,100 games, where Pete Alonso has only played 900 games so far and change for the Mets. But he did also surpass Darryl Strawberry's record of most multi-home run games for the Mets. So Pete Alonso's got that record. In a matter of time, he will have the most home runs for the Mets record.
I was close on Gary Carter. He's 23rd.
Is that close?
2 and 3 together. So yeah, that would be 1, 2, and 3. But Piazza was 4. Howard Johnson.
I'm going to say that if we ever hit a rating skid, I'm going to be like, yeah, we're 2 and 3.
Yeah, 23rd's 2 and 3. Yeah. So there you go. Dave Kingman, number 6. Carlos Beltran, 7. We're going through the Mets home run leaders.
I don't need the entire list, but
yeah, but Strawberry's like he's the first person I think of when I think of a hitter for the Mets.
Sure.
So and now Pete Alonso also because of the home run derbies that he's won. And wasn't it this offseason that everybody was like, you don't want Pete Alonso back? And then he was crushing during the playoffs last year, and they're like, maybe we should bring him back. And he's been pretty good this year.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, you can go back to it. He has been very good this year. I would not have pegged Pete Alonso for saying I got a 300 batting average, but yet here we are. All right, let's go from that to, you know what, if we're talking about hitting, you brought this up last week. We didn't get a chance to bring it up. How many games does it take for you to care about a hitting streak?
Ooh, I like this.
So you go back to Joe DiMaggio. He's got the record with 56 home runs. 56. Wow. That's not a record. Even
Barry Bonds.
Even if I said that right, that's still not a record. He has had a hit, at least one hit in 56 straight games.
Yes.
I think it was Pete Rose who got to 41, 42, and people took note of that. To me, I think it's 30.
Okay.
I know some people, like I saw some people in the CBS article who were like 29. I can't do that, so I need to say 30.
I think it's actually 40.
Okay.
Because, dude, all right, what team does he play for again? Who's on that? Who was on that role recently? It was a team that I'm not paying attention to.
Okay.
All right. And so to get me interested in watching something that's going on in the country, I'm only going to be able to be on that ride for about 14 days. Maybe about a month.
Wow.
I can't be on that ride the entire time. Now, if it's a Rangers player, hit me after 10. I'm locked in after 10.
Okay, I got you.
But somewhere else around the country, I'm going 40 games is actually the right amount of number because, Kevin, dude, how often do we get to the pressure point of, oh man, it's been 25 games in a row? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Did DiMaggio have the amount of press that we have following that at like game 15? You know, that's what I don't know was when did they start really dialing in on that, and did it really wear on him the way Lou Gehrig? You remember the home run chase wore on him that whole season. And so I don't know if when the pressure really starts to mount for these guys, or if DiMaggio just went out there and was like, I don't know, I have no clue when the last time I didn't get a hit was.
See, at the time, I bet probably not, and people were more like engaged with some of his, with like Marilyn Monroe talk or whatever, besides the hit streak and everything. But then again, I always wonder if people who thought back then was a lot of media would be overwhelmed by how much media does or does not pay attention right now and how national everything is.
Do you think that back then it was more baseball coverage, was more interest back then? Because
because baseball was the sport. Like I still remember, I've mentioned this a couple times. I go back to, it was like 1910, New York Times. They had something at the top of the paper that said, please do not call into the newsroom to get the World Series updates as our reporters are like trying to go out and report stuff. And I was like, wow, man, it was so important. They were like, I'm going to put this in the top of the page. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to try to accomplish a lot in this segment. What is the hardest sport to ref? Plus the NBA Finals, plus the French Open. We got a lot of ground to cover next on The Fan.
You're proud.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Chad. My name's Chad. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're off air. I gave Alec a different kind of question of the day. But our question for y'all here, what's the hardest sport to ref? And then we're going to get around to the NBA Finals and the French Open. But I put together a list. I know people always debate this, and we've already got some answers from the 972 MLB. Having to locate a strike when a ball is coming at 90 plus miles per hour looks almost impossible. From the 214, hardest sport to ref is baseball. And from the 315, baseball is the hardest sport to umpire. Man, I do not agree with that at all. And basketball is a close second. So my list is going to reflect very differently. Do you want to have a conversation more? Can I give you my list that you guys
give me your
can
list,
mock?
man. I want to see if I agree with it or if I hate it.
Number one sport to ref.
Just remember, I like you.
But you might hate the list.
Right.
Gotcha. Is hockey. All right?
That's the hardest?
That's right. Because in all these other sports, you either get to stand there or you run along with them.
You're just gliding on skates.
Yeah. Well, you have to be a good skater and you have to stay out of the way.
Are you at ice? No, you don't. How many times did you see the puck hit the referee's skate during the Star Series? It screwed them over.
But you're probably supposed to stay out of the way. So I say hockey 1, then football, then basketball, MMA and boxing is 4th, soccer is 5th because, man, you got to run a lot. For baseball, I think that's the easiest one, and I'll tell you why. Because if you're at the bases or watching the line, you don't get put into play that often. And when you do, just look. Like, you can figure it out.
I think it's very difficult to stay that focused for that long. And whenever...
So you think they drift away and they start thinking about other things?
There are so many times when the catcher will point down to first base or third base, and I'm like, he's guessing right now. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
And they're like... that's the safe signal, but also means he didn't swing. That's always been weird to me. But yeah, that's where I stand on that. I think baseball is very difficult, but I'm with you, man. I think hockey is right up there because of the physicality that goes into it too. You got to be able to go beat somebody up. Nobody knows what icing is anyway, so you're just guessing most of the time. And then, was he offsides? Should we waive it? How do you get to decide when to waive it? Like, you just get to decide? So that's always a little subjective or objective or whatever.
No, subjective. And then the home plate umpire, like, I get it. I'm not saying that part is necessarily
that's
easy.
Tough. That's a tough day.
But that's your only job.
That is a very tough day, though.
You stand right there.
And get booed.
That's fine.
Like, the whole time.
You should know that it is
both
a thankless
coaches
job.
hate you.
And look, that's why...
The catcher's only acting like he likes you.
That's why the bit in The Naked Gun is so funny, where...
Leslie Nielsen?
Leslie Nielsen, because I was going to say Liam Neeson, and I was like, nope, that's the new one.
That'd be awesome.
Leslie Nielsen realizes that he just wants the crowd to cheer for him, so he just calls strikes every time against the opposing team, and he loves it. And,
If you haven't seen that, if you're younger and haven't seen that,
it's fun.
You have to go watch that. Just that, if nothing else, just that scene. It's hilarious.
And I want to point out, I think all of these are difficult, but in my hierarchy, I went hockey, football, basketball, MMA or boxing, soccer, and baseball. I have baseball as the easiest of that group of 6 to ref, even though I will acknowledge it's probably really difficult. I don't think any of these sports are easy.
From the 469, hardest sport to ref is wrestling, especially in those bloodline matches.
No, it's not. Nobody has any expectations of you in professional wrestling. You can do the worst job ever.
You get knocked out.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes when you get elbowed to the face, you're out for 3 seconds. Other times, you're out for legitimately 6 minutes. You're like, what happened? Is he okay?
Golf's the easiest, right?
I just need to make sure you filled out your scorecard right.
And if they call you over for the rules, you have a freaking book with you. You just walk up and you're like, yes, the rule book says this. You don't have to do anything else. It's all in the honor system. And in pro golf, there's cameras on all of them, but it's all honor system stuff. So there's nothing there. That's easy.
From the 817, NFL has to watch 22 at once, plus everyone on the sideline to make sure nobody is on the field illegally.
But there's 8 that each have specific jobs, so you are sharing that.
Yeah, you have a zone or whatever.
I think football, when it's the guy that is running with the receivers and the cornerbacks, that's tough. That's a tough day. NBA though, it's soccer.
You got to run a lot in soccer.
Even if you're one of the linesmen in soccer, we know what offsides is there. They hold up the flag and tell you.
I feel pretty confident in the hockey fans.
When do you wave it off?
That's icing, not offsides.
No, they wave off offsides too.
Well, when I'm in a generous mood.
I
want to get cheered by the home fans.
But in soccer, it's definitely you're running even if you're a linesman, you're running at least half the field.
Yeah.
You're running all the time. So, and the guy who's, the head ref? That dude's running the whole time.
Yeah.
He never stops. And then he's got to run up to somebody after he's exhausted, running up, holding a yellow card, and maybe he selects the wrong one. He's like, I got to go with it. It's red today.
I do love the authority that they have to tell you to march back to where you were. And that's how you know you're going to get a card. Somebody knows, they're walking up. They're like, hey, come back here so I can show you this piece of colored construction paper. And they're like, card. And you have to walk back over there.
Why do they have to walk over to that spot?
I don't know. Because they're going to give you a yellow card, usually. And probably if you don't walk back there, they're like, all right, I'll switch. I'll make it a red card, and you'll be sad. What do you guys think is the toughest sport?
It's soccer. That's it.
Soccer.
One. But the authority is great. I'm with you there. I just think it's the amount of running that you have to do. And dude, you're the one guy in the middle of the field. Does anybody tell you, hey, behind your back, he's a roundhouse kicked a guy in the face. You just didn't see it. How else does that happen? Where you're just like, what? I don't know what happened, so I can't blame him.
You kind of convinced me, but also I thought about another thing. I don't feel like I ever hear stories about a baseball umpire or a basketball referee getting murdered. We have discussed multiple stories on this show about a soccer referee who got murdered.
Yes.
Because of all right, soccer's now at the top because of the inherent danger that comes in the aftermath of some of these matches. Then hockey, football, basketball, MMA, or boxing and baseball.
Donahue was beholden to the gambling gods. He's still doing fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine with him, so I think basketball's easier than we think.
From the 214 high-level tennis, I know this caught Corey's eye quite a few times during the French Open as the one chair umpire. I always wonder...
Did we find out who she was?
I did not check. I'm sorry. I wonder if the chair umpire automatically wants to make the call against the person who make them get out of the chair. They're like, no, man, I'm just sitting here. Let the VAR system or whatever they call it happen.
They got to wear a lot of sunscreen and
have that big
umbrella and everything. Yeah. But it is... Don't they just have the computer system? Doesn't the computer call it all for them?
That's what I'm saying. If you have to get out of your chair, you're probably like, thanks a lot, Switek. I'm going to go against you on this one. All right, Alec, do you have a ranking system or just the most difficult?
I would say soccer is up there, but I'm leaning towards basketball now, watching the finals. Having to ref a game that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is playing in has to be absolutely brutal. Having to make those judgment calls in real time of, is he inducing contact? Is he actually getting tackled? Is Lou Dort trying to audition for the NFL? You know, like, you have to really process these things in really quick time. But on a serious note, I think that today's NBA has to be extremely difficult. One, because of all the running. Because these athletes, the fast breaks and stuff, having to catch everything in the moment in real time has to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But the way that players are being taught to induce contact and to draw contact in today's game of basketball, you have to be really, really keen on, is he faking? Is he inducing that contact? Is it legal contact? Is he staying vertical? The defender, are they staying vertical when they're going up? Are they getting a forearm in the contact process? Like, catching those things in real time, you have such a very slim margin for error, and thank God for replay assist.
And everybody's arguing with you on the court the
exactly.
whole time.
And the second you blow a whistle, what is the dude that gets, slammed to the ground doing? Twirling his finger, review it every single time. And it's like, well, everybody on the court thinks I'm lying now. Like, you are an instant villain, and you have to make some incredible calls at an incredible pace.
Kevin, I have found her.
The chair umpire.
Mariana Veljovic. And evidently, in 2020, Boris Becker said, I have to say, the umpire is extremely pretty. You eat with your eyes. The hell does that even mean?
You eat with the eyes first.
You're not eating her. You don't eat it. You don't. All right. What does that mean? Is Boris Becker does he a little off sometimes with some of the things that he says?
He was in jail for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
I think that's for tax issues, actually, though.
But yeah, I have found her. It wasn't actually a very difficult look. It was like, bam, who is the hot? And then it said tennis umpire. Like, that was the first thing that popped
Is that
up.
really what you typed in?
Yeah.
All right. Well, since Corey brought up tennis, I guess this is my opportunity to move over to that. Give me number 8, and we'll talk about Coco Gauff.
Of course.
She had to say it twice. It was really good. Coco Gauff defeated Arina Sabalenka. Sabalenka is an interesting character. She will talk to herself and her racket quite a bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, and at first it looks like she's kind of trash-talking the opponent, but really she's like, hey, you stupid idiot, why couldn't you get that forehand in bounds and stuff?
Oh, she talks to herself like you talk to yourself.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Coco Gauff, the first American in 10 years to win the Women's French Open title. That is since Serena Williams back in 2015. It was amazing. That first set was awesome. Like, if you have some time and you want to watch things you already know the outcome of, go back and watch the first set of Gauff-Sabalenka. It was tremendous. Sabalenka won. I did not think Coco Gauff was going to take the day after that, and yet she did. And on the men's side, even more epic. It was about a 5-hour and 30-minute match. It was the second longest Grand Slam final ever. Carlos Alcaraz was losing to Jannik Sinner 2-0. But then the comeback began. But it was almost thrown off in the fourth set. Sinner was up 5-3 and had a 40-love lead in the point, which means he had not one, not two, but 3 championship points. At that time, he was a minus 50,000 to win the French Open, which means you would have had to bet $50,000 to win $100. He was that overwhelming of a favorite that Alcaraz fought off all 3 of those, and I take you to set number 5. Here's Carlos Alcaraz for the win. Those are the scores. Now, Alcaraz is the first man ever to fend off 3 championship points in the French Open final? Like I said, the match went 5.5 hours. I feel like my answer is probably going to be no. Is there any chance you guys got in at any of the French Open finals this weekend?
During the weekend, Kevin, no. I was just keeping track on whatever you were watching whenever we were here.
Okay.
Because my tennis knowledge is anything I ask you. That's where my tennis. Pete Sampras, remember him?
Yes.
Remember him and Andre Agassi played a very long, 4-hour match or something one night back in the day, and it was supposed to be the big one. I was in my 20s at that point, and that was
even long.
Yeah, and I haven't really watched a lot of tennis since then. But Alcaraz does interest me. Like, he's one of those players that I've seen him win a couple times. He's very exciting, and he plays a game that I really enjoy watching.
I believe Sinner and Alcaraz have won the last 6 men's majors.
Really?
And Alcaraz has made it to 5 finals in his career, and he's 5-0 in those finals. That match was freaking incredible. Maybe probably behind the 2008 Wimbledon final with Federer and Nadal, which is probably the best tennis match I've ever seen. But he wins back-to-back French Opens, the youngest player to do so since Rafa Nadal, the king of clay, won 4 in a row between 2005 and 2008. And honestly, that was the time when I thought he won like 17 French Opens in a row.
What's your favorite to play on?
Like the hard courts, because that's what's readily available here in DFW.
We don't just have a bunch of grass courts sitting around.
Look, we probably do at fancier places. I have never come across, just in my regular run of life, grass and clay courts that were available.
Have you ever played on a grass court before?
No.
Would that be like a bucket list thing for
That
you?
would be super fun. I would rather do that than a clay court.
If you have a flat backyard and you want Kevin to come over and play on it, let us know.
Okay. What do you think about the person who said they looked up the tennis umpire and don't think she's attractive?
I'm wondering if they said he looked it up. That's gross that I looked it up, or if she's not attractive. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody has different. I saw her in the corner of the eye.
I
say go look up the other ones and compare.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the creator of the Savannah Bananas might be a genius. Next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that
And taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to Holmgren. Holmgren on the attack right from the start. Layup is good. Beautiful drive. 9 straight points. Holmgren's got 9.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Thunder defeat the Indiana Pacers 123-107 to even up the series. And maybe we will talk about this at another point, but the numbers came in for Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 8.91 million viewers, excluding the 2020 and 2021 NBA Finals, and those were impacted by COVID, and we saw just huge ratings drops across the board. That was the least watched Game 1 since 1988.
Did it matter to you?
Not to me, because I am not invested in the network.
Right.
I thought it was an entertaining game nonetheless. But
Game
yes,
2?
I do not have a ESPN ABC share. Game 2, I would imagine, will be worse because you got the big lead from OKC, but no semblance of a comeback.
I wonder if that first one, though, did set people up, because that's how I was all night.
I could see that.
All night I was sitting there going, let's just wait till the fourth quarter and see. And it never turned out.
And you might have watched and you might have been like, no.
Oh, well.
Indiana's going to come back. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, as well as Twitch and YouTube Plus. We're going to hear from Jesse Cole, the founder of the Savannah Bananas.
Oh.
He's going to break down one of their unique rules and the science behind it and some of the marketing strategies, which the more I listen to this guy, I think he's an absolute genius.
I mean, clearly they're doing very well.
And he talks a little bit about that. He was on a podcast recently and he broke down the science of their marketing strategies. There's going to be documentaries and 30 for 30s and stuff about this program. And you're going to learn a lot about how truly smart this guy is. But we go to the National Day calendar, gentlemen. And today is National Donald Duck Day. Yeah. One of the impressions that has always evaded me that I wish I could do, but I simply cannot. Do not have the ability. Donald Duck, the famous Disney character, is being celebrated today, so I must ask to you two, to the Tolos, the best Disney character of all time is blank. 877-881-1053. Can be animated, could be a live action character. As long as it's Disney, it counts.
I mean, it's very easy to go with Mickey. Mickey Mouse is the beginning.
Look into who drew me.
He's the alpha.
Don't Google him.
He's the omega of Disney, you know?
Yeah. I am going to go with, because they go together, Sully and Boo from Monsters, Inc.
What a great relationship.
That relationship hits me in the feels.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with that.
I like the sentimental value behind it.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's tough to say one of the princesses.
Why
It
is
just
that?
kind of is tough because they're all like consistently good in their movies.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying because they were young or whatever.
But Genie's awesome.
Oh, man, that's a good answer.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah, and Robin Williams, that was That was the entire array of like what he's capable of.
And I'm not saying that like he was the first famous person to do like voiceover or anything like that, but man, I really feel like that set the groundwork for now. If you come up with an animated movie and it just has neat voice actors, people are like, who?
Yeah.
But it needs to have Anna Kendrick and Chris Pratt in it or whatever, where that used to not be the case whatsoever.
Yeah. I'll go with Genie though. Genie
that's a great answer.
Mickey Mouse is too easy. Genie is the greatest Disney character for me all time.
Some good ones coming in already, and those two that you guys gave are awesome. Simba and Goofy are the two best from the 214.
Gosh.
Stitch is great.
Admit you thought that was pretty good.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. And there's a video I'm going to send you during the break that can't be aired. That's a Goofy video.
Yeah, no, let's not.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Do you know what this is then?
Do you?
I think I do.
Is it the court scene?
No.
Okay, then I'm sending it to you too.
Okay.
So be ready for that. From the 817, Buzz Lightyear. That's a great one. Toy Story will always have a special place in my heart.
Okay, and I know they became friends and stuff, but it felt like at the beginning you had to be Team Buzz Lightyear or Team Tom
Woody.
Hanks, Woody.
Yeah, it was just like Team Edward and Team Jacob.
I still haven't seen those.
You got to pick a side.
Are those movies good?
No, they're not. But like I've said it a million times, and I will die on this hill. The only reason you will catch me watching these movies is because the soundtracks are amazing. For Twilight,
they have fantastic.
They are
soundtrack.
actually awesome. The way that they molded scenes around certain songs, it was just amazing. Like incredible production on that end. The acting and the storytelling, not so great.
What about Darkwing Duck? Why'd you forget about Darkwing Duck?
That's a really good one.
Get
And
dangerous.
Scrooge McDuck's money silo. You always wanted a money silo.
Yeah,
Who doesn't?
I mean, I admire his financial abilities, but here's what I don't
What do
get.
you make his money in, by the way? Do we know?
Spats.
Oh.
Like when those things he was always wearing on his, like by his feet and his legs. You know what I'm talking about.
I gotta go find out how Scrooge
Look,
McDuck made his money.
Here's the financial decision that Scrooge McDuck made that I always question.
Oh.
He continued to hire Launchpad McQuack, who was like the worst pilot and crashed his planes. I get it. On the front half, you're saving money on what you're spending on pilots. Surely, within 3, maybe 4 crashes, we passed the point where this was still financially efficient. You could have just hired even a mediocre pilot who wouldn't have consistently crashed your planes. I feel like you would have been coming out ahead. Right?
Yeah, he made his money in the Klondike Gold Rush.
Oh.
He found a large golden rock. He also had...
Oh, yeah, his gold nugget.
He also, through a combination of shrewd business decisions, luck, and adventure. So, adventure is always a good way to get wealthy.
I don't know if history totally backs that up.
Think about that. I bet there are a bunch of wealthy people that it was an adventure for them along the way, and they made some friends.
Could you still sing the DuckTales song?
DuckTales, ooh, day that I became DuckTales, ooh. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Right?
What if I said, life is like a hurricane?
Oh.
Here in Duckburg, race cars, lasers, aeroplanes, it's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery, or rewrite history. DuckTales, woo! You're welcome, Alec. Bet
This
you
is
didn't think
going-
that was going to happen.
This is going way better than I anticipated. This is amazing. 877-881-1053, your favorite Disney character of all time. From the 817, I like this one because of the chaos. Jack from The Incredibles.
Oh, yeah.
He was just a walking, breathing crash out. He was ready to destroy anything at any given time and just ruin everything, and I love it.
See, I feel like we need to create categories then, like old school Disney, and then you've got
Live
Pixar.
action.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I always like Baloo.
Yes.
Tailspin.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
In the Jungle Book.
I was going to say.
Look, I know him best from Tailspin. I know he's in the Jungle Book. But like, I watch Tailspin every day after school.
Huh. I like, there's a lot of people already texting in that they know the exact video I'm about to send to y'all. This is
And
amazing.
thank you, everybody who said they were also singing along with us. That makes me happy.
That's real togetherness. Someone said Stephen A. Smith. I get it.
What a character.
ESPN, owned by Disney.
Better person than Walt Disney.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, don't Google it. But if you want to, there's probably some history you need to learn.
Yeah, Darth Vader. Darth Vader counts, right? He's a Disney character.
I'm not.
Y'all just said the other day he was number one on your
As a
list.
20th Century Fox character.
Star Wars is
You
an
got
expansion
absorbed
team, man.
Into
expansion team.
Yeah. Like, if we're gonna put it in sports terminology, they're an expansion team for Disney. Like they didn't create it. They didn't think of any of that. The new stuff, yes, but they can only put their name to that. They can't put their name to Darth Vader.
And see, somebody was Who Framed Roger Rabbit a Disney movie? Like, I honestly, I don't know. I think sometimes I just assume, okay.
Because there's a picture of me when I went to Disney World standing next to Jessica Rabbit.
Oh.
So I distinctly remember that.
Yeah, it is a Disney movie.
I was just curious if like animated equaled Disney, and you're like, not always, but there you go.
Let's see. I don't think Bugs Bunny is a Disney character. 682. Sorry about that. From the 214, Tarzan or Wall-E? If we're going sentimental, Wall-E was one of those that like I probably watched it right when I was at that perfect age where I was finally realizing what emotions are, and I was like, "Oh, this is so sad, but it's so beautiful at the same time." And I was very conflicted.
Terminator. That's what happened to me.
Oh, wow.
Terminator 2. It was Terminator 2.
I mean, that's fair.
He sticks his thumb up and goes and melts in the lava, dude. It was sad.
That was sad. Not gonna lie, that did get me. From the 903, you guys will like this. London Tipton from the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Brenda Song.
All right.
There
Her
you go.
character was very unique and fun.
Very unique.
Here's the issue that I have
So
with this.
rich.
I'm sure the episode exists, or at least
Mr.
I
Mosby.
hope it exists. But I never saw the episode when they're like, you know what? We're leaving the hotel. We're gonna go just do our life on the boat now.
It's the first episode.
Is it?
Of the on deck.
Okay.
So basically,
I never
they
saw that one.
because the mom goes.
She's like a
gonna
singer
sing
on
her
there,
on
yeah.
the thing, and then London just decides, well, my friends are there, so I'm going too. And they meet a new girl.
And plus, she's independently wealthy,
And
right?
Mosby thought he was getting away, much like his real life with the law. And
Oh no, I don't know that one.
he thought he was getting away from the kids, and then found out no, they followed him there, and so now all their capers and things that they're going to pull off are going to happen on the boat.
Okay.
And to answer my own question of the day, for the longest time it was Goofy, but I do think ever since the movie came out, I'm a Stitch guy again. I grew up playing. If this was your time frame back when Disney's website was just full of games for the kids to play, I missed that era. Back when they had the Stitch Reuben sandwich maker game, I spent way too much time.
What?
Yes, because there was the character named Reuben that made sandwiches. And there was a game where it was like the ingredients were falling from the sky and you had to use the arrow keys to catch the ingredients but avoid the bad stuff. Yeah, the Reuben sandwich maker game. Like that was a core memory for me. Me and my sister rotted our brains playing that game way too much because it was so pointless. We should have been, reading or doing something productive. No, we were building sandwiches as a little furry orange guy.
I'm not sure I can read all the texts that are coming in, but a lot of people are taking part in this segment, and everybody has a unique character that they connect with. From the 214, the Gummy Bears opening song is my favorite. Kevin, you remember that one? Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. They are the Gummy Bears.
Okay. No. But there's a very specific reason for that. If you have kids of a certain age or have in the last several years, there's the Gummy Bear song, and it's like, look for the Gummy Bear album in stores November, whatever.
I'm a gummy
you know
bear.
what I'm talking? Yes.
Yep,
I've heard that song 60 million times. Jess hates that song more than any song that's ever existed.
Back when I had a track phone, I spent like 5 minutes to get that as a ringtone. Yeah, true story. True story.
Dude,
So serious.
remember how we used to pay for ringtones?
Yes.
And now we all have
And
our phones
wallpapers.
turned off.
I remember going
We
to
don't even have a
Zedge.
ringer on our phones anymore.
I've been going through old cards and stuff, and I showed Brandon a couple things where for like 1 or 2 years, the big insert in the mid 90s were phone cards.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, you got this Joe Montana 3-minute phone, $3 phone card. You used to have to like dial 8,000 numbers to make a long distance phone call for 35 seconds.
All right, real quick before we get out of here, let's hear from Jesse Cole, the Savannah Bananas founder and commissioner. He's talking about one of his most polarizing rules that they enforce in the game and the science behind it.
No bunting, because we say because bunting sucks, all right? People will debate that over and over again, but it creates attention. It gets people talking. When you can create something that gets people talking, that's a win. That's marketing in itself. Remember, we're spending $0 on traditional marketing. We invest everything on the experience. So when you can create rules that create attention, then that spreads and that becomes contagious and people talk about it and they get fired up about it. And so when we do the rules before the game, when we say no bunting, if you bunt, you're thrown out of the game because bunting sucks, the crowd erupts and they cheer. All right? They're cheering over a rule. Like, that's crazy. You don't have in a regular baseball game, they're like, all right, the infield fly rule. Like, yeah, love this rule. It doesn't happen. But in our rules, people get excited. When we say, did you bring your glove? People get fired up because they're like, I'm going to catch a ball and make an impact in this game. And that's how we think of it all.
And I think it's unique because he mentioned they don't spend any money on marketing. They literally don't.
Impressive.
They don't spend no TV ads, no print ads, nothing. They do not market the team at all, or the games. It's all by word of mouth and social media because of the wild, wacky things they do. So when you see them selling out 80,000 seat or stadiums and college football stadiums, this is why it's all word of mouth. And if you hate this thing that they're doing because it's so weird and wonky, the only reason it's so popular is because of us. It's because of people talking about it. It's amazing. Go listen to this guy speak about this league. He is a madman, and I love it.
By the way, somebody said Fievel from An American Tale. I think that's a Universal movie, not Disney.
Wow,
but
what a hater.
Jess told me that her parents' first dance at their wedding was to Somewhere Out There. And I had to, the same thing Corey's doing right now is the same thing I had to do because I was thinking it was the mice that were singing it to each other. And instead it was like the Peebo Bryson other person, regular people version. But I really thought it was the mice singing it to each other. And I think that would have been neat. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is 2025 a Super Bowl or bust season for this NFL team? And no, obviously, it's not the Cowboys. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Goff's going to work out of the gun. Gibbs to his left. Jared's got it back. Looking, throwing, end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown hauled it in at the 1 and just turned it up. Found pay dirt, and the Lions have the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
So,
you know what that's from?
I don't think I do.
You ever seen the movie 10 Things I Hate About You?
I have.
There's a guy who plays a rich character, and he is hitting golf balls onto the football field, and he goes, rip it and rip it. And everybody hates him because he's Bogey Lowenstein or whatever.
Yeah. He helps set that plot.
I think that's Charles with the Brie. Back to you, Kevin.
All right.
So I just wanted you to know.
I appreciate
it.
For
future reference.
I appreciate it. Let's talk about Aaron Rodgers, because the deal he signed was actually lower than I thought it was going to be. 1 year, $13.65 million, but it has escalator clauses that could take it up to $19.5 million. But what I know a lot of people are more fascinated by is that supposedly the Steelers wanted Matthew Stafford and then Justin Fields. And then when neither one of those worked out, then they went with Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, that seems like what we heard all along anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I mean, I don't know that I knew that was the order, but it did feel like Justin Fields was the one they liked the most. Because they kind of knew him the most. Aaron Rodgers is the fallback.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be that big. They got to have a quarterback. Maybe it's a quarterback that puts them in position to get something else next year.
Now let's go from that to Amon-Ra St. Brown said, and I'm sure a lot of teams feel this way, but it feels especially true for them, that the team's mindset is Super Bowl or nothing. He said, at this point, we want to win a Super Bowl. That's it. Obviously, we got to make the playoffs to win the Super Bowl, but that's understood by everyone. So we want to win the Super Bowl, plain and simple. How many teams do you really think are in the category of Super Bowl or bust this season? Like, I get everybody wants to win the Super Bowl, and, like, that makes sense to me, but, like, the Bills?
Well, and it's not even bust for them because they've fallen out of this category multiple times already. So they kind of are used to it. I do think the Lions might be in that area.
I do too.
Because most of them don't know how to handle the success that they have right now.
Right.
Dan Campbell, I think, does. But I bet ownership doesn't really know. They're like, oh, man, we haven't had this good of a team in a long time. And if we don't get there, we need to break it up. And that's always not necessarily the right decision. So I think there might be about four teams, but it doesn't seem like that many. It doesn't seem like every team. You're right. Every team comes in the year and they want to start building their way to a championship.
Yeah.
Some of them might get lucky and might be on a roll, but a lot of them are realizing, partway through the season, this is not our year.
Yeah, and look, I'm sure there's other people who want other teams to throw in there, but just off the top of my head, I was thinking Eagles, Lions, Chiefs, Bengals, Ravens.
I take the Eagles out.
Bills.
Eagles just won.
True.
There's really no pressure on them.
Okay.
Like they just won the Super Bowl.
But don't you think their expectation is if we don't win the Super Bowl, like
it was bad. It wasn't. Yeah, we didn't defend our title. Yeah, that's for sure. Chiefs definitely go into that mix too. Ravens, who simply cannot get over the hump. Yeah, there's a few.
I would really love to see a Ravens and Bills AFC championship game, just to be like, all right, one of us is going to break through. Now you'll still be a win away from actually winning the Super Bowl, but one of us is going to break through. One of us is going to say, let's regroup and look at the whole thing again next year.
You want to see them in the Super Bowl?
In the AFC championship.
Would you love to see them in the Super Bowl though?
The
final game.
Yeah, because that means the Eagles didn't make it. I already know.
I know the conferences and everything, man, and obviously the Panthers. This is Bryce Young's year to prove it or lose it.
Okay, but couldn't he prove it by winning 10 games and they lose in the wild card round? You're like, wow, what is another step forward? If they win the Super Bowl this year, holy crap! Those Bryce Young rookie cards I stuck with are going to explode.
You kept them around.
Value right now.
This is the year.
Yeah, they're right now. They're not looking too good. All right, let's go to Chris Conley. You might not actually care about him as a football player, and that's totally fine. But he retired from the NFL to attend film school. And I just thought that was really neat.
Where at? USC?
Ooh, I think he's going to be going to Georgia.
What is the best film school in the country?
I feel like for the longest time it was USC, just because you could have Coppola and Spielberg and George Lucas hanging out to judge your crappy student film, and they're like, "Oh, you got some moxie."
This was wonderful for the first act.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So probably that. Maybe it's changed over the years.
NYU or something like that.
Yeah.
Juilliard.
Yeah. Look,
is that dance only? I don't know what Juilliard is. Music? Dance?
I'm not sure. I just think of NYU and Juilliard as that's kind of where they did Fame or whatever. And
I'm not gonna lie, Kevin. I don't think we can go back to film school. This might be a little too late for us. All right.
Oh yeah.
But I think we could write a hell of a movie. If somebody was like, hey, I'm gonna fund this movie for you, I think we could put out a blockbuster hit. And it wouldn't be something that's just, formulaic, It would be something awesome. I already got plans.
Oh.
You want to go? And there's going to be a murder scene with "Take My Breath Away" to it.
Yes. I've been pitching that a long time. From the 561, that's a good point. Panthers have zero shot of winning the Super Bowl because they haven't replaced the huge void created by trading away Jonathan Mingo. That is a great point.
Come on.
That is a great point.
Y'all are going to see about Jonathan Mingo.
What are we going to see? That he's on the team?
Just watch.
Okay. Let's go from that to a couple of releases I know have caught a lot of people's attention. Jair Alexander clearly gets more of the headlines, but Jermaine Pratt for the Bengals has also been released, one of their captains, so they're letting go of that linebacker. You know how the dance works.
Can
Corey,
we have this conversation real
Are
fast?
we going to get Jair Alexander?
I don't think we are going to get him. And the dude has missed about 800 games in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
But
sounds like we'll get him.
When he's on the field, he is a very good cornerback. When he is the Jacob deGrom of cornerbacks.
Oh.
Maybe not the best ever, but he's very good. It's just the numbers. I think he's played one 16-game season in the last 5. But here's what my suggestion. How much does he cost? And it's the Cowboys, so probably too much. And what's his health?
$8.5 million.
It's pretty good.
He says he's in the best shape of his career.
Of course. What is the health? I got to know.
I actually just made that up. I have
need
no
to
idea.
do your due diligence on the health. But Siobhan Ravel in the mix, Deron Bland in the mix, whenever Diggs, that would be a good room. But I don't think you're going to. But Kevin, we say this all the time. How much of a disservice would it be to not pick the phone up and check?
Yeah. No, I agree. And more often than not, I feel like we just assume it'll be too much. And he's like, no, you totally should have called me. $3 million.
Derrick Henry.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. So a couple more things for you. Nick Chubb looks like that's just about a done deal for him to the Texans. That's been rumbling for about 48 hours. And Lamar Jackson will once again forfeit $750,000 of OTA bonus. If he showed up at the facility 80% of the time, he's like, no, I'm good. I'll pass on that. His contract this year is for $43.5 million, and there is thought that his new contract will reset the market. But, that's a lot of money. But he's like, it's more convenient for me
to not be there.
Yeah, think about how awesome you are at your job. If you'd be like, I'll sacrifice this $750,000 to either not want to do that thing or do it the way I want to do
See,
it.
that's the difference between a bonus and a fine.
Yeah.
Right. You don't want to pay a fine, but with that bonus, you're like, I got plenty of money. I'm good. But you don't want to pay that fine, dude.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, describe the Cowboys' nightmare 2025 season in one sentence or less. Next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Reminder, in this hour, we will give away tickets to Bryan Adams for his show November 13th at the American Airlines Center in this hour. But right now, and don't worry, I'll do a positive one tomorrow, okay? So just remember we did the negative one. So tomorrow when everyone's like, oh, this Homer bullcrap, blah, blah, blah. We did the negative one first. Describe the Cowboys' nightmare season in 2025 in one sentence or less. You are limited to 1 comma and 1 semicolon. We will not tolerate run-on sentences or any other ways to try to avoid the constraints of this topic.
Dang it.
Hey, hold on. I do have a question. How many Dak-based answers do you think there are going to be?
See, I think there's going to be a lot of Dak and Jones ones. See, the one thing, and I don't think this actually answers the question correctly. One sentence, the Jones boys are clowns. But I take it that's already the opinion that you have. So, like, what I want to know is what would happen that would lead you down this road. So, like, for example, I think my nightmare scenario or my nightmare sentence is like maybe Dak misses 3 games, you lose them and finish 9-8. And so then
that's a nightmare to you?
It is, because then that just feeds into everything that the Cowboys believe about what they're doing right. And what I mean by that is,
if we'd had Dak, we would have won
exactly.
those 3
We would have gone 12-5. We would have won the division. We would have made it to the Super Bowl. Like, we're obviously on the right track. Like, nightmare scenarios for me, that's one of them. Another one, if it's okay, I'm sorry, I know I started off by cheating, would be Tyler Guyton appears unable to play left tackle.
Okay.
That would be like a nightmare scenario for me. So I want to turn it over to y'all. I want to turn it over to the fan text from the 214, because I think you might be right, and eventually we'll tweak it up and maybe take Dak out if that's the case. From the 214, Game 3, Dak injured again and out for the season. From the 817, Dak goes down. From the 214, Cowboys lose in the NFC Championship game.
That's not a nightmare.
I'll say it right now, I'll be thrilled if that happens.
You'll be duck static.
I will. Man.
DuckTales is taking over our breaks, by the way.
Twolo Tasha sent us the full produced DuckTales, like we want to get this on the radio for 4 minutes song. It's better off the way it was.
I think that was when they would have a shorter content show.
The episode ran
so
short.
Like, let's run this a little extra.
Do the long one.
I have 2 different versions of this, Kevin. 2 different versions.
Oh.
Though I think one's more effective than the other.
Okay.
Version number 1. The Cowboys start off 3-0. A significant contributor gets hurt, and Tyler Guyton has not progressed. So starting off 3-0, you've beaten the Eagles. What? You just beat the Super Bowl champs, riding high.
That makes you the linear Super Bowl champion.
Then who do you beat? Yes, that is correct. The linear. That doesn't pass over in preseason games
forever.
Okay, but in preseason games.
Oh yeah, no preseason.
They don't count.
Games.
Okay.
Correct.
And the linear Super Bowl champion means the Super Bowl champion won. The next person to beat them is now considered the linear Super Bowl.
It's almost
champion.
like a boxing
and
or
the person who
wrestling
beats
idea.
them, and the person who beats that next.
Yeah.
The next game is against the Giants. What do you think of the Giants?
I think they're going to stink.
You're 2-0. Then you beat the Bears. Maybe the Bears aren't quite as good as you thought they were going to be. Like that, all three of those things right there are actually being 3-0 is not a good thing for the Cowboys there. That being said, you could be 5-0 at the end of that stretch, 6-0 going into the Washington game.
Okay.
But the significant player, it's not CeeDee Lamb because you got Pickens now. The idea with having Pickens is, all right, what happens if CeeDee Lamb isn't there, right? That's why you have Pickens. Not as much as, hey, we have two lethal pieces, but if we're really going to make a run at it this year, we need to have a just-in-case situation. And Pickens is just-in-case Lamb. Now, if you get both of them going all year, man, that's a thumbs up. And then, as you said, Tyler Guyton's place. But the one very easy, encapsulates everything, and encapsulates all of our fears is this sentence. The Cowboys still can't stop the run. That right there would be a nightmare situation because, A, we would talk about how we can't stop the run again, and now how do we fix the defense if we have a defensive coordinator that couldn't fix that part? I think they're going to. That's something I think they're going to be better at this year. But if that's the case, that's a nightmare scenario.
So some people have taken this in like, I'm gonna read you 3 back to back to back because it shows just how different the idea is, and even my opinion might be way different than a lot of people thinking. All right, so from the 214, 8-9 for the Cowboys, and they finish in the teens for the draft. That is their nightmare scenario because it feels like you've seen that. Whether you want to go back to Garrett or whatever, it feels like you've seen that a lot.
Tyler Booker. I mean, they can still get a good pick.
Hopefully that is the case. And then from the 214, Cowboys win the division and we lose in the first round of the playoffs. And then again, these were back to back to back from the 903. Cowboys are still are super healthy and still go 5-12. This is going to be my fringy opinion for the segment. I don't think that is the end of the world. And the reason
the season isn't fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's it. We've gone through a miserable season where you're like, there's no hope for the rest of the year.
Exactly. And so, like with the other ones, and the reason why I don't think that's the end of the world, although I understand that argument, is because then I wonder if you'd have to finally take that step back and look at your roster. Because if you go 8-9. You draft in the teens. We've seen it. They'll tell us they're right by the rim and they're going to dunk it home or whatever. And then if they win the division and lose in the first round or lose in the divisional round, they're going to be like, yeah, that was just bad luck on the matchup. We're right there. We're about to do it. At 5-12 without major injuries, then you have to take a step back and be like, wow, we have done a terrible job of talent management and talent acquisition, and we need to reevaluate.
Yeah, and then do you think that's the case, or do you think they go, well, the coaching staff obviously was the problem again?
You know what?
We made a poor decision there. I'm trying to
maybe
this is me trying to go through the Cowboys' brain, and figure that part out because they don't like admitting that they've made an error in judgment, whether it be their coaching or their players. So I don't know which one would get the decision on that.
From the 469, Cowboys extend Dak Prescott. Man, what a fascinating turn of events that would be. Well, at least they finally made a decision.
That means they won the Super Bowl.
You know what?
If the Cowboys won the Super Bowl,
one would hope,
and they extended Dak, would you go, sure, fine?
Yes, 100%. I don't care if they won the Super Bowl 6-3. That's fine. You won the Super Bowl. Do whatever the hell you want.
For how long? 30 years,
obviously. I accept it for 30 years. I can't stand here and be like, well, I'm going to quit watching that. I won't. You make a fair point. From the 817, the Cowboys make Micah Parsons the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. I believe that nightmare is going to come true for you in about a month and a half.
The highest paid non-quarterback?
Yes. I for sure think that dream is going to come true. Or that nightmare is going to come true. From the 214, that Micah has more podcasts about how the Cowboys are stinking than he has sacks on the field.
Yeah,
but then he would have gotten paid, and so
his content, his content's going to be great.
Alec, one sentence. What is your nightmare scenario for the Cowboys 2025 season?
My nightmare scenario for the Cowboys season would look like this: the Cowboys make the playoffs without Dak Prescott at quarterback.
Oh, my God. Because then they're going to be like, we put Dak in, we win the Super Bowl.
Exactly, because how many narratives are going to be spun after that? In every which direction.
Yeah.
Let's just say it is Joe Milton who ends up being the guy who carries them the rest of the season. This is assuming a mid-season injury.
Yeah.
So let's say he has to start 6 games of the regular season, and he's responsible for a lot of that success. They go into the playoffs, even if it is a first-round exit. Then what are you talking about next year? How can we get out of that deal?
Yeah.
Because Joe Milton is everything we ever dreamed of. And then you look at Dak Prescott's cap hit, and you start looking at some of these scary numbers like $74 million for next season.
Yeah.
And then you start saying, well, the potential out that actually makes sense, 2028. Like, you start looking at that. But then if you want to say, hey, like you just pointed out, if he did play, man, we would have went further. We would have at least made the NFC Championship. And that's all just projecting. That's all going to be conversation from the front office, from the team itself, from even some of us, that if we just had our main guy at the helm that's been here forever and understands this team and this offense, we would have went as far as our imaginations would have taken us. There are so many different things that would come up from that, and I don't want that to happen. If they do overachieve this year and make a playoff run and a deep one, I want it to be with 4 at quarterback, because then every decision that they've made up to this point is justified. I don't want to sit here talking about how and why Joe Milton should be the next Cowboys quarterback, or you say, should we draft one next year, blah, blah, blah. I don't want that to be the conversation, because the numbers and the future looks really scary if you have to have that conversation.
The 4-6-9 nightmare scenario. And I will tell you, I fundamentally disagree with the last part of it, but I appreciate all of the opinions. Tyler Guyton does great, but the poor play of Dak and the Cowboys has them finish with a worse record than the Giants. Now, that would theoretically be the end of the sentence. They did tag on. The Cowboys fans finally see what the rest of us know. Dak is an elite backup, but not a starter. So I disagree with that last part 100%. Dak Prescott is a starting quarterback in this league. And I don't mean
he
like
second MVP voting.
I've heard.
A couple years ago.
But I mean he is an acceptable starting quarterback in this league. I'm not just saying he starts, but like he's an acceptable starting quarterback in this league, and I feel like most people are on that same page. But the other problem with that I run into continually is there's nothing you can do about it right now. Like, if you think Dak is the reason for all the problems of this franchise, which I do not, there's nothing you can do about it this year. There's nothing you can do about it next year. Then after that, I can try to have the conversation with how you get out of it. But there's nothing you can do for the next couple of years.
Yeah, and a lot of times, Kevin, we do get kind of caught up in the idea of there are 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Dak's a backup. Actually, there are, 8 to 10 legitimate, really good starters in the NFL. Then there are a bunch of other guys that are in the NFL, and they're quarterbacks in the NFL because they need to fulfill. And then there are about, 6 that shouldn't be in the NFL. But
where you're waiting until a better opportunity. And
Dak's kind of, he was in that top 10 area for a while.
Sure.
The last couple of years have been a little weird. Or last year was a little weird, obviously, because he finished second in MVP voting 2 years ago.
I am aware.
But there was a time when people were like, man, is he that next iteration of what a great Cowboys quarterback is? But again, a lot of times we're just like, oh, there's only a handful of really good ones.
Yeah.
And if you have one of them, you better take advantage of that moment while you have them and have a good team around them.
As you could probably guess, a lot of people's nightmare season scenarios revolve around injury from the 325. Michael Parsons has a career-ending injury from the 214 serious CeeDee Lamb injury. And both of those would be concerning because, first of all, the people and the player they are, but also you just got CeeDee Lamb under contract. I assume if Mike is going to play, it will be because he is under contract. And from the 817, Brandon Aubrey misses the rest of the season. Brandon Aubrey is ridiculously fun to watch, so I would be sad if he missed a big chunk of the season.
I did a little when you sent this over yesterday, Kevin. I was like, man, I'm putting some thought into this one.
I appreciate that.
The first time.
Do you do that with all the segments or just this one?
Let me finish this comment first before I don't answer that. But I was thinking, I was like, okay, something a little different, and so I went and looked, and I said the Cowboys can't start 0-3.
Okay,
because they've done that 4 times, I believe, in their history.
Ooh, wow, that's not a lot.
6 times, maybe.
Oh.
Never made the playoffs in those years.
Ooh, okay.
Missed the playoffs in every one of them. However, they've 7 times started off 0-2. And 1 time.
Hold on.
They made the playoffs.
Wasn't that the Emmett year? The Emmett holdout year?
1 time. They went to the second round of the playoffs. 1 time, Kevin, they won the Super Bowl.
That was the Emmett year.
So they can start off 0-2.
Okay.
If as long as their team is elite and great.
If Micah is out the first 2 games, and then he'll come back.
No, they can just start off 0-2 and then go on a run, but they can't start off 0-3. And Kevin, 0-4? What are we talking about at this point?
Okay.
So they need to at least start off 2-1 or 1-2.
What I'm honestly surprised that no one brought this up was Pickens blows up on the team and or his teammates. At least in that scenario, you're only...
Aren't we kind of expecting that?
Are you?
At some point.
So I say over-under blow up against the team or his teammates at 0.5. You're like, you're obviously taking the over.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out when is probably the one, like what week, before or after, which week is it? That's where I'm probably going to dive in. Obviously, he's in a honeymoon period right now.
Sure.
And he has a lot to prove to a lot of other teams in the NFL that want to sign him to a big contract. Cowboys would be smart to say, this is your year. Let's get the best out of you for a reasonable price, and good luck doing whatever you want to do with some other team instead of paying him that money.
Right.
But I just feel like that at some point something is going to go haywire, and he's going to be upset.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter, Missing a Toy Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what was the toy you always wanted as a kid but never got? Plus some Mavs, plus our Brian Adams ticket giveaway pack segment next on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Do
DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Swing here and a high fly ball deep out into left field. Wood going back on this to the track at the wall. He leaps and it's gone. Jake Berger with his 9th home run of the year. He gives Texas a little more in the way of a margin. It's 4-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That would be the final score as well. The Rangers win 4-2, take 2 of 3, win the series against the Nationals. They are off today, but we'll be back in action on the road tomorrow against the Minnesota Twins. And then Thursday, we will have a short show because of Rangers Twins.
Or thanks to Rangers Twins.
We'll see.
Oh, wow. I hope they win.
It could be rain and stuff.
But I will say, Kevin, I looked at the weather. It's about 27%. It's cloudy up in Minnesota on Thursday. 52% the day before.
Should have gone back to the Metrodome.
Yeah. Put a dome on that sucker. It's freaking Minnesota, y'all.
All right. We had this lined up for Friday, but we had too much content. Just couldn't get to it.
It's too much.
The Combo Platter Missing Toy Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what was the toy you always wanted as a kid, but never got?
I feel like I'm going to get mine for Father's Day this year.
Oh?
I think so, because I've made so many comments about it lately. And not that I want one, but I just feel like I've made so many comments that it's one of those that they're like jotting down as the dad really wants this kind of thing. And I don't think it's that expensive. So now,
hold on. I'm going to pause that for just 1 second. I'm going to read a text that I have lots of questions from the 214. Y'all do the same crap every year, overrating the Cowboys. You'll fall into the same trap. They're going to be the same old Cowboys that don't ever win and can't get to the second round of the playoffs. All right.
They didn't listen to the segment.
I have lots of questions. Question 1. How is the segment describe the nightmare scenario of the Cowboys in 2025 getting caught up in the hype? How is the scenario of me saying I would love it if they made it to the NFC Championship game, because that never happens, falling into the trap of the hype? What the hell are you talking about? Listen better. Back to you, Corey.
Sports opinion. I don't think that this is going to be a successful year for the Stars next year.
Aww.
I think this is the beginning of the end for a group. Unless they make some other moves on the roster. And this being said, you just proved that you let the players dictate who runs the team.
Ooh.
Any coach you bring in now, he's only there for strategy. And honestly, doesn't even have to like manage or do anything else other than give strategy. And they don't have to care. They don't even have to listen, because you just proved that it doesn't matter. As long as we say we don't like the guy, he's out. If he tries to make me work harder and I don't like it, he's out of here. If all these things, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think this is the beginning of the end for the Stars group. I don't like it, Kevin. Unless they find somebody.
Cow.
It's got to be somebody special that walks in and demands the room, commands the room immediately, and demands a lot out of them. And those guys have to be willing to do it. Otherwise, you know what, guys? We fell a little short, and let's blame it on the coach, and let's get him fired. That's not something that I'm looking forward to.
Wow.
Max said it this morning. I think it was Bobby that asked the question. We've seen a lot of times where a locker room isn't happy with their coach. Is it because he was tough on them and they were just being babies about it?
Okay.
Or is it because there's a legit thing there? And Mac was like, I think they're being babies. And
okay.
I want a team that, I hope that they bring somebody in that just, he puts the hammer down and they all say, let's roll. That's the best case scenario. That they needed somebody like who they're going to get to take them to the next place. That's the best case. I just don't think it's going to happen.
What is the toy that you never got that you might get for Father's Day? Hey, can I ask you a quick side question? If the loved ones in your life don't know what to get you for your Father's Day, or your birthday or whatever, is that just because they don't care about you as much as you care about them, because you don't need lists for them? You know exactly what they want already. Hypothetically.
or because you don't open up enough to them and let them know the real you.
All right. Well, I'll pass on that, and they can just ask what I want.
Yeah, just make a list, dude.
Okay.
It's the Snoopy snow cone machine.
Yes.
My friend Ryan had one growing up, and it made the tiniest little, those little paper ketchup things.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So I got one of the, I'm sorry, I got one of these for Jess for her birthday a couple of years ago. The amount of work that you have to put in for the product that comes out, probably not the same. But when you do it with nostalgia in the mind, it's great. You put the ice in there, use Snoopy and the rooftop to smash it down, and then you run the little tumbler and it turns into the snow cone mechanism, and then you take your gamble with the Snoopy liquid.
And I never got it. And my friend had one, and it was the tastiest little tiny snow cone I'd ever had. And I just liked the idea of being able to crush ice in something and then add flavor to it. Now, for Father's Day one year, did my family get me an actual snow cone maker? Yeah, they did. Do I have a clue where it is right now?
Yeah.
No, I don't have a clue where it went.
Because that's not what you wanted.
We moved, and I was like, where did that thing go? What happened to it? And everybody was like, I don't know. I don't even remember tossing it. So there you go. But the Snoopy snow cone maker was something I always wanted. And I even told my mom. I told her that over the weekend, and she, you know what she did? She laughed, and she was like, I know.
Oh, man. That wasn't the most expensive thing in the world.
I think it was like $40 back then.
Oh, that
now
was a
it's
lot.
like 30.
Is it? It's so
Or
weird
10.
that like in now money, you'd be like, that's $102. But they're like, oh, you can get it for $20 right now. From the 214, this might be mine as well. When I was a kid, I wanted the G.I. Joe USS Flag aircraft carrier. I begged for that for 2 years. I asked Santa Claus for it each year. The toy is, I never got it. My parents were convinced it was too big for my bedroom, and it all worked out when they bought me the original Nintendo instead. All right, if you got another gift that filled the void, and the Rangers are still going to win this division. Woo! I like it, but that probably eventually is going to be my answer as well. But Alec, I'm going to turn it over to you. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the toy that you always wanted that never got it?
Sports opinion. Corey, we're sticking with stars. I think the DeBoer dismissal was just the first of at least one other domino that's going to fall within the organization. I'm talking about like big domino. I think Jim Neal is safe.
Tom McGlarty's selling the team?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is that going to be our next AAC protest, is sell the team? I think that a key player will be removed from the team.
A key player a veteran player who is at the end of his career?
Looking at you, Matt Duchene.
Oh.
Or both.
Yeah, the douche.
It's not his nickname.
Oh, someone used to call him that here. I got to fill the void. I do think that it could be one of 3 or 4 different players, maybe all of them. Who knows? I think it could be Jason Robertson. I think it could be any of these older veterans that you've been talking about. But I do think a fan favorite will be on their way out to try to make space or as part of a deal to acquire another player that's going to fit a new regime's mold.
I will say this too, regarding what I was talking about. Otter better be prepared to take on an elevated role of leadership amongst the room too,
which of course leads to elevated criticism or praise.
It absolutely does. And when I talk about the role of that, he's talking about it too. A couple of guys that are leaders in this locker room already could be gone. That's part of his prediction there, and Otter's not one of them. So now that because the coach offended the player and multiple other players, this wasn't just one.
Yeah.
The coach offended that player, though. He better be prepared to take on that next level of, you know what, guys, ride with me.
That is an interesting line of thought, though, about Ottinger, is that if all these guys were willing to go to bat for you, and that was one of the key things that pushed out the head coach, you do have to be ready to be that guy now.
Yeah.
Even if that wasn't his intention, if everybody just went to bat for him, he's like, oh, wow, I didn't know I would get this kind of support. Even if he had no idea, he's got to be ready to be that guy now because everybody loves him that much.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing. Yeah. The childhood toy that I never got. It's one of those, Corey, that a lot of my friends around me did have, and I did get to experiment with, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Can I please dial the number as seen on TV?
A telephone?
And get it? Yes. No.
How did we get the telephone if you had to call?
Good point.
That is a great point. It was the moon sand.
Oh, sand.
I forgot about moon sand. Yes.
Moon sand was the coolest thing to me because we live in DFW. There's not a ton of beaches around here. And even if there were, I probably wasn't going to go out of my way to go to them as a kid.
Is moon sand, is that the same as kinetic sand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, same
Kinetic
thing.
sand is not allowed in my house.
Oh.
It's made its way into the house multiple times, but kinetic sand and putty are not allowed in my house because they've left it out too many times.
Yeah.
You know if the putty's silly?
It wasn't silly whenever I was trying to pull it out of the carpet.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah.
Or actually, I found a thing of putty in the back of the car, in the carpet of the back of the car.
No.
You think that was a fun day? And I had to return that one for a lease. That was not fun. So I've said no kinetic sand just because it gets everywhere. And then it does magically just kind of come back together. But no sand, no kinetic sand, no putty allowed in my house, and the kids know.
I can see where it's troublesome. I definitely can. I can see why my parents were like, no.
But you wanted to build castles.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because we don't have beaches. So I wanted to experience that. And it's a lot more malleable and it sticks together better than regular sand. So I'm like, it seems less problematic than regular sand. You could go to Home Depot and get me a bucket of sand. What am I going to do with that? That's going to be even more messy.
Tyler malleable.
Okay.
That's where I was going with that. Yeah.
Gumby.
From the 817, Rangers pitching will still carry them to the World Series.
Let's go.
God, I hope so.
I know. Let's go to the World Series.
Yes.
I'm down with that.
And the toy was the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Megazord. I had the Dragon Zord, but never the OG Megazord. This one
is that are you saying sword?
But
Mega Sword?
But the way they call I think it was with the Z, the Megazord. To like probably get around copyright issues or some such.
I see. I got what you're saying here. Okay, I see it.
From the 214, there's a lot to unpack in this one, and I love it.
Is there a lot of trauma involved?
You tell me.
All right.
I'm a lifelong Cowboys fan here, and the Cowboys need to lose out this season and every season going forward until the Jones family realize that they need to hire a general manager. And the toy I always wanted was the helicopter from the series Airwolf. Not the toy, though, the actual helicopter. Obviously, I never got my wish. I would be willing to cut your parents some slack on that. Like moon sand, that feels like we could have done that. The actual helicopter, I could see how financial constraints would get in the way of that.
Helicopters are awesome, though.
I've never been in a helicopter.
I'm actually afraid of them, but I think they're awesome.
Huh. Oh.
Because we got in the military, the Marine one. Helicopter on the ground.
Exactly.
From the 214, Rangers will surpass the 2023 run. And
win double World Series?
Crossfire. You get caught up in the crossfire. I can look, man, that commercial was unrealistic and it sold every one of us. We thought our friends were going to get launched into space based on the fact that we defeated them in a game of shooting a marble across the board.
See, and I know they've made...
And basically, the marble just shot off the board most of the time, and you were like, son of a gun, where'd it go?
I know they've made improvements, but I thought about that the first time I saw the jetpack commercial. I was like, there's no way that works the way I want it to, where I'm just like flying all around, flying
I do want to try a jetpack.
Okay.
Like, where is the closest place in DFW to do a jetpack? And how do we do it? Is it the water jetpack? Because I would like to do this, and maybe we could do it as a video for the fan.
Okay. Look, I'm interested to see how that goes now.
Corey Jetpacks America.
I feel like we'll start with the Metroplex, and then we'll see how it goes.
Corey Jetpacks Dallas. How about that?
Okay. I feel like we can come up with a better
Corey
title.
Jetpacks Fort Worth.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
All right, so my sports opinion, I'm going to stick with Oklahoma City Thunder in 5. In the NBA Finals. You've seen it in 2 games. They're clearly the better team than Indiana, but they don't know.
They let one get
crap their pants, as
it's like
Mike
the Stars.
likes to say.
It's like the Stars in Edmonton in Game 1.
Yeah,
they came back, and then all of a sudden, the better team took control of the series.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now I saw there's a lot of options. I've seen some people send in the Easy Bake oven. I was lucky enough to have a Teddy Ruxpin. So, of course, as I told you, I was going to. I agree with the person who said the G.I. Joe USS flag. That thing was freaking enormous. For the parents who were concerned that they couldn't fit it in that kid's bedroom, they're probably right, because that thing looked amazing. And I thought I could have all the G.I. Joe people and I could like just live out the cartoons all on my own, and it would be freaking amazing.
Is this the
huge
ship?
battleship?
Okay, yeah. I was like, a flag on your wall? Like, that'll fit.
And how incredible were toy makers to think, hey, let's give them this big, maybe unachievable toy that will make them need to buy more toys. Because you can't just have Snake Eyes alone on the deck of the flag. You need a lot more people.
Barbie Dreamhouse? Barbie Dreamhouse has to have multiple Barbies.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you can't just get the Dreamhouse that has
Gem and all her friends to really make it truly outrageous.
If you just running around with a dream house, you're basically using your fingers as the toys.
And that's, I mean, good for your imagination, but that's not fun. You need it, and for G.I. Joe, you needed Shipwreck, Duke, Flint. All right, so like you needed to load that thing up. Maybe that's why my mom didn't get it for me.
Probably.
Because she's like, yeah, because then you're going to want like 80 G.I. Joe figures to go with it.
My kids were marketing stools. I don't know exactly what to call it. They
probably not that.
They were subject to marketing all the time.
Okay.
So much so that both of them told us at some point in their lives, I can't wait to be 10 and up. Because every one of those ads said 10 and up. And they would be like, I can't wait to be 10 and up.
Look, there's a King of the Hill Christmas episode where Bobby wants to watch Dennis Rodman on SmackDown. And they go, you just know that guy's taking a folding chair to the head. And then Hank goes, ooh, sorry, Bobby. It's TV 14. Last I checked, you're only 13. And so it's the same thing. Like, you're only 6 and you can't get that toy until it's ages 7 and up.
Carter called it TV Ma. And I was like, what is TV Ma? And he was like, TV MA. And I was like, that's great. I appreciate that, buddy.
All right.
Creative thinker.
Yeah. And for going all the way back to the Father's Day thing, it's because you might have too much stuff. I really don't have a lot of stuff, but then the stuff I want, I just buy. You know, like the lower price stuff. I don't actually buy all the stuff I want, or I don't think Jess would want to stay married.
Dude, did you? Well, I understand what you're saying there, but can't you like suggest something and not buy it?
Okay.
And just wait for it.
Quick side question for you guys. And I know this is part of a personality flaw I have. I have many, many flaws.
Or just add it to your cart on Amazon.
That's what Jess does.
And just be like, go look at my cart.
We bought her hey, I got a job present. And she goes, I got a bunch of stuff in the cart. And I was like, okay. So this was just all planned out.
I got a bunch of stuff too.
Is there any part of you, and I'm hoping there's people out there that understand this and they see me, that it takes away from a little tiny bit of your enjoyment if you have to tell the person what it is that you want them to buy you, as opposed to if they just knew what you wanted and you didn't have to say anything.
Is it okay that I really don't want anything? That's how I am most of the time. Because I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I'm okay not having something. Although I do want to be celebrated. Can I just be celebrated all day?
Yeah.
You don't have to get me a tie.
Does celebrating you all day mean go away?
No, I like being around my family. I do. I really enjoy it.
In general.
I don't like having to parent that day, but I like being around them. Because parenting means like, okay, you know what? There are parts of parenting that are awesome.
Sure.
There are parts of parenting that is like, this is the coolest thing. You got a little pal, you're just, hey, come on. And they're with you, they don't know. They don't know any better. You could be walking them into something terrible. And they're
like, my gosh, that's your favorite part of parenting?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
But that part of like being able to have a relationship like that is the coolest part. Alec, with his relationship with his dad is something that I think everybody's out there going, man, I wish. And that's the coolest part. But then also having to parent, like the parenting, like to say, hey, don't do that. Hey, what you just said is not appropriate. Those things I don't want to have to do on that day while you're celebrating me.
So you want them to be around, but no response.
No problems.
Okay.
No problems. I just want all positives.
Okay. I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, if you can give me cut number 15, we're going to move over and talk about the Mavericks.
The save goes back to Flag. Flag on the attack. Slams it down. And two-hand stuff.
So I have two wildly different trade ideas for the Mavericks. And the good news is neither one of them involve trading the number 1 pick. Are you ready?
All right. I actually am down for this because, hold on, I feel like you're going to trade players I like.
Yeah, probably.
Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not, but I like to just add to my team that's fully stocked with people that just give us good players. Kind of like the Lakers just did. They just were given Luka.
Okay. All right.
And everybody knows it.
You know what? I'm going to try this then.
All right. Let's go with it.
The Dallas Mavericks trade for Kevin Durant.
What do we give up?
We'll get back to that. I don't want to tell you because then you're going to
he's a great addition
trade.
To I mean, can you imagine him and Clay coming off the bench together?
Okay, Kevin Durant is not going to come off the bench. But here's what I've got for you. So you're starting 5. This is how
no particular order.
This is how I decide it's going to work.
All right.
Kyrie Irving.
All right.
Cooper Flag.
Okay.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis.
Okay.
And Derek Lively.
That's a big bunch.
That's your starting 5. You have the best starting 5 in the NBA.
That's a long bunch.
Yes.
And can Kevin Durant play defense still? So now you have 2 guys on the court that aren't good at defense.
Yeah.
Kyrie tries hard.
Yeah.
He will try hard, but sometimes he just gets beat. But you have the length to make up for it.
Now, don't listen to this next part, Corey.
All right. Because in my mind, they said, we need to unload Kevin Durant. Would you please take him? And we said, sure, but you're going to have to pay us extra money to do it.
This is a 3-team deal. You're going to send Daniel Gafford and Max Christie to Phoenix. And then to Detroit, you're going to send Klay Thompson, PJ Washington, and Jaden Harden.
You just got rid of the whole team.
That's why I wanted you to focus on the starting 5 that I have for you. Think about how good that starting 5 is going to be.
What happens when one gets hurt?
Hey!
Which inevitably is going to happen.
That's a fair point. So you might not want this deal.
Sorry, Alec, I feel like he directed that to you and I overreacted in your stead.
Yeah. All right, so you don't want that deal. Fine.
You asked Alex.
Alec, do you want that deal? I'm going to gut our team for pretty much just a dope starting 5 that still probably might get hurt.
I mean, what happened when they tried that in Phoenix? What happened when they tried that in Brooklyn a couple years ago? You saw that the end of their bench was the local plumber and whatever, local park hooper they could find. It didn't work. I need depth.
All right. I'm going to go back to the drawing board. I'm going to get you the depth that you require. But it is going to have you trade Anthony Davis. All right. We're trading Anthony Davis. Here's what you're getting back. Miles Bridges, Yusuf Nurkic, and then first-round picks in 2027, 29, and 31.
Oh. Nurkic is a pretty good defensive player.
And look,
pretty good.
Miles Bridges has baggage that comes along with him, and Nurkic, not Jurkic. Nurkic, I believe, has an expiring contract.
Tradable.
Yeah, and Miles Bridges is a solid 2-way player.
And can he handle the ball for you? No? Okay.
I wouldn't recommend it.
But you're getting picks.
You are?
Which you didn't get in the Anthony Davis trade. So you're getting something back for it.
True.
I would consider this.
Okay.
Out of all the trade scenarios you've offered up, Kevin.
All 2 of them?
Well, don't forget the one about the Spurs giving us Wemby or something like that.
None of that is accurate.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. But I like this one the most.
Okay.
Now, I can't guarantee that those picks are going to be good because
You're right.
The Knicks could be pretty good. Then again, Jimmy Dolan runs that team. We know how that goes. He just hated Thibodeau the whole time.
Your trade is with the Hornets.
Oh, with the Hornets.
You're thinking about the other Bridges.
Yeah, I was thinking of the other ones.
Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, we're going to be fine. Yeah, we might get the number 1 overall pick again.
Okay.
They stink.
So now your starting lineup might be something more like Kyrie, PJ, or Clay, depending on which direction you want to go, than Miles Bridges, unless you want him to come off the bench and put PJ there, and Cooper Flagg and Derek Lively. But in that scenario, you still have PJ or Clay off the bench. You still have Hardy. You still have Gafford. You still have all the other players that I had talked about earlier that you would have to deal out in the other deal. Plus, you'd come away with 3 first-round picks.
And Anthony Davis essentially goes back to New Orleans. Like a place where
that
he's
is kind of funny.
Are you kidding me right now? Look at this.
I mean, it's Charlotte, but I understand the point that you're going with nonetheless. All right. Do either one of these trades appeal to you?
Yes. That one does.
Okay.
That one does because, again, those draft picks are going to be pretty high. And that the idea, right, is to try to win right now and also be able to have that 20-year window open so you can just hand it over to Cooper Flagg.
That's what you'd be doing with the second trade. With the first trade, you'd be like, no, he wasn't joking. Win right now is in we need to win this season.
Yeah, second trade gives you that 20-year window that it's imaginary. Like, it's a really imaginary 20-year window.
Yeah.
But that does give you the best opportunity for something like that because of the picks.
And on the Cooper Flagg front, the Dallas Mavericks are going to bring him in for a visit on June 17th, a little bit more than a week, I believe, before the NBA draft. So get ready. We all know what's going to happen. The kid from Duke, even though we're still not supposed to call him Cooper Flagg, I guess.
We can.
Oh, okay.
We can say whatever we want.
Gotcha. And then one more basketball note for you. Did you see that Paige Beckers missed her 4th straight game? I believe she cleared concussion protocol, but then she had another illness. So she missed another game. The Wings have really struggled this season, but it's been unfortunate to see like one of the people that you're waiting for still is not back.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's go to the Stanley Cup Final. We didn't get a chance to talk about this earlier. Give me cut number 11. It's Florida. It's Edmonton. It looks like Florida's going to win. It looks like the series is going to be 1-1. But with less than 20 seconds left, this happens.
Puck sent to the corner for Perry. Back out to McDavid. Now Wallman. Wallman shoots. Puck is loose. Score! Corey Perry!
Now, I want to point out that Corey's cheering for the Oilers. He fist pumped their game-tying goal with 18 seconds left. And at that point, I don't know if you guys, again, we talked about Friday night sports can be more difficult. Were you guys locked in on Stanley Cup Final at all, or did the fact that the game eventually went to double overtime make it more difficult for you?
The double over, like both of these games have been pretty interesting with the overtime scenarios. And dude, you have such good talent on both of these teams. This is what's really fun about it. You're sitting there going, oh man, I kind of like this Marchand guy. He puts his nose in there and gets after it. And he's a really and then you're like, oh yeah, Connor McDavid does what Connor McDavid does. Dude, some of the plays he makes
are unbelievable.
He jukes people out to the point where his teammates are even going, how did you do that?
Yeah.
It's insane. So it was a little bit easier to keep up with, but for the most part. Then I think later, Kevin, the later it got, I was like, all right, I got to go to sleep. I will catch up on this tomorrow. But it was something I had to keep up with.
So we get to the point where now we're beyond just regular overtime. It's double overtime. And I keep thinking, I don't know if you guys agree with this, if the Oilers were to win that game, I think Florida might be done.
Okay.
Just because you would have lost 2 overtime games. I realize both on the road, but man, that is a heavy toll to say we were right there both games and we ended up losing both games. But,
huge to take one on the road.
Yes.
I mean, just huge in the final.
And it ended up in the second overtime. Marchand did get a breakaway. Let's go to cut number 12, about midway into the second overtime, give or take.
Draisaitl back out for a shot by Ekholm, missed the net. Ahead for Marchand, moving in on Skinner. Marchand it's in, he scores! Marchand wins game 2 for the Panthers in double overtime.
And as you can usually hear in games like this when you're on the road, just absolute dead silence from the rest of the arena, except for, man, right off goal side camera, where when they were going at that goal, there was a Florida Panthers fan sitting in the first row, and he jumps up and goes crazy, and everybody around him is just sitting. But that guy is pumped. They win the game 5-4, series tied 1-1, goes back, or I guess goes to Florida tonight. What's the feeling y'all have got on this series? Clearly, like you said, they look like very evenly matched teams.
If this series was played forever, it would balance itself out
48,
the whole time.
48.
Yeah, if it just kept playing it. So 7 is going to be, I think 7 now is the number. 7 minute abs. The way that both of these teams will pick something up at home, on the road, and the fact that you've already had the 2 overtime, now double overtime games in it, like, that's just proof of how, and the scores are what they are because both of these teams can put goals on the net. So I think I thought it was going to be a really good series to start. I really wanted Florida just to wipe their butts and say, see you later.
Is that the expression?
Off the ice. Just destroy them. Get them off the ice. But it looks like Edmonton wants it just as much this year. And, Kevin, it's really going to come down.
No, it doesn't. Both teams want it. I guarantee you the majority, if not all of the Stars locker room wanted to win the Stanley Cup.
But who wants it more?
Oh, my God.
Is what it's going to come down to. And ultimately, I mean, I think everybody out there knows that. If you agree, text in, Kevin, they want it more.
All right. You know what? From now on, see why. I know the Rangers won today. Every time the Rangers lose on Sunday, I would love it if G-Bag's like, do you think that the other team just wanted it more when they interview Chris Young? We talk with Steven, do you think the other team just wanted it more yesterday and that's why you lost? And they'll be like, they pay their players too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
And let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Currently at the moment now.
Will win a pair of tickets to go see Bryan Adams November 13th at the American Airlines Center. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long.
Do I win in this battle with my wife? Next on The Fan.
In this voice guy's opinion, my boys KNC are better.
Little babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg me?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Never forget, 26 years ago today, Bobby Valentine got ejected from a Mets game and came back into the dugout with a fake mustache on. Thus, I'm assuming, fooling everyone for the rest of the game.
Do you think any of his players... And maybe Mike would have a good conversation. Do you think any of his players were sitting there going, what a joke? Or do you think they were sitting there going, this is fantastic. I love it.
I think they probably liked it. I think there were like one or two that were like,
what are we doing here?
Like, you need more of a disguise, right? Like, I've always thought the same thing about Superman. How does nobody see that the guy with his glasses and without his glasses that's clearly him?
I think the explanation is he shakes his face. Like he can move back and forth so fast.
Okay.
It makes his face a little blurry and unrecognizable.
Okay, well that's a more modern explanation. Do you think they said that back in the 50s? Because I believe it. But back then I think they were like, just put some glasses on.
Put glasses on.
Yeah.
Nobody will, and a scrunchie in your hair.
Nobody will know.
And now it's time for the C block?
I don't think you deserve an intro after that.
All right. Then we'll do whatever.
No, you still do the segment.
The segment's still okay.
You just don't get the intro.
We got audio here? All right. Guys.
I really wish you said no.
It would have been G-Bag of the day. Ex-Mavs coach Don Nelson has some thoughts about what the Mavericks did. Let's hear them.
And Luka, too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luka's shoes, his new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market, and I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
All right. Now, Kevin, before you make your statements, my question regarding this: who will be the last person to comment on the Luka trade? And I'm not saying like amongst friends when we always bring it up and have the conversation, but here we are slowly getting over this trade. You know, the number one overall pick helps a little bit. Everybody's kind of like, you know what? Maybe that's not such a bad trade-off. Even though they think the trade's still bad, but the trade-off, maybe this kind of helps with the blow a little bit.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're starting to kind of, all right, this guy's made a comment about it. This guy's made a comment about it. And now everybody seems to have had their say. And then Don Nelson shows up out of Maui with his puka shells on. Actually looking pretty good. He got the haircut nice and short, unlike back in the day when he had it just flopped over. But whenever that happens, you're like, you had to bring up this wound again.
Yeah.
And here's the salt and here's the lemon and just rub it in and stop. But it seems like this is going to happen every month. Some former Maverick involvee is going to bring this back into the conversation. Who will be the last person to comment on the Luka trade?
I think it will be Luka's son when he gets drafted by the Lakers. There's precedent there for that.
Okay.
And I think he'll say, because the Mavericks tried to make a move to get him, and there's no can do. And so he goes to the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be it. But yeah, I mean, I had a couple of questions. Did Don Nelson pay for those shoes, or did he get them for free? I just want to know how convicted he is about this.
What?
Yeah, because he's like, I'm wearing these shoes in protest. If somebody just gave them to you, that's not impressive. If you went out and bought them
to protest,
yeah, then I am impressed. And
what
then
if you stole them?
Oh, that if he was able to pull that off
from the Mavericks, you're like, see, anybody can steal from the Mavericks. Look what just happened.
And then Rick Carlisle laughing as if him and Luka got along, and he wouldn't have done the exact same thing in a little bit more time. That's kind of funny to me.
There was a lot of chaos with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things happened at the same time regarding Donnie Nelson, regarding some other higher ups in the organization. Sure. A lot of things happened all at the same time. And Rick looked at it and said, this is a perfect time for exit strategy.
Yeah.
And all the while understanding, I can't compete with a superstar like that. That superstar has the ear of everybody in the organization, the hearts of everybody that watches them. There's no way I can regain command of this room as long as he's here.
Yeah.
You know what, though? As all these things are going on, I'll see you later. You know, it was perfect timing on that for sure. Funny how Corey is somewhat mad for Don Nelson bringing this back up when he did that crap about 2011 Rangers for years.
That's a good point.
And guess what happened? We won a World Series because of it.
So in 12 years, we're going to win the NBA
back.
title? Okay.
And don't win, but we get him back at least.
Oh. Okay.
Capturing the hearts of many again. Don, and somebody said if y'all would just quit bringing it up. This was on CBS Sports. I didn't bring it up. Don Nelson brought it up.
I mean, look, it's a big deal.
Friday, we had Bobby Lashley on the show, who I think is our best friend now.
Oh.
I'm just saying. Seemed like he had a pretty good time. And I asked him about his workouts now. Dude's in fantastic shape
for sure.
He says 35.
He
the internet says 48. But he's in fantastic shape. And I was like, hey, can you kind of give me some of your workout thoughts? And Alec, I love this part when he was like, yeah, I start out doing pull-ups. And I'll do 100 or 150 of them. And whoever my workout partner is, I really put them through it. That's our warm-up. And as they're exhausted from that, all right, I'll see you later. But he said anytime he gets a new workout partner, you know, one of the young kids from AEW, he's like, I'm going to put them through it and make them regret it. But doesn't it also inspire you to be better when you go through something like that and you're like, I actually made it?
I mean, it would for me, too, because you'd be like, this is what that guy does, and he's had a long and successful career, one would assume.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And Aaron Donald did this to Jared Verse. Evidently,
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Aaron Donald answered the call and challenged him to come by his house for an old man workout, is what he called it. And I think I was talking about this the other day. Aaron Donald, there's a video of him where he's like, no, I love lifting weights. I played football because it was going to make me money. I've always loved lifting weights, though. Like, that's his passion. And so he brings Jared Verse over and says, all right, man, let's go through the old man workout.
This kind of feels like the beginning of the plot of the new Captain America movie.
Okay, explain it to me.
Where
I'm trying to remember it.
The one guy works out with Captain America now, and then they bring back old-timey Captain America to see if they can hang. This feels like the same thing. He's like, all right, you think you're all great? Let's see what happens.
So will Jared Verse now say, you know what? I've leveled up in my workout.
I think so.
And I'm going to go be the next Aaron Donald. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah. But him leveling up would be amazing for them. Because, like I said, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and he's already playing at a great level.
Look at Aaron Donald.
Donald is in ridiculous shape still.
This dude's, and he's not 50. You know, it's not like he's like that. He's still young because he retired early. But geez, this guy's in fantastic. It's like DeMarcus Ware. See DeMarcus Ware, you're just like, he's in fantastic shape still. Because they go through old man workouts at a very early age.
I mean, clearly it's working out just fine for them.
And then, Kevin, I saw this list of the top 10 NBA free agents. And Kyrie was on it. moments ago I saw a text come in that said, "Didn't Kyrie already say that he thinks he played his last game for the Mavericks?"
I do not recall hearing.
I do not recall hearing that either. And I went and looked that up, and it said no, there has been no open expression of that.
Okay.
So if there is, AI said that at least. So if there is a case of him saying it, it hasn't been public into the media. But I started looking at this because this list has LeBron, it has James Harden, Kyrie's on it.
So some people who are technically free agents, but
how will they stay with their team? What are their chances of leaving?
I got you.
I do believe CBS Sports has Kyrie's chance of leaving a 0 out of 10.
Oh, well, that feels very promising.
But when I saw him on this list, my first thought was, he's coming back to the Mavericks, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, hold on, am I missing something here? Why would he leave after everybody's been dismissed that could possibly be this? It's his team now.
Yeah.
Like, this is legitimately his team. Sure, he can run with Anthony Davis on this, but we talked with Jason Kidd the other day. What did Jason Kidd say? Yeah, he has the biggest voice in the room. All the players on the team respect him. All of them care about him. He has the biggest voice. That's their leadership. Obviously, Clay's a little bit different because of the championship. So he went through all these guys and how each one of them has a different leadership style, and it sounded like that's the tent pole right there. We start with Kyrie, but then I started thinking, what's the main reason he comes back? And that's what I asked you this morning, Kevin.
Yeah,
his player option is $44 million. Is that correct?
And so I think there's a couple of reasons for this. I don't think it would particularly make sense for him to opt out, just in general, putting aside like how he feels about the Mavericks and everything, for a season in which he's probably going to miss half the season. I know there's optimistic reports that he could be back by January, but he's going to miss a big chunk of time. Secondly, it feels like Dallas has embraced him, and he has embraced the Mavericks organization and culture at a time when obviously he's had some issues at some other places that he stopped, and maybe because he sees this team as taking another step and still being in championship contention. Those are some of the reasons.
Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out. Is it does seem like the financial aspect of it is the most important.
Yeah.
With most players, like the financial part of, am I going to find that money anywhere else? Maybe not. But like you said, the ability to embrace what this city is, the city embraced him back.
Yeah.
And then now it seemed like all along he wanted to be the dude on a team. All right, let's start with Cleveland. He was never going to be with LeBron there. That just was reality. Then when he goes to Boston, he was never going to be, because the young guys were the future. And he was just a dude on that team. And they wouldn't listen to him. They didn't care about him. And then he gets to Brooklyn. And things got real weird in Brooklyn. I felt like everything got real weird in Brooklyn.
And you can't help but wonder if KD had just a little bit of smaller foot and he would have made that shot that was a three-pointer, like, would they have avoided some of this? I have no idea.
He built a superstar team there.
Sure.
Like, and he did it because he talked to KD about it at the All-Star. He was like, dude, they got all this money. Don't forget about it. And then he comes here, and now he has everything that he could possibly want, except for Luka. Mi hermano.
Okay, well, there's nothing we can do to change that. And so if he really was, but even if he really was bent out of shape about that, I wonder if this is a simple economic issue. And he's like, it's probably not the best idea to opt out and hit the free agency market at a point where you know for a fact I'm going to miss a chunk of games and who knows exactly what I'll come back as. That, I think that's tricky when it comes to the Mavericks re-signing him. I know Nico said that's their number one priority, but I do wonder what that contract looks like with him.
Over the weekend, Lucy celebrated her 12th birthday. And it was a pretty awesome, like, I'm going to admit, this may have been the best party we've ever had.
Oh.
The boys, Avery was a lifeguard. All right. Carter was in charge of watching the dog. So he just had to so he had a job. Usually on these days, Carter is like, nobody's paying enough attention to the middle child. So he starts to act out in order to get things. But we gave him a job. And it was to hang out with the dog. And we said, you take care of this dog. You did a great job. That morning, Lucy demanded cronuts for breakfast.
Oh.
And I don't know if you guys have been in on the cronut game lately, but it's still going strong.
Is it?
Yeah. And I thought about Mike for a second whenever she was like, I demand cronuts. And I was like, me too. And if we were in Italy right now, we'd be making a killing. But then later in the day, the one thing that went wrong. One thing went wrong. Kevin, you and I agree on this. I can't remember if Alec agrees. I did not put the cheese on the burgers on the grill to melt the cheese because we had about 35 people at the house.
Oh.
I'm not doing that with the cheese, especially when it's hot outside. It's already hot. I'm standing over a Blackstone right now, and it's burning my face. And I'm looking over at everybody enjoying the pool. I just want to be in the pool. I'm like, I'm not putting cheese on all these burgers. Burgers ended up tasting great. Adrian told me, I cannot believe you didn't put the cheese on the burgers. That's how I want them done.
Oh.
Well, she was in charge of setting out all the fixings. She set out the buns. She set out the cheese. She set out the pickles, mayonnaise, mustard, and ketchup. But she forgot the lettuce and tomato and the onions. So everybody had to have the same burger, essentially. A Kevin burger.
Oh,
Pretty much
like
just
it.
Nothing on it, nothing good. Except for that. So everybody had to. And there was this huge tray of stuff she chopped up that she left in the fridge. So I win, right?
What does the lettuce do for the hamburger?
It adds crunchiness.
Yeah. Texture.
That's about it. And the onion adds a flavor, but it also has that texture too. Because the tomato has no texture. Tomato is just mushy, especially at that point. But I win, right? She got on to me. But she forgot to do something too. I didn't forget. I just wasn't going to because I put the foot down.
I know your wife. I don't know if you win this one.
What do you mean you don't know if I win this one? She owes me now. She got on to me about something. She forgot something too. Somebody said fiber. Don't forget about the fiber, Kevin. That it adds to it.
I just think. Never mind. That's too.
I don't lord this one over her. I just let it slide and then forget about it. Or do I use this to my advantage?
I mean, look,
especially on June 9th, 6-9 day.
You've been married far, far longer than I have, so I would say trust your instincts that got you this far.
Good point. I will keep my mouth shut.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Kelvin Joseph? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest.
956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend?
Kevin.
From the 817. Man, if you only knew. From the 817, the person that hit me is the Wanker of the Weekend. I get it. I know some people are just nicer about it, but there's no scenario in which I've been hit by another car that I'm just like, oh, hey, it happens. Like, my immediate thought is blinding anger and rage, and then just...
I was on a date once, and I was at Centerville and right over by HBJ Stadium.
Oh, that's where I live.
And I was, do you want to give me your address?
Not at the stadium.
He lives at the stadium.
That's a lot of space.
Yeah, downhill. He likes to slide down the hill.
It sucks in the summer, though.
But I was right over in that area, and I was on a date, and we were at a light. Dude just rolled right into me, like out of nowhere. And there were no other cars around.
Oh, my God.
And so for the date purposes, I didn't want to blow up, you know? And I was just like, son of a gun, what just happened? And I unbuckled and got out of my little Honda Accord and stood up, and this guy... He was not as tall as me, and he went, "Oh F," and I was like, "All right, I've already got this one won." You know, like in my mind, I had already gotten a victory because he was the one that was intimidated and scared. And my date goes, "I can't imagine what he was thinking when you stepped out of the car," and I was like, "Yeah, good, yeah."
The one time I called you to tell you I might be late for work because I got an accident on the highway, and you asked if I'd called the Frankels first, and at that point I had not, which is not what I was supposed to do. The guy who hit me goes, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I was screwing around on my phone and not paying attention." And I was like, okay, well, I was still upset, but at least he cut right to the chase. You like
some honesty.
I do.
You're a big fan of some honesty.
I do. And since he just said that, I was like, okay.
Deal.
Well, and he was like, "Here's my insurance card." And we just cut right to the chase. Now, is the Wanker of the Weekend Kelvin Joseph?
I don't know. Somebody texted in and said, "Isn't it always Kelvin Joseph?"
That is not an inaccurate point. Kelvin Joseph was arrested and faces DWI charges in a fatal crash in Richardson off of 75. And it's fascinating, too, because I will say the one thing I appreciate is the reports I've read is that he is the person who called the police to say that there had been an accident. And then you found out that somebody had died. Obviously, they shut down a big part of 75. But in the police statement, it says officers observed, quote, signs of intoxication while speaking with Kelvin Joseph. And look, we talk about this all the time. It's horrible for all involved. And these are the situations like if you're drunk driving and you kill somebody, and it was your fault, like, I think that you need to go to jail for a really long time. Like, I'm like 15.
But yeah, the laws
20.
in this country, in the state, in the country,
they're very lenient on this.
Yeah, they aren't very.
Because people will say, "Oh, it was an accident." It wasn't. Like, if you get into your car and you're drinking and driving, whatever happens next is not an accident. You have made that decision to be reckless potentially with other people's lives.
And it's super easy. I know it's gonna be a tough thing to get up and go get your car the next morning.
Yeah.
But it's super easy to get an Uber and get home.
Yeah.
And both of you be safer in that instance.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is a fair point. All right, let's
real quick, Kevin. I would like to. We have a lot of Uber and Lyft drivers out there that listen
we
to the
do.
show, along with UPS, FedEx, and so forth. Amazon.
The drivers of America are listening.
Pizzas. Nighttime, we dominated the pizza world.
Yes.
Not just because we ate a lot of pizza.
Tip your delivery drivers accordingly.
Yes.
It's not their fault that soulless corporations added that delivery fee on that those people don't get.
I do wonder, though, how many of the Uber and Lyft drivers out there know that they picked somebody up because they couldn't drive home. And how's that? I know they're drunk and you're probably please don't throw up in my car. That's probably the first thing. But the other part is that other part of making sure that I'm glad I took them home because they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Just kind of just a question if you got an answer.
Now, this one's tough. I don't think I saw the overall price of the bill. So it's hard to say what kind of tip this really was. But Wanker of the Weekend, we got terrible service on a fishing trip. We went to Galveston, went to a nice place, and the manager was a huge Astros fan. Me and my buddies were all in Rangers gear, and he was offended and tried not to seat us. Then it turned out he ended up being our waiter anyway and gave us terrible service. So when it came time to tip him, still tipped him like $20 because he had food runners and stuff, want to make sure they get a tip. But he would have got a significantly better tip if he would have just been a competent and helpful wait person because, I don't know, I didn't say waiter. Wait person because, that's still your job.
Hold on. So this dude was so offended by Rangers gear.
Yeah.
So offended by you wearing Rangers gear that he gave you bad service.
Yeah.
When that's his livelihood.
Yeah. That is confusing.
Maybe he made a whole bunch of money already and he was like, screw that table. Like that, I get it. I get that part of it. But I'm scratching for money, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm doing. I'm scrambling. When I was waiting tables, now if I was going to do that, how do we do it on this show? If we have Ted Cruz on, who is a huge Houston Astros fan,
true,
we make jokes about it and we make it endearing and they want to tip you more. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
You make jokes and then you take their money so they can't spend them on the tickets for the opposing team.
I'm with you. From the 817, as an acquaintance of the individual that lost her life, yes, Calvin Joseph is the wanker of the weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, I get it. Absolutely. I understand that. All right. Wanker of the weekend. Is it the U.S. men's national soccer team? They lost their third straight in a friendly against Turkey.
It's just a friendly, bro. Don't worry about it. It's not going to affect our World Cup status.
Well, yeah, because we host the World Cup. I get that.
Like I said.
Okay. But
we're going to be just fine. We made that rule.
Okay.
We pushed for that rule so that we were like, hey, we're going to make this one.
All right. But doesn't that concern you, right? When you're just not playing particularly well. The last coach we had that lost 3 in a row was 10 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. And we weren't guaranteed.
What happened then?
That was Jurgen.
Klopp.
Yeah, I think it's Jurgen Klinsmann.
Oh, Jurgen Klopp's a different one. Well, Kevin, again, I'm not too worried about it.
Okay, because we automatically make the World Cup?
Yeah. Do they need to be better? I don't know.
Okay. Now,
if they were good, how would we like soccer as much as other countries like soccer?
I think we would like it significantly more.
You think so?
Yes.
We'd be all into the players and be like, dude, why can't he play for FC Dallas instead of the EPL?
And that's the other thing that hurts is you don't have the top league in the world, like in your backyard.
Right.
Every other sport that we're so feverish about, we have the best league. But I've talked about it before. I went to FC Dallas game, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. I love FC Dallas, but I don't think there's a dispute that MLS is not the top league in the
absolutely
world.
not. I'm just trying to figure out
that hurts.
What if soccer if the U.S. team was that good, would we be more and be like, dude, we need more soccer?
Yes. And I wonder if there was a soccer hub, if we could kind of soup up the MLS and make it so
The big problem with the U.S. soccer team, from what I understand,
the men's soccer team,
men's and women's, I hear, is the politics of it all.
Oh yeah,
and I'm sure soccer players can text in and attest to this a little bit, but I hear that there's a lot of, especially when it comes to coaching, how those people end up on the team and who gets playing time and all those things. It sounds like the politics of it all is really holding us back the most, and that's unfortunate. Whenever we could be dominant or not dominant on our own without the politics of it all.
Now, this is fair. The wanker of the weekend is the Dallas Wings. They're 1-9, and they have the worst record in the WNBA.
That's the worst one?
Yes.
Nobody else has a 1-9 record?
Interestingly enough, the next worst is the Connecticut Sun. They're 2-7. I'm almost positive that's the team that the Dallas Wings beat.
Hell yeah.
So the one win they have is over the next to worst team, which I think in the power rankings should keep us ahead of them.
This is tough, man, because our favorite player, Paige Beckers, has been out for, what, is it 4 games now?
Yes. 3 because of concussion, this last one because of injury.
But sounds like things weren't great beforehand. Kevin,
this was always going to be a struggle.
From what I saw of this team, they weren't great defensively. They looked scrambled to start. And this is just this is just judging what I watched of them in about 3 or 4 different games. So judging what I saw, they were scrambling defensively and didn't look like they knew what they were doing. And they looked like a young team that was still trying to figure themselves out.
And that's very fair.
That's where they are. And being 1-9 isn't fun whenever you're trying to really put this in a lot of people's worlds.
From the 972, maybe that weight person is just not good at anything because they're an Astros fan. That's a fair point.
Did you see what they said? I did do 2023 to reference the year 2023.
Okay. I missed that. Yes, thank you. From the 972. All right. I guess we're going to talk about this. I'm a 62-year-old grandmother listening to you guys. I vote for Simone Biles to be the wanker of the weekend. It depends on what you follow on social media. For some people, it was things happening in California. For other people, they just live their regular life. And for other people, it might have been Simone Biles. Simone Biles came out and, look, I get it. There were a couple things that she said that I found to be pretty stunning. Do you remember Riley Gaines? She was one of the swimmers who lost to Leah Thomas, and that set off the whole thing about men, transgender people competing in women's sports, and that's gone on and on and on, and it still goes on to this day. And I know Riley Gaines has become a big person in the conservative side because she talks about keeping transgendered people out of women's sports and everything like that. So Simone Biles, because usually what Riley Gaines will do is if there's ever a team that wins a high school, I think, or college championship with a transgendered person on their team, will post about it. And usually just post this person used to be a man or whatever the case is. And so Simone Biles went after her tweet-wise and said that she was a bully and harassing and everything like that after Riley Gaines. And I wonder, people would have jumped into it and gotten all upset, blah, 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 either way. But the thing that I was surprised and disappointed in Simone Biles was she tweeted out, "Why don't you pick on somebody your own size," which ironically would be a man. And so for somebody in Simone Biles who's complained multiple times about people body shaming her,
that was a bit of a bully tactic.
Yeah, that felt like a weird take. And then of course people were like, Riley Gaines is 5'5", so, and 140 pounds. So I don't know about that. And then you know how it is. If anybody is ever trying to undercut another person's argument, they dig up an old tweet, right? So there's a tweet from Simone Biles in 2017, and I think it was this guy doing amazing things in the floor exercise, and Simone Biles tweeted out, "Good thing guys don't compete against girls, or he'd take all the gold medals." And then a lot of people have jumped on that as well, and it's just, I feel like a lot of people were there to support Simone Biles in 2020 when she had obviously lots of mental health issues that forced her to drop out of certain parts of the Olympics, and a lot of people supported her. This was a surprising move for me, and like you said, a little bit of a bully tactic in the midst of it as well.
Yeah, there's a little bit of grace to kind of keep rolling with. I don't know if that always wins.
It feels like grace wins less and less, right?
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have 2 more giveaways for you being a Tolo. Luke Bryan tickets in the 7 o'clock and the 9 o'clock. We got Stanley Cup Finals.
It's a lower-fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our fan ambassador Peyton, because of course you need more Peyton in your life. Peyton is an amazing dog that is great with other dogs and cats and is one chill customer, like me. You can check out Peyton and other fan ambassadors ready for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. We're geared up for 5 hours on the heels of a Rangers series victory. How the hell are you?
Love it. I am doing well. Now, this is a story I wanted to bring up because I know Corey has some exploits on this front, and we didn't get to talk about it the other day. The Belgium soccer fans who snuck into the Champions League final, hiding in the stadium toilet stalls for 27 hours. So,
yeah, we love this.
My question is, do you think it's worth it? Now, I don't know how much time they thought it would be going into it, but you saw the final result. You got to go to the Champions League final, but you had to sit in the toilet stalls for 27 hours. Is that trade worth it by y'all's metric?
Absolutely is. I mean, I imagine the get-in price for that was around $3,000. But yeah, I think it's part of the experience as well. Could you imagine like video blogging that? Maybe. I think the story of you and your buddies pulling that off.
Yeah,
it's the greatest thing you've ever done and will ever do.
And there's like, you make money on the content. So now with TikTok and Twitch and the streaming platforms, like it really is genius because worst case scenario, even if you get caught, there's people that are probably going to get invested in the storyline. Like the guy that Lucius was telling us during LA Live that just with his cat decided I'm going to buy a sailboat. Like normally people aren't going to care about this, but then you get invested. Yeah. So to me, like it was a money-making opportunity regardless if it didn't work out. So kudos to them, man. I thought it was a genius idea.
Have you guys, go ahead.
No, a couple of young bucks, so they're kind of like in that season of life where like doing cool stuff like that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, then my question next for y'all would be, outside of making money for the content of it all, have you had your own experiences of sneaking in places or perhaps things along these lines that maybe paid off or didn't?
I did. So down at, what is it now? Bacardi Smirnoff Center. What is the down at Fair
JAXA?
Park?
Dos Equis Pavilion?
No, it's down at Fair Park. I don't even know what it's called
JAXA
anymore.
forever.
Okay, so we would frequently sneak into the first one ever was Dave Matthews. We snuck in. We went through the area where where all the concessions people go in. And we just said we're with the company that was with them, and then we just signed our names, and then we got to go do whatever we wanted.
Nice.
And we ended up spending the first hour waiting for gates to open in the bathroom, and just sitting there just waiting and going like, all right. And then we heard sound check was going on, and we went and peeked around the corner, and they were doing sound check, and I was like, "That's Dave right there in my face," and he was like waving and everything. We're like, "Oh my god!"
Did you sign your real name when you had to sign your name, or did you come up with an alias?
I did sign my name like I was just supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Like, Corey's here today. Yeah, I didn't even think about doing a Troy Aikman made it around,
Yeah, throwing the alias name.
Amazing.
That's a good one.
We got into about 3 or 4 different concerts just doing that.
I do love these guys choosing the bathroom. If you know this is going to be a 24-hour plus period, like you're going to have to use the facilities at some point. You can't go hiding in the attic or somewhere else in the stadium. They chose the right spot, and they put the out of order sign on so that you wouldn't get any foot traffic in. So these guys were buttoned up. I've never done something as legendary as that. I used to sneak into the movies and stuff.
That would be the only
that
thing
was
I could think of.
The big one, and that always worked out. That was fantastic. You get a nice little adrenaline rush, and you get to watch your movie.
Can you even do that now?
Well,
with
and
the
see,
seats?
that's the thing. The assigned seating is messed it up. The other thing that I learned about that is if nobody else buys a ticket, they don't just show the movie. Because one of the movies I snuck into,
You called it the double feature?
yeah, the double feature. And that's what I learned. Buy the ticket for the movie that people might not go to. Don't buy the ticket for the movie that just came out the last week or whatever and is #1. People will buy tickets for that. So I went to the second movie and I rationalized it to myself by always buying concession stands. I realize that doesn't make it right, but that's how I rationalized it to myself. So I sat in this theater. Nobody else was in there. They never started the movie. And I had to kind of walk of shame out of the theater. You know, just kind of
They
like
knew in there too. They were saying, "How long is this loser going to sit here for?"
I did kind of wonder if they were like, this idiot's going to stay here the whole time.
Well, when it comes to mischief, a couple of things come to mind. Number one, yesterday I was at Target, double scanned the whole milk. And looked around for the customer service lady. She was on the other side, like counting money for somebody. So I just took a Diet Coke instead. And I was waiting for security to stop me. And I was going to show them the receipt. Like, actually, you owe me $3, but you were too busy while I was checking out my own stuff. Okay. But it also makes me think, this is 95, 96. I was working at the Red Lion Hotel.
Okay.
One of my coworkers was an usher at the Rose Garden where the Trailblazers played and still play. But she had these re-entry passes that she would give to people that were going out to their car to come back in. This was in a more innocent time. So she gave me a stack of those. And all season long, like, it was sellout, even though it was only like a 45 or 50 win team. It was sellouts the whole time.
Okay.
So we would get in, and then me and my buddy John would hop around looking for the seats that were unoccupied. And we had a terrific time. I was only 20 years old at the time. We happened to know a bar owner about 2 miles away on the light rail line that would also serve us all the beer we wanted. There we go.
Oh.
So I was living this incredible life where it was free beer and free Trailblazers games with my buddy John. Dude. And the biggest concern was, how are we going to get home?
That's a dream.
What a run. A 2-queens bed at the Red Lion in Portland right now is only $75 a night. So like, that's what I'm saying. It looks nice. It looks like good carpet too.
Red Lion seen some better days. I could see Dawson flourishing in hospitality, you know?
Man, I don't, yeah.
How'd you get fired from that job? I actually left to be an alcohol monitor at the Rose Garden.
There you go.
That one didn't last long either, but...
Is that what you came up with, if you see me, beer me? And you're just like, hold on, where's your alcohol?
I came up with that actually in 2010 in one of my first shows with Greg Henson. I was heading out to the Rangers game, because they weren't good yet, and only, they were good, but people weren't going yet.
Yeah.
So there were stacks of Rangers tickets every night at the end of our show.
Wow.
That you just had to go down and pick them up, and boom, you were going to the game. So one of the nights I said, if you see me, bear me in. It stuck.
I mean, clearly a tremendous decision.
Fine.
Now, I'm not saying that any of y'all would be in favor of this, but this feels like the most Cowboys move. The betting odds right now have the Dallas Cowboys installed as the favorite to get Von Miller. Not from a football perspective, but this feels like a Cowboys move, right?
Totally. He's let's go get a guy that is past his prime, but he's a fan favorite. He's a local legend.
Yep.
And we can sell some jerseys.
Future Hall of Famer.
Absolutely. So,
cost much.
If there's an area you probably feel good about right now,
it makes a lot of sense to get all the edge rushers.
Why not? Just add another one into it, man. We're going to rotate the hell out of this thing.
I'm with you guys on that.
So you guys would just be firmly against it? I mean, if I tell you Von Miller on the super duper ridiculous cheap is coming
if he
in
takes
here?
vet minimum, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it. I don't know if he would, but
I would just rather address other areas of the team, like if I had to pick and choose, but I wouldn't be like upset about an addition of Von Miller.
You'd prefer Jair Alexander, right?
Yes, but it feels like
if I had to choose.
he's still into the point where we won't be able to afford him or even try to ask about him.
Is he healthy?
Right now, I think he's
now
healthy,
he is.
yes.
Yeah. Right now,
but over the last 5 years, it's been one full
rough.
season. Yeah, it's been
I
kind of
kind of
tough.
just need him to just last half the season.
What he
and then
does,
he digs back.
What he does, he practices Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and doesn't play on Sunday. That's the big problem there. That's why the people in Green Bay had a problem with him.
Okay,
there's a lot of things they have a problem with, but that's one of the main.
He's a unique personality.
Yeah, a little weird, they say.
But the Cowboys are desperate enough at that position. I'd be like, it's still worth trying to figure something out here.
They're not going to do it. I just asked. They're not going to do it.
Breaking news.
Your face.
Gosh,
I mean, well, it's from your show too.
Shut it down. Let's go home.
Ask him about Von.
You're asking about Von Miller?
Yes, actually, kind of.
Because I mean, we got to know for the betting odds are what they are. Right?
Y'all are the favorites.
He loves
man.
Micah.
I would love it if the response was, well, that didn't make any sense, ... Okay, looks like we're probably in on that.
How old is Von Miller? 32 or so? 33?
Something like that.
I mean, 6 sacks last year in 13 games.
Are you convincing yourself?
He's 36.
36.
Oh, 36.
Yeah.
Wow. He's old.
I think he would have something on third down still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Situationally. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's a situation now where get him healthy for the playoffs, and if he's there, he would, you know,
Why do you
I'd
guys
want him on the
ask me
field.
this question when I was watching all that Jair Alexander tape earlier in the day?
Well,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I think the more interesting name is Jair Alexander.
I
for
see
sure.
Would you rather him or Ramsey?
Ramsey.
Yeah, but considering the price,
I feel like
Yeah.
Ramsey's going to be there. That's why I think. Like, he's going to at least show up on the field.
And Ramsey could end up being here, mate. And I could also foresee a safety move for Jalen Ramsey, which could prolong his career as a Dallas Cowboy. Jair Alexander, I think, would just kind of be like a 1-year Band-Aid for kind of what you're dealing with right now with all the injuries in
He'd
the
be a
secondary.
pretty good Band-Aid.
Yeah, he'd be a
that'd
great
be a damn good
When
Band-Aid.
he plays, he's not bad.
I'd love that Band-Aid.
I think he's better than Ramsey when he plays.
Yeah. I tell you, there's things. You watch him in that first Philadelphia game that was played in Sao Paulo.
He's a hell of a player.
They traveled him, and it was pretty darn good.
All right, what do you guys got coming up on the program? I like that.
I want to book a ticket to San Paulo. On the other side, Hagee, we'll talk about a little bit more about Jair Alexander, what his projected salary contract will look like with his next team, and at what point should the Cowboys be interested. But we have CY at 4:20, and then Sean Shapiro talking Stars at 5.
Ooh, all right. I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece Maker. Way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion as you.
German fringe element that cannot be counted upon to do the sensible thing.
You're wrong.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
True, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Krld?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service. We're locked in for the next 5 hours. Rangers are off tonight. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion, here with you every afternoon, 2 o'clock in the nation. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup Master Control, feathering his nest. Fixing to go 5 flawless. And, of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Still haven't seen Carter Freeman. I think he's on another one of those sports trips.
Still in D.C.
Yeah.
He was not able to make it back. His flight got canceled.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. Because the weather last night?
Yeah,
that was insane,
so. But he saw a couple of big wins there for our Rangers in D.C. Got to see deGrom Nation. And then Evan Carter and Jake Berger taking care of business yesterday in a bullpen day.
It is a bummer that we don't have him today because I have a clip from the weekend that maybe we'll have to play tomorrow. I saw a bounce house get taken aerial with children inside of it. No.
Here?
2 kids spill out. I got to figure out exactly where it was. But, I mean, there's just a bunch of bounce houses. All of a sudden, big bounce house goes flying into the air. Woo. And then all the parents start screaming as you see little Johnny and little Caitlin falling out from like 20 feet in the air.
Man, one of the craziest things I ever saw, it was during a storm, and I was going number 1 in the little side restroom right as you come through the garage. It's got a view of the side yard. And I'm just kind of looking outside watching the storm, and all of a sudden, my big trampoline is going airborne like a flying saucer. And I'm like, oh, crap, it's going to crash the neighbor's fence, and I'm just seeing $3,000 flash before my eyes.
Do you finish the pee?
Yeah,
you got to finish that off.
Of course. It went over perfectly. It was like it was hurdling the fence. It's like, I got you, dude. Boom, landed there, storm cleared, went over the neighbors, and we carried it back home. Wasn't ever quite the same, but I'll take the $500 loss at that point. You know, that was saw my financial life flashing before my eyes right there.
I'm going to DM y'all this video because it is pretty buck wild.
Yeah, I got to see
So
Johnny.
parents were letting their kids in the middle of a storm be in the bounce house?
It wasn't even a storm. No, it looked like a beautiful day wherever this was. It was a beautiful day.
So this is like turbulence?
Just
this
heavy
is like
wind day.
Wind shear? What do we got going?
I guess the wind became so ridiculous.
Well, we're not seeing that as parents?
Or
maybe
it's a windy day with a big gust.
And I'm wondering if there was some type of error with the setup. Like, are you supposed to stake those into the ground or something?
Strapping it down.
Perhaps you're supposed to stake it down. But I DM'd you guys the video. You guys can see it. It's crazy.
That's why you do those carny rides they have in the parking lots of.
Yeah, I don't do those.
Circus folk.
Yeah, those things
Small
are
hands.
supposed to be bolted down. I don't think they are.
I wonder if the guy with the hat that looks back at the camera for a second then reacts. I wonder if he has anything to do with tying it down.
Is that?
Because he looked back like, I guess we got to do something about this now.
And then the kids are raining down from behind him into the ground. Isn't that a crazy video?
Man,
Oh my gosh, it's a far drop too for those kids.
I know, right there onto the turf.
That reminds me of some of the close calls. They're like ingrained in my head when kids are small, and you're like, wow, that could have gotten really terrifying right there. Just a half yard this way, a half yard that way. Anyway, hopefully everybody is doing okay from the storms last night. Was there any flooding or tornadoes? Everybody make it? We good?
I think we were all good.
I was good, yeah.
Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, it was wild out there.
The build up to
Lightning.
that,
yeah.
We thought it was going to be like some type of Armageddon. I'm like pulling everything inside, anything that's outside. We're bringing. I'm reading Brunoff, Delkis, everybody, and it's like it's going to get 70-mile-per-hour winds out here, dude. Let's go ahead and get this thing. Then with the hail and stuff,
yeah.
But it was pretty chill, I think, at my place.
I went outside and looked last night right in the heart of it. It was intense. It's, DFW is so big that some people are going to have a different kind of experience, but it was going. It was significant. We got so much rain there. The pool totally full. The yard, the plants, everything stocked with rain now. So
with 2 months, it's not going to rain or drop. So we probably,
I know.
Probably good there.
Okay, Packers are going to release cornerback Jair Alexander. I guess he's about an $18 million hit, $16 million salary, and, just makes financial sense for him. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to stay healthy. But, last year, 7 games played, 2 picks, 7 PBUs, 78 coverage grade. That's top 16%.
Yeah.
I want the Cowboys to be aggressive in improving the team, but maybe this isn't the right guy considering they already have so much injury risk in their defensive backfield, Brian.
Yeah, this is, if you go back and watching him play, like I say, there were times where he was clearly traveling with guys, and then other times he normally plays just the right corner. And where he has a little bit of some issues is he's just if you want to talk about maybe potential run game problems, this guy is not a great tackler. He is just not. And we talk about ball getting to the edge and problems with Diggs and others and not being able to fill on the outside. This guy would be a liability that way. He can cover. There's no question. Probably better playing man than zone. You could see in some of the zone stuff that he does where he gets turned and now he's scrambling. When he's in zone, he guesses far more than when he's playing man.
Might not be a good fit in the defense anyway then.
Yeah. And so to me, like I said, there's times where you see him playing man coverage and his ability to run with and all, but he will gamble. It'll pay off for him sometimes. Other times he just gets outworked in a lot of ways. But when you talk to people in Green Bay about him, the biggest problem they had is that about playing games and as far as being available for games. There were times where he would practice, say on a Wednesday, Thursday, and a Friday ready to go, and then bow out of the game on Sunday. And that was a big issue with the coaching staff there. And so kind of a little bit of a coin toss of a guy, of a guy that you're going to get. You might get a guy that's locked in and then maybe a guy that's not so much locked in about what he needs to do and stuff like that. Health is a big, big issue. But there's no question that these guys, the Packers, said, listen, when he played, we were a better defense. He was like, they were, our completion percentage and stuff against us was like almost 10% less.
Wow.
Than when he was not on the field. And so they'll acknowledge that, but they say there's a lot of things you got to kind of go through to keep this guy engaged and on the field.
Okay, so projected salary 10 to 12 million, maybe 5 to 6 base, and then incentives if you do more. But even after that, even if it's less than that, after hearing what Brian just said, yeah. I just don't think it's that great of an idea at all.
Oh, I asked some people this morning, and a couple of guys got back to me and said, "No, we wouldn't do that." So I just, then I went ahead and wanted to make sure I watched the guy and see, and I've got Von Miller pulled up right now as on breaks and stuff. See, take a peek at him a little bit. But yeah, there's still a lot of really things about that guy that he would be an absolute upgrade. The problem is, what about the health? What about the knee? What about the inconsistencies of him wanting to go play? Those are things you would absolutely have to deal with.
So we heading for Stephon Gilmore, you think? They got to at least add one more.
I think that, to me, and we don't know what they're going to do in the UFL stuff. There might be somebody in one of these UFL teams that they're interested in. That I'm trying to get. I asked my gang of 7 if they're hearing anything Dallas is doing as far as that. And my guys are like, no, not really. But we'll see. They might be a defensive tackle, corner, somebody like that. They might try and add. I know Stephen Jones talked about that, and that might be a cheaper way for them to go and get a guy. That probably be more like maybe a little bit better than a camp guy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a guy that can come in and compete, and maybe like all of a sudden, whoa, this guy played well at the UFL, and now he's playing pretty decently for you.
I mean, give us a chance to have a guy better than Kyer Elam. Give us a guy that buys a little bit of time for Siobhan Ravel to get right and Trayvon Diggs to come back. And in a perfect world, Jair Alexander could be that guy. But when you say he really struggles in zone and the Cowboys want to play a lot of zone, that's a deal breaker. Like, what would his PFF grade be in zone as compared to man? I think those are all like genuine roadblocks to any sort of Jair Alexander progress.
You watch him play off, and that he just doesn't look as comfortable because it's almost like he's guessing, like he's gambling that you're going to throw the ball. Like there were a couple times against the Eagles. I watched the game against the Texans where they run a route inside on him and he's like biting on it, and then they double move him, and then now they're away. So yeah, he's a little bit of a. But when you put him up on top, he can really compete. But the other things, the injury history, I think, is the biggest thing that you got to deal with here.
Just 20 games the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And then he did play healthy the year before, but then he only played 4 games the year before that.
Yeah.
So 3 out of the last 4 years he's been hurt. And I do think, I saw Tom Silverstein of the Milwaukee Journal reported the Packers had a trade in place with another team earlier in the year, but the other team didn't want to pay the full $17 million salary for Jair Alexander, and he refused to take a pay cut. So he's probably thinking, I can get more money on the open market. We'll see. Maybe the rest of the league all talks, and they're like, dude, we're not going to, it's not worth it for us to pay you that amount of money, and the price ends up dropping. But that certainly does, just knowing what we know about the Cowboys, that's a little too expensive.
Okay, great stuff, guys. We're off and running here in the G-Bag Nation. Mandatory mini camp is tomorrow. Do we get any more contact with this, Brian? Is there anything? No, it's just basically OTAs. It's just mandatory.
Yeah, same thing, just mandatory, right?
Home of the Rangers figured out how to score some runs, and the pitching was amazing once again. They hold the Nationals to a combined 4 runs over the weekend. Marcus Semien is the best hitter in baseball this month, guys. I know you remember a week and a half ago we were at the Globe talking with CY. He looked us in the eye and said, Semien's going to be better. And holy hell, it started within 3 hours. And since then, dude's been the best hitter in baseball. OPS, average, what do you need? Go get Marcus Semien. If this is the beginning, didn't that pick your Rangers' heart up quite a bit?
Oh, big time. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's awesome to see what he's been doing. I mean, over his last 9 games, his slash line, 517, 588, 931. He's got 6 extra base hits. 3 of those are homers, 10 runs, 9 RBIs. Pretty damn incredible. I mean, he had just 4 extra base hits in 223 plate appearances prior to this run.
Yeah.
So that just speaks volumes to just how poor he was playing. But, hey, it is reminiscent of that 2022 season. I know, Sean, RJ, Bobby, they talked about that as well earlier this morning. Maybe it is. Hopefully he can just stay hot. What the Rangers need now is, not just one person. Can this entire lineup kind of be one beating heartbeat and just get hot at the same time? Corey's in a big slump right now. He's over.
So
0 for 22. Yeah, it stinks. Langford got the day off yesterday. Hopefully he's ready to rock coming out on Tuesday. But outside of Berger and Semien right now, nobody else seems to really be hitting that well. But hey, with this pitching, it's just like what deGrom did, what Patrick Corbin was able to do. And then they have a bullpen day. Typically it was Rangers are having a bullpen day. This thing's let's just pray for the best. Jacob Latz was brilliant until he had to come out of the game yesterday. So the pitching's just absolutely phenomenal. If they can just get 4 or 5 runs a game, this team's going to be so difficult to beat.
They are 31-35. That's third in the West, 5.5 back at Houston. Now the Astros sitting there at 36-29, and they'll be back at it tomorrow hosting the Twins, right? Minnesota's in town.
They're at the Twins.
They're at Minnesota tomorrow.
That's right. Day.
It's a 6 o'clock pregame. That's right. 6:35 first pitch tomorrow night here on your home of the Rangers. Okay. deGrom, the only all-star, in David Schoenfield's prediction piece for what we'll see next month. Jim Bowden put in Evaldi. I think they both should be in there. We do have a CY coming up at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation, and I kind of wanted to end on this. I hope it's not too serious or takes the air out of the room or whatever, but
here we go, boys.
The Kelvin Joseph thing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just an all-time weekend for former Cowboys. Joseph, Pac-Man, Greg Hardy. You hate to see it. And obviously the life of the 27-year-old motorcyclist Cody Morris has to be top of mind as well. But, I don't want to do anything that's insensitive to that family or make it about something other than the tragedy. But this is with a backdrop of the state of Texas working so hard to ban this Delta 9. All 3 of these involved way too much alcohol, And it's crazy to watch this world, and particularly our country, be so obsessed with outlawing other substances when alcohol's causing the most problems. It's not even close. I would much rather have a babysitter on just about anything else in the entire world when it comes to mind-altering substances. We can't do booze. Booze is the thing that's, and I know a lot of people can handle it, but damn it, it's just so hypocritical of our world. And watching that happen, I obviously, as a former over drinker, I know that what those 3 guys are going through right now has to be incredibly guilt-ridden, and they're not having a good time, right? It's a disease, I think, that captures so many people, and it's so damn profitable that we're just letting this thing run while we like say you can't gamble in the state of Texas. You know, it's crazy to me. It's an absolutely crazy world at times. Okay, we'll replay the G-Bag of the day on the other side. Then we'll get to Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking it?
Well, it's National Donald Duck Day. All right, so shout out to that. But what are the top voices when it comes to cartoon characters in the history of cartoons? That was a terrible tease. I blanked out. That's next in the nation.
All you mind benders that will shock you or make you spit out your drink. It's G-Bag of the Day at 2:30, right here on the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Listen up. Do you have ED? Are you size conscious? We could treat your ED and
Cup. And a happy Monday to you, Lucius.
Yeah, baby, we back. We back in the building. All right, G-Bag of the Day. Our winner so far, I believe this is, day 2 or day 3 for Mr. Broadus. Saying something really unfortunate on the radio the other day.
It's got to go away.
Yeah, I believe you guys were talking about potential head coaches for the Knicks. And I don't know what happened, bro.
Like, let's lock in on defense.
Law of averages.
Drew Holiday, Swiss Army knife. Let's protect the rim.
Did win a championship playing that way, didn't
I like
they?
it.
Did.
No, they absolutely did.
They figured it out.
They absolutely did.
Those jerks. So why you getting hard on it?
Well,
so why you getting hard on it?
Man, I'm just now realizing it was a missed opportunity for That's What She Said. And I'll always regret that. But I'll be voting pride tonight once again for Brian. G-Bag of the Day champ faces challengers every night at 5:30 here in the nation, right before L.A. Live with Lucius at 5:40. It's part of the Expressway. We go commercial free to the top. Today, CY 420. Sean Shapiro, Stars writer, at 5 o'clock, talking coaching candidates and what's next here for our hockey team. Here's Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220.
Man, that was a total fumble on that tease. We got the greatest talking animals in TV history on National Donald Duck Day, 877-881-1053.
So this guy's Beavis and Butthead nominee.
Not talking animals.
Sorry about that, Woody.
No, in the way that I described it there, where I just totally lost my mind, and it was want to get away.
Okay, 'cause I was like, Mel Blanc is it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't he all of them? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't know what the hell I was saying.
He's top 2, and he is not number 2.
Would have been a great answer, but this is just talking animals on TV history. So we'll get to that, but have you ever faked anything?
Yes.
Okay, like we're talking like you're faking sick, you fake your own birthday, you fake anything to gain something.
Yeah.
Well, this is a story from Sean William Scott on with Rich Eisen.
More to get it over with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let's get it out.
Like this is not working.
If you don't know Sean William Scott, he was
So did you?
a little too much whiskey.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's not
Who
going-
faked first?
It's not going good.
Was there a mutual ceasefire?
Man, she probably saved me some face.
Thanks so much for your time, honey. Here's Sean William Scott on something that Christopher Walken actually used to fake on sets.
I was on the set of The Rundown with The Rock, and I remember seeing Christopher Walken. He looked really sad. I was like walking to my trailer, and he was just kind of, from what I remember, he was like standing outside his trailer. He looked kind of sad. I can't do his voice, but I remember being like, "Oh, hey, Christopher Walken." I don't know why I always called him his full name, but I was like, "Christopher Walken." Is
it's Christopher Walken.
You seem sad. He goes, No. Well, maybe a little bit. It's my birthday. I'm like, "Oh my God, happy birthday, Christopher Walken. That's amazing." And he goes, "No, I don't make a big deal of it." He's like, the thing is like, every year, it's my birthday, and it's like this year, I feel like kind of alone, and usually I get a cake. I'm like, well, to let people know. He's like, "I'm just kidding, it's not my birthday." He's like, "But I bet you right now if I told people they bring me out a cake." I'm like, "What?" And then like 10, 15 minutes later, I hear the crew sing happy birthday to him, and I walk by him, and he's like, gives me a wink. I'm like, weirdo.
This guy, apparently he does this on all of his movie sets. He tricks people into thinking it's his birthday, and he just gets free cake. I love it. And imagine Christopher Walken doing this. It's just incredible. So thank you to Sean William Scott for that story. But yeah, I think that the 972, I'm with you there. But when it comes to faking your own birthday, like I think I've done that to friends. Like you go to Babes. Babes makes you stand up and do the chicken dance. That's one of the best things. You tell like, "Oh, it's my buddy's birthday," even if it's not his birthday, and then now they've got to do something embarrassing because some of these restaurants now, they kind of got rid of it. I think
the mariachi band, they put the big sombrero on you, and you're kind of like you put
all
on
the attention's on you.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody hates you because they have to stop in the middle of their own meal to act like they're participating in your happy birthday song, acting like they care. Now, I think the advantage that Walken had at this time during The Rundown, that movie came out in 2003, so you couldn't just pop a quick Google out. These days, could Walken really?
Yeah, no.
Because I'm sure even if you weren't,
it's his birthday.
Even if you didn't think he was ball sacking you, maybe you're thinking like, okay, let's see how old he is. Maybe you don't want to ask him like how old he's turning.
Might take you a while.
Let's just check, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh wait, it's not even his birthday today. So I wonder at what point did he have to stop doing that on set?
Yeah, that's a good point. March 31st is his actual birthday. But man, thank you to Sean William Scott. All right, top 10 best talking animals
I don't think
TV history.
iPhone 1 came out until like 2007. So you're like trying to get one of those old crappy flip phones that kind of had the internet on it to look that up. You're
Like
not
your
even
Razr
bothering.
phone?
And you got a T9 text that thing through? Oh, my gosh.
That was awful.
Forget about it. I remember when T9 came out, though, it felt like the future.
Oh, it's great.
It'll intuitively figure out what word you're trying to spell. Yeah.
It was cool for the time. You're like, I
Yes.
got this T9 thing down.
Looking
bro.
back
Watch how
on it
quick I can
now.
fire off a text.
Woo! All right, best talking animals in TV history. Shout out to Donald Duck and Mel Blanc, of course. 877-881-1053. Honorable mentions on here. You're talking animals in TV history. You do have Porky the Pig. He gets an honorable mention.
That's all, folks.
Scrooge McDuck. Yogi Bear.
Hey, Yogi was like, hey, boo-boo, hey, tell you what, hey.
It was kind of
Ralph Cramden.
It was neat back then. Yogi Bear was just different, man.
Well, some of these I think we've like since had to cancel a few.
Yeah.
I think that's...
Oh, yeah, of course, bro.
Yeah.
Dumbo, I was watching Dumbo, I seen them crows. I was like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you what, that thing can fly.
You got...
Oh, man.
Mickey Mouse.
Really?
Is an honorable mention, which I'm surprised, man. Mickey...
I'm questioning that mouse, too.
The Power of Donald.
I'm questioning that mouse, too.
Timon from Timon and Pumbaa, you know, the Lion King.
He was great.
I loved Timon. And I
Truly hilarious.
preferred Timon to Pumbaa.
Yeah. Oh, I did as well.
Thought Timon kind of made it happen.
Give me Scooby Doo.
Scooby's a good one.
Yikes.
Goofy.
That's Shaggy.
That's Shaggy.
I'm sorry, Shaggy. Yeah.
You've got a pretty good Shaggy.
I watched
Good one.
enough of that.
Do your Daphne.
Oh, I can't do the Daphne.
What about Fred?
Why'd you ask me to do the Daphne?
Give me some of that Velma.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He dressed up
I
as
see what
Velma
you're doing.
that one
Give
time.
me the old guy in the theme park.
It's like they always do this. It's Shaggy would always go, "Oh, it's Mr. Jim from the theme park. Ah, you stupid kids. I'd have got away with it if it wasn't for you." Yeah.
Exactly. That's how every episode ends.
Every
You nailed
episode, they
it.
pull the mask off the guy,
You do a great Zoinks.
Now, do they have a new Scooby-Doo that y'all watched that's got like better
Scrappy-Doo.
animation and stuff?
Scrappy-Doo
was iconic.
That was
They might,
Mystery Machine, of course.
but I loved the old school one, like the Harlem Globetrotters episode.
They got
that
in
was
the
one of
way.
my old-time favorites.
It jumped the shark at that point, bro.
Yeah, they got in the way when they put those things on.
Man.
We got to cast a good time here.
J.J. Walker.
They did like the live-action movies when I was a kid. I didn't love them. I mean, they were
Yeah,
okay,
I
but
remember.
I thought the animated version was still the
My
king.
my favorite from my childhood was probably Garfield.
Yeah.
I thought it was just hilarious.
I like Garfield a
Did
lot.
Garfield speak?
Yeah.
Did he talk?
Yeah.
I hate
He was
Mondays.
baked. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was. Somebody
was
texted
okay.
Mickey high as a kite. I never thought Mickey was high.
Mickey.
Oh, Mickey was blazed.
He's got to
yeah.
deal with Minnie.
That voice, he was on helium for sure.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, whippets.
Goofy comes in at 12. Goofy should be in the top 10.
Yeah.
And we've gotten a lot of love for a Goofy movie lately. I think it's like the 30th anniversary. That's an all-time classic Disney film.
I did love
a
that
Goofy
movie.
So good, and the soundtrack is incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll
back
go
and-
rewatch it.
Yeah, rewatch a Goofy movie. I think it's going to pleasantly surprise you. And then Sylvester is number 11, just on the outside looking in. We got Foghorn Leghorn being texted in.
He's banned, isn't he? He got
I
canceled.
think that's canceled.
He should be all right.
Howard the Duck.
I said, boy.
Boy, I said,
boy. Where you get them?
He just seems like he would say
long-
offensive stuff, but he doesn't.
Pumbaa comes in at 10. Brian Griffin at 9. So you're 817 is Brian.
That's a
yeah.
talking dog, right?
Brian absolutely counts. Yeah, talking dog from Family Guy.
All right.
Number 8 is Donald Duck on National Donald Duck Day.
Yeah, the temper.
Oh,
And a speech impediment. You know what I'm
So-
saying? Like, you just can't have both.
and he's just spitting at you. 7, Garfield.
Nice.
7.
I
is
didn't
good.
think he'd be in there.
I didn't think Garfield talked all that much.
Talk
Like, I
about
think Odie can hear him, but John couldn't hear him, maybe? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Odie couldn't talk, but he understood what
But he
Garfield
understood,
said. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was kind of maybe he was narrating more than he was actually talking.
Smoking it, too. That was the doorman, Carlton the doorman, right?
Doorman.
As Garfield's voice.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Carlton the Doorman. Is that from Mary Tyler Moore's show?
hey,
Is that right?
I believe so. But we're close.
Carlton the Doorman?
We're
Or is
close.
it
One of the little goofy
Rhoda?
shows.
Hello, I'm Carlton the Doorman.
Oh, I got to Google, bro.
Yeah.
817, Speedy Gonzalez.
That might be the one.
Speedy.
I love when that one came on.
Man.
Yeah. I thought I was Speedy Gonzalez running around the house, running like a 8-second 40.
You just want to be fast, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Give me the speed.
Rhoda, you're right, brothers. Rhoda.
You ever take your shoes off and run in the backyard barefoot and think it made you faster? I swore it did.
New shoes made me feel that way as a kid.
New shoes.
Damn, Mary Tyler Moore too? Wait, he was on both?
Yeah. Well, Rhoda was a spin-off of Mary Tyler Moore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ted.
Everybody goes,
Carlton was getting, yeah, they're like,
yeah, okay. 1978, all right. We see you. We see you.
Year. Amazing year. 601 or 469 Ted. Yeah, Ted is hilarious, and that would be a great talking
Okay, it's a
animal.
teddy bear, right?
Yeah, it's Teddy Bear. And the TV show, pretty darn good. I think the second season's supposed to come out here pretty soon.
How about Alf? Is he on this list then?
No, Alf didn't make it into the top 10. Might be down there somewhere in the honorable mentions.
We still got Alvin, Simon, and Theodore to go.
Well,
no,
we don't get any love for Alvin, Simon.
I question them too.
I'm sorry.
I question
them too, bro.
The bear that did make it's Winnie the Pooh, number 6.
Yeah, Christopher Robin.
I did love me some Winnie the Pooh as a kid. Oh, you know, the honey. 5
I
is
thought it was
Tigger.
depressing with that donkey.
Yeah, well,
Eeyore
was depressing.
Yeah.
That's why you needed Tigger to kind of lighten the mood all the time. Kermit the Frog comes in at number 4. Daffy Duck at 3.
Man, this is old school. This is appealing to the older generation.
Scooby-Doo is number 2.
Boom.
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer and Animal?
No.
Go Speed Racer.
We're just throwing out guys' names.
Now we're just going like,
Yeah,
what
I'm going
cartoons can we
Rogue.
think
I'm
of? Like
going
Johnny
Rogue.
Bravo, excellent for
Does
16.
Roadrunner count for beep beep? It's 2 words technically.
Yeah, that's a talking animal.
They talked with signs though. The coyote talked with a sign, right?
Well, yes.
He always had a
Yes, the
sign when
coyote
he
would
was like
always put
something
a
bad was
sign.
about to happen.
Yep. 832 said of Bugs is a number 1. We riot. But we're not going to have to
Ooh,
riot.
Pepe Le Pew 214. Very creepy skunk. I think he did get canceled.
That one did get canceled.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little heavy handed.
Absolutely.
He had some HR violations.
A
that
little
one.
heavy-handed.
You didn't even have to be a skunk. You could just be a cat that accidentally rubbed against some white paint. And he's coming for you, bro.
Yeah. You're like,
Really
ooh.
bad.
The man was on a mission.
Sylvester was number 11. Droopy. Who's Droopy from the 972 texted in Droopy? Are we talking like one of
I think he just got
the
droopy.
Snow White dwarves? Mufasa from the 817.
Dopey,
Yeah.
right? Dopey is one of the 7 dwarfs.
Dopey, yeah, Happy.
Isn't
Sleepy.
Droopy the dog? Droopy dog. Yeah.
That might be what it is.
Yeah.
Remy from Ratatouille getting
Good
some
day,
love.
sir.
Oh, I did like that movie.
Yeah, Ratatouille
cool.
was a very good movie.
Cool, it's very cool.
Number 1, though, is indeed Bugs Bunny. So we don't have to write today. Bugs Bunny comes in as the best talking animal on TV in the history of television. And shout out to Donald Duck on National Donald Duck Day.
So when Mel Blanc went on to the Wild Blue Yonder, all that was over, right? Pretty much, or did someone pick up the slack there? We know. Mel Blanc, he had them all, right?
He did.
He had most of the
did.
characters, right?
I saw a
So
video
when-
of him today just running through them all. He was on like a local newscast back in like the
Incredible.
80s.
Yeah.
And he's just running through every character, just switching voices and showing each one that he can do.
I
There's
saw
a
them
million of
do. I saw them interview the Simpsons cast, and they asked questions, and they answered the questions in the voice, and they
Oh,
went
that's
and they had them
badass.
all like sitting there, and
Yeah.
so they're like, well, how would Bart respond? And then you know,
That is
and-
fun. I think I actually saw like an adult, just like all the characters the same way, acting out a scene for Family Guy. It was all the voices, and they were actually
Yeah.
the people that
It's
were
cool.
doing
It's
it.
cool
It
how
is
they
cool.
do
It's
that.
pretty
Yeah,
neat.
yeah.
All righty.
He
Thank
might
you.
be
We'll
onto
check-
something though, brothers. He might be like the Steve Jobs of that situation.
I'm about to think. I would like to think that if
Once
when
he's
he
gone, we
when he
retire
went
it?
to the great studio in the sky, I'm thinking that maybe all that
Pulled the
kinda-
plug
They just
on
kept doing the same thing over and over again until they got Animaniacs kind of thing, and then they got a resurgence in the Looney Tunes.
Yeah,
Yeah, are we still doing new Looney Tunes cartoons?
probably not.
I think a guy like our buddy Craig Gass, the comedian, he could step in there and run the library for you if you wanted to resuscitate. I mean, there's all these voice talents out there that are so good at mimicking. I think you could they found the singer that can do the other guy's voice, right? Is it Journey? They got
Oh,
the
yeah,
Asian
the
guy,
guy, yeah,
who does
the
all
guy,
those
yeah.
songs,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he just sounds like he's, he is the dude. All righty, we'll check.
Just a small town girl.
Yeah, dude, he kills it. Todd, I mean, Brad Pitt in the Doors movie got so good at Morrison singing that they thought it was him. You
It was
know?
Val Kilmer. Was
Val
in the-
Kilmer, that's right.
Val Kilmer. Yeah.
Rest in
R.I.P.
peace. Yeah.
Well, our guy
Sorry.
that played
He's in
Elvis
the
still
studio in
talking
the
like
sky.
Elvis to this day.
Yeah.
Austin Butler?
Yeah. So it's doable, I think. Okay, best of the weekend coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Our viral Aussie fight man finally met his match, and it turns out I ain't as good as I once was. Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have 2 more giveaways for you being a Tolo. Luke Bryan tickets in the 7 o'clock And then 9 o'clock, we got...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget
Rhino
something.
Shield. Gary? Thanks, guys. Rhino Shield isn't paint. It's a ceramic coat.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babies.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
What's up, Tolos? It's Peyton of Sean and RJ, and I'm here to talk to you about our fan ambassador, Peyton, because of course you need more Peyton in your life. Peyton is an amazing dog that is great with other dogs and cats and is one chill customer, like me. You can check out Peyton and other fan ambassadors ready for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on a Monday, Brian.
Nothing better than Eric blaming his coach for his football failings.
That was great conversation.
It's like,
break.
I can't believe I had to watch the tape the next day, and there's some guy grabbing me by the throat and throwing me on the ground.
What could you have done better here?
What could you have done better there? Well, if you coached me better, I would have done better.
Low man wins.
Like Eric is just over there, just like saying that every coach he's ever had has just failed him.
I would have made it to the pros if Coach knew what he was doing.
It was political, bro. I didn't get to start because it was political.
That's right. Yeah, it gets political up there once you hit varsity.
I was on the
friends with the coaches. They live next door to them.
Yeah. I was on the varsity for 2 weeks until I realized
Well, we appreciate Chief reliving that horrifying moment of getting body slammed by an offensive guard from Denton Geyer as a high schooler.
That's right.
Here he is, though, to relive some better moments.
Wow. Well, I actually had a tough one this weekend. We'll get to it, but I would love for the Tolos to text in, just like if they have one particular moment that they look back on as like this is when like your aging started to catch up with you. Like, okay, I'm not quite the same as maybe I once was.
Yeah.
Because I had one of those realizations this weekend, still paying the price for it. But first, we have to get to a couple of things from the weekend that was.
You still young, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah, and my body's aging probably worse and more disproportionately than some.
Your back
than
broke
many.
at what, 18?
There was I didn't break, but I did have a herniated disc to the point of surgery. That was tough. Yeah, there was a bulging disc situation. But I believe we got the death. I think we might have put to bed the bang forever. Remember on Friday when we were talking about how in game 1, Halliburton, that warranted a bang from Mike Breen, and then he was met on the internet with a lot of frustrated Pacers fans. Where was our bang?
Yeah.
We deserved a bang. Halliburton created a bang moment in the finals, game winner, and Mike Breen kept the bang in the chamber. Well, now I take you to last night, game 2. This is the first quarter. There's like 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first quarter. It's a tie game, 17-17. This is innocuous. Here's Mike Breen, I believe, bearing the bang forever.
Caruso right with him. Halliburton fires three-pointer. Bang! I owe him that one, so I had to do it early. Is that the earliest bang in the history of the NBA Finals?
It is. It is the earliest bang, and I believe it completely ruined bangs for the rest of time.
Yeah. There might have been an earlier bang in Wilt Chamberlain's heyday.
Yeah, but you got to go back many, many years.
Yeah.
And so Mike Breen just placating to the Pacers audience about hitting a first quarter bang. It was a lifeless, useless, what are we doing here type of bang.
Just throwing him a bone.
Fan base drove him to that.
At that moment, it lost its magic, you think?
I think so. I think the shine.
They drove him to that.
I think the shine has worn. And maybe it's not Breen to blame. Maybe it is Pacers fans to blame.
You want to blame
but
your coaches for that?
What are we doing here?
Didn't coach me up on that. The bang.
Hey, why didn't we get coached up on the fact that the Denton Geyer offensive guard was going to choke slam you on a pull? Like, why didn't...
Did you not watch any film of him playing the couple of weeks before and realize the guy was probably going to end up at Texas A&M?
Might have been the first time he pulled out the choke slam move. I hadn't seen that done before.
Choke slam.
Unfortunately, the first time I saw that, it was the next morning.
He felt like going up against you. He needed to have the choke slam move.
Go ahead,
I got my mark, boys.
Get
Look
the
at this
choke
tape.
slam.
Look at this linebacker.
Watch me. This guy is like 17. He's playing on one leg.
Where we at,
and
Justin?
He's got a bad back.
Yeah, Northwest. Yeah, that probably attributed to some of the back issues when he slammed me onto the turf,
maybe they
spine first.
They probably game planned it when they saw you on the field. Like they checked to it.
This guy choke slams on.
Watch out.
All right, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that film sesh for them was a lot more
Here we
fun than it was
go.
for me the next morning.
Here we go. Joke slam.
All right.
So
let's-
you're telling me we get another game-winning buzzer beater shot. He breaks out the bang. You're going to be upset. You're not going to like it. We're no longer enjoying the bang.
Maybe I'll feel differently in the moment. Maybe I'll just be engulfed in the emotion of an incredible bang moment.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What a wonky, weird way to kick off the NBA Finals. You're not banging at the buzzer, but you're banging with 2:50 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Mike Breen, maybe you've lost your fastball.
It happens to a man of his age.
You get beat down, man. I'm telling you, the fans beat him down.
I can
he's
see
having
that.
to wear it.
Maybe
he's
just-
like he feels bad about it.
Yeah, and in that it kind of got awkward and lost its spontaneity
Sure.
and felt a little forced.
Yeah.
I see it. Maybe he's just got to let it rest for the rest of this finals. Give us a good 5-6 months off season. Bring it back Christmas Day.
There you go. All right, just don't ever do it in the first quarter again.
No.
Mike Breen. Like, be better than
now
that.
he has to deal with you, the fan base.
Be better than that, Mike. Okay, here's the post game. They're talking about Halliburton. It's Richard Jefferson. He's sitting next to his coworker Kendrick Perkins, and he fat shames him a little bit.
Tyree said, I've got to get myself going earlier in the games. I've got to get feet in the paint. And you saw that in the fourth quarter. He had 5 going into the fourth. And then he gets those 12 points, but the game's out of reach. It's a 20-point game. Those are empty calories. Perk knows about those. And so when I'm talking about a team like Halliburton leading that, I just, can I finish, Scott? I'm sorry. Okay, Stan.
I think Nico wants to bring in RJ now as their new trainer. You know?
Yeah. He might be better than the one they currently have. Maybe more qualified.
Jefferson is hilarious, though.
He is.
That was
He is.
funny.
He's one of the few talents over there at that network now.
Yeah, he's trying to have fun. He is trying to have a good time. I appreciate that about old Richard Jefferson. Okay, now remember a couple of weeks ago we had our Aussie fighter who was going around fighting followers on his Instagram. He was traveling
Get
around the
knocked
world
out?
and boxing people. Then Andrew Tate, the toxic alpha male, caught wind of it, and he's like, "I'm going to end this dude's reign." Well, this dude, credit to the Aussie guy, he was willing to do it. I believe he flew over to wherever Andrew Tate is residing right now. So he went onto his turf and they duked it out. So I have the clip here of them talking about it. Andrew Tate wants to get consent from this kid before he whoops up on him. But then you can hear about 30 seconds of Andrew Tate whooping up on this kid.
I see you fighting people. What's your life goal here?
Well, I'm here to knock out
Life goal here.
Mr. Tate.
Go get my gloves, please. You consent.
I consent fully.
Get up. Get up. Ooh, almost. Ooh, nice. Center of the ring is box.
He went to the back fence and just, I believe he started dry heaving, maybe vomiting. A lot of body blows there. Didn't go to a full KO, but Andrew Tate whooped up on him pretty good. So I guess the bit's over now for this guy, but hey, had a dang good run.
He did, and with those long arms and height, he probably has some good videos. I give him massive props for stepping in there. Was this like a social media sponsorship thing? I see the $sign on his back. I don't know. Hopefully he got paid for that whooping.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of exactly if he got paid for that one in particular, but I do know his social media was running up the numbers.
I bet. He's walking in there like Ali G. Remember that old character?
Yes.
Yeah, he played it up.
Dude, I bet those Jordan 4s are scuffed as hell right now, too.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he was boxing in those.
Was there one good lick in on the combo he threw? Dude was just 2 up here. He wasn't protecting his body while he was throwing.
That's obvious he got hit.
I think he got Tate with a good one though. I think he had at least one good punch.
Yeah, he'll be thinking about that one forever. I got one. I got one good hit on him. One good shot.
Right here when he's collapsing my rib cage, you can see my right hand hitting him.
Yeah, he got tore up in a big way. Okay, now so I took my kids to a park in Keller. We had just discovered it. It's off Keller Smithfield, and it's an incredible park. They got a lot of cool things going on, trails and whatnot. And then I noticed in the back, unintentionally, they have this field that runs up into a grass, probably 15-yard incline before it lands up at the sidewalk in the street. So I'm looking at it going like, oh, this would be like a nice little hill to run, kind of. Like 15 yards. It's not anything crazy. You see Derrick Henry and these guys doing it. It's like huge hills that are ridiculous. I just saw Cooper Flagg doing it in some sand somewhere. So shout out to our guy
Incredible
Cooper Flagg.
workout.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a great workout. Great for the T levels. Lucius, how do you burn fat on the treadmill? You incline that bad boy, right?
Incline it, and keep it going for about a good 30 to 45 minutes.
See, like that's next level stuff. So I'm like, okay, let me give this a shot. So I woke up Saturday morning, nice and early, and I get out there, and I just show up to it, and I just start running this thing. I didn't do any type of warming up.
Ooh.
And
No stretch?
It was a stretch free.
Ooh.
And so that was
last time you do that.
That's definitely the last time I do that. On rep number 7, again, this is like a 15-yard hill, and I'm sure it would have been funny to video it because it probably looked very slow, uncoordinated. I haven't really sprinted in I don't even know how long, but I get out there in my Hokas with the dew on the grass, slipping and sliding. Next thing I know, on literally rep number 7 up this hill, my right groin just blows.
Oh, God.
And it brings me down. I'm like mid-incline on this hill with random old ladies walking the trail, checking their pulse on their neck and looking at me, and I'm writhing in groin pain. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm all done. And all weekend long, I'm having to ice this thing. I can still feel it when I'm walking. I'm like, I don't know when I'll be able to run again.
Grade 2.
If I played for the Mavs, I'd probably be playing in tonight's game, and then I'd be out for another 8 weeks or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, probably a grade 2, I would think, because it's not like constant pain right now. But that right groin is Dunsky. I got nothing now from the waist down. I'm going to be useless for a month.
Wow.
Hey, it's really disappointing.
Condolences to Mrs. Chiafalo.
Yeah, she's the real loser at all this.
Tackling that hill,
Actually, that's a huge win for her. And then, are you guys familiar with the Waymo? The Waymo cars that drive themselves?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Like certain cities. I don't think we do it here in Dallas, but I think in Austin.
Austin's big, Austin, yeah.
Places like San Francisco, apparently Los Angeles as well. So they have protesters going on right now because they have the ICE agents floating around trying to get people out of here that don't belong. And by way of protest, these people were ordering these Waymo cars that don't have any drivers, and then they were just lighting them on fire.
What?
Oh, those were the cars they lit on fire.
They were lighting these cars on fire.
Why are they mad at Waymo?
They're not even mad at Waymo. They're just
no
taking,
driverless cars. They just set them on fire, right?
Yeah,
it's a protest. They don't get anybody hurt.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess nobody's actually getting hurt technically, even though you're setting cars on fire. So who knows what type of explosions take place there? But as part of the protesting, 5 or 6 of these Waymo cars, they were just ordering them to get picked up. And then when they do, they just start beating the heck out of the car and then lighting it on fire. I'm
But their information, their credit card, is there. How are they ordering these cars without being, obviously negligent and eligible for criminal prosecution and having to pay $40,000 or $50,000 or $80,000 for a self-driving car? This is crazy. This is like the worst protest idea ever.
It's pretty ridiculous. I do think this is going to come back to haunt a handful of these folks who did have their information connected to the cars.
It's like the vandals on the Tesla cams. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense. But when we get to San Francisco next year for the Super Bowl, we're going to have to try one of these.
Waymo?
Driverless. We won't set it on fire.
We just won't go very far.
But Walchuk will probably puke in it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the idea. My trust instinct is do I trust this person or this robot more than a person?
I don't know.
And I don't know. Maybe it'll take some getting used to. But thank you, Chief. Best of the weekend. It was a great couple of days. Got Remy swimming pretty good. Got her diving, actually. 3.5 years old. This kid is fearless. So I'm pretty stoked. Water safety is such a priority, and we're making good progress there. Okay, top stories at 3. We'll take a snapshot, local and national, when we get back here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you could be in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. If you're coming into downtown right now on Central South, there's quite a slowdown, right?
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the top local and national stories of the day as we jump into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. We will have some Brian Schottenheimer audio for you here coming up in the Cowboys News of the Evening, which we do every afternoon at 3:20. A good resource for you. That along with Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Man, if I only had 2 segments of the day and I wanted to know what's going on with the Cowboys, that'd be it, 3:20 to 4 o'clock. And, of course, today at 4:20 coming up in just over an hour now, Chris Young's going to join us. So we'll talk to him about the Rangers and how their outlook is evolving as they took 2 of 3 from the Nationals over the weekend. But Jair Alexander being cut by the Packers is a potential help for the Cowboys. We will talk more about that at 3:20. I know a lot of Tolos are out there interested in this. And then Sean Shapiro is coming up at 5 o'clock here, the Stars beat writer there. And that's where I wanted to start. Does anybody, Leah Simakopoulos, Morning News, she wrote about the most likely candidates for this job. Does anybody have a strong opinion? At 877-881-1053. Go ahead and leave your name and city you're texting from Stars fans. Tell us how it is. I know many of you spent a good portion of the weekend telling Wolchuk and I how it is with your feedback to our thoughts about other stuff. But, yeah, that coaching decision is still out there big time, and people are debating, was it the right Stars move? But, obviously for Jim Nill, he's already had all the debates. Now he's looking at Neil Graham, the only current head coach in this group. He's led the Stars AHL affiliate in Cedar Park since December of 2019. They're doing a heck of a job developing players.
Yeah, they really are.
If you want to keep continuity and, I'd say if those young players that have been playing for him past 2019, I'm talking to those guys, if they love him, I'm like, let's give this a shot. Do you believe in the going back and forth from a stoic authority guy to a buddy? How important is that? What are you looking for, Wolchuk?
I mean, I do think Neil Graham is the one that makes the most sense. I think he's going to end up getting the job. He's really kind of been groomed for this, it seems like. I think maybe this is a little bit quicker timeline than they were initially planning. But the other name would be Elaine Nasruddin, who was one of the assistants for Pete DeBoer. But I don't know. I mean, I think Neil Graham, for his connection that he's already got, having coached a lot of these young guys, I mean, in the AHL, competed for the Calder Cup, he might be one of these young, brilliant candidates that they end up jumping on and ends up being awesome. So I'd be totally down to just make the move for Neil Graham. I think a lot of these retread guys that we'd be talking about, like a Peter Laviolette, we kind of know what these coaches are, and maybe they could come in and have a lot of success with this group. But John Tortorella's and those type of coaching names, they're just not overly getting me excited.
Torts here would be
that'd be fun.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah. Great sound bites.
Media content.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it would really result to where you need to go on the ice.
Pup in Dallas says, bring back Ken Hitchcock. That would be awesome for a third stretch. Let me ask you this, next branch on the topic tree. Do you think other coaches are maybe a little cautious looking at this gig right now? Like, am I going to be in charge? If I want to take autonomy on something and say this is how it's going to be, are they going to get me fired too?
Well, I think the question was asked to Jim Neal about what did he think when Otter got pulled, and he said he supported it. So I don't know where the disconnect is now.
Yeah,
if
Gallardi said like 2 days before,
and that's what I'm saying. To me, it just doesn't seem like this is something. Maybe this is, I don't know. I just kind of continue to think that maybe that Pete DeBoer was kind of like, okay, I can't get him over the hump here. I can't. And he maybe he said something to Jim Neal in a way of like, because like Neal said, I supported him. The team, we weren't doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
We needed a jump.
I think you might be onto something. Like, were they talking about where the team goes next and they had a different idea?
Probably so.
And DeBoer was like, no, I don't want to do that with this team.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah. And, he and maybe when DeBoer made that move, whether Jim Neal probably agreed with it as an old school hockey guy, I guess, but maybe DeBoer thought, I just lost the room.
Yeah, it was all about his comments afterwards.
Yeah,
And then
he
doubling
goes,
down
I
on the
just
comments.
lost the room. And he goes,
That's what did it.
And he's probably telling Jim Neal, like, listen, if you just fire me, you could pay me, and you could find a guy. But I feel like my actions probably lost the room, and I don't want to put you as a general manager through that. I think this was one of those times where they both kind of agreed to go their separate ways, and Tom Ghilardi's going to pay the 1 year off, and Jim Neal's going to get to hire another coach.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, Brian. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like if you're DeBoer, like, okay, I want a show of confidence in me. I don't want to be a lame duck coach like Mike McCarthy was. And maybe Neal's like, you're going to have to coach it out and see if we can go to the next step.
Right.
And as they're having these sort of big picture conversations about where the team is and where it's headed, I could absolutely see that what they thought would be, hey, we're probably heading for this after conversations. I mean, and that's kind of how McCarthy and Jerry went. Conversations, we're talking about it, and then all of a sudden Jerry decided, no, we're going to go in a different direction. So I think there's a lot of things possible. The most important key is getting a better head coach, than DeBoer. And is that possible? I don't know. I really felt like DeBoer was rounding into the prime of his career and he was becoming one of the absolute greats. But there a lot of things went wrong in the series, Brian, not just the goaltending.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where if you do go for the minor league coach, he's worked with a lot of these young guys. Those are going to be your core guys going forward. They're going to, Jim Neal's probably going to retool the roster. A lot of these veteran guys will probably be on their way. So yeah, I just feel like that it brings some continuity, but you're also hiring a first time head coach, and it's not going to cost you a ton of money. And you could try to justify, listen, we're paying DeBoer X amount of dollars. He's not going to coach. We got a young coach it's going to be his first gig. We don't have to pay him as much, and we'll see how the growing pains are at the start. But Neal's going to retool this team with the young players. Like we've talked about, the young players have played for this particular coach.
Yeah.
And that makes it a pretty easy transition.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Great thoughts on that if you want to keep them coming in on text. I have a Rangers question that nobody wants to be asked or answered. But they won again. I got this vibe Saturday morning and into the afternoon as I was hanging out on the sideline watching Abby play soccer, talking with some of the dads. Friday felt like, oh my God, this isn't going to get pulled. You win 2 of 3. Jacob deGrom is so amazing. Okay, you know where I'm going. If we're 5 games under, he's healthy, you can actually erase the massive mistake that was giving deGrom that big of a contract at this stage in his life after his injury history. I love CY. I think that's the biggest mistake on his ledger for a team that is so luxury tax conscious. Now, maybe signing him got Bochy. It got Evaldi. You got a World Series because of what the statement of deGrom told everybody else. And I feel like my fingers are crossed and I'm holding my breath, but we're starting to take his health for granted, aren't we?
To some extent, yeah. You just expect him. He's been so consistent this year, you kind of forget about it. But you have to keep in the back of your mind that's always sort of lurking around the corner. So I totally understand what you're saying. I'm trying to pull it up because I saw Jamie Newberg in his Substack, I think like over the weekend or maybe last week, was teeing up the idea that if you're going to try and move on, because we've talked about like Malley has kind of been the name of like the big dogs this year of guys to move.
Yeah. That's the hedge.
Right. Yeah. But I think Newberg was kind of laying it out like you are right now of like, man, you could probably get the most for deGrom and offloading that contract. Okay. How big of a win would that be?
Yeah.
So
I think he blocked me many years ago, so I don't see Newberg's content.
A lot of teams.
But that's good to know. Somebody else brought it up.
Yeah, a lot of teams would be lining up to do that. I mean, the Yankees certainly would be one. The Dodgers continue to just have pitchers going on the IL. They'd be a team that has the resources. I mean, you'd probably want to look at the farm systems and see, hey, what can you do? I mean, the Joey Gallo trade is one that you've been continuing to just reap the rewards on that one. Do they have a farm system or maybe some guys that could come in and give you, instant playing time that you like? It's not something I would be opposed to doing. I mean, the Rangers currently with the 3rd best ERA in all of baseball. It is just crazy. It's like we've dreamed for this as Ranger fans, and now the hitting's just not quite there. So you're feeling so uncertain. Like, how good is this team?
Yeah, I don't think moving deGrom would be to fix the offense. I think it would be to reset Young around
absolutely.
Bang Bang.
Yeah, it'd be the ultimate seller's move of we understand what this season is now. And I do think that you absolutely have to keep an open mind about that if this thing gets really away from you by the time the deadline gets here.
The thing is, with this division, it's just not going to.
Yeah, there's also
They're not
that.
going to be. I just don't foresee.
Astros are 7 over now somehow.
You're 5.5 back.
If that gets to 15 over and you're 9 back.
Yeah, if you're 9 back, 100%.
Okay.
If you're anything over 7 games, I think then it's definitely a worthy conversation.
Well, in my mind, you'd be playing to keep deGrom right now because there's no way I'm going to let that trade deadline go and deGrom make another 12 to 15 starts without, having an opportunity to take advantage of his value, which is tremendous right now. I am looking to absolutely crush, one of the top teams in the American League that wants to win big and is willing to give up, multiple top 10 prospects.
I just asked a general manager friend of mine in Major League Baseball.
Look at you.
And I said, would someone trade for deGrom? He said, with financial considerations, yes. I said, with Rangers eating money? He said, almost all the money. Nobody is going to take that big of money given his injury history.
Okay. Well, maybe I overestimated how a team would look at maybe the best pitcher in baseball, but that's good to know. I would, I don't think you got to eat all of it. There's going to be a team that is, well, I guess the only team really is the Dodgers that doesn't give a crap about the luxury tax.
Isn't that how you got Scherzer and others?
Can you ask him if you're going to eat all of the money? What do the prospects look like in that situation?
Okay. Talk among yourselves.
Yeah, thank you.
Like Boston's got the 3rd best farm system right now. I'm sure the Red Sox would be interested there. And then the Tigers, who are probably thinking like we can win a World Series this year, at least definitely win the American League. According to MLB.com, they've got the top farm system in all of Major League Baseball right now. And they've got a guy in Jackson Jobe who's the 5th right-handed pitcher, 5th best pitcher in all of when it comes to prospect ranking. So, yeah, there's definitely some teams that I think you'd be able to flirt and get a good offer with.
And that would obviously be tremendously disappointing to find ourselves there, but it would be a way of making something great out of it. I think at that point, if you're going to eat all of the salary, you want amazing prospects, and now you're thinking we aren't contending, so while we're going to be spending all of this money, we'll stay at the luxury tax threshold. It'll actually help us be worse, so we can get better draft picks here, and then. Maybe next year you could have a bunch of guys around Walcott. Right now, your only star prospect, it looks like Walcott. That's, hey, this guy might actually be something. All the other guys are like your working class of Major League Baseball type of prospects. So,
and if you're doing that, if you're going to punt on deGrom and make this like a full seller's situation, then you would probably want to do the same thing with Eovaldi, same thing with Malley. Like if you're just going to lean into not being good, you trade all those guys.
Malley and Gray for sure because their contracts are expiring. Eovaldi because he's been so good to you. I'm like, what do you want to do? We might be great with a young team next year, but we also, maybe you want to go back to Boston.
Okay, I asked if you're eating money, do you get better prospects? His answer was yes, most certainly. But you won't get premium prospects given his injury history and age, even if you eat most of the money.
Wow.
Dang, dude.
Wow. Okay. Well, appreciate the education here.
How cool is it, though, that you could just reach out to a baseball general manager?
So he's a huge Cowboys fan.
Within
That's why I can do this.
he's responding to you. That's amazing.
So do you agree with that take that I threw out there 5 minutes ago that it's CY's biggest mistake? If nobody is willing to take that right now? I mean, it's 2 years after the signing. You've gotten, 20 starts out of him now? 23 starts, something like that?
I mean, the pace he's going right. I mean, he might end up being the first Ranger to ever win a Cy Young.
So you can't get Jack for a Cy Young? I mean, he's 36 years old. I know he's injury, but I mean, I guess the risk for them is we're going to give up our prospects, and we're taking these prospects into a market that's going to have a half dozen good pitchers.
Yeah.
And we'd rather spend these for a pitcher that's healthy. Who knows? Maybe the trade market dries up and you can leverage it. But appreciate that. NBA Finals are 1-1. Thunder built another lead. Pacers rally, but this time OKC held on. Don Nelson was awesome. We'll have the rim session coming up at 4 o'clock if you saw his weekend. And Cherky is expected to sign at Man City, the French 21-year-old that was great against Spain last week. Tottenham Hotspur increasingly hopeful of appointing Thomas Frank as their new head coach. Spurs expected to step up discussions with Brentford over a compensation package. There, you have 16 seconds on soccer, Brian. I thought you'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Tottenham. They'll continue to fire coach. Don't they fire coaches right before they get to finals, in finals, after finals? It was a horrible season anyway. I mean, but
soccer coaching is even more fickle than anything.
Office, they never get coaching hires right. Never at Tottenham.
They've had some great ones, but I just don't. I think they get fed up with them, and they let them go before they can cook. Okay, we got the C Note coming up next. The Cowboys news of the evening is next here in the G-Bag Nation of the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you though before we get there because life's unpredictable, and you know.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? In the 60s?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. It's time now for the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening. Lucius, my bad. Can we get Brian Schottenheimer with Micah Parsons here? Schotty's done it again, hitting the right notes and player interaction. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, CY in an hour. Lucius told us about this probably 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, this good night trend that had been hitting, and now it's fully gone mainstream, and people are waiting for it. Here is Micah with Brian Schottenheimer.
What up, buddy?
What up, Coach?
What you doing, man? You all right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say good night.
Okay. I love that, bro. What's going on? You all good?
Hell yeah. You know what I mean? I just feel like, as player to coach, just checking in on you, mental, say good night. Hope fans well. See you Monday. Excited about next week. Just a good night.
Well, good, man. Well, hey, look, I know this is weird for everybody, man, but look, you're handling everything the right way, bro. And this thing's going to get worked out. And, again, I'm thrilled to see where we take this thing, man. We're building something special, and you're going to be a huge part of it, bro.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Shotty. Take a shotty from me when you get a chance, man.
Hey, I'm drinking a shotty right now, man. Get ready to hit it. Turn it for the night, brother.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I appreciate the call, man, for real. And I look forward to seeing you Monday, and it's going to be a great week.
Hell yeah. See you soon, Coach.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
I think a lot of times guys want to be player coaches or try to get along with the guys because they don't know how else to do it, and they don't have like the guts to go after stars and millionaires and keep everybody accountable. So what they do is they try to be friends with everybody. But I get the feeling with Shotty, this isn't that. He has the charisma that allows him to have these moments. And I don't know if it spells victory, but it's got to be a great place to work right now.
Yeah, this is one of those times where when you call the coach, he calls any coach, that's the response you're going to get. Because coaches are that way. They're like, they're
ready to rah-rah you.
Yeah, they're ready to like, man, I love you too.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling. Everybody every other answer is like, bro, what are you doing? Like Lucius was playing those, it's like, bro, something wrong with you.
And he has no idea about the TikTok
He has
trend,
no
clearly.
idea.
He thinks this is like a genuine.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Coaches are sitting there thinking like, man, thanks for calling me, man. Makes me feel good.
Because I was thinking in my mind, the Cowboys.com or whatever set this up, or Bleacher Report Gridiron set this up. Like it could, and I'm going to call everybody. So we got to let the guys know to expect the call.
Yeah.
Because I'm Micah Parsons. I'm not going to, I'm short on time. I don't know. Maybe.
I just, coaches are that way.
Yeah.
When their players call
I agree
them,
with that. Yeah.
They're totally like, man, thanks for thinking of me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good night to you, man. Have a great night.
He's probably thinking great opportunity to connect with this guy.
He probably hung up the phone. He probably told his wife, like, that was Micah, man.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that?
We're going to be okay.
We're making progress here,
He's bought in, baby.
Micah was trying to do a bit with him,
Yeah. No, it's hilarious. And, again, we just hope that all of this good morale and chemistry creates the kind of buy-in that is going to allow them to install what they need to install as coaches. And speaking of that, here's Shotty mic'd up at practice.
Feels good out here.
Go, baby. Have a hell of a day. Keep showing up.
Yeah, get that left one, not the right one. Get that left one. Get that left one, dog. Hey, where were you at? Where'd you go, Swin?
Leighton Vander Esch's boat. Something Robert.
Here? Out here?
Ray Roberts Lake.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I see you right there. Hey. I see you right there. It's like twins. Not. There you go, good. Here we go, real quick. Let's go, here we go. Defense, outstanding job, right? You guys had some plays out there, right? You're going to break it up. I love it, okay? Really good day. Now, can we come out here again and do it tomorrow, okay? I bet we can. I know we can, okay? Bam!
Yeah, man, just a classic coach. I'm surprised with everything that he's got going. He couldn't get an opportunity as a head coach before now. I think, how could you have that in your building and not be like, give him a shot to lead these guys? Maybe he just grew into that role. Maybe the time was right for him, to kind of spread his wings and have the confidence to be himself, as he says?
It's strange. I mean, he had, after that Mark Sanchez run with the Jets, he had some head coaching opportunities, and I guess the timing wasn't right, or they went with another direction. And then, unfortunately, things didn't go well at the end in Seattle. And so it really was like a decade since. But, I mean, maybe timing is everything. And, I mean, you could look at the Cowboys kind of lucking into their last two franchise quarterbacks. Maybe they did kind of luck into the right guy here. I loved what he said at his presser, talking about Marty, his dad, would probably be looking down from him in heaven like, what the hell are you doing, with the energy and everything that he's bringing to the table. But he's obviously, he's a football lifer, and he's seen how the player has changed over the time that he's been in the league and how they probably take to coaching. And maybe what you need to do and what works and what doesn't. And right now, he thinks that this is the way. I mean, this kind of energetic, friendly approach. We care about people. We want to be there for you. Obviously, the mental health is totally different, even 10 years ago, from what it is today. And I hope it does, man. I hope that he ends up being awesome and is just what the doctor ordered for this team.
Well said, man. I think it starts with the concept of what you don't know being the most powerful information out there. And I think he looked at how he was going to build this offense and this culture from scratch and thought, well, I'm going to take this from Pete Carroll, and I need guys to help me install an offense that can give our quarterback and our guys an edge. And that's one of the most important things I think any coach can have. It's adaptability and an open mind instead of thinking like you got all the answers. Okay, and with that, for the first time in C-Note history, I'm going to talk about my own story. Okay, every day in the C-Note, we talk about the headlines out there around America's team. And yesterday, I was thinking randomly about that Oppenheimer movie, and then I noticed how close Schottenheimer was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I thought, man, that's weird that both men with this Eimer name got these impossible tasks. Of course, Oppenheimer to split the atom and to beat a nation that was not going to surrender at any cost. Unconditional surrender was not thought possible. Okay, and now these Cowboys. Now, I would remind you, Oppenheimer did that in 3 years, right? Can Schotty get this under? But then I was kind of poking around, just kind of looking for his coaching staff, and I looked at flipping Connor Riley, OC from Kansas State, which is in the city of Manhattan.
There you go.
Which is the same name as the Manhattan Project.
You don't say.
Look at the connection.
So I said, hot damn, we're blogging this thing. Okay? Maybe. And you can read it at howboutwow.com. How about that? But it was a lot of fun to write. And, the headline is, what if Schottenheimer is the NFL's Oppenheimer? I think you guys will enjoy it.
Super Bowl in 3 years. I guess that's what that means.
Nobel Prize.
I think so. I think that's what it means. 2027. I think this is their best year, though. I mean, that's the problem. I don't think you can bet on Dak, and I don't think you can bet on Micah staying in his prime, and I don't think you want to try your best shot with receivers other than Lamb and Pickens. Like, Lamb and Pickens is the thing that's going to allow you to absolutely destroy man coverage if you can get it, right? So this has got to be the year you go for it.
Which is really unfortunate because I don't think anybody. I mean, their Vegas win total is at 7.5.
Yeah. It's tough to imagine. It is.
Hey, hammer that over.
Yeah, I mean, their first big year in 2014. What was that? Was that 12-4? Was that 14-2? That was a great year.
Yeah,
that was a 12-4 season.
12-4 season.
Yeah.
I think the over under that year was 8.5, and I thought it was criminally high. I wanted to hammer the under, but
some good wins.
The vig on the under was so high, it was like 40% or something. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to make this bet. It's stupid to risk for that kind of a return. But then the Cowboys went out there and absolutely dominated. That was a team with a lot of question marks around it. But what did they do? They drafted Zach Martin that year.
Mm-hmm.
What did they do this year?
Drafted
a big old son of a gun right guard. Bucket. Okay. But speaking of that, speaking of, hey, this should be their year, when Jair Alexander was released and I looked into what his projected salary would be this morning, $5 to $6 million with incentives that could take it to 10 to 12, I thought, man, is this in the range of what the Cowboys would be interested in? So, I got in here and immediately asked Brian, hey, what are you hearing? And he said, not going to happen. Turns out, did I get this right, Brian? I was taking notes. Doesn't tackle, not a scheme fit.
Well, zone coverage problems, yeah. Yeah.
The injury part, obviously. I mean,
that's the biggest one.
Yeah. The availability is huge.
Yeah.
Maybe some toughness questions, maybe a bit of a gambler.
Mm-hmm.
And then what the other thing I heard, I was wondering if, and somebody texted in about this. They said he won't play hurt and he's immature. He's a basket case, and I didn't know. I just saw that on the text.
Yeah, they say he's a little strange, but nothing. I mean, but I did hear though that his teammates do not have a problem with him.
Okay,
but
yeah, Devontae Adams was talking with Kay Adams,
and
he was talking about how awesome he is.
Yeah, the problems that it seems that the coaches had with him when. They, like I said, they practice him during the week, and then he is not available on a Sunday. That drove them nuts. That okay, we're prepping, and then we don't play. That was something that, and the whole thing, they never forgot that whole thing. You remember the story where he went out there and became the captain
deal,
thing?
Yeah, and he got suspended by the team, I think.
Yeah, for a game. Never forgave him for that.
Coach picks 3 captains to go out there for the coin toss. Jair Alexander's not one of the 3, but they're playing in Carolina, and I guess he was raised in Charlotte or something, and so he felt like, no, I get the carte blanche. I can go out there.
Well, he did it during overtime. He did it during the overtime coin flip.
And almost screwed it up.
And if it wasn't for their coach, their head coach, telling the referee beforehand, we're gonna take the ball, or
he said they wanted to be on defense.
We're gonna kick. Oh, this is what Alexander said.
Yeah,
he said we're gonna kick, is what he said, and that messed it up. Where he should have said, we'll play defense. He
said I wanted to be on defense,
that's right.
Which would have been interpreted as you're deferring.
You're deferring, right? So, but luckily, my guys in Green Bay were luckily the official knew what the head coach's intent was. They asked him if they got in that situation, what it was going to be, so they don't ever want that to be a problem.
Yeah, I would pay good money though to see an Oxnard, Jair Alexander versus George Pickens in some one-on-ones. Yeah, get a little testy. I don't know if I'd risk his injuries in training camp. I'd be like, this guy's got Romo Wednesdays every day until week 1. We're going to try to get all the healthy days we can out of him. 7 games a year the last 2 years, the biggest concern. But in his 7 games last year, 2 picks, 7 pass breakups, and a pretty dang good passer rating allowed.
I can't wait to see what his contract is, because teams obviously didn't want to pay that.
No.
So I wonder I'm sure there's going to be plenty of a market because of the talent, but what's that number really going to be?
All right, yeah, and maybe there's a world where it would get low enough that it would be in the Cowboys' range. But after hearing what Brian said, if they have $3 to $5 million to spend, I think I'd rather do that with Gilmore or Fuller or was it Mike Hilton? There's still 3 or 4 veteran corners that are out there. Krusty's corners coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we'll talk some more about Alexander, but I also want to give some thoughts about Von Miller as well. We'll do that next.
Looking forward to it. But Tolos, if your house got hammered by the storms last night,
something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, as we're just over a half hour away from CY joining us here on your home of the Rangers. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. I know we've talked a lot about Jair Alexander already today, but I'll just say this about him. If there was a way to do this for the Cowboys, I would do it. I'd absolutely do this. Just the thing, it might be all the stuff about the money, but this guy is super, super competitive too. I mean, he plays with a chip on his shoulder when it comes to the coverage stuff. Now, are we going to have the same issues that you have with, say, Diggs, not playing the run well, ball bounces? We had that whole conversation here a couple weeks ago where I wasn't trying to defend Mozzie Smith. I was just saying the run defense as a whole was not great, and where the ball was going and how they were able to, teams were taking advantage of that and how they were 900 yards before contact running the football. And I just, that's the thing that would worry me the most about Jair Alexander. But man, if you put him playing on that right side and then have the ability for him, and he's not going to play in the slot a ton. I didn't see a lot of slot snaps. Matter of fact, I saw 14 snaps where he played in the slot. But you look at how he plays the game from a coverage standpoint and what you could do and how he can match up. I was watching the Texans game, and his ability to travel or his ability to take the best tight end out of the play. Like you get in third down in a situation, and the Texans are trying to run Schultz on a route to get him open. Green Bay's ready. They just walk Alexander up over. They're thinking like, okay, this is one of those 3rd and 4s, and they're going to throw a drag here to Dalton Schultz to try. And Green Bay did a great job of recognizing what Houston was trying to do. And then it's an incomplete pass. But all the things that you hear, like I say, that the health, it's all true. The coach is being mad at him, that's true. They say he's a little bit of a different guy, that's true. But man, you kind of did that with Pickens, though, didn't you, a little bit?
You sure did. And if you could bring, and look, this is a position that you need help.
Desperate.
Bad. I mean, you don't know when Diggs is going to be ready. I'd love to not have to play Savon Ravel immediately and not throw him into the Wolves if he's not ready to go. Kyler Elam has not been a good player in the NFL, and we're hearing great things about minicamp, and I hope they can hit on him and he fits better with Eberflus and maybe just a change of scenery. But these are big-time questions. Outside of Deron Bland, it is a ton of unknown at corner. So if I can add a Jair Alexander and maybe the money comes down, like right now, you said no, Brian, maybe he's on the street for a couple of weeks, maybe playing for the Cowboys is something that's interesting to him, and he takes more of a deal that's in their price range. And then if he has a great year, go get yourself a comp pick for him if he goes and signs somewhere else after this. Like, to me, that's the corner they're going to have to bring in another corner at some point. Maybe it is just Stephon Gilmore once we get out to the tennis courts in Oxnard like they did last year with all these defensive linemen. But they're going to end up adding a corner. He's certainly probably the best name out there, not named Jalen Ramsey.
This fan base needs to believe in something right now. And I think there's a golden opportunity for these Cowboys, and I'm willing to believe that they're contenders, but not with this corner situation. It's the one thing I need hemmed up.
Yeah,
I'd be all about them trying to bring this dude in. The talent is enough for me. Now, obviously, you have to draw a line in the sand financially at some point here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the SPO track saying $5 to $6 million, up to $10 million, something like that, totally down for that. It's a premium position, and you've got nothing but questions out there.
Yeah, I would do that. But when I asked this morning about it, when the news first broke, I got not going to go that route. But me personally, after kind of watching him play, but everything about it, all the other stuff is true. You talk to people in Green Bay, it's like, they no axe to grind. They're like, hey, when he plays, we're really good. When he doesn't play, we're not very good. But you get coaches that get in a situation where they're like, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
It's going to stink when the Eagles go sign him.
Okay, it's funny you say that because Pro Football Focus has 6 teams that are probably in the mix of signing this guy. Philadelphia Eagles is number 1 on this list.
Well, they're talking about moving Cooper DeJean over to safety.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
So if they do that, they could use a corner.
Well, they got our guy, Makuba.
Yeah.
But Makuba and then Blankenship played a lot better last year.
He did.
But Makuba, Blankenship, man, I don't know, but Mitchell and DeJean made a huge difference in their defense last year. So maybe this is one of those teams that maybe will look at that. They also say the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
Possibility with they didn't make any changes. They got Darius Williams, Colby Durant, and Witherspoon are their guys. They played the most snaps for them, but they're mentioned as a possibility.
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense because they're the team that most people feel like are going to end up trading for Jalen Ramsey. They got a huge need there.
Yeah. Minnesota Vikings. They would say that it's funny because Alexander and Vikings star receiver Justin Jefferson have been fierce competitors over the years. So taking that Packers-Vikings divisional rivalry to the next level, Alexander has called Jefferson's biggest called out one of Jefferson's biggest performance, a 9-catch, 184 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Packers, a fluke, and mocked Jefferson's signature gritty celebration.
He's had some good performances against Jefferson.
He has.
But they say, though, that he also fits what Brian Flores does because Flores plays more of a more coverage than he does zone. So he kind of
he wants to blitz you. He wants to man up and blitz.
Yeah, he plays more man.
So that's a good roster there in Minnesota. That'd be a hell of an ad.
Ravens are also a team mentioned here. Carolina Panthers are also a team mentioned here. as well. And then the Los Angeles Raiders are mentioned as a team. Now, probably because the Raiders are mentioned because of Pete Carroll, and Pete Carroll knows how to build a secondary. So you kind of, maybe that's the situation right there. But those are the teams. The Dallas Cowboys were not a team that was mentioned here.
I saw an article from CBS Sports that said it, but that was way before you had the news to start the show that the Cowboys just are not interested. It would be a heartbreak to see them go to the Eagles, but they're going to do what they do, and there's still plenty of quality out there that will likely be better than Kaiir Elam. So let's see it.
Yeah. All right. I had a chance just on breaks and as the show was going on, just to kind of just take a peek of Von Miller.
Yeah, the updated odds have the Cowboys as the favorite to land him.
I think Von Miller, and I watched, and maybe this is a hard ask because of the games that I saw. I broke down the plays where, the ball was at him, the way I was able to do that with my next gen stuff. And I'm watching him play against Arizona, and I'm watching him play a little bit against the Ravens. And maybe that's unfair.
Kyler and Lamar and all the general running that both those teams like to do.
Yeah, that to me, because I was trying to kind of figure out, okay, how is this guy going to play against the run? Because, maybe the pass. The one thing the Cardinals did while they were playing Von Miller, they knew where he was on the field. You could see motions to chip, motions to double team him, line a tight end up over him,
especially for pass rush stuff.
Yeah. They were not going to let him be that guy. They were not going to let, even though, and there were a couple of times where when he got one-on-one, I didn't realize Von Miller has much power still in his body as he does, because he was able to walk the tackle a couple of different times. One time with Will Hernandez, the guard, remember we were always talking about, we go get Will Hernandez couldn't even get out of his stance to get him. They were going to try and double team him, and he was by the tackle before Will Hernandez could even get over there and help. So, there's times when you're watching this guy rush the passer and you're like, man, he's still got it. And he's got just the length, the pass rush moves, I just don't, the problem with him, and again, it might be really, really, really unfair, but when the ball goes away, he doesn't have that ability to run the thing down like he did one time in his life. Remember, he used to play with that ability, that burst.
Oh yeah, he would chase down the line.
He doesn't have that anymore.
Which is, to be expected at 36 years old.
If you're asking him, if you're saying, okay, well, it's Von Miller, and what have we seen Von Miller do? Because people don't really want to run the ball at him. They run away, and he used to always just chase plays. He doesn't have that ability to. Now, if you put him in, if he's part of a rotation, he's not having to play every snap.
His run grades still say he's slightly above average.
Yeah.
Would you say the film agreed with that?
I think so. When you run the ball at him, he still has that ability to kind of disengage and go make plays. But when the ball maybe goes to his side and it's now all the way to the outside, he can't run that down like he once
Starting
did.
to feel like Chief running that hill.
I guess so, a little bit.
Did he blow a groin on one of those plays?
It was a struggle for him, and it wasn't just like Kyler Murray and those, because Kyler Murray can run away from you, Jackson can run away from, but when the ball was handed or going to the outside, he just could not burst to get to that play. But the pass rush moves, the technique, the ability to disengage and all that stuff.
I think it speaks volumes. He had, 6 sacks last year?
Yeah.
And you're saying that offenses were clearly game planning for him to not be getting sacks.
The Arizona Cardinals clearly were.
Yeah.
They were clearly thinking that they had an issue with their pass protection on him.
Just a pass rush specialist role. I would be totally down for that. And he's a friend of the program. Maybe he could be our Cowboy Player of the Week. Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That would be something.
The only thing, like I said, that I would be concerned about is he just doesn't play with the burst that he once did. That's his biggest issue. That there were those times where he could run down plays from the backside, and I didn't see him do that with any regularity.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I want to hold this thought for later, but I might not remember it. You know, I think right now you only have the 2 pass rushers that you're sure of. Is that right? With Fowler and Micah?
Fowler, Micah.
And then you
Maybe
got the
Sam Williams.
the 3 second-round picks.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident Donovan Ezerako
can rush.
Pretty confident.
By the way, people are asking me about Sam Williams. He's got a brace on the other day.
Yeah.
He's going to play in that brace.
Okay.
Because of the position. They're going to keep him in that brace. People are like, they were a little worried. But that's a brace he's actually, if you've watched any of the clips from him working out, and he could practice right now. He could practice. He's
great.
ready to go. They're just not going to do anything with him until training camp.
I'm on the horn saying, Vaughn, we're coming for you about August 15th after our first preseason game if these 3 second-round edges that we've drafted in a row aren't starting to show signs. I think that's the way I'd approach that, but I want him more than Jair. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan. We're 23 and a half minutes from Chris Young joining us. What's next, Chief?
Let's go around the rim featuring an update on Kidd and the Knicks next in the nation.
Ames, you want the scoop from the sources? You king.
fan, and Chris Young show's coming up in 17 minutes. Here's the Chief.
Well, yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed for that afternoon summer snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Brian Windhorst can hop on Sports Center just an hour ago and give us the latest on Jason Kidd and the New York Knicks.
Yeah, the way I would describe this is there's mutual intrigue on both sides. And also, I know there's this whole thing about asking for permission. You don't ask for permission to hire another team's coach. When you ask, you're going to hire them. So essentially, when the Knicks express interest, the ball will be in the Mavericks' court. And they have three options as I see it. One, they can just say, no, thank you very much. Jason, we'll see you in the fall. Look forward to the season. Look forward to Cooper Flagg. They can try to make Jason Kidd have zero interest in the Knicks, possibly with the new contract. They did just give him an extension last year. Or they can negotiate a trade. And we have seen a handful of trades of coaches over the last 15 to 18 years, including Jason Kidd being traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Milwaukee Bucks for 2 second-round picks 11 years ago. So it's not like Jason Kidd hasn't been in this situation before.
Mutual interest on both sides. We'll see. I know Mark Stein has reported that he believes the Mavs would just deny that if given the opportunity. But Windhorst laid it out for you pretty nicely right there. Maybe this is all about Jason Kidd trying to strong-arm the Mavs into even more money, even though he did get a recent contract extension
or
anyways.
some help for his assistants.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
I like that.
Maybe he's trying to help his assistants a little bit.
Let's keep Sean Sweeney. Let's pay Sean Sweeney so he doesn't leave.
I like that
Don't
angle.
let San Antonio poach him.
Mm-hmm.
What would you be willing to let Jason Kidd interview with the Knicks for? Like, if they're saying, if this works out, we're going to give you X. It's not a second rounder.
No.
There's a lot of mistakes that are made in the coaching hires.
I guess Bobby March said that they don't have a one.
Yeah, they don't have much. Let me see what they could even trade right now. I mean, they do have a first-round pick in next year's draft. Looks like they actually have two in next year's draft because they have one from the Wizards. So that's a top 10 protected pick.
Yeah, and that goes away. It's not one of those top 10 protected that turn into unprotected eventually. It's just like if you don't get that pick,
it's just done.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance Washington will be once again picking in the top 10 next year. So I would imagine New York, I mean, they have a second round pick this year. They have a first round pick next year. They have a second round pick next year as well. But yeah, I don't know. I would want a heck of a lot more than the 2 second round picks that he was talking about how Jason Kidd got traded for a few years ago. So I don't
Maybe
really
you just get Jalen Brunson back.
And the funny part about that is I don't think Nico would even want him.
Probably not.
Doesn't play defense.
Probably not.
Isn't the epitome of super in shape looking guy.
Yeah, be interesting. You know, I don't know. Maybe you could make a bigger deal involving players, though, not Jalen Brunson. You know, not Kyrie Irving but heck, you know, if there's a way that they want Anthony Davis, I'm exploring it. You want Anthony Davis and Jason Kidd? Now we're talking.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. I mean, like an OG and an Obi or somebody like that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Mikal Bridges.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges. I'd be surprised if they were willing to punt on him because they gave up so much for him.
They gave up a lot.
They gave up a ridiculous amount for Mikal Bridges.
AD, baby. You know?
Yeah. We'll see how this shakes out. I'll trust Stein that the Mavs are just going to kibosh it if it even gets to that point. But Jason Kidd, I mean, plenty of people, not only Windhorst, but plenty of other insiders saying, like, yeah, Jason Kidd definitely has interest in this particular job. Maybe it's just to, like Broadus mentioned, get guys like Sean Sweeney paid. But nonetheless, now we do have the update in regards to the Mavericks and Cooper Flagg. They are going to be working him out on June 17th. That is just really a formality workout. But Shams was saying, private visit for Cooper Flagg and the Mavs in Dallas, June 17th. 1 week after his first official Mavs visit, Flagg will be set to be the number 1 overall pick. June 25th is draft night.
Nice.
So let's have a Flagg party.
15 days, baby.
At that point. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. But the other thing, too, that Mark Stein was discussing as it pertains to the Dallas Mavericks is P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. And we've heard both those names get floated around as potential trade options for the Mavs. But Stein says, I'm not sitting here saying they won't be traded, those guys, PJ and Gafford. He says, I just think that the Mavs' preference is they would love to find a way to not have to surrender either one of those guys. But he says, I don't know if that's practical, though. Like if you really want to make some kind of trade to go get a legit point guard of sorts, you're probably going to have to punt on one of those guys. But in a perfect world, the Mavs would not have to trade either one of those dudes.
I wonder what kind of assets they have, because I think what they got to be thinking, and if Nico doesn't want to do this, then I'd fire him, but we need to trade Anthony Davis for a backcourt player, and my thought instantly was, are the Cavs really going to move on from Donovan Mitchell? Could we interest them with Anthony Davis plus stuff, because you got to take, I think, drastic steps to get a perimeter player, or who are we kidding? Kyrie Irving's going to miss 50 games.
I mean, Boston, there was a report today from SI that they are actively taking calls on Drew Holiday. So Drew Holiday is available. I don't know exactly, financially how that all works, but that's, to me, would be the dream target. I know he's 35 years old, but you talk about a guy that can play defense, could also play with Kyrie off ball when he comes back and is healthy, but can be the guy that kind of runs the show for you until Kyrie's back. I mean, Drew Holiday to me is the perfect piece. What's
he was at 34? Is he still? He's now overpaid. Is he still as good as he was when he dismantled the Mavericks offense?
I would say the answer is no. I mean, hearing from Boston folks, it's like, yeah, you're definitely not getting that same type of version of him, and now he is extremely overpaid. I'd be open to it, but Derek White on that same team is another guy who is apparently going to be expendable. I think he's making like $31 million a year, though.
Either one of those guys I'd be in on.
Yeah, I would rather do Derek White because he's clearly much more in the prime of his career, and he gives you that two-way aspect. He can shoot the three, plays the defense, all that kind of stuff. Been there, done that as a championship role player, glue guy kind of deal. So he might be at the top of the list of like dream scenarios for the Mavs if you can go get Derek White. That would be fantastic, because that's not one of these just stopgap, let's just cross our fingers that Kyrie gets back here as soon as possible. This is a guy that, hey, we're going to be rocking with him throughout the postseason and everything else. Like, that guy is absolutely legit. So we'll see how they play this. There's a lot of point guard options, but how big of a swing do you want to make is really the question for the Mavs.
That's where I am interested in PJ Washington and Gafford, if it's for Derek White or if it's for Jaylen Brown.
Absolutely. I'd be down.
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Boston needs younger size. If we could take away a Brown or a Tatum and replace it with Washington and Gafford, does that make our roster more formidable as a group? And I think Jaylen Brown would be perfect for this Mavericks team, because you're going to want those minutes at the forward position for Davis and for Flag, and having Washington and Gafford and just more bigs. I need more of a perimeter guy. So I would be aggressively calling Boston almost every day.
Yeah, try and get one of those guys. Gafford, I mean, is the expendable piece. How are you going to be able to keep him around after this year?
Yeah. And they're thinking we're going to win the championship because we have like 3 power forwards and 2 centers, and we're going to overwhelm you with size. But they're so short right now in the backcourt. Mm-hmm. It's just it's almost as bad as the Rangers when it comes to being unbalanced.
Okay, did you guys hear old Don Nelson?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Get on the microphone.
Looking good, by the way. The suit, the hair. He really cleaned up. Last time I saw him, he was in Maui, and he took a picture. It looked like he just, I don't know.
Beach bumming it.
Yeah, he had been beach bumming. There you go, Chief. Thank you.
The beard.
Yeah.
He was looking a bit disheveled. Yeah. Respected it. But, yeah, he's cleaned up nicely.
I mean, I think that's in the air in Hawaii. My buddy moved there, and he looks like a hillbilly. I mean, the hair, not shaven, clothes hanging off him. He's like, yeah, bro, we're just, we're out here living off the land.
That's doing it right.
Okay.
If you're living in Hawaii, why are you shaving? Come on now. Yeah. Let's just get out here and have a good time. So he hops on a bird. Don Nelson from Maui to Oklahoma City. He's receiving the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award from the NBA Coaches Association. And he's hanging out with Rick Carlisle and company. And then he can't help himself. He's got to bring up Luka.
And Luka, too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luka's shoes, his new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market, and I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
I love it, dude.
Thank you, Don.
He was rocking those kicks.
Just adding salt in the wound there.
What did I say that was so bad? There's 3 different texts saying, Gavin, I'm glad you're not the Mavs GM. I mean, that was gold. I'm spoon feeding you NBA team building gold. What was it, guys? What was it? Anybody know? Do you know, Chief?
I don't know.
What was my take over the last 5 minutes?
Holiday take I thought was garbage from the both of you, but other than that,
Yeah, I think it was, I guess, being willing to trade P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford to go get Jaylen Brown.
like, why would you not? Absolutely. And I think everybody would. It's probably
Trading
gonna
Anthony Davis, maybe? I mean, I think that'd be a very popular idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
100%.
trading it. Oh yeah, maybe it was that one. I mean, I'd be totally down to move on from Anthony Davis especially if you're gonna do the Jason Kidd trade or whatever with the Knicks.
Yeah.
Tack on AD, let them have him.
I'm sorry. I texted all of them back. I texted all of them back asking for clarification.
It's all right. Is anybody calling you a fascist right now on the text? Because I believe I just received that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're gonna have to figure out why in the 817. I don't even know what I said. Somebody's apologizing to Lucius for having to work with me.
Oh, Donovan Mitchell is ass? Yeah, I know Donovan Mitchell is not a guy that's going to drive you to a championship.
Did you say anything about Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah, I said I wanted to trade Anthony Davis for Donovan Mitchell in a perfect world, but I don't think the Mavs would have enough to make Cleveland do that. I think you would be robbing them in this scenario. I think they've gotten as far as he's capable of taking them in the playoffs, but as part of a loaded team that doesn't have another backcourt creator, Donovan Mitchell would be an oasis in the desert right now for the Mavs.
Be a surefire bucket getter. That's for dang sure. Okay, NBA Finals, of course, OKC ends up getting it done. They don't let the foot off the gas, and they win, they cover, and the overhit. Me and Wolchuk bet MGM yesterday.
Thank goodness.
Just teeing it up. Through 18 games in this postseason, SGA averaging 31, 7, and 6 with 2 steals. The only guys to do that in a 16-game or more playoff run is, of course, Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Everybody wants to give SGA a hard time, but that dude is he's pretty fantastic. Game 1 was a little bit of a struggle when it comes to late in that game, not being able to get the ball in the basket, but he looked fantastic last night, and the bench was working in a big way for OKC.
Isn't this thing all about Lou Dort, though, really? When you watch what he's done?
Putting the clamps on people?
Yeah. When you look at how Indiana shoots, especially when Lou Dort's not on that guy, they seem to make baskets. When Lou Dort's on that guy, they don't make baskets. I mean, it's incredible if you look at the shooting percentages of what he's been able to do. He just locks guys down.
I think that's the frustration people actually feel towards the Thunder. It's that Lou Dort gets to lock me up and kind of badger me. He gets both arms out like we're playing in the 80s, and he's tripping me, and we can't touch SGA. But no, you're right. Like, what Lou Dort does defensively is incredible, and how he gets away with that much contact without getting fouled out by halftime is amazing.
Yeah. I think he's a big reason why. I mean, I know they should have won that first game. It was unfortunate what happened to him.
But I don't want to take any of the credit away from his teammates because they're locking down the passing angle so well that he can just be like, I'm going to stop you. And he doesn't have to worry about all this other stuff behind him that almost every other defender in the league has to.
If you look at Halliburton's shooting numbers with Lou Dort on him, it's horrible.
Is
like
it?
everybody else, I think he's 10 of 19 with anybody else covering him.
He had 17 points last night. That's just not enough.
Yeah.
He's just not aggressive until late in the game when it really doesn't matter.
It's so weird. He just kind of, all of a sudden, he becomes invisible.
But they're clearly so much better with him on the floor. He goes and sits, and the OKC goes on runs.
Well, okay, so the crazy thing is he doesn't even have one of the best 3 defensive ratings on the squad for the season. Now, in the playoffs, when he's up against a superstar, you see his impact is the biggest defensively. I'm not arguing that point. I'm just saying he is surrounded by incredible defenders.
Oh,
and he's a piece of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not going to be on the floor if he can't play defense. The dude's a net negative offensive player.
Yeah.
So if he's not clamping you down on defense, I don't need you to be getting any minutes.
Man, what a rim session. Thanks, guys. We got CY coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest.
You don't need scientific proof of it.
Thanks.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The CY Show brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding. You know, a couple of wins. That'll do it for us. What's top of mind for you here on this off day?
Oh, well, just really continuing the momentum in Washington and going into Minnesota, a team that's been playing well. And, we've got to get hot here. And we need to start putting together some series wins and some good baseball. And, there's still plenty of time for us, but we can't dig a bigger hole than we have. It's time for us to get going.
I can imagine it could have got frustrating last week with those late inning coverings of first base. What was your reaction to that?
Well, it was tough. The mistakes get magnified mainly because we didn't hit. And if we had hit and scored runs like we're capable, which has kind of been the theme all season, then perhaps, those mistakes don't get magnified as much. But, one of the plays was tough with Josh Smith, who doesn't have a ton of experience over at first base, ranging too far to his right. And then, Robert Garcia getting over the bag late. And then the other one on Kamar, that's probably the more inexcusable one where he just put his head down and kind of forgot about the runner on second base who was rounding third and came around to score. And when you lose by one run, those things are magnified. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to us producing offensively and hitting like we can. And we had plenty of scoring opportunities in those games, and we didn't get it done. So, it was nice to see us go into Washington and put some pressure on their pitchers and come up with some runs and give Jacob especially some run support and win a couple games there Saturday and Sunday. Again, I think ultimately for us to go where we want to go, our offense has to become the offense, or at least closer to the offense that we thought it was going to be. We may not be as good as we thought we could be offensively, but we certainly are better than we are.
You pretty much have the entire lineup back now. I mean, Marcus Semien has been absolutely on fire. Jake Berger had a great weekend. Do you think that things are kind of trending in a positive direction? I know a lot of the fans have asked us about Corey Seager. I know he's in a no for trend right now. Maybe we're just spoiled with how good he's been coming off the IL.
Corey's going to hit. I don't worry about Corey at all. We've seen Marcus get going. Berger had a great series. And I think the one that was really exciting for me was Evan Carter on Sunday. If you string together Marcus and Evan, Corey's going to hit. You've got Josh Smith with quality at bats. Wyatt's going to hit. Berger's getting going here. All of a sudden you look up, and if we get 5, 6, 7 guys going together, we're going to be capable of producing a lot of runs. And so I'm excited to see that. The style of play with a little bit of speed, putting some pressure on the other team. We need to get several guys hot at once. And certainly if Corey's one of those guys, it helps immensely. But I am optimistic about what I saw in D.C., especially with Evan Carter, Jake Berger, obviously Marcus Semien, and these other guys. Hitting's contagious. They will feed off of it.
deGrom had another awesome start on Saturday. If the runs didn't start pouring in late in that game, would he have gone back out? Would he have maybe gone a complete game there?
No, he would not have. And I think this is a strategic decision by the organization. Collectively, we're all on the same page in terms of how important Jacob is, not only to this season, but future seasons. And his first year coming off Tommy John surgery, he hasn't thrown a ton of innings over the last several years, and we need to protect him. And there are going to be times where we do push him a little bit, but there are times where we scale back. And I thought Boach and Mike Maddox and the pitching group did a great job Saturday of scaling Jacob back, keeping him shortened down at 81 pitches and getting him out of that game. And we've got to be able to win games when Jacob goes 6 or 7 innings. We don't need him to go 8 or 9 innings for us to win. And ultimately, that's what happened. We scored some runs late there, extended the lead, which was great to see. But I can't emphasize enough how fun it is to watch Jacob pitch and take the ball healthy every 5 days and go out and compete as a Texas Ranger. I have great pride watching him. I hope our fans feel the same way. This is one of the best in the world at what he does, and watching him every 5th game is pretty special, and it's not lost on me how hard he's worked to be out there, and it's just so fun to see him rewarded for all the hard times he's been through.
It's the Chris Young Show here on 105.3 The Fan. Is his presence here tied in any way to wins and losses here over the next couple months?
You mean in terms of Jacob being moved? Is that what you're referring
could you guys be sellers, or is it like, hey, we got this guy, we've waited for him, he's
Jacob
amazing?
deGrom's not going anywhere. I can assure you of that. That's not something we feel like we've got a core pitching group in place with Jacob and Nathan Eovaldi, big free agents that we brought in here to anchor the pitching staff. We feel like we have good young pitching with Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker and Cody Bradford. So we feel like we have the makings of a very good starting rotation, not only this year, but for years to come. We're not interested in disrupting that.
Hey, CY, what did you learn about how you handled Jack Leiter here very early in his career?
Well, I think it's a lesson for everybody, myself included, about the ups and downs of pitching development, and that it's not always a linear process. It's more of a roller coaster, and as long as you're still trending the right direction, that's the important part to recognize. But Jack, he had his struggles in the development process, and I was actually thankful that he went through those struggles because I think it makes him a better big league player. If players don't face adversity in the minor leagues and persevere through that adversity, sometimes when they get punched in the face in the big leagues, they don't know how to respond, and it's really tough for those guys to bounce back. And so Jack really had some struggles, but he deserves all the credit for really his perseverance, his resilience, his belief in himself, and his unwavering commitment to figuring things out. And while I think at times it's been frustrating, because you want to see a pick as high as Jack and the second overall pick advancing quickly to the major leagues, the wait is going to be worth it, in my opinion. He's pitching great right now, and it's fun to see his development, and he still has not scratched the surface of how good he's going to be, in my opinion. I think he's only going to continue to get better. He's going through some of the learning curve that happens at the big league level, but it just shows, and you kind of contrast that with Kamar, who advanced quickly through the minor leagues, in part because he was injured a little bit, and in part because he dominated so much coming back. But there were some steps that may have been skipped or at least fast-tracked in terms of his development. He just doesn't have the total overall number of innings that Jack had developmentally, and you really can't accelerate that or overcome that. You have to give these guys time, and I think it's a really important lesson for me moving forward, but for everybody in our organization as it relates to pitching development.
How are Evo, Bradford, Gray, some of those other arms that are coming up here, hopefully sooner rather than later?
Yeah, Evo's doing really well. We've made a ton of progress with this inflammation in the back of his, it's like upper elbow, lower triceps in the back. Structurally, everything's fine, just a little bit of irritation back there. It's calming down. He has resumed throwing. My expectation is we're going to have a pretty aggressive week this week in hopes of getting him back close to the 15-day mark when he's eligible to return. Cody Bradford is doing wonderfully. He's progressed through his bullpen buildup, and now he's going to face hitters for the first time this week in Minnesota. And then from there, we'll evaluate whether or not he needs to do that again or if we send him out to start a rehab. So we're excited about Cody's progress. And John Gray continues his buildup, and he's doing very well as well. He's throwing without pain, still a little bit further behind Cody, but not that far off. So the hope is that we are going to be close to having both those guys back sometime here in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
It's CY here with you in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Rangers. 5-game hitting streak for Adolis Garcia, 5 of 17, down to 1 strikeout per game over the last 5. Is this encouraging? What are we seeing?
Yeah, there's some progress there, and I think as much of it is about the results, and a couple of those balls weren't perfectly well hit. He had one of those was a bloop base hit, but he got rewarded for putting the ball in play, which is important. So cutting down on the swing and miss and on the chase is really, really important. But really, the quality of the approach is equally what we're interested in. Is it is the results. And if he can stay disciplined in terms of the approach that he needs to be successful and laying off some of the pitches outside the strike zone, we're very confident that he is going to make hard contact and that he will have his success. But the approach is critical, and you still see some at-bats where maybe he loses that and starts chasing outside the zone and makes it too easy on the pitcher. So while there's progress there, I wouldn't say he's back to 2023 form, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and we need him, and we really need him, and so we're excited about what we're seeing. He's putting in the work. He's bought into the mechanical changes that we need, and now we need him to execute the approach in addition to the mechanical changes. But we're going the right direction here, and our hope is that it comes together very quickly.
Did mechanical changes or something else unlock Marcus Semien, or did he just need better luck?
Well, there's some mechanical elements to it. His contact point and the direction of the barrel at contact is critically important for Marcus. So he's been able to make some adjustments in terms of that. But there were some things that suggested, in terms of his underlying metrics, that Marcus was still the same hitter. I think I voiced this optimism a couple weeks ago in speaking about him, because I just felt like it was a matter of time until he starts to turn the corner. And has he ever? It's been really fun. He's really been responsible for a big portion of our offense over the last week, and we see what he can do when he's healthy. And so, when he's healthy and locked in. And so our hope is that that continues here, and that some of these other guys kind of feed off of Marcus's success here. And if we get, like I said, 5, 6 of these guys going together, we're going to be able to put up some runs.
Yeah, CY, you told us that. We were sitting live with you, and you looked Gavin dead in the eye and said, he's going to hit. And I was like going, gosh, dang. And how often do you sit in a meeting and tell your staff, hey, guys, he's going to hit? You're doing your own metric studies and things like that, but how much is that just you just absolutely believing in that player?
Yeah, and so much of it is you can look at a lot of the underlying numbers, but what that doesn't speak to is the confidence of the player and the conviction of the player. And the player may have some bad luck, and all of a sudden it starts to impact his confidence, and he reverts back to maybe some things that aren't going to help him. And so the prediction for me is based on knowing the person, and I will bet on Marcus Semien all day long. He's a winning person, a winning player, a great leader, ultra competitor. And you just know that it's a matter of time till guys like him kind of revert back to their career norms. And Marcus has an extreme track record of success in the major leagues. Physically, he's as capable as ever, and he's playing great defense. His work ethic has been great. He's healthy. There's just so many signs that kind of lead you to believe it's just a matter of time until he gets it going. And now the hope is that he continues it for the rest of the season, because he's so important. A lot of times when Marcus goes, our team goes.
It was just a matter of time, but it was crazy how you said that, and 3.5 hours later was the turning point.
Yeah.
How great is it to have a guy like Semien, though, that you can show everybody on the team, listen, just stay with it, stay confident, and good things are going to happen for you as well.
That's why it's so important to have the right veteran leaders, guys who can set an example for young players when they go through struggles. I was so fortunate in my career to be surrounded by several who, you'd see them struggle, and they just didn't panic, and they stayed true to the process, and they were really unwavering in terms of their work, their belief, their commitment. And as a young player, that sets a great example to look up to when you see veteran guys who have been there and done it, going through the same struggles you go through, but they don't change anything, and they don't panic, and they don't lose confidence. And I think for Marcus and Corey and a number of our veteran players, I mentioned on the pitching side with Evo and Jacob, for Jack and Camarda and Cody Bradford to be around those guys and to see, hey, they're going to have bad games from time to time, but they come back, they go about their business, they believe in themselves, and they make the adjustment, and it leads to success. So that was part of our thought process when we brought Marcus here. We loved everything he's about in terms of the type of person, the work ethic, the commitment to winning. And when guys like that go through struggles, you got no other choice but to believe in them, because you know that they're winning people, and that at some point they're going to figure it out.
Hey, CY, I've noticed tonight that the Red Sox are going to, their number one prospect, Roman Anthony, is starting in right field tonight. Is this a big change of Major League Baseball teams bringing up their prospects that way, that we're starting to see teams instead of, you mentioned it like with Jack and how he kind of went through some things, but are we starting to see baseball teams bringing up their prospects sooner?
I can't speak specifically to the timing of Roman Anthony or the Red Sox. What I can say is that a lot of players in today's era are probably a little bit more prepared for the big leagues than maybe even 15, 20 years ago when I was going through it. And even in the last 10 years, I think that college baseball has done a great job. High school baseball has continued to improve. And players come in more prepared. The game's gotten a little bit younger, and I think teams feel confident that, you can turn to young guys and they're going to be ready for it, that they can handle the moment. So I can't speak. I don't have data to suggest that across the league that hypothesis holds true. But I can say that there's also development is not completed in the minor leagues. And I've said this time and time again when we've called up some of our young players, whether it's Wyatt Langford or Alejandro Osuna or Josh Young or Evan Carter. There is development that continues to happen in the big leagues. AAA cannot simulate what you are going to see at the major league level. And so it's critically important that we stay patient and understand that guys are going to go through their ups and downs at the big leagues too, and that's part of their development. And there's nothing you can do to accelerate that aside from just staying patient and continuing to believe in the player and know that the player will figure it out in time because they're talented enough.
Well, CY, thank you so much for joining us on your day off. And sorry about that deGrom question, man. I don't know what I was thinking.
No, it's a valid question. I appreciate you guys have a responsibility to our fans to ask those questions, and I want to assure our fans that as it relates to Jacob or Evo, that these guys are mainstays here, and they're important not only to this season but to our future. And we have no interest in moving on from guys like that. And I appreciate that you guys ask those hard questions. It's why I enjoy the show, and you're always fair to us, and in turn, you deserve fair responses. So I appreciate it.
I read about that double Tommy John surgery. They improved it. I think that this might be the biggest endorsement for it. Is you having that level of confidence in that injury, in that operation?
Well, I'll tell you this. I could have had 2 Tommy Johns, and I wouldn't have pitched like Jacob deGrom. So I think when you watch the best in the world, Jacob's just so special. And every time he takes them out as a Texas Ranger, it gives me such pride. And I'm so happy that our fans get to watch one of the best in the world do what he does.
Well, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Salute. CY brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. No out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I think confidence in the double Tommy John. The other interesting thing, and a texter pointed it out, that was twice. He mentioned deGrom and Eovaldi, but not Mahle.
Mahle is a free agent.
So deGrom and Eovaldi are your 1-2s.
Yeah.
And I think that makes a lot of sense to build a pitching staff out like that, and then we'll see what happens with the others.
He did a nice job of going and getting Mahle hurt and all that, and then working through that, and he's getting rewarded from that. Unfortunately though, the hitting's not coming around to help how good Mahle has been this year.
It's really the key. I mean, they got 3 pitchers that are in the top 10 in terms of ERA.
Yeah.
I mean, this pitching is good enough to be a championship team. They just need to be able, somehow, some way, this offense just needs to click.
A good couple of weeks, there could be 3 of them in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
It's just incredible what he can find. Okay, what are we looking and hoping to see tomorrow as Cowboys mandatory minicamp is underway? Then Sean Shapiro talking Stars with you coming up at 5 o'clock. I want to chat Window Nation with you before we do anything else, though.
It's a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
About these coaching candidates. Let's talk about what we are looking forward to seeing this week with the Cowboys mandatory minicamp. Micah's going to be there. Here's CeeDee Lamb reflecting on his disappointment of not being with the team last year in training camp.
Honestly, it was the worst. It was the worst ever. Do you hear me? Like, for those who know me, they know how serious I take this football stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, with everything in me, I put pride, body, mind, soul, everything I got into winning and the result of it, and obviously preparation that goes into it, you know. And for me to miss out on the right preparation with my team, my quarterback, my guys, just building those bonds off the field, whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I missed out on that. And I'd be a fool if I said every day here in Miami, granted, the weather was nice just as well as it is in LA or Oxnard, it wasn't nearly as fulfilling as it would be if I was with my guys. And that's just point blank period. And I feel like that's where I get to be myself on the field. You know what I'm saying? I get to show everybody what I like to do for a living, and how much I cherish it, how much I treat it to the game. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, bro, it was a unique situation. That was the first time I ever did that, and I'm praying it's the last. It should be.
You know what made me think of as he's playing that? I think he's reflecting on that because this spring has made him value the time around his teammates so much because of how fun it is around Shoddy. And this is amazing because this is the kind of work environment anybody wants. It's something you want to be a part of, and you're looking at that as like, that's the best thing I could be doing right now. Not going on vacation, not working out on my own. I want to be with my guys. And CD's buying like that. We always knew he was an incredible hard worker. That was obvious from the day they drafted him in all of the stories that we heard about him. But that's great chemistry. You want more players like that. I don't know what you do if you're Shoddy when you get players that stick out like a sore thumb from that example, and it seems like there has been so much talk about, man, it's so great that we're together as Micah's holding out. I don't think Micah's holdout is going to get him a single more dollar. All you have to do is wait, and the Cowboys will cave, and they're going to give you the most money. Like, this isn't helping the negotiation at all. It's only taking you away. So if that's how Micah wants to do it, great, cool, But as a front office, I think he would look at this like, man, is this what is in our best interest, or do we make exceptions for extreme talent? Maybe that's how you approach it. But man, I don't know about you guys, but a lot of people are talking about the importance of being present, and it's the elephant in the room, isn't it? With Micah isn't there. Is it double talk, or is this just genuine?
It's just it's trying to weigh the business side of this, and I think, and we talked with Ross Tucker on our latest Love of the Star podcast, which you can go check out. And Ross was incredible. And he even said, like, the players, the teammates, they don't care. They understand that. Like, he's having to do the business side of things, and I think you've seen other players get in trouble when they've tried to vocalize any displeasure and, hey, a player's not here, when he's also trying to make sure his finances are taken in order. But there's no replacement for being there. You can't replicate those reps with your team, getting the timing down, the relationships, the camaraderie. I mean, how many times when you look at championship teams, it also comes back to, like, these are tight groups. Like, these guys love each other. They're playing for one another. So, you can tell the frustration from CD, and I think his hopes were, from seeing other videos that have come out, that deal would have been done way earlier.
Yeah.
He thought it would be.
Yeah.
He was frustrated that it took as long as it did. And for Micah, I'm sure he's probably frustrated too, and would think, like, I hope this thing's done so I don't even have to worry about a possible holdout.
I would just say, if I'm the Joneses, you're going to get paid. This was a good strategy when it was in question. Like, when we used to negotiate contracts really tough, you kind of had to do this to get paid from us. But now, look at Dak, and the players continue to do it, which is just weird to me. Like, I don't really think you want to be there. I think Zach Martin last year, I'm huge and I'm old. I don't want to be at training camp. I'm just going to increase my tendonitis by the time we get to week 1. I'll see you when I see you. Kind of makes sense, as an older guy to want to miss camp. But if you're a younger guy and you can't get with connection, with this much fun, you're never going to be that guy. You're going to be a lone wolf, and maybe that's just fine. But it'll be interesting to see, if they can get Micah to buy in. Can we get Micah talking like CD? I don't want to miss this. I want to be here out of the responsibility, number one, to be there for my teammates, but to show everybody else how much this means to me, and this very unique opportunity to be part of it, because those are the kind of brotherhoods that when you're in the fourth quarter and all the chips are down, and maybe you're lacking confidence, your guys can pull you up. And now I'm playing as a confident guy because they believe in me, and I don't want to let them down. I do think that part of sport's very important. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Sean Shapiro, DallasStars.com, joins us next right here to talk about who the Stars' next head coach is going to be on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though, because life's very full as a working man, family man. You know how it is. The demands of life are greater than ever. It used to be a time back in the day, you'd go put in an 8-hour shift, you'd come home, put your feet up, read the paper, relax, watch My Two Sons or something like that. That era long gone, that. Now you get up and you're making lunches, you're getting the kids off to school, and you're working, and then you're coming back, and boom, your life is continues to be on turbo. So how do you have the energy to tackle any task of the modern man? It's Men's Tea Clinic for me. 972-GO-MEN'S Tea, mensteaclinic.com. Get in for a quick consultation, about 5 minutes. They'll take your blood. They'll tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they're going to get it absolutely coursing through your veins. And yeah, from the boardroom to the bedroom, everywhere in between, Men's Tea Clinic will get you dialed with energy. They also have great hair replacement therapies. from Coach DeBoer. How'd y'all's weekend go with that? It seemed like frustration was high with Stars fans. A great debate was raging on social, and on the fan throughout the day, both Sean and RJ and KNC had great segments about it.
It was where do they go from here? I think the big thing was the Jason Robertson trade just got the people all riled up. When you start talking trades with some of these Stars players, the fan base, when you have an emotional connection, they're going to lose their mind a little bit. And I understand it, but the Stars have to do something different. I mean, we got Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight. You look at the way Edmonton and Florida are playing, and as much as I love the Stars, I think the Stars, they're clearly one of the best teams in the NHL. You don't make it by accident to 3 straight conference finals. But I don't think they'd have stood a chance against Florida, but just how physical and nasty that team is. And Edmonton obviously was better. So they've got to figure out, okay, what do we need to do to get over the hump here?
Yeah, I think so, and maybe changing a coach is what Jim Nill thinks had to happen. It is very interesting that they both kind of gave him a vote of confidence, and that upon further review, he was done for. What do you think about the players having this much influence? If it was players versus coach, that might be Jim Nill's weak spot, if you ask me. I don't know. Maybe you have to choose players. Maybe that's across the board, that you have to choose players and they need to find a player-friendly coach that can allow them to play free and easy. Maybe that's the philosophy there, but I would be really worried right now if I'm coming into this job that the players kind of think we can go to Jim. If we don't like coach, we really don't have to listen. Isn't that what happens with the Jones boys over there with the Cowboys?
Yeah. I mean, that is a little bit touchy. I do think it's obviously always easier to just throw the coach out and keep the players, especially when you're Jim Nill and you take some pride in the players that are on that roster because you have handpicked them to be there. And if it's just one random player, especially at a more random position than goaltender, then maybe you could just do hey, we'll move on from this guy. But when you get it sort of in the masses and it's also with a guy that's really, he's not expendable in Jake Ottinger, and that's where this thing all started. So I just think it's always much easier to just throw the coach out. And especially when it comes to a guy like DeBoer, you've seen teams move on from him and then go get it done.
All righty, is Sean Shapiro ready to join us here in the G-Bag Nation? 105.3 The Fan. You can catch his stuff, D-Magazine, and his Substack called Snapshots. Sean Shapiro joins us now here. He's in the building. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I'm surprised we're talking about, semi-surprised we're talking about a coaching change a couple hours before Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, watching on TV tonight. But I'm here, and I'm happy to be talking with you.
Well, okay, yeah, and we're happy to have you. It's been an incredible debate here over the last 4 days now, I guess, since this news happened. From your understanding, what was it that drove the decision?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those where there's a lot of kind of factors that built into it, where maybe if you're being critical and if you're Tom Ghilardi and Jim Nill and you're thinking about your coach and you look at flaws here and there, you find them, right? You're always going to find them. And you got a guy who his shelf life with NHL teams has typically been about 3.5 seasons. Now, basically the final water breaking for Pete DeBoer on all of this was, it's not necessarily the decision to pull Jake Ottinger from that game, and we can debate the merits of that one way or the other. It was really what happened with the aftermath, where, and I'm not even talking about the press conference afterwards, after the game 5 itself. It's the DeBoer pulls Jake Ottinger, publicly embarrasses him, and that's fine. He's an athlete. Athletes have to deal with that. But then he doesn't take the time to connect with his goalie, who has much better job security than he does, obviously, before even meeting with assembled media on Saturday. And Pete was open at the time during exit interviews saying, I haven't had the time to talk to Jake. And that's a pretty big red flag, especially, and I talked to a bunch of NHL goalie coaches about it, where it's okay to pull the guy. You can pull the guy and own that decision, but you got to at least take the time to talk to him before you go and meet the media a second time and talk about how he let you down and everything like that. And when you do that, when you go and take your shot at Jake Ottinger, and Jake Ottinger wasn't the guy pushing for Pete DeBoer to be out at all, from my understanding of this, But there's a lot of Jake is well liked in that room. He's the guy who connects a lot of that team. He's the one of the few guys that connects the clicks on the team. Every team has clicks. He's the guy who, when the Stars Finnish contingent goes on the road and they're looking for saunas, Jake helps them find saunas. Jake's the one who, he's a member at Merido, and he brings guys to golf together as a team. He's really the party planner of the team in addition to being the goalie. And if you're going to take your shot at that guy and you're going to rip him down a bit, all of his friends are going to kind of all of a sudden find their grievances with you in exit interviews, and that's where a lot of the discontent came, and all of the issues just kind of all bubbled up in the exit interviews with Jim Nill, and that's what led to the coaching change. And now we're looking at a team with 3 straight Western Conference Finals trips, ready to change a coach, and it's a wild turn of events, honestly.
So where do you think they go in terms of this search? Neil Graham seems like that's a top name for an internal candidate, but doesn't have the NHL experience as a head coach. You've got Nasruddin, who's an assistant that has been there, done that. I mean, I don't know, where do you think Jim Nill is kind of looking to try and get this team over that hurdle?
Yeah, I think we've one of the things we've heard is the Stars don't want to go with the quote unquote retread. Now, the great thing when you say something like that is a retread, and you can apply that definition to anything. So does that mean 0 NHL experience, or you don't want to go with one of those guys who's coached a ton of NHL games and is an older guy? I definitely get more of the feel where Jim Nill is looking at someone kind of in that camp where they have had NHL experience, or at least head coaching experience at the AHL level, and might be a little bit on the younger side for how coaches are, because the Stars have had so much turnover, and maybe you're looking for someone to kind of step up and you can trust to kind of grow into this role a little bit. A little bit risky, obviously, with a team with the high expectations they have, but I know Jim, like one of the greatest faults, and it's not even one of the probably regrets for what happened during Jim Nill's time in Dallas is Jim Nill loved the Jim Montgomery hire. He thought the Jim Montgomery hire was the right hire. It was a college coach coming in, someone who hadn't been a proven NHL coach before. And Jim Montgomery, by all accounts, was a really good NHL coach, but unfortunately had the active unprofessional conduct off the ice that led to his departure. And now we've seen Jim Montgomery go win a Jack Adams in Boston as the coach of the year, help the St. Louis Blues team get much farther. So I look at this where it's a lot of Jim Nill going a little bit back to that playbook when he made the Montgomery hire. Who's that guy who he thinks is the next good NHL head coach who hasn't gotten the opportunity yet? I think Neil Graham. Oh, continue. Sorry.
No, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, just you mentioned Neil Graham, and Neil he's a good young coach. He's also, I wonder if he's similar to Spencer Carberry, who just won the Coach of the Year with the Capitals, where he needs a year or two as an assistant on an NHL bench before he's a true head coaching candidate.
Sean, what about with the Finnish, roster you have? What about Jari Lehtinen, who works with the Finnish national team? Is that kind of a wild card, or could there be a European coach that we're not thinking about?
Yeah, Yuri has done Yuri is more of the management type. He's the GM of Team Finland, and so he's not really. If he was going to come over to North America, it would probably be more in a management role than a coaching role when it comes to Yuri. Now, if you want to name that as a European name, albeit not Finnish, that will get Stars fans buzzing to talk about, is the question is, do you give Sergei Zubov a call? He's got some pretty good KHL coaching experience, and he's never coached and hasn't coached in the NHL like that, but Sergei Zubov has some ties to this franchise. If you're looking at kind of a coach that's coached Finland, and I'm going to butcher the name, or Finnish friends will be mad at me, but it's Jukka Jalonen has been the coach of the Finnish national team and is well respected. So there's definitely kind of options there. Now, the top European coach with European history was actually just hired by Boston about 4 or 5 days ago when Marco Sturm was hired by Boston. So I think you could look there. The one name that I heard the other day that has been intriguing and could definitely, not European, but was Manny Malhotra, who's a guy who played for the Stars, and he's not European at all, but he played for the Stars in the early 2000s, and has about 6 to 7 years as an NHL assistant coach, and his AHL team just happened to beat the Texas Stars in the conference final down in the AHL. So that's another name that like I was told to kind of keep an eye on when it comes to Malhotra right now. So Jim said it'd be a wide open search. I'm really fascinated to see how wide open he's serious about that, because is that just boilerplate, or is that do they actually have a guy that they really circled in and haven't told us about?
Sean Shapiro with us here on The Fan. So with the players kind of rallying around Otter, did they have maybe too much say in this decision to get rid of Pete, or was the writing kind of already on the wall?
I don't know if the players having too much say is a great debate, because I don't know if that's just a Dallas Stars thing. I think that's a little bit more of a modern athlete thing almost now, where we have players, being a player's coach is almost a necessity for coaches in lots of things, it seems like. But the one thing that I do know that the Stars heavily thought about was they did want to avoid what happened with the end of Lindy Ruff's tenure in Dallas. Lindy Ruff went into the final year of so the Stars had the best record in the Western Conference. They lose in that series in 7 games to the St. Louis Blues. And Jim Nill and Lindy Ruff and Tom Ghilardi couldn't come to a contract extension. So Lindy Ruff goes into year 4 of that deal as a lame duck head coach. Injuries kind of happen early in camp and everything like that, and the season just spirals out of control. And Lynn, at the end of the year, Lindy walks away as his contract expires. I think this was there was a little bit of that past worry of the Stars, based off what had happened, they definitely were no longer interested in the contract extension talks with Pete DeBoer. Now, that's something that probably before the playoffs started, they would have been interested in that conversation. And so I think there was a little bit of the kind of past history example here of, if we don't think Pete DeBoer is the guy for a contract extension, that means we don't trust him to be here past year 4. Do we really want to go into kind of not a reload or a revamp, whatever you call it, when you kind of move your windows around, right? Do we really want to go into a coach who doesn't have any plans of being here past year, and we don't even know if we want the guy? And so I think it was a little bit more of that, where that's in the back of Jim Nill's mind. He's like, I can't have a lost year where if things go poorly in October or November, that my coaching staff bails on me, and then I've got a lost season. So I think that was part of it, where it's going to be is whoever's going to take over has such a huge bar to clear. But I think Jim's kind of trying to look into his own history there with what happened with Lindy Ruff.
Sean, it seems so strange that ownership came out and said, hey, I don't want to be involved with a coaching change. And then Jim Nill says to you guys that, hey, listen, I'm okay with him making the change. Do you think it's something that Pete said to them that they just couldn't stomach anymore? I kind of feel like he fired himself. He maybe walked in there and it wasn't. Maybe he said, "Listen, maybe I'm not the man for the job anymore." And he probably felt like I lost the room. I lost the room. I lost the guys. You probably need to make a change here. And if you make a change, I get paid for my last year. I mean, he's probably not saying all this, but he's thinking about it, right? He's thinking about it.
Yeah, and I don't know if he fired himself, and I don't know if that's the case. But Jim Nill was pretty open that he said that about late in the regular season. Pete and Jim had a conversation where Pete said he felt like he'd pushed all the buttons, and when you have no more buttons left to push, I guess you start hitting the console with a bunch of hammers, and maybe that's what we saw was what Pete was doing. Was doing at the end. So yeah, it's kind of one of those where Pete is I don't think Pete would ever fire himself. He's a very proud guy. Sure. And it does feel about as close to it be based off his personality and how he runs things of, all right, well, let's, to use proper radio terminology for it, but let's F around and find out about it, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. I mean, fantastic report. Tremendous job covering the team, and hopefully we can catch up soon and talk about who the new coach is and how they're going to fix this roster, get them over the top.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. There he goes, Sean Shapiro, D Magazine, and the Substack is called Snapshots. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. All-Pro corner cut. Brian knows if the Cowboys are going to go after him, and CY joined us about an hour ago. It was incredible, and we'll give you the highlights next in the nation.
I do want to talk Collars & Co., though, with you, and if you don't know about Collars & Co., well, it's a four-way
something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What the cinnamon sisters?
Razor babes.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Yeah, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live. It was an eventful morning of NFL news as the Packers have let it be known that they are going to cut their all-pro corner Jair Alexander, only played in 7 games each the last 2 seasons. Gets hurt. Incredible player when healthy. At one point early in his career, he was in the conversation for the best corner in the game. Now, pretty dang good would define him for sure. And, on paper, it'd be a significant improvement for the Cowboys. Maybe their best corner would arrive when healthy. So that story was very interesting for me. I get into work. Brian brought us prepared to talk about it. He broke it down well in Krusty's Corner. I want to reset that here, Brian. Is there any way the Cowboys are going to go after Jair, whose market value is about half of the top?
No, I woke up this morning and kind of saw the news, and I know some people were asking me about it. And I said, well, let me see if I can run down a couple of different folks, and fortunately, some people got a hold of me and said, "No, we're probably not going to do anything." But I wanted just to take a look myself and see what type of player that we were dealing with here. And then I made a couple of calls up in Green Bay, and some folks were nice enough to say, listen, hey, when he plays for us, we're a good defense. When he doesn't play, we tend to be a little bit bad, but these are the things you're going to have to deal with. And
so the question is, should the Cowboys be after Alexander? Because here's an opportunity to get an elite talent at under half a market value.
Yeah.
And probably half of that would be base. You're looking at $5 million base, the rest in incentives likely for Alexander.
Like I say, I think it's going to come down to I think it's going to come down to the health. And that's something that they've it's not that they feel great about the corner situation, right? And I shouldn't say that. I think they like the guys they have. I think they're excited about the guys they have. Would this be a guy that could definitely, go out there and be a starter? Sure, absolutely. He would be one of the better corners you have. But I just think that there's so much about the health and what you have to deal with, and I'm not even saying the off the field stuff, just some strange,
just a little unprofessional
quirks that you have to know about when you're working with this guy. And I don't know if people are willing to always do that. Now, we've said this before about with Schottenheimer. They've already done this with George Pickens. To me, if you want to get the there you go. Defensive version of George Pickens, here we go.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a super competitive guy, how important, but has had kind of his share of questionable conversations and things like that.
Well, let me ask you this question. If they only have so much money to spend, you want to go with a different corner, I get it, right? Just get me some help at corner. But how much would tackling well as a corner be on your radar? Like, can we afford another corner, even if he covers well, that is going to leave you that exposed?
See, that's the problem I run into is that, and I really do appreciate to have this platform to be able to talk about with, and matter of fact, it was a podcast that came out on YouTube, and it actually highlighted the conversation that we had about, I think it's called Cowboys Talk or something like that. It's on YouTube, and I'm sorry, they
clipped us here in the G-Bag Nation.
They clipped us, but what an honor. They agreed with everything that we said about it.
Dang.
And talking about it.
Well, we kind of know what we're doing. They usually clip us and rip us.
But he was, I was thinking.
I'm going to send him a strike.
Well, I was thinking that we got clipped and then it was going to be like, it's going to be a hatchet job thing. But the guy was like, no, these guys, this was a good conversation. And it pointed out the talk that we had about how the balls run on the edge and how the corners don't play and how the safety and the linebacker, that we talked so much about defensive tackle play. So I don't know. Here you have a guy who has a history of a shoulder problem, and it's about self-preservation now is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He's missed parts of seasons, lots of games because of his shoulder, and he's probably not interested in throwing that in there and getting hurt again.
Yeah, and that's definitely the downside, and that's not ideal, but beggars cannot be choosers at this point in the offseason. Like, you have a giant hole. This is the bed that you've made for yourself. We have questions all over the secondary. So, in a perfect world, would he be a 5-tool player who's willing to go tackle and cover and play games and not be injured? You're going to have guys with flaws at this point. Does the talent outweigh the flaws? And is your need so big that you have to just go ahead and acquiesce to a player like that? Not giving him a big-time deal. You paid Trayvon Diggs. That was a huge mistake because that's the type of player that Jair Alexander sort of is. So you don't give the big money to that guy, but in June, when you're desperate, sure, we'll go ahead and do that because we're running out Kyer Elam, and we don't know what else at nickel. Yeah, it's great stuff, guys. This is G-Bag Nation. Did you want to hit that real quick, Wolchuk?
No, I agree. And to me, it's like, hey, if you hit on the guy, the Cowboys love their comp picks. Let him go out there and sign a big money deal with somebody else. But I'm with you. Like, at this point, these players are available for a reason. So they're going to have some type of warts. If he's healthy, it's a big upgrade for you. I'd go ahead and make that happen.
214 says he's going to be an Eagle, or he is an Eagle.
Probably.
That would hurt, but that would be consistent with what we've seen. CY joined us. He was on about an hour ago, And he was fantastic, Brian.
By the way, just real quick, it's called Let's Talk Cowboys.
Let's Talk Cowboys.
Yeah, that's the show. Let's
Salute
Talk
to you
Cowboys.
guys.
How about
Yeah.
Wow Guy?
One guy.
Yeah, sub over there on Talk Cowboys. And how about Wow? I'd love to have you over on my new podcast channel there, Talking Cowboys. Had a lot of fun over the weekend actually making content for it. But CY joined us an hour ago. As I said, it was incredible as usual. He is so transparent and just he loves to hear the questions and to have an opportunity to share thoughts that fans might not be able to get. So Saturday morning, I'm hanging out and one of my buddies is bringing up they're going to trade deGrom, and I'm like, that makes perfect sense. He's healthy, he's dominant, and if you are not in contention by the time we get to the trade deadline, that might be the best way to hit the fast forward button. Now, Brian talked about it in the opening segment that he had a source around Major League Baseball who said you wouldn't be able to get a ton for deGrom, right? Even if you moved him and ate the salary, you're not going to be able to get elite prospects. But whatever the case, CY told us deGrom and Eovaldi are our guys. That is the core of our starting pitching group. They're not going anywhere, Brian.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I reached out to a general manager buddy of mine, and you said it perfectly, Dawson. He says nobody's going to take that much money given his injury history. And then I'm like, okay, if you eat some of the money, you get better prospects. And my guy's like, yeah, but most certainly. But you won't get the premium prospects given the injury history and the age, even if you eat most of that.
At that point, it'd just be better to keep him and cross your fingers that he's elite.
Totally. So that's what a team in the league thinks about, or how they would operate with.
And that was my criticism with the contract in the beginning. I just didn't think it was one that a lot of teams would saddle up for.
You were worried about, and I remember this vividly, and you were worried about his injury history, but you've been consistent about that in all sports.
Yeah.
Whether it was our guy Porzingis, guys like that. It was. You've always been consistent about that.
Also, with deGrom, he also has the no trade clause as well.
There you go.
Have to sign off.
Awesome stuff. And with that, we go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G back today.
Yeah, at the red lights, working on them headlights. At the red lights, working on them headlights. What you doing, Broadus? Why you looking so confused, dog?
What are we watching, man? We watching things in L.A. right now?
Yeah, I'm watching the L.A. protests. Okay. See how it goes down.
Gotcha.
A human interest story, if you will.
You got your human interest there.
Time.
There's a guy out there in a full-on Captain America costume, too, by the way.
He got the shield and everything?
He's got the shield and everything, bro.
I hope they show that guy.
Oh, God, man. All right, anyway. This is G Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, which you guys have been doing, and you've been sending it to me, and I appreciate it. At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and send all your hate mail there, too, okay? All right. Our winner and champ right here is my man Broadus. Yeah, the broadcast.
Trying to divert. Let's talk about L.A. and what's going on here.
Yeah. Going for this, dude.
It's a broadcasting fumble my man had right here.
I'm already like a 5-time guy. I'm already in the contest, right? Do I have to be on fire?
Yeah. Something caught his eye while broadcasting, threw him off.
What are you doing?
On defense. Law of averages. Drew Holiday Swiss Army knife. Let's protect the rim.
Did win a championship playing that way, didn't
I like
they?
it.
Did.
No, they absolutely did.
They figured it out.
They absolutely did. Those jerks.
So why you getting hard on it?
Well,
So why you getting hard on it?
I was gonna say something else. Tried to pivot to avoid the something else and got worse.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
You hit black ice.
How is it? I was like, I knew,
Sleep deprivation.
I can't. Yeah, I can't say this, but I pivoted and it got worse.
Yeah, that overcorrection is something else. It happens. It's a real thing.
I mean, you don't even make those kind of mistakes when you're hammered on air.
I know.
Hurry!
Yeah.
God gave me a margarita mix in a bottle.
If you're standing there at 9:40, you'd understood.
Yeah, I know what you mean, dog. I was getting loose.
A guy and gal handed me a shiner, and from that point on, it didn't stop.
I know, man. You was swimming in it by the time I got on the board.
I know.
Can you hear me? Hello?
He was drowning.
Hello? Am I too loud? Hello? Wish you could be out here, man. All right, let's go right here. It's graduation season, and this guy right here thanked his sister during his graduation speech. Like, if you get up there and have a graduation speech, that means you had high grades or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cum laude?
Yeah. Yeah.
Valedictorian.
How do you say it, brothers?
Cum laude?
Yeah.
It's from my wonderful sister that I've looked up to since the day I was born. There are infinite things I could thank you for. Always giving me advice, taking care of me, cheering me up, siding with me, believing in me, making me harder. Making me laugh harder than anyone has ever made me laugh. Whoa.
Whoa. Wow. Got that magna cum laude award.
My
Yeah, you see why I asked him again, right? Just to make sure.
Making sure.
I just dunked on what Brian did.
Yeah, that's really. You don't really.
Hey, that's a
bounce back
smart
from
guy that
Nope.
went down that path.
Yeah.
I'll just let you know.
Smart guy, man.
Smart guy.
Real.
They don't let anybody get up there and talk.
Reading is
Cheering me
fundamental.
up, siding with me, believing in me, making me harder. Making me laugh harder.
Whoa. Say, whoa.
Made the speech harder.
Whoa. Oopsies. Boy, it's sure getting hot in here. Where'd that water go? All right, what else did I have on the deck for you boys? Oh, I had that Richard Jefferson, but that's cool.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
dude.
that's beautiful. It's all gravy, baby. Might come back around on Wednesday if I'm struggling for something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Drowning. Richard Jefferson made a joke. How about this one? Joey cares, but Joey does not listen. This is a prank, and he fell for it because he just wasn't paying attention. But he cares. He cares.
I'm about to go to the emergency room.
What's wrong?
My eyes.
Your what?
My eyes.
What they doing?
When I close my KC.
Oh no, no, I'm gonna go. I'm on my way home.
When I close my KC.
Oh man, I'm on my way, boy. I'm on my way. On my way. Yeah.
Boy, I'm playing.
Boy, did you call your daughter?
Joey.
Huh?
Listen to what I'm saying.
What?
I said when I close my KC.
Oh, you motherfucker made me sick. Man. Who you got on the damn phone?
Ain't nobody on the phone.
Cause I heard some saying this phone gonna be recorded or
I
something.
don't know what
That is good.
That is something, but I feel like I could get got like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Easy.
what's going on?
Easy.
Listening to none of the words.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll fix it.
Sure. Tell your daughter.
She said, when I close my eyes, I can't see. He said, oh, Lord, no, we can't have that.
Bleep that noise.
Oh, Lord, we can't have that. I'm on my way home.
Get there as soon as I can.
Oh, Lord. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. There's a blessing out here for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes.
Luke.
And Reverend Ike. I have not gotten that bag in a while. I haven't got my Reverend Ike bag in a minute. I got to get back in that Reverend Ike bag. We have a church right here where the interpreter got lost in translation.
В этих всех реп-центрах is by the end of the service, в самом конце нашего служения, there are at least half of the people that were sitting in the crowd, in the front, crying their balls out and giving their life to Jesus.
Crying their balls out.
I don't think that was it, bro. I don't think that was it.
Let's run that back.
Maybe crying their eyes out.
There are at least half of the people that were sitting in the crowd, in the front, crying their balls out and giving their life to Jesus.
I surrender it all. All of his English-speaking bros are like, man, you're the GOAT. That was incredible today.
Did you mean to do that, man? Yeah. All right, that's good.
All right. Is it our champ, Broadus? Why are you getting hard on him? Is it graduation season? Thanking his sister. Is it Joey cares but does not listen? Or
Joey cares, bro. Joey cares now. Oh, no, we can't have that. I'm on my way home.
Or is it church interpreter lost in translation? I think that's my vote there, Chief. How about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Lucius?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Joey.
Yeah.
Volcher?
Oof, I'm going to go Joey as well.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Broadus.
There he goes. Right on brand. By a score of 2-1, we have a tie. And whenever there is a tie in the G Bag of the Day, which you get every day at 5:30, we jump over to Twitter, go to @GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. And I'm creating an Insta poll right now. We'll vote this thing up. You'll decide on who the champ is, and we'll announce it towards the ends of LA Live. And speaking of LA, here he is in the Pimp Cup.
All right, let's change the channel in here to the BET red carpet. So go watch the BET Awards. All right, it is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. We're going to get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you square. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
My name.
Everybody get high.
It's so hard for me to sit back here in this studio looking at a guy out here hollering my name when last year I spent more money on spilled liquor in bars from one side of this world to the other than you made. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down.
This is LA Live for Monday, June 9th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today. And what's up to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station? I thank you for riding with us. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. That is for sure.
Cheers.
We really, really do. R.I.P. to the great Sly Stone. R.I.P. to the great Sly Stone. Denton, stand up. That's your boy right there.
Really?
Born in Denton.
I didn't know that.
Sly Stone, a real genius. Go check out that doc, Sly Stone on Hulu, I believe it is. Real genius right there, Sly Stone. I think he was like 82 years old or something like that. Made it. He went a while. He was out there on that stuff for a second too. It had a hold of him. Boy, it had a hold of him. He had a hell of a story. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. We need those people, right, Eric?
Heck yeah. Yeah, we do, especially this time of year with the storm season going down. Greystone-roofing.com, best in the business.
That's all of that right there. As I get this together, I appreciate you, dog.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you. Valerie, my old lady.
Yeah.
She was in traffic Friday, Thursday, one of these days. I can't remember because I wasn't listening like our G-Bag of the Day guy.
Wow.
But I was trying to. Anyway, she said some guy was darting in and out of traffic, just making her mad and just driving real reckless. She got up to him at the light. She was like, I got to see who this is. She said she got up to the light, and all she heard was LA Live coming out of his speakers.
Yes. Hey, good taste in radio.
Pretty awesome. Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Pac-Man Jones was arrested Saturday night in Kentucky. At least that's what one report says Saturday night. Another said he got out of jail at Saturday morning. I was like, what? The reporting is awful. Bad. Reporting is awful, man. Authorities charged him with public intoxication, disorderly conduct, and assaulting a police officer. I want to see the body cam footage.
What happened?
Because how do you get a public intoxication from the passenger seat? You had to really be running your mouth or something to get under that cop's.
Yeah.
You had to be doing something. He's like, you know what? You're going to jail tonight, buddy. I've had enough of you.
Yeah.
It had to be something, so I want to see that. That's the fourth arrest in 4 years for Pac-Man. You're running it, baby. I see you. Pac-Man has been booked on public intoxication 3 years in a row, by the way.
No way.
3 years in a row.
Wow. Bad trick. That body cam should be entertaining at least.
Oh, it will be.
I mean, I have the I know my rights strong in my algo right now, and these guys who can go back and forth with the police, I think it's inspiring. Like, maybe I'd want to try that one day, but I think if you've had too much to drink and you try that, you were done.
Yeah. I've been reading the Black's Law and everything. And I know what you're talking about. Sovereign citizens and whatnot. They're fun to watch, especially in court. The judges left this bitch. This is over with. Type of thing. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Tipping culture is out of control, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody agree with me?
Yes.
Anybody have any examples of why tipping culture is out of control?
It's just they want to get tipped for everything.
Yeah.
It's like a drive-through tip.
I placed an order, and then they asked me to tip when I placed the order, and I'm standing at the counter. Just,
Yes.
I'm like checking out of the gas station.
I'm the
Where's
one.
the tip?
Yeah, I'm the one that gave you the order.
And they flip it around and look at you like,
Yeah.
all you got to do is tip and tip it on out of here.
Yeah, it's a lot too. I feel like
They're up to 25%
it has
on some of
invaded
those
basic retail in a lot of ways.
Everything.
Yeah, and it kind of guilts you. Like, what would you like to tip? 10, 15, 20, or nothing? And I'm like, am I giving nothing? Am I supposed to give something?
Yeah.
And it's just a couple of dollars. In that situation, I'll usually hit 10 or 15%, like whatever. But when you spent $150 and like, hey, 20% on top of that,
what's the point of going here then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught a restaurant trying to give the 22 already. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They flipped it around and it was already 22. All I had to do was sign it and go.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't paying attention. They tried to get me. Oh, they tried to get me. Like that's got this woman right here. Pretty soon, doctors and dentists are going to be asking for tips. California woman accidentally left a $5,000 tip on CBD.
Ouch.
Oh, no.
She bought some CBD pain relief gel. It was $129. The first clerk told her that the charge we can't reverse it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Sorry, we can't reverse it.
Yep.
And then they said, well, we didn't receive the money.
Oh, wow. Now it's lost in the cloud somewhere. Nobody's got the money. Is that what you're telling me?
But it's definitely missing out of my account. So who has this money?
I can tell you I don't have it.
She sounds like she's going to small claims court.
She's having a hard time, bro. That was the last of her bits. They took all of her bits out with that one right there. She's just a teacher.
No.
She contacted her bank, Wells Fargo, within 5 minutes of the transaction, but the bank hasn't done anything to help so far. Listen to this. ABC 7.
I'm just livid because I'm like, I'm not going to pay $5,000 for something I never intended to happen.
She left what she thought was a $5 tip.
He says, enter a tip. Well, when I did, there's no decimal point. So I'm like this on my tiptoes, and I pushed, I thought, which was only 2 zeros, ended up being 3 zeros. I said, wait, I want to delete this. And he said, I don't know how to delete it. I busted out in tears. I'm a single mom.
Yeah.
I have 2 grown kids. I have one, and I've explained to them, I'm sorry, my son is graduating college next week. And I'm like, I can't even buy anything for him because I have a $5,000 outstanding. Now it's $5,500.
Wow, high interest rate too.
Got beat up right there, bro. That's really sad. So yeah, a little story in tipping culture. I'll keep up with this lady, see if she ever gets some money back or something ever goes on.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, that's just an ethical wasteland to be that business owner. But as we know from Mike Bassick last year, a lot of small business owners, if you fumble the bag in their presence, they're going to pretend like they never saw anything.
It's nasty work right there, bro. That's nasty work.
It is.
Nasty work. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday.
Sorry. Have you ever had somebody accidentally send you money on Zelle or Venmo and they're texting you like, oh my God, that's my last $200. Can you please send it back? Could you imagine just ghosting that dude?
That's awful.
Yeah.
And they knew that was come on, that's a mistake. $5, $5,000 is what I gave you. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Run me my money.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, only person in the world that's doing that in a good conscience is Chad Johnson, who's tipping thousands of dollars on like a $100 tab. There's one outlier in the world.
Yeah, he had some IHOP and gave another $1,000 to it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Big Shaq calls cap on Will Chamberlain's claim that. What's Will Chamberlain's claim, fellas?
20,000?
Ultimate pipe layer.
yeah.
Plumber.
Yeah, exactly.
You did have 2 jobs back in those times, right?
You had to have 2 jobs. Play in the NBA.
It was claimed that he slept with 20,000 women in his lifetime. Shaq was on his podcast, The Big Podcast with Shaq.
The Big Podcast.
The Big Podcast. The Big Beautiful Podcast.
The Big Beautiful.
The Big Beautiful Podcast. Brandon Jennings was on there, and co-host Adam Lefko?
Lefko, yeah.
Okay, let's make sure I'm saying that right. Yeah, Shaq says there's no way.
I can't wait for Shaq's book like Wilt Chamberlain when he lists the 10,000 women.